Introduction. Su Heng traverses into a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Here, the revered Zhang Zhenren of Wudang commands the essence of Tai Chi, instilling fear throughout the martial arts community, while the leader of the Beggar Sect, Qiao, wields the legendary 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms to sweep through legions. This realm also harbors formidable demons that feast on humanity and dark forces that wreak havoc upon the world. Due to his subpar aptitude, Su Heng finds himself relegated to the status of a menial disciple at the bright summit of the Ming sect. However, fortune smiles upon him when he acquires a signing-in system, beginning his journey with the groundbreaking technique of Qian. Upon signing in at the library, he secures the Yijin Jing technique. At the Sword Pavilion, he gains the Xueyin Sword Array. In the Forge, he obtains the Snow-Drinking Blade. At the Beast Arena, he acquires the Divine Beast Vermilion Bird. In the blink of an eye, 2 decades have passed. 2 decades later, the demon race invades, and humanity faces relentless defeat. When the demons breach the bright summit of the Ming sect, they encounter Su Heng, who is diligently cleaning the training grounds. Chapter 1. Signing in for Qian. At the Ming sect's bright summit, within a grand hall, a middle-aged man gazes impassively at nearly 100 young men and women before him. Their faces are uniformly etched with disappointment. As third-generation disciples of the Ming sect, your performance over the past year has placed you among the bottom ranks. Henceforth, you are demoted to menial disciples. I hope you will strive to cultivate diligently and regain your status as formal disciples. Amidst the crowd, a young man, bewildered, lifts his head. Where's this? Have I traversed to another realm? In that instant, a wave of memories floods his mind. So, this body's former owner is also named Su Heng. In this world, the essence of the universe allows humans to cultivate. However, cultivation is heavily reliant on innate talent. Some possess extraordinary gifts, traversing the path of cultivation with ease, while others struggle against insurmountable odds. Moreover, not only humans can cultivate various flora and fauna can harness the power of the universe, evolving into myriad supernatural beings. As the most powerful human sect within thousands of miles, the Ming sect requires a certain level of talent for its formal disciples. The original owner was indeed a formal disciple, but not due to exceptional talent. Instead, he was fortunate enough to discover a millennium-old spirit mushroom last year, earning him the opportunity to become a formal disciple for a year as a special case. However, the Ming sect conducts annual assessments for all formal and menial disciples to encourage rigorous cultivation. The bottom 100 formal disciples are demoted to menial status, while the top 100 menial disciples ascend to formal status. Despite his efforts over the past year, the original owner cannot escape the fate of being at the bottom. Upon absorbing these memories, Su Heng cannot help but let out a wry smile. Originally, he had yearned for a world of cultivation, but now, considering his meager talent, he fears he may achieve little. Furthermore, as a menial disciple, the mortality rate is notably high. He might lose his life on a simple task. No one is surprised by Su Heng's demotion. A circle of onlookers nearby, many bearing expressions of schadenfreude, are the fortunate few selected to become formal disciples this time. If a menial disciple were to ascend to formal status through their own talent and strength, they would harbor no grievances. However, Su Heng's fortunate rise to formal status at their expense has left them disgruntled. Many among them possess greater talent and strength, and Su Heng's ascent has cost them a coveted spot. Relying on luck to become a formal disciple. Now his true colors are revealed. If one lacks strength, even if they force their way into the ranks of formal disciples, they will still end up at the bottom. Sigh. We can no longer call him Senior Brother Su. We must refer to him as Junior Brother Su. Haha. Understanding his plight, Su Heng clenches his fists. Perhaps it would have been better not to have traversed at all. Had he remained on Earth, he would be living a life of luxury, unlike the current state where even his life hangs in the balance. Suddenly, a voice resounds. Congratulations, host. The signing-in system has been activated. The host can sign in at any location, with only one opportunity per day. The rewards for signing in depend on the location and its inherent Tao essence. The more abundant the Tao essence, the greater the rewards. Note, the significance of a location, determined by major events or the presence of powerful figures, correlates with the richness of its Tao essence. A system? Su Heng exclaims, elated. He understands well what a system entails. With this system, his future path will be remarkably different. Whether he is a formal disciple or a menial one no longer holds significance. Regarding potential signing in locations, he quickly conjures a few possibilities. Now, he is eager to leave this place and commence his first signing in. The middle-aged man in the hall offers a few perfunctory remarks before dismissing everyone. Su Heng promptly makes his way to the training grounds. According to the original owner's memories, a significant event had transpired here many years ago. At that time, 6 major sects besieged the Ming sect, and just as it faced annihilation, a young hero emerged, rescuing the Ming sect from destruction and later becoming its leader. This is the place time to sign in. Su Heng thinks to himself, "Congratulations, host. Signing in successful. You have acquired the supreme technique, the complete version of Qian de Nua." Su Heng is momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of joy. Qian de Nua. Is this not the Ming sect's most esteemed technique? In the Ming sect, only the successive leaders have had the opportunity to cultivate the Qian de Nua. Moreover, the current version practiced by the sect is incomplete, consisting of merely 7 layers, with the 7th layer being a mere draft. In stark contrast, Su Heng's version comprises a full 9 layers. According to the system's description, mastering the 9th layer allows one to truly reach the realm of transforming the universe. Any directional technique, skill, or even object can be redirected or neutralized. It is essential to note that aside from self-destructive attacks, nearly all offensive techniques possess a directional nature. Thus, upon mastering the 9th layer of Qian de Nua, one becomes invincible. No one will be able to harm him again. The complete version of Qian de Nua. How terrifyingly powerful. Su Heng is overwhelmed with astonishment. As it was bestowed by the system, he seamlessly grasps all intricacies of the technique. What remains is to diligently practice this technique step by step. Just as he acquires Qian de Nua, a strange phenomenon sweeps over the bright summit. Everyone feels their internal energy surging, as if drawn by an unseen force. What is happening? This extraordinary phenomenon. Could it be that a precious artifact has emerged? Wait, the reversal of energy flow. This must be the effect of the leader's sacred technique, Qian de Nua. From this, it appears that the leader's cultivation of Qian de Nua has reached an unimaginable level. Exclamations of awe fill the air, and some immediately kneel before the highest temple at the center of the Ming sect. Simultaneously, within the temple, the leader, Xiao Wujiji, abruptly opens his eyes. He has been cultivating the Qian de Nua. A prodigy in his own right, he is now only 30 years old and has already mastered the 4th layer of the technique. Among the masters throughout the ages, those who have attained the 4th layer by the age of 30 are indeed few and far between. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though my cultivation of the great shift of heaven and earth had significantly progressed, akin to having practiced for an additional decade. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer. Xiao Wuji was awestruck. At just 30 years of age himself, a decade represents 1/3 of his entire life. What on earth is happening? Su Heng naturally noticed these peculiar phenomena, but he understood that they were the result of acquiring the great shift of heaven and earth. I have obtained such a precious treasure, yet I currently lack the means to protect myself. I must ensure that no one else is aware of this. Su Heng was acutely aware of the principle that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a gem. Should others discover that he possessed the complete version of the great shift of heaven and earth, it would likely plunge the entire world into chaos and bloodshed. Chapter 2. The Cultivation Pill. After leaving the training grounds, Su Heng made his way to the Hall of Elders. Now that he had resumed his identity as a servant disciple, he needed to undertake various tasks, which were assigned at the Hall of Elders. However, as soon as he stepped into the hall, a burly young man blocked his path. "Ah, if it isn't Brother Su." The robust youth deliberately emphasized the words Brother Su. Su Heng furrowed his brow. The young man before him was named Yang Hu. Last year, when he was promoted to a formal disciple, Yang Hu had ranked 101st among the servant disciples. Had it not been for Su Heng's elevation to formal disciple thanks to a 1,000-year-old spirit herb, Yang Hu would have claimed the 100th spot and secured a position as a formal disciple. This year, however, Yang Hu had underperformed, falling to around the 200th rank, failing to achieve formal disciple status once again. Thus, Su Heng had robbed Yang Hu of an opportunity, and Yang Hu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Now that Su Heng had reverted to the status of a servant disciple, Yang Hu felt a sense of satisfaction and seized the chance to mock him. "Haha, relying on merit to become a formal disciple. You truly fell back within a year. It seems a useless person remains useless, no matter the circumstances." Yang Hu laughed heartily. Were Su Heng still a formal disciple, Yang would not dare to act so brazenly. But now, with their statuses equal and Su Heng's strength inferior, he felt no need for restraint. Several servant disciples close to Yang Hu chimed in. Exactly, a useless person, even if elevated to formal disciple status for a year, will ultimately revert to their original state. If only Brother Yang Hu had become a formal disciple with your talent, you would have surely secured your position. Allowing a useless person to become a formal disciple is no better than making a dog a formal disciple. Hearing their derision, Su Heng remained unfazed. His perspective had long since transcended the confines of the Ming sect. The words of a few servant disciples held no weight in his mind. Have you finished your little performance? If so, kindly step aside, I still have tasks to attend to. Yang Hu and the others were taken aback. Despite their mockery, Su Heng appeared utterly unperturbed. Could it be that his demotion to servant disciple had struck him with such a blow that he had lost his senses? While they pondered this, Su Heng had already maneuvered past them and approached the overseer of the Hall of Elders to begin accepting tasks. In addition to fulfilling the sect's prescribed duties, certain locations could only be accessed through task assignments. For instance, the secret passage. In the memories Su Heng inherited, many years ago, a talented leader had met his demise in the secret passage due to treachery. Thus, it served as an excellent location for signing in. However, the secret passage was a forbidden area within the sect, and unless ordered by the leader, no one was permitted to approach. Nonetheless, due to the unfortunate demise of that talented leader, patrols were conducted monthly in the secret passage to prevent intruders from entering. This was also one of the tasks assigned to servant disciples. If one approached the secret passage without having accepted the task, the consequences would be dire. Su Heng, however, was not there to accept the patrol task. He opted instead to oversee the medicinal herbs. As the foremost sect within 1,000 miles, the Ming sect certainly had alchemists. Alchemists focused on cultivation and potion making, and thus, menial tasks such as overseeing medicinal herbs required assistance. With the acquisition of the great shift of heaven and earth, Su Heng's needs in terms of martial arts had diminished, yet he still lagged significantly in cultivation. According to the annotations on the great shift of heaven and earth, the higher one's cultivation, the swifter the progress. If he were to cultivate with his current third-tier postnatal realm, merely achieving the first layer would take 3 years. Therefore, he intended to sign in at various alchemist locations in hopes of obtaining some elixirs to enhance his cultivation. After accepting the task, he arrived at a medicinal herb garden. The alchemist managing the garden was currently preoccupied with potion making and could not attend to him. However, the original owner's memories had equipped him with ample experience in such menial tasks, and he was well acquainted with the procedures. Thus, he adeptly made his way to a small room adjacent to the garden, which served as his sleeping quarters. After settling in, he began tending to the herb garden. The following morning, he signed in. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received 10 first-grade cultivation pills. 10 cultivation pills. Su Heng was elated. In this world, most elixirs are tainted with pill toxicity, especially those that enhance cultivation. Accumulation of such toxicity can adversely affect one's innate talent and foundation. However, the cultivation pill is different. The cultivation pill is a rare elixir devoid of toxicity and can elevate the cultivation of postnatal realm warriors. Even within the Ming sect, only the most skilled alchemist occasionally manages to concoct a batch of cultivation pills. These pills are primarily reserved for the most talented core disciples. Even ordinary formal disciples have no access. With these cultivation pills, my cultivation could ascend several tiers. Su Heng was overjoyed. Now, just a single day's sign-in could propel his cultivation forward by several significant strides. If he were to sign in for an extended period, the extent of his progress would be beyond imagination. Without hesitation, he consumed 1 cultivation pill. In moments, the vital energies of heaven and earth coursed through him. The stagnation in his cultivation, which had persisted for so long, suddenly exhibited signs of breakthrough. Half an hour later, his aura surged. To reach the 4th tier of the postnatal realm so swiftly, Su Heng stood up, stretched his limbs, and reveled in the newfound sensations coursing through his body. If this continues, I might reach the innate realm within a month. The innate realm is the stage beyond the postnatal realm. Upon reaching the innate realm, a warrior's combat prowess experiences a qualitative transformation. Presently, many of the Ming sect's experts are at the innate realm. For instance, the leader Xiao Wuji is a formidable figure of the 7th tier of the innate realm. Furthermore, Once a disciple of the Ming sect attains the innate realm, they are eligible for significant positions within the sect. This is a coveted aspiration for many disciples. Of course, for Su Heng at present, a position within the Ming sect holds little allure. Once he possesses the capability to render himself sufficiently formidable, all external influences become inconsequential. Next, he consumed the second cultivation pill. In the ensuing time, Su Heng undertook various menial tasks, signing in at every location accessible to him. He signed in at the library and obtained the Muscle Transformation Classic. At the Sword Concealing Pavilion, he signed in and received the Chuixian Sword Formation. In the Forging Chamber, he signed in and obtained the Snow Drinking Blade. At the Beast Taming Ground, he signed in and acquired the Divine Beast Vermilion Bird. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Throughout these 5 years, Su Heng diligently performed various menial tasks. Through his incessant sign-ins, he amassed an abundance of valuable items. Now, his cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the innate realm. Although Xiao Wuji had also made progress during these 5 years, reaching the 8th level of the innate realm, he still remained one tier below Su Heng. On this day, while wielding a broom to sweep the training grounds, a sudden voice pierced the air nearby. I heard the Saintess has emerged from her seclusion. Let us go and take a look. Saintess? Is that the extraordinary beauty who joined 3 years ago? I missed seeing her last time. I must not let this opportunity slip by. If I could exchange just a word with the Saintess, it would be worth my demise. As the crowd chattered, they hurried towards the Holy Hall. Saintess? Due to his prolonged service in remote locations, Su Heng was unaware of her earlier arrival. Let's see. With a sense of curiosity, he followed the throng towards the Holy Hall. Chapter 3. The Saintess. The Holy Temple is situated at the pinnacle of the Bright Summit, a place imbued with the most concentrated essence of heaven and earth within the entire Ming sect. Here, Xiao Wuji regularly engages in his cultivation. At this moment, the temple is bustling with a considerable gathering of individuals. Most prominent among them is the enchanting figure standing at the center of the Grand Hall. Behold, it is the Saintess. How beautiful she is. It is said that she has just turned 20 and has already attained the status of a congenital master. The current leader of the sect, who only broke through to the congenital realm at the age of 22, must regard her as a prodigy. Her joining the Ming sect is indeed a fortuitous event for us. Were it not for the leader's youth, it is likely that she would soon ascend to the position of the next sect leader. Su Heng quietly listens to the discussions among the crowd. In the Ming sect, disciples with exceptional talent among the younger generation are often bestowed the titles of saint or saintess. Typically, those who receive such honors, barring any significant transgressions against the sect's regulations, are destined to become the next leader. For instance, the current sect leader, Xiao Wuji, was the previous saint. Although the surrounding disciples express their admiration for the saintess, Su Heng remains unmoved. Over the past few years, aside from mastering some foundational combat techniques, he has also cultivated methods of inner peace. This has led to a state of mind akin to that of an enlightened monk. In his eyes, the saintess, while possessing slightly greater talent and a more pleasing appearance than ordinary female disciples, is fundamentally no different in other respects. Of course, this does not imply that he is devoid of feelings. Rather, his emotions are not easily swayed by external influences. However, suddenly, a hint of curiosity tinges his gaze as he observes the saintess. Since earlier, he has sensed something peculiar about her. In essence, he perceives an aura about her that is distinctly unhuman. This aura is exceedingly subtle. Had he not cultivated the Heavenly Insight technique, he would have struggled to detect this anomaly. The Heavenly Insight technique is a Buddhist skill he acquired, allowing him to see beyond appearances and discern the true nature of others, revealing hidden capabilities and detecting concealed beings. Yet even with the aid of the Heavenly Insight technique, he can only sense that something is amiss with the saintess, unable to penetrate the veil of her reality. Thus, it is no surprise that others remain oblivious to this detail. As he anticipated, no one else in the Ming sect has noticed anything unusual. Xiao Wuji is currently extolling the virtues of the saintess, while other protectors and elders of the sect regard her with satisfaction. 3 years ago, when the saintess joined the Ming sect and subsequently entered seclusion to break through to the congenital realm, all signs suggest that her true nature may not be entirely human. Indeed, she must have some ulterior motive, Su Heng muses. At present, merely observing does not yield any insights. He resolved to find an opportunity to personally inquire about the intentions of the saintess to discern her true motives. If her schemes were trivial, he could overlook them. However, should her objectives threaten the entirety of the Ming sect and jeopardize his standing, he would not stand idly by. As Su Heng pondered these matters, a robust figure nearby caught his eye, and a glimmer ignited within the man's gaze. This individual was none other than Yang Hu, who had lost his rightful place among the formal disciples to Su Heng years ago, 2 years prior. Yang Hu had finally ascended back into the ranks of the top 100 among the miscellaneous disciples, successfully attaining the status of a formal disciple. Through diligent cultivation, he had subsequently propelled himself into the upper echelon of the top 2,000 formal disciples. It is noteworthy that the number of formal disciples within the Ming sect is fixed at 3,000. Typically, those rising from the ranks of miscellaneous disciples find themselves ranked between 2,500 and 3,000, with only a select few breaking into the top 2,005. Yang Hu's achievement of entering the top 2,000 underscores his considerable talent. Yet, this only intensified his resentment towards Su Heng. Had it not been for Su Heng, he would have become a formal disciple years earlier, and his prospects would surely be brighter than they currently are. Following his elevation to formal disciple status, he contemplated confronting Su Heng on numerous occasions. However, the locations where Su Heng undertook his missions were often inaccessible to ordinary individuals, leaving Yang Hu at a loss. Over time, he gradually set Su Heng aside in his mind. Yet now, upon encountering Su Heng again, memories surged within Yang Hu, rekindling his ire. "Oh, if it isn't Junior Brother Su, what brings you to the sanctuary today?" Yang Hu's mocking tone echoed in Su Heng's ears. Upon noticing Yang Hu adorned in the garb of a formal disciple, Su Heng paused momentarily, then smiled faintly. "Brother Yang, congratulations. Humph, your pretense is futile. If it weren't for you, I would have long since been a formal disciple. Now that you dare to appear here, just wait and see how I deal with you." Yang Hu sneered, his expression twisted with malice. Unfazed, Su Heng replied with a smile, "Brother Yang, the opportunity to exchange contributions for formal disciple status is stipulated by the sect's regulations. I merely adhered to the rules. How can you hold me accountable?" Su Heng understood the rationale behind this regulation. When Ming sect disciples venture outside and acquire treasures, they often keep them for personal use. However, with the advent of a system that allows certain treasures to be exchanged for other benefits, many disciples choose to surrender items they cannot use to the sect. This arrangement benefits the Ming sect while providing these disciples with opportunities for advancement, resulting in a win-win scenario. Naturally, such policies may occasionally disadvantage individuals like Yang Hu. Yet, to the Ming sect, a mere miscellaneous disciple holds little significance. Indeed, all formal disciples are regarded as inconsequential in the eyes of the sect. The genuine concern of the Ming sect lies with the core disciples, those who surpass the formal disciples, and the singular presence of either a holy son or holy daughter within the sect. Only these chosen few possess the potential to become masters of innate realms in the future. They embody the very future of the Ming sect. However, Yang Hu remained entirely impervious to Su Heng's words, viewing him as the sole reason for the precious years of cultivation he believed he had squandered. Especially given Su Heng's unperturbed demeanor, Yang Hu's ire intensified. When other disciples beheld the holy daughter, their faces radiated admiration. He himself fantasized about the mere chance to exchange a word with her, deeming it worth a lifetime. How dare this impertinent fool maintain such a calm facade? Humph. A worthless individual, daring to present himself with such nonchalance. He ought to take a good look at himself. Yang Hu scoffed. Su Heng's brow furrowed slightly. Although he paid little heed to Yang Hu, the incessant buzzing of a fly in his ear was undeniably irksome. He promptly resolved to depart from this place. Today, with the holy daughter emerging from her seclusion, Xiao Wuji had convened her publicly at the temple to bolster her prestige, allowing general disciples free access. As Su Heng turned to leave, Yang Hu's expression darkened with malice. In the 2 years since he ascended to the rank of formal disciple, his previous sycophants had become increasingly obsequious. After all, his position as a formal disciple was now secure, making it unlikely for him to regress to the status of a mere servant disciple, with benefits only set to multiply. By aligning with Yang Hu, they too would reap greater rewards. He gestured, summoning a sharp-eyed youth to his side. "Go inquire about what tasks that brat has been assigned recently," Yang Hu commanded in a low voice. The Ming sect forbade internal duels among disciples, thus he could not directly reprimand Su Heng. However, should he ascertain Su Heng's current assignments, orchestrating some trouble would be quite feasible. Previously, Su Heng had been assigned to tasks in areas inaccessible to ordinary disciples. Yet, it appeared that his timely arrival at the temple indicated he was well informed, likely stationed in a place with abundant intelligence. "Understood, Yang Gu." The youth's eyes gleamed with determination as he departed the temple. Chapter 4. The night reconnaissance that evening. Su Heng donned attire suited for stealth and employed the special technique 100 Illusions, 1,000 Faces, acquired through his sign-ins, to alter his appearance, quietly leaving his quarters. 100 Illusions. 1,000 Faces is a unique method he obtained through signing in, commonly utilized by assassins for disguise. The visage transformed by this technique appeared as authentic as if it had genuinely been newly formed, leaving no trace of imperfection. The Holy Daughter had a designated residence. Her abode was situated in proximity to that of Xiao Wuji and several revered guardians, all nestled in a region of the Ming sect rich in spiritual energy. At this moment, the Holy Daughter, Chu Xiao, sat cross-legged in her chamber, cultivating her internal energy. Once her innate power had circulated through a complete cycle, she opened her cunning eyes. The cultivation techniques of the human realm are indeed formidable. I have remarkably achieved a breakthrough to the innate realm at the tender age of 20. Had I remained within my own clan, I cannot fathom how long it would have taken to reach such heights. The distinction between the acquired realm and the innate realm is but a single character. Yet the disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. To be precise, those in the acquired realm are still akin to ordinary mortals, primarily focused on rigorous physical training. Even when absorbing the essence of the universe, it merely tempers the body without the ability to truly encompass that energy. Ultimately, they remain mere flesh and blood. Conversely, in the innate realm, every cell within a warrior's body can absorb and contain the essence of the universe for their own use. This power is known as primordial force. It is only upon reaching the innate realm that one can be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation, and only then can one be regarded as a true master. Naturally, for the average person, the greatest obstacle to breaking through to the innate realm lies in the ability to contain the essence of the universe within their body. Many practitioners find themselves stuck at this juncture, ultimately remaining ordinary warriors in the acquired realm throughout their lives. Chu Xiao clenched her fists, feeling the primordial force within her with a face full of delight. Now, it was time to gradually execute her next plan. She murmured softly. Suddenly, her pupils contracted, and she whispered sharply, "Who goes there?" In the dim light, an unremarkable figure clad in black materialized before her. "Who are you?" Chu Xiao inquired sternly. In her perception, this individual appeared to be an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation. Yet, the ability to arrive here silently was evidently implausible. Thus, there could only be one explanation. This person's strength far surpassed her own. Only in such a manner could they approach her without her awareness. "You need not concern yourself with my identity," Su Heng replied nonchalantly as he seated himself on a nearby chair, exuding an air of calm. "I wish to know who you are." A tremor coursed through Chu Xiao's heart, though her exterior remained composed. "I am Chu Xiao, the holy maiden of the Ming sect." Su Heng clicked his tongue in disapproval, shaking his head. "Though you have concealed yourself well, you cannot escape my gaze. If I am not mistaken, you are not human, are you?" Chu Xiao's heart quaked. Indeed, she was not human. But how had this individual discovered her secret? According to the entity that transformed her into a human, innate realm warriors should be incapable of uncovering her true identity. Could it be that this person's cultivation surpassed the innate realm? I do not know what you are speaking of, senior," Chu Xiao stammered, biting her silver teeth, her expression revealing confusion. "Do not feign ignorance. I have come here merely to inquire about your intentions concerning the Ming sect," Su Heng stated as he casually lifted a cup of tea and drank it all in one gulp. With his current constitution, while he may not be completely impervious to toxins, there was certainly nothing within the innate realm that could poison him. As for beings above the innate realm, if such entities truly existed, he would not be able to conceal his own level of cultivation. "Haha, senior, you jest. My joining the Ming sect is solely to strengthen it. There are no ulterior motives." Chu Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort, forcing herself to remain composed as she poured herself a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. "I am now offering you a chance. If you refuse to speak, I shall take matters into my own hands," Su Heng stated nonchalantly. Having practiced several top-tier soul techniques, he could effortlessly probe the soul of someone at the innate stage. However, he refrained from doing so, partly because forcibly extracting a soul would greatly deplete his own energy, requiring a considerable amount of time to fully recuperate. Moreover, he had no interest in any of Chu Xiao's other affairs. He simply sought to ascertain her true intentions for joining the Ming sect. With his profound mastery over the soul, he was adept at discerning the truthfulness of Chu Xiao's words through her soul fluctuations. Upon hearing Su Heng's words, Chu Xiao felt a surge of panic, stammering, I have no ulterior motives." Bang! Su Heng forcefully placed his teacup upon the table. "I shall grant you one final opportunity, should you choose to remain untruthful." His words echoed in Chu Xiao's ears like a whisper from a malevolent spirit, shattering her mental defenses as if they were a breached dam. She immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, "Senior, spare me. I came here solely to seek the Qiankuan Great Shift. I harbor no other intentions toward your esteemed sect." Su Heng could distinctly sense that Chu Xiao's soul fluctuations were steady as she spoke, indicating her sincerity. This revelation caught him off guard. He had initially presumed she would be a formidable opponent, requiring considerable effort to extract a confession. He was surprised by how effortlessly she admitted her motives. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given that she was not human, her true form was likely of some kind of demonic entity. A creature around 20 years old, regardless of its intelligence, would probably possess the mental acuity of a human adolescent. Thus, facing his probing, she quickly revealed her true nature. So it is the Qiankuan Great Shift. With your current display of talent, acquiring it should indeed pose no challenge. In the Ming sect, this technique values not only innate talent, but also the time devoted to its cultivation. The earlier one begins, the greater their potential achievements. As a son or daughter destined to succeed the sect leader, one naturally has the opportunity to access the Qiankuan Great Shift earlier. Otherwise, by the time the current leader passes, many years may have elapsed, and if the daughter were to ascend then, her progress in practicing the Qiankuan Great Shift would be minimal. Having understood that Chu Xiao's intentions were solely to obtain the Qiankuan Great Shift, Su Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him. This bore no impact on his own aspirations. Nevertheless, he chose not to take his leave just yet. With a curious glint in his eye, he inquired, "By the way, what is your true form?" Chu Xiao's face flushed slightly as she respectfully replied, "In answer to your question, Senior, my true form is that of a fox." "A fox?" Su Heng mused, realization dawning upon him. "I fear that only a creature like a fox spirit could conjure such a breathtaking beauty." Yet, a question lingers in his mind. As I understand it, for most supernatural beings, one must exceed the innate realm in cultivation to take on human form. How is it that you, with your current cultivation, can transform into a human? Chu Xiao lowered her head, hesitating momentarily before resolutely stating, "This pertains to the secrets of my fox clan. I cannot divulge it to you, esteemed elder." Su Heng pondered. He was merely curious, and since her stance was so unwavering, he would not press the issue. As long as her actions did not hinder his ability to sign in, he would let it be. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall not intrude upon your cultivation any further." With that, Su Heng's figure vanished in an instant. Chu Xiao gazed at the spot where Su Heng had just been seated, still unable to conceal her astonishment. How had the elder departed? Simultaneously, her curiosity about Su Heng's true identity deepened. From what she could ascertain, the Ming sect surely possessed no such formidable expert. Could he be a hidden ancestor of the sect? The thought crossed her mind. Yet, if that were the case, why did he refrain from taking action upon learning of her schemes regarding the great shift of the universe? Could it be that he was not affiliated with the Ming sect? But if so, why then did he caution her against causing chaos within the sect? Moreover, he had come under the cover of night, concealing his presence. While seemingly indifferent to her ambitions for divine power, he had also covertly protected the Ming sect. Such behavior left Chu Xiao utterly perplexed. Moments later, she recalled something. "However, I have already committed the elder's aura to memory. When next I encounter him, I shall recognize him at a glance." As a member of the demon clan, she possessed certain unique traits. Her fox lineage was exceptionally sensitive to auras. Anyone she had encountered left an imprint of their essence upon her, though she understood that the likelihood of seeing the elder again was slim if she remained prudent. She nonetheless began to keep a vigilant watch. Chapter 5, Discovery. The following day, Su Heng continued to tidy the training grounds. "Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained Golden Bell Shield." Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Heng felt a surge of joy. Among the techniques he had previously acquired, there were few defensive skills. Now, with the Golden Bell Shield, he had gained the most formidable defensive technique in his possession. With the aid of the system, he instantly mastered the Golden Bell Shield. This technique, once executed, rendered individuals with lower cultivation than the practitioner nearly incapable of inflicting any harm. Furthermore, the Golden Bell Shield not only provided an impenetrable defense, but also offered rebounding effects and immunity to water, fire, and poison. Considering Su Heng's current cultivation at the 9th tier of the innate realm, even if he stood still, no one below that realm could harm him. Yet, he lamented inwardly, "If only my great shift of the universe were perfected, I would need no other techniques." In contrast to the readily graspable techniques like the Golden Bell Shield, the practice of the Qiankuan Great Shift requires years of diligent accumulation. Even with his current cultivation level, He still has a considerable journey ahead to master this profound technique. Nonetheless, the fact that he has managed to cultivate the Qian Great Shift from scratch to the 4th level within 5 years is enough to astonish anyone. It is worth noting that even the current leader of the Ming sect, Xiao Wuji, who began practicing the Qian Great Shift at the tender age of 15, took nearly 15 years to reach the 4th level before the age of 30. Such talent is indeed rare. Su Heng, on the other hand, is merely 21 years old. As he was sweeping a pile of fallen leaves to the side, a few figures suddenly appeared before him, none other than Yang Hu and his entourage. Upon learning that Su Heng was tidying up the training grounds, Yang Hu was filled with delight. Early that morning, he had gathered a few sycophants to seek trouble. At this moment, all 5 of them held various fruits in their hands, and Yang Hu was munching on a peach. After taking a few bites, he carelessly tossed the pit onto the ground. "Ah, this is truly delicious. I'll have another," he exclaimed, reaching for another peach. Su Heng watched with a furrowed brow. While Yang Hu's actions did not overtly violate the sect's rules, they certainly exploited a loophole, which was quite distasteful. Moreover, if Yang Hu continued this behavior daily, it would significantly hinder Su Heng's progress as a servant disciple. If Su Heng were merely an ordinary servant disciple, failing to complete his duties this month would have consequences far more severe than merely facing Yang Hu's reprimands. This was precisely why Yang Hu had refrained from offending him when Su Heng was still an official disciple. Once a servant disciple incurs the wrath of an official disciple, they can indeed face dire repercussions at the hands of petty individuals. As Su Heng contemplated how to teach Yang Hu a lesson without revealing his identity, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. "The Saintess," a disciple exclaimed, their face filled with admiration. Upon seeing this, Yang Hu hastily concealed his belongings and adopted a congenial demeanor, addressing Su Heng. "Junior brother Su, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." He presented himself as the epitome of a benevolent senior brother, clearly trying to make a good impression on the Saintess, Chuixian. Su Heng was rendered speechless by Yang Hu's shamelessness. As Chuixian passed by Yang Hu and Su Heng, she initially paid little heed to their petty squabbles and intended to walk straight past them. However, upon glancing at Su Heng, her mind erupted with astonishment. This aura was all too familiar to her. It was the same as that of the esteemed figure she had encountered the previous night. Why was that esteemed individual here? And it appeared they were masquerading as a servant disciple? The revelation that the esteemed figure had concealed their identity in such a manner caused a subtle shift in Chuixian's expression. Although she was at a distance moments ago, Yang Hu's actions were crystal clear to her. The elder must feel quite helpless when encountering such petty individuals. If I assist him in resolving this, perhaps I can leave a favorable impression in his heart. Chuixian contemplated, swiftly arriving at a decision. "Humph, I witnessed your actions just now." Chuixian scoffed, remarking that a formal disciple, who neglects cultivation and only seeks to trouble the auxiliary disciples, will find it difficult to achieve greatness in the future. Yang Hu and his companions were taken aback by Chuixian's words. They had not anticipated that a distinguished saintess would stand up for an auxiliary disciple. As for notions of righteousness, that was merely laughable. The reason they could exploit loopholes in the rules to trouble Su Heng was that the sect did not place much value on auxiliary disciples. Otherwise, if the regulations were slightly more stringent, they would have no loopholes to exploit. Moreover, with her extraordinary talent, the saintess barely had enough time for her own cultivation, let alone to concern herself with trivial matters. The only explanation lay with this auxiliary disciple. Yang Hu turned to glance at Su Heng in astonishment, finding him still as composed as ever, which only fueled his imagination. Could this lad, Su Heng, have some connection with the saintess? Humph, from now on, focus on diligent cultivation and refrain from using your status to bully auxiliary disciples, or I shall ensure you face strict consequences. Chuixian admonished. Yang Hu and his companions, rattled, hastily apologized and departed. At that moment, many auxiliary disciples surrounding the training grounds began to cheer upon witnessing Chuixian defending one of their own. The heart of the saintess is as beautiful as her appearance. Truly, she possesses both grace and kindness. If the saintess ascends to the position of sect leader in the future, we auxiliary disciples shall be fortunate indeed. I only wish that the one bullied by Yang Hu had been me. After sending Yang Hu away, Chuixian nodded and smiled at Su Heng before turning to leave with her entourage. Throughout, she exhibited no other behavior towards Su Heng, as if she were merely acting out of a sense of justice. After walking a few steps, Chuixian felt a surge of joy. Surely, the elder would have a changed perception of me now. Moreover, I have not exposed his identity. With such thoughts, her steps became lighter. However, Heng understood at that moment that Chu Xiao had likely already discerned his true identity. I underestimated her, he mused, recalling how certain demon races are particularly adept in specific areas. For instance, avian demons possess exceptional vision, capable of seeing what ordinary people cannot. Canine and fox demons have remarkably acute senses, able to detect scents unnoticed by others. Previously, he had not paid much heed to this. But now, he silently reminded himself that even with formidable cultivation techniques, he must remain cautious in his future endeavors. For instance, before meeting Chu Xiao, he should not only employ facial disguises, but also utilize techniques to alter his aura. After attending this lesson, Heng proceeded with increased caution. He continued on to the schoolyard, no longer needing to concern himself with Yang Hu. Chapter 6. The Sage Realm. The news of the saintess of the Ming sect emerging from her seclusion spread widely, thanks to the sect's deliberate promotion. All surrounding factions became aware that the Ming sect had a saintess who, at merely 20 years of age, had attained the innate realm, causing quite a stir. Achieving such a breakthrough at 20 was remarkable. Even Xiao Wuji had reached this milestone at the age of 22. Previously, only the young Master Su Nujersey of Wudang had accomplished this feat at 20, and he had been personally tutored by Master Zhang since childhood to reach such heights. It is said that the Ming sect's saintess joined the sect only 3 years ago. Her prior training remains a mystery. The talent of this saintess from the Ming sect is indeed astonishing. In the coming centuries, it seems the 4 great sects will be dominated by the Ming sect. Within a picturesque pavilion on the back mountain of Shaolin Temple, an elderly monk clad in robes with a vibrant spirit sat across from a Taoist priest wielding a whisk. Between them lay a chessboard adorned with black and white pieces as they engaged in a game. Indeed, it appears the Ming sect has struck gold this time, remarked the monk, placing a piece on the board. Haha, Master Puxian, while you may deceive others, you cannot deceive me. I am aware that among your Taoist disciples, there is one named Daoyuan who broke through to the innate realm just after turning 21. It seems I cannot hide anything from the esteemed Qingshu Taoist, Puxian chuckled, shaking his head. With this, all 3 of our righteous sects have a disciple who has reached the innate realm in their early 20s. It appears to be a promising omen for the flourishing of our human race. Qingshu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such a phenomenon had not occurred in many years. Perhaps among these individuals, one might even break through to the sage realm. Upon hearing the mention of the sage realm, even the enlightened monk Puxian paused momentarily. He then shook his head. The sage realm is not easily attained. Over the years, there have only been 3 sages among our human race. Apart from the 2 from the Great Jin dynasty, only your sect's Master Zhang has reached this level. Indeed, breaking through to the sage realm is incredibly challenging, Qingshu sighed. However, if our human race were to produce another sage, our status would undoubtedly rise significantly. Speaking of which, the figure from the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace claimed years ago to be in seclusion, attempting to break through to the sage realm. Yet there has been no news since. Even he has little hope of succeeding. He merely made one last attempt as his time draws near. Qingshu sighed once more. The Sun and Moon Sacred Palace, along with the Ming sect, Shaolin, and Wudang, are collectively known as the 4 great sects, with the latter 3 being righteous factions, commonly referred to as the 3 righteous sects, while the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace is regarded as a malevolent path. Nevertheless, Qingshu harbors hopes for the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace to produce a sage. After all, it is still a sect of the human race. The emergence of another sage would benefit humanity greatly. In my opinion, given the emergence of numerous prodigies from various sects, it would be prudent for us to unite and host an exchange conference, allowing them to engage in friendly competition. This proposal was suddenly put forth by Qing. Indeed, this notion is rather commendable. Exposing them to the exceptional talents of other sects is far superior to confining themselves to their own limited experiences. Puxian nodded in agreement. These gifted disciples, accustomed to dominating their peers within their own sects, inevitably cultivate a certain arrogance. Allowing them to witness the prowess of formidable contemporaries will undoubtedly foster their growth. Very well, I shall send a message to sect leader Xiao forthwith. While the outside world buzzed with speculation about Chu Xiao, Heng, indifferent to external affairs, was diligently cultivating in his chamber. Taking a deep breath, Heng concluded a cycle of internal energy circulation. It has been several months since I achieved the 9th level of the innate realm. At this stage, further progress in my cultivation has become increasingly challenging. However, to transcend the innate realm and ascend to the sage realm, substantial accumulation is still required. Heng possessed numerous top-tier cultivation techniques, each detailing the essential considerations for reaching the sage realm. What is a sage? It signifies attaining an exceptionally high level in a specific domain, ultimately grasping the essence of truth. For instance, among the various sects, the sole sage is Zhang Junren of Wudang, who has comprehended the true essence of Tai Chi. The principle of Tai Chi, which utilizes softness to overcome hardness, is akin to the art of Qian Kuan de Nuai. Yet, the path to understanding such profound truths is fraught with difficulties. It is said that Zhang Junren entered the innate realm at the tender age of 20. Yet it was not until he surpassed a century of life that he grasped the essence of truth. Even the extraordinarily gifted sect leader Xiao Wujie is scarcely perceived as capable of comprehending such truths. Understanding the essence of truth requires not only extraordinary talent, but also a moment of profound enlightenment. Nonetheless, for Su Heng, these challenges are not insurmountable. Among the myriad techniques he has acquired through his sign-in rewards, some elite methods grant direct pathways to the sage realm. For example, the complete version of Qian Kuan de Nuai contains a method for comprehending the essence of translocation. However, employing this method necessitates mastering the 7th layer first. Presently, he has just attained the 4th layer, indicating a lengthy journey still ahead. There is no rush. I have only just turned 21. According to the descriptions of these techniques, I will be able to grasp the essence of truth and reach the sage realm before the age of 30. Su Heng maintained a positive mindset. However, should others become aware of his ambitions, they would surely deem the world utterly insane. Zhang Junren achieved the sage realm after a century. Yet Su Heng aspires to reach this pinnacle before the age of 30. Nonetheless, he has already attained the 9th level of the innate realm, making this ambition indeed plausible. Suddenly, Su Heng's brow twitched, feigning deep meditation. Creak. The door to his chamber swung open, and a slender figure entered. Su Heng pretended to be startled and opened his eyes, gazing at the figure before him. Yuchan, what brings you here? Brother Su, I have prepared a pot of chicken soup and brought some for you to taste. The visitor was a girl clad in the garb of a servant disciple. Her delicate brows and elegant nose complemented by eyes resembling autumn waters. Yet, her beauty was marred by a prominent birthmark, roughly the size of a palm, which significantly detracted from her allure. At that moment, she approached, cradling a steaming bowl of soup in her hands. Very well, you may place it on the table. Su Heng instructed, adopting a meditative pose. With a soft acknowledgement, Jiang Yuchan complied, setting the chicken soup upon the table before taking a spoon to gently stir it. Observing this scene, Su Heng felt a warmth bloom within him. Jiang Yuchan was a girl he had met 2 years prior during his time as a servant disciple. Although 3 years his junior, her talent for cultivation paled in comparison to his. She had only just reached the 3rd stage of the acquired realm, placing her among the lowest echelon of servant disciples. Due to her modest cultivation and the birthmark on her face, she often faced ridicule. However, Su Heng had never mocked her. In fact, he frequently offered her assistance during their shared tasks. Through these interactions, their camaraderie blossomed. Jiang Yuchan possessed remarkable culinary skills and would often share her delicious creations with Su Heng, much to his delight. Chapter 7. The Holy Fire Order. Su Heng savored the chicken soup with great relish, reminiscing that in his past life, such a dish would surely have garnered the praise of a top-tier chef. After relishing the meal, he set down his bowl, licking his lips in satisfaction. At that moment, he noticed Jiang Yuchan observing him with a rosy hue adorning her cheeks. Is there something on my face? He inquired with a smile. And no, she stammered, quickly retreating with her bowl and utensils. Su Heng touched his nose, aware that Jiang Yuchan harbored feelings for him. He, too, felt a fondness for the young girl. Despite her birthmark rendering her less attractive compared to other female disciples, her dexterity and nurturing spirit promised the qualities of a devoted wife and mother. Nevertheless, he resolved to prioritize his breakthrough to the saint realm. Though it was not expressly required to maintain one's chastity for such a breakthrough, it was indeed beneficial for comprehending true essence, a notion documented in many martial texts. Presently, among humanity's 3 great saints, Zhang Junren remained a virgin, while the 2 saints of the Great Jin dynasty included one eunuch and another who had never married or fathered children. For Su Heng, achieving the saint realm was essential for acquiring sufficient strength to protect himself. Only then could he pursue a life of marriage and family without trepidation. Furthermore, once he attained the saint realm, he might have the opportunity to help Jiang Yuchan remove her birthmark. Recollecting his thoughts, he began to merge the techniques he had learned in preparation for grasping the true essence. At that moment, a jade vial unexpectedly materialized in his hand. Within this exquisite jade vial lies the Chuixian pill, extracted from the depths of the system's realm. The Chuixian pill, a reward for his diligent attendance, possesses the ability to aid cultivators in attaining tranquility and clarity of mind. The system's realm, a mysterious expanse, houses all the treasures he has accrued over the years through his unwavering commitment. With his eyes closed and seated in a meditative posture, Heng began to delve into the essence of truth. As dusk descended, he opened his eyes, releasing a sigh. Indeed, grasping the essence of truth proved to be a formidable challenge. After a day of contemplation, he found himself without any semblance of direction. His current predicament felt akin to that of an elementary student attempting to unravel the complexities of gold box conjecture. Not only was he devoid of clues, but he was also utterly unaware of how to commence. Yet, he remained patient. According to the teachings of the Great Shift, understanding the essence of truth necessitates not only intelligence, but also a serene state of mind. The more one rushes, the more elusive success becomes. Rising to his feet, he set forth towards the rear mountain of the Ming sect, seeking a leisurely stroll. The rear mountain of the Ming sect, aside from the sacred fire valley, harbored no extraordinary features. Meandering through the woods, Heng inhaled the crisp air, relishing the symphony of chirping insects and singing birds. His spirits lifted. As the night wore on, he found himself at the sacred fire valley. This valley was not a hidden sanctuary any disciple of the Ming sect could visit. Here, 6 slender sacred fire tokens floated above 6 metallic pillars, each inscribed with esoteric mantras. These mantras were said to embody the legendary sacred fire technique, a formidable martial art akin to the Great Shift, serving as a cornerstone of the Ming sect's teachings. However, the sacred fire technique bore significant flaws. Firstly, its convoluted nature made it exceedingly difficult for the average individual to comprehend, let alone to cultivate. Secondly, even if one succeeded in mastering it, the application of its techniques was exceedingly peculiar, often leading to perilous consequences. Long ago, a prodigious disciple of the Ming sect had mastered this art and wreaked havoc, only to succumb to madness shortly thereafter, ultimately taking his own life by leaping from a precipice. Due to these factors, this technique gradually fell into obscurity within the Ming sect, relegated to the confines of this valley, where willing disciples could practice at their leisure. Were it not for its titular status as a foundational martial art of the sect, it is likely that the Ming sect would have opened its doors wider, permitting outsiders to partake in its cultivation. Nonetheless, even with its esteemed title, very few within the sect chose to engage with this technique. For instance, as Heng arrived at the sacred fire valley, he observed only a handful of individuals seated by the pillars in meditation, all of whom appeared to be mere acolytes. He had previously signed in at this location as well, yet he had never acquired any martial arts. His attendance had merely yielded a sacred fire token. As of now, within his system space, he has accumulated more than 100 sacred fire tokens, leaving him somewhat speechless. Having arrived at this juncture, he recalled that he had yet to check in for the day, and in a moment of inspiration, he silently invoked, "System, check in. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have received a sacred fire token." Heng let out a bitter smile. Indeed, it was yet another sacred fire token. He could practically sell the tokens he currently possessed by the pound. However, the subsequent message from the system left him momentarily stunned. "Congratulations, host. Upon collecting a total of 108 sacred fire tokens, checking in tomorrow will grant you the sacred fire divine skill." Instantly, he felt a surge of joy. It turned out that acquiring a skill here required certain prerequisites. Unbeknownst to him, he had checked in 108 times. Heng mused. Although the sacred fire divine skill was exceedingly peculiar, with the assistance of the system, he could complete the cultivation in an instant. As for the potential risk of going astray during practice, his current state of mind, combined with the numerous Buddhist mental cultivation techniques he had mastered, made it very unlikely for him to falter. Even if signs of deviation appeared, he could halt the process in advance. Glancing at the sky and doing a quick calculation, he noted that only a few moments remained until tomorrow. He decided to wait it out. Heng's check-in time was reset daily at the hour of the rat. As soon as the hour arrived, it would be considered the next day, allowing for another check-in. He settled himself beside a solitary fire pillar, crossing his legs in meditation. Some individuals took notice of Heng, but upon observing his attire as a menial disciple, they quickly lost interest. Everyone was in the same boat. All mere menial disciples aspiring to learn divine skills and transform their fortunes. Before long, the hour of the rat arrived. At this time, the other disciples had returned to their quarters for rest, leaving the entire sacred fire valley with only Heng. He immediately contacted the system. "System, check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received the sacred fire divine skill." In an instant, a stream of information surged into Heng's mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. The sacred fire divine skill truly deserved its title as the school's ultimate technique. when wielded in conjunction with the sacred fire tokens. Its power was nothing short of cataclysmic. Moreover, as a skill-based technique, he was now fully capable of utilizing the sacred fire divine skill. His heart raced with anticipation as he eagerly retrieved the 108 tokens, inhaling deeply before commencing the technique as per the recorded instructions. Since the system had only granted him the skill after he had amassed 108 tokens, it implied that this technique could simultaneously activate all 108 sacred fire tokens. Chapter 8. Celestial Phenomena. Upon activating the sacred fire divine skill, the 108 sacred fire tokens levitated in accordance with his will. Subsequently, these tokens floated into the air, suspending themselves in specific formations, resembling a legion of loyal sentinels, encircling and safeguarding Su Heng. Now, with my 108 holy fire orders activated, there exists not a single discordant element. Su Heng perceives this harmony. He feels as though he is ensconced within the diagram of Tai Chi, where yin and yang give rise to one another, perpetually flourishing and in exquisite concord. It appears that the prior perilous nature of the Holy Fire Order's divine art was solely due to the inadequacy of the orders themselves. This is not difficult to comprehend. The Holy Fire Orders are crafted from materials akin to divine weaponry. Even the likes of the heavenly sword struggle to leave a mark upon them. The creation of 6 such precious divine artifacts is indeed a remarkable feat. To conceive 108, however, borders on the fantastical. Were it not for the system, Su Heng would never have acquired so many holy fire orders. As he gazes at the floating orders surrounding him, Su Heng prepares to unleash his ultimate move. What he had just executed was merely a preparatory action of the holy fire divine art, devoid of any offensive capability. What he is about to employ is the lethal technique inscribed within. With a mere thought, the 108 holy fire orders suddenly ignite in a roaring blaze. Moving along a predetermined trajectory, the space filled with the holy fire orders instantaneously transforms into a fiery purgatory, as if it could incinerate all things in existence. As the wielder of this technique, Su Heng is acutely aware of its formidable power. At this moment, he feels as though he could effortlessly reduce even a sage standing before him to ashes. Simultaneously, the 6 fiery pillars begin to tremble, and soon, flames leap skyward from each, heralding the birth of a sovereign. Su Heng is momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that executing this technique would provoke such a phenomenon with the holy fire pillars. However, the immense power of this move exacts a staggering toll on his own vitality. His innate energy, at the 9th level of the innate realm, is nearly exhausted within mere moments. He hastily ceases his technique, retracting all of his holy fire orders, and retrieves a yuan recovery pill from the system's space to restore his vitality. While the power is indeed grand, the consumption of energy is alarmingly severe. Su Heng is filled with astonishment and joy. Suddenly, his expression shifts. Indeed, this phenomenon has attracted numerous onlookers. He swiftly vanishes into the dense forest. After a few breaths, Xiao Wuji arrives first. Observing the 6 holy fire orders scattered upon the ground, his expression rife with suspicion. Shortly thereafter, several figures land nearby. If there were disciples of the Bright Sect present, they would undoubtedly recognize these individuals as none other than the upper echelons of the sect, the Holy Maiden, the 2 elders, and the 4 great kings. What has transpired? Inquires a burly man with fiery red hair, unable to contain his curiosity. Are you blind? Clearly, someone has activated the holy fire divine art. Retorts an elegant man holding a fan, his demeanor akin to that of a scholarly gentleman, dripping with sarcasm. Seems like you are itching for a fight, aren't you? The burly man grins menacingly. Humph, who dares to provoke? A comparison will reveal the truth, retorted the elegant gentleman without yielding. The bystanders were unfazed by the verbal sparring of these two. As the current left and right emissaries of the Bright Church, they frequently found themselves at odds. Enough of your bickering. Clearly, a disciple has just activated the sacred fire order technique to an extraordinarily advanced level. Otherwise, the phenomenon of the sacred fire pillar would not have occurred, chided Xiao Wuji, his eyes narrowing slightly. As the leader of the sect, he was privy to deeper insights. The manifestation of the sacred fire pillar indicated that someone had at least mastered the complete sacred fire order technique. This sacred fire pillar was crafted by the brilliant leader who once rescued the Bright Church from the clutches of the 6 great sections. The 6 sacred fire orders originally belonged to that leader, who later established the Sacred Fire Valley to allow others to cultivate the technique, placing the 6 sacred fire orders within. When someone harnessed enough power through the sacred fire order technique, the sacred fire pillar within the valley would trigger a phenomenon. While there had been disciples of the Bright Church who had learned the sacred fire order technique before, None had ever invoked such a phenomenon. Could it be that a genius disciple has emerged within our sect, mastering the sacred fire order technique and causing this spectacle? However, we arrived here the moment the phenomenon was detected, yet we see no one. Could this individual be more skilled than us? A voice of confusion arose. The individuals present were already the pinnacle of the Bright Church's combat prowess. The 8th-stage innate realm leader, the 6th-stage left and right emissaries, and the 4 great law kings, who typically reached the 3rd or 4th stage of the innate realm. Surely, no disciple could escape their watchful eyes. Could it be individuals from another sect? Another voice chimed in. Though this notion seemed far-fetched, it was currently the most plausible explanation. The Bright Church had never placed much importance on the Sacred Fire Valley. It was not impossible for experts from other sects to stealthily enter and learn the Sacred Fire Order technique. It appears this is the only possibility. Yet how shameful it is for such experts to resort to sneaking around to learn the Sacred Fire Order technique. Xiao Wuji sneered disdainfully. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, the signature technique of the Bright Church had been activated by an unknown expert from another sect. If word of this spread, it would be a disgrace. Since this person triggered the phenomenon of the Sacred Fire Pillar, they must have already perfected the Sacred Fire Order technique. So why did they not take the Sacred Fire Orders with them? Although the Sacred Fire Orders are divine artifacts, they can only unleash their true power when used in conjunction with the Sacred Fire Order technique. Otherwise, they are merely pieces of exceptionally hard material. Perhaps they feared that we would pursue them if they took the Sacred Fire Orders? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Only the silent saintess Chu Xiao's gaze flickered, as she thought of a certain individual, the senior who had sought her out that fateful night. Could it truly be that esteemed predecessor? Simultaneously, her thoughts began to flourish. Her mission was to master the most formidable techniques from the Ming sect. At present, she had already commenced her training in the art of Qian de Nuai. In addition to this, she naturally aspired to acquire the Sacred Fire Order, another revered technique of the Ming sect, almost on par with Qian de Nuai. However, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. Had it not been for extraordinary circumstances, her progress would not have been so rapid. Her innate comprehension was not particularly high, and relying solely on herself, it would be utterly impossible to grasp the intricacies of the Sacred Fire Order. Furthermore, there had been no one within the Ming sect proficient in this technique, leaving her with no alternative for learning. Now, upon discovering that someone possessed this skill and that it had triggered a phenomenon with the Sacred Fire Pillar, she devised a plan to study this technique. That esteemed predecessor seemed indifferent to her aspirations for Qian de Nuai. Perhaps, she might have the chance to learn the Sacred Fire Order from him. Chu Xiao pondered swiftly. In her recollection, as long as she refrained from actions that could jeopardize the Ming sect, Su Heng would likely not take issue with her. This opened a feasible pathway for her to pursue the Sacred Fire Order. If all else fails, I shall resort to this body, she thought determinedly. She was acutely aware of the allure her transformed physique held for human males. At that moment, after failing to gather information, Xiao Wuji returned the 6 scattered Sacred Fire Orders to their rightful places, then waved his hand, signaling everyone to depart. The Sacred Fire Valley returned to its usual tranquility. Chapter 9. Taking on a disciple after experiencing the power of the Sacred Fire technique, Su Heng dared not experiment lightly again. Attracting attention was minor, but had he not reacted swiftly during his initial attempt, he might have found himself drained of all his elemental energy, reduced to a mere husk. Nevertheless, this technique could serve as a hidden weapon in critical moments. Su Heng understood its positioning in his arsenal. Until he reached the Saint Realm, this technique could only be employed in dire situations for survival. Creak. The door swung open once more. Entering was none other than Jiang Yuchan. Brother Su, have you heard? Last night, someone activated a phenomenon in the Sacred Fire Valley. She exclaimed excitedly. The servant disciples, often devoid of amusement, naturally found such rumors captivating. If you tell me now, I shall know, Su Heng replied with a smile. Ah, I wonder which genius accomplished this, Jiang Yuchan remarked, her eyes reflecting admiration and longing. Observing her expression, a thought sparked within Su Heng. Now, his own cultivation had reached a plateau, making further advancement challenging. What he needed was to comprehend the true essence. Understanding this essence could not be achieved through mere meditation. It required profound insight. Jiang Yuchan had always treated him with kindness. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to impart some knowledge to her? Firstly, it serves as a form of gratitude towards her. Secondly, this might enhance his comprehension of certain fundamental techniques, aiding in his enlightenment. With this thought in mind, he quickly devised a plan. Since he had already assumed the identity of a mysterious figure before the saintess, he would utilize that persona to instruct Jiang Yuchan. As for what to teach, he had made up his mind. He would impart the most elementary technique of the Ming sect, the Green Lotus Sword Technique. This technique is accessible to all disciples, devoid of any prerequisites. However, its upper limits are also impressive. When perfected, its power rivals that of some top-tier sword techniques. The only drawback is that attaining mastery in the Green Lotus Sword Technique is exceedingly challenging, requiring the aid of certain elixirs in the later stages, which ordinary disciples scarcely dare to dream of. Yet, for Su Heng, elixirs are in ample supply. Over the past 5 years, he has accumulated a staggering number of elixirs through his sign-ins. Su Heng resolved to act. After completing his chores during the day, he delved into the essence of truth, and by midnight, he quietly approached Jiang Yuchan's chamber. Of course, he had undergone a transformation in appearance and altered his aura. Upon his arrival, he found Jiang Yuchan in a meditative posture, deeply engrossed in her practice. Observing her earnestness, Su Heng felt a twinge of melancholy. For a servant disciple, daytime is consumed by menial tasks, leaving only the night for cultivation. For practitioners at the threshold of the next realm, cultivation alone cannot substitute for sleep. They require rest to rejuvenate their spirits. Hence, it is arduous for servant disciples to make progress. Jiang Yuchan, with her low level of cultivation, was diligently practicing, completely unaware of Su Heng's presence. Clearing his throat, Su Heng made a sound to capture Jiang Yuchan's attention. Upon noticing the appearance of a mysterious figure before her, Jiang Yuchan was taken aback, leaping back a few steps while drawing a dagger from her waist, positioning it defensively before her. "Who are you?" she demanded. Recalling the last encounter with Chu Xiao, Su Heng couldn't help but reflect on how composed she had been in similar circumstances. "Rest assured, if I had any ill intentions, you would stand no chance of resistance," he stated, refraining from any rash movements, allowing Jiang Yuchan a moment to regain her composure. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Jiang Yuchan began to realize the disparity in their cultivation levels. If he truly intended harm, she would be utterly powerless to resist. "Esteemed senior, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit at this late hour?" Jiang Yuchan sheathed her dagger and adopted a slightly more respectful tone. "I have no particular business, merely observing your commendable character and considering taking you as my disciple." Character? Taking a disciple? Jiang Yuchan was momentarily stunned. It was the first time she had heard of a master selecting a disciple based on character rather than talent. For most sects, a disciple lacking in cultivation potential, regardless of their virtuous nature, would be deemed unworthy. After all, in this world, power reigns supreme. Conversely, should an individual possess exceptional talent, even with a flawed character, there will be numerous sects and mentors eager to accept them as disciples. Character can indeed be regulated through the established rules of the sect. Yes, I, as your elder, prioritize character when accepting disciples. I observe your virtuous nature, which aligns well with my own preferences, thus I intend to take you under my wing. At this moment, Jiang Yuchan felt a slight easing of her emotions. "May I inquire as to how I should address you, senior?" "My surname is Zhang," Su Heng casually replied. Adopting a random surname, Jiang Yuchan immediately knelt before him. "Senior Zhang, I wish to pay my respects and become your disciple." Although the motivations of this individual for accepting disciples remained enigmatic, she found herself with no room for resistance. Moreover, cultivating strength was her current aspiration. Of course, her desire to grow stronger stemmed not from ambition, but rather from a wish to protect herself and her older brother, Su. "Haha, splendid." Su Heng feigned a hearty laugh. "Master, I have another request." Jiang Yuchan suddenly spoke again. "Oh, what is it? Speak freely. I have a dear friend whose character is no less commendable than mine. Might you consider accepting him as your disciple as well?" "Who is this friend?" "His name is Su Heng." Upon hearing Jiang Yuchan's words, Su Heng felt a stir in his heart. This little one still thinks of him. While touched, he mused that it would be absurd to accept himself as a disciple. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I shall only accept you as my disciple. No others shall be considered." "Understood." Jiang Yuchan's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. She recognized that this esteemed individual spoke with unwavering authority. If he declared no acceptance of additional disciples, that decree would stand. "Very well, from this day forth, I shall teach you the Chuixian Sword Technique of the Ming sect." Su Heng produced a vial of elixir and handed it to Jiang Yuchan. "Consume this. It is a clear heart pill, which will enhance your comprehension during your cultivation." Jiang Yuchan promptly ingested the pill and then, following Su Heng's guidance, began practicing the Chuixian Sword Technique. The Chuixian Sword Technique emphasizes the essence of the sword rather than mere techniques. During your cultivation, you must focus on the core principles of the swordplay. Pay attention. This move Chuixian Baming relies on unpredictability, Before executing this strike, you must ensure that your opponent remains unaware. Furthermore, although you cannot yet absorb the energies of the universe, when the energies begin to flow from your body, you can guide them to dissipate through your sword, significantly enhancing the power of your technique. Through diligent practice, Su Heng had become intimately familiar with the key elements of the Chuixian sword technique, instructing Jiang Yuchan with the ease of teaching a child. Initially, she had not paid it much heed, but as Su Heng's teachings deepened, her astonishment grew. The profound understanding her master displayed concerning an ostensibly ordinary sword technique suggested that his true strength was beyond imagination. However, her only lingering regret was that her master could not accept Su Heng as a disciple. However, in light of this matter, Jiang Yuchan has devised a plan. Recently, the Ming sect announced an important news. In 3 months, various major sects would unite to hold a martial arts exchange conference. Disciples who perform exceptionally well at the conference and bring honor to their sects will be rewarded by the various factions. With her esteemed mentor guiding her, she finds herself lacking nothing and sees this as an opportunity to have the skilled individuals within her sect take Su Heng as their disciple. With this thought in mind, she has become even more diligent in her swordsmanship practice. Chapter 10. Venting anger in the blink of an eye. Several days have passed. During this time, each evening, Su Heng has been instructing Jiang Yuchan in her sword techniques. Under his tutelage and with the aid of medicinal elixirs, Jiang Yuchan's prowess has soared. In just a few short days, her strength has nearly reached an invincible state within the postnatal realm. It is noteworthy that her current cultivation level is merely at the 3rd stage of postnatal realm. Postnatal warriors cannot utilize elemental force, and thus mastering a formidable technique at this stage significantly enhances their combat capabilities, unlike the innate realm where each stage exhibits vast differences in elemental force. Unless one possesses extraordinary skills, it is challenging to engage in combat beyond 1's level. As for the enhancement of combat strength, Jiang Yuchan, who generally shies away from conflict, remains unaware. She merely senses that the Chuixian sword technique becomes increasingly profound with practice, immersing herself in its depths. At this moment, outside Chu Shower's room, behind a large tree, 2 figures are quietly concealing themselves. One holds a pen and paper, seemingly recording something, while the other is a robust young man, Yang Hu. In a hushed tone, Yang Hu inquires of his companion, "Did you note down the brother who just departed?" "Yes, I did. He is Senior He Chi, a core disciple." The younger sibling proudly replies. "Ah, splendid." Yang Hu remarks with a dark smile. Over the past few days, he has enlisted a junior to keep watch outside Chu Shower's room, documenting every disciple who visits her. Since being reprimanded by Chu Shower previously, he has refrained from confronting Su Heng directly. However, his hesitance does not imply that others share his reluctance. For instance, the core disciples. Core disciples hold a status even higher than that of formal disciples and are considered the backbone of the sect's future, with many poised to reach the innate realm. Moreover, many of these core disciples have taken as mentors some of the guardians and elders within the sect. Some even study under the 4 great and they. It is conceivable that Chu Shower would have little to say against disciplining a mere auxiliary disciple. Naturally, core disciples would not arbitrarily punish auxiliary disciples. Yet, Yang Hu has a plan. That day, when Chu Shower admonished him, he suspected she was acting on behalf of Su Heng. Although this is merely his conjecture without any proof, it suffices. Given Chu Shower's charisma, numerous core disciples harbor an interest in her. Imagine if he merely relayed the news of Chu Xiaoyar advocating for a mere servant disciple to the ears of these core disciples. What might their sentiments be? Even if the majority remain indifferent, should a handful harbor discontent, it would suffice for them to take action against Su Heng. A single strike from a core disciple could render Su Heng either gravely injured or dead. Furthermore, core disciples typically possess formidable backing. Thus, even the esteemed Chu Xiaoyar would find it challenging to impose punishment. Yang Hu picked up the piece of paper from his junior's hands, scrutinized its contents, and memorized all the names inscribed upon it. Well done, he commended, producing a paper-wrapped pill and offering it to his junior. This is a strength pill, capable of temporarily augmenting your might. During the next disciple assessment, with its aid, you may have the chance to break into the top 100 and become an official disciple. The junior's face instantly lit up with exhilaration. "Thank you, Brother Yang. Thank you, Brother Yang. Now, continue your watch here. I must take my leave," Yang Hu said, patting the junior's shoulder before departing. The junior carefully stowed the strength pill away, then resumed his vigilant gaze upon Chu Xiaoyar's quarters. He silently vowed that he would take note of even the slightest intrusion, even if a mere fly were to enter. In a blink, Yang Hu located He Chi. As a core disciple, He enjoyed superior living quarters compared to official disciples. Upon arriving at He's abode, Yang couldn't suppress a flicker of envy. However, with his current rank hovering around 1008 among official disciples, the prospect of ascending to core disciple status seemed utterly unattainable. Brother I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you today. Yang initiated with a rehearsed greeting. He, seated comfortably, nodded appreciatively. What brings you to me? He inquired nonchalantly, harboring an inexplicable sense of superiority in the presence of official disciples. Brother it is this. A few days ago, while at the training grounds, I witnessed the esteemed saintess interceding on behalf of a servant disciple, Yang remarked cautiously. Glancing at he had not intended to seek out the first person who might act against Su Heng. Should he discern that He lacked such inclinations, he would deftly shift the conversation. However, upon uttering his words, he discerned a glint of ire in He's eyes. Seizing the moment, he embellished the tale, adding, "It was initially a trivial conflict, yet upon witnessing it, the saintess even suggested that the sect leader amend the regulations." He fell silent for a moment, clasping his hands together and cracking his knuckles, his tone taking on a chilling edge as he queried, "And what relevance does this matter hold for me?" Yang having navigated the ranks from servant disciple to his current position, possessed an acute understanding of the psychology of core disciples. He was aware of their thoughts and the necessity to conceal them from those beneath them. Thus, he immediately spoke, "Senior brother it seems to me that the Holy Maiden should prioritize her cultivation at this moment, especially with the martial arts exchange meeting approaching in 3 months. If she can triumph over the prodigies of other sects, then it would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of our bright church. She should not be distracted by other matters at this time." As Yang spoke with righteous fervor, he keenly observed He's reaction. While he yearned to offer advice to the Holy Maiden, his humble status rendered his words inconsequential, hence he hoped that senior brother he would take the initiative. "With your esteemed position, the Holy Maiden would surely heed your counsel." He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully, and nodded. "Junior brother, I sense your unwavering sincerity towards the bright church. I shall remind the Holy Maiden of this matter." A wave of joy surged through Yang heart. His earlier words had merely served to provide He with a justification, and indeed, He had taken the bait. "By the way, junior brother, who is the Holy Maiden standing up for?" He inquired, feigning casual interest. Yang elated, promptly replied, "A servant disciple named Su Heng." "Su Heng," He mused. "Very well, I understand. If you have no further matters, you may return for now." "Yes," Yang said, feeling buoyant as he bid farewell to He. Before parting, he noticed a distinct glint of ruthlessness in He's eyes. He had not anticipated such ease in finding the very person he sought. Now, He would undoubtedly take action against Su Heng. The thought of Su Heng living comfortably since he had seized Yang opportunity, and even seemingly having the Holy Maiden advocate for him later, had left Yang harboring a grudge. Now, at last, he could release this pent-up frustration. As he envisioned Su Heng being crippled by He, Yang speculated that he would later revel in witnessing Su Heng's misfortunes. Surely, this would bring clarity to his thoughts, and perhaps even accelerate his own cultivation. With such musings, Yang hummed a cheerful tune as he departed. Chapter 11. Beast Ears. Su Heng was taken aback when Chuixian came calling unexpectedly. Moreover, today, Chuixian was dressed in a manner that exuded a blend of innocence and allure, a composed demeanor laced with a hint of seduction. She sat across from Su Heng, a smile gracing her lips, as if she were not the Holy Maiden of the bright church, but rather an ordinary individual. "Holy Maiden, may I inquire what brings you to seek out Su Heng today?" Su Heng sat calmly, appreciating the beauty before him without succumbing to desire. Chuixian gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, every movement radiating allure. "You are the senior who sought me that night, am I correct?" Shower has not erred in her guess. "What of it, and what if not?" Su Heng replied, his expression unperturbed, his tone as tranquil as water. "Your prowess is remarkable. The phenomenon at the Sacred Fire Valley was also instigated by you. Thus, Shower has a modest request," Chuixian said, leaning slightly forward and inadvertently adjusting her collar. "Might you teach me the divine skill contained within the Sacred Fire Order?" Su Heng did not respond immediately. Instead, he calmly poured himself a cup of tea and took a gentle sip. "You are not only scheming for the grand art of spatial transference, but also audaciously attempting to learn the Sacred Fire Command." The individual before him belonged to the demon clan. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind will have different hearts. Humanity and the demon race have always been in opposition. Although Su Heng did not interfere with the theft of the spatial transference technique, He was taken aback that the other party had set their sights on him. Esteemed elder, the techniques of your human race are remarkably exquisite, and we have long aspired to learn them, which is why I have come here specifically, the Demoted, Qiao stated. In my eyes, esteemed elder, your cultivation is unfathomable. Surely, you would not regard a mere sacred fire command lightly? Heng raised a hand to interrupt Qiao. You are perhaps not here merely out of admiration for the techniques, are you? Qiao blinked, a hint of discomfort in her smile. What you say, esteemed elder, is quite true. If I were not longing for your techniques, why would I come here? Do not feign ignorance with me. You are fully aware of your own purpose in being here. However, if you wish for me to impart the sacred fire command, it is not out of the question. Heng suddenly declared. While the sacred fire command was indeed powerful, it required the simultaneous use of 108 sacred fire tokens to unleash even a fraction of its potential. Of course, even that minuscule power could easily surpass many other techniques. Moreover, without all 108 tokens, utilizing the sacred fire command would corrode the mind, leading to madness with prolonged use. Presently, there were only 6 sacred fire tokens known to exist in the Sacred Fire Valley. Thus, teaching the sacred fire command to Qiao posed no issue for Heng, as it would have minimal adverse effects on humanity. Yet, teaching was not without its costs. He sought tangible benefits in return. For instance, there were rumors of a demon core that greatly enhanced cultivation. Upon hearing Heng's words, Qiao's expression brightened. Please, esteemed elder, feel free to state your demands. Even if you desire me, I would not refuse. By the end, her voice dwindled to a whisper, akin to the buzz of a fly. Heng remained unfazed, replying, I have no interest in you. Should you present some substantial benefits, I will consider teaching you. Qiao had not anticipated that Heng would be unmoved by her allure. However, she had come alone to the Ming sect, with no tangible rewards in her possession. Before her, Heng appeared entirely disinterested. Suddenly, a thought struck Qiao. She recalled having seen somewhere that male humans possessed certain peculiar preferences. Perhaps it was recorded in an ancient tome of her clan. There was a time when a member of her kin, who had not fully transformed and yearned for a human existence, ventured into a human town and became its most beloved figure, all while retaining animal ears and a tail. As this memory surfaced, Qiao felt a spark of inspiration. As a fully transformed demon, she could naturally revert parts of her body back to their original form. With this thought, 2 fluffy ears suddenly appeared atop her head, and a long, snow-white, furry tail sprouted from behind her. Witnessing this spectacle, even though Heng's composure had reached a level akin to that of an enlightened monk, he nearly spat out his tea in astonishment. A beast-eared maiden? Qiao took delight in Heng's reaction, sensing an opportunity. She wriggled her body and crawled beside him. Senior, please teach me. At this moment, Qi was listening to a report from his subordinate, his expression dark and brooding. Previously, Yang, who had informed him that the saintess had intervened on behalf of a mere servant disciple. Although he was displeased, he refrained from acting hastily. He had a flamboyant nature, yet he was not foolish. Before taking action, he needed to ascertain the truth of Yanghu's claim. Thus, he dispatched a lackey to monitor Heng. As a formal disciple, Yang, who had several servant disciples following him, and as a core disciple, Qi naturally had his share of sycophants. Now, his subordinate reported that the saintess had personally sought out Heng. This was intolerable. It seemed that Yanghu's words were indeed accurate. How dare a mere servant disciple entice the saintess? Qi's anger surged within him, and a multitude of conjectures flooded his mind. Could it be that the young man named Heng was acquainted with the saintess prior to her joining the Ming sect? Only this could explain why she would defend him immediately upon her emergence from seclusion. Unable to conceive any other explanation, he dismissed such thoughts. Now was not the time for speculation. The very notion of the saintess being with Heng filled him with a sense of betrayal. Let us go, he barked, seizing his sword and hastening towards Heng's residence. Possessing a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the acquired realm, Qi's physique far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he swiftly arrived outside Heng's room. Bang! He forcefully kicked open the door. However, upon discerning the scene within, he rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. A woman with beast ears and a tail was leaning beside Heng, serving him tea. As he recognized her features, a deeper shock coursed through him. Was this not the saintess? How could she be acting like a servile maid, catering to Heng? Returning to Heng, he had quickly regained his composure after the initial shock of Qiao's transformation. Yet, as she relentlessly tempted him to teach her the sacred fire technique, the door suddenly burst open. While Heng remained unfazed, Qiao was seized by a sudden panic. If her identity as a demon were to be revealed, it would spell disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang to her feet, leaving behind an afterimage as she appeared before Qi and grasped his neck with one hand. Simultaneously, she waved her other hand, shutting the door behind her. As she stood there, her beastly ears and tail vanished in an instant. Witnessing this transformation, Qi's expression turned pale as he comprehended the gravity of his situation. At that moment, his life rested precariously in the hands of another. Chapter 12. The Seven-Flower Seven-Leaf Poison. After subduing Qi, Xueyi's thoughts began to race. Initially, she contemplated silencing him permanently. However, as a core disciple, his inexplicable demise within the sect would undoubtedly spark an investigation, thereby thwarting her ability to conceal her actions. Conversely, if she were to release Qi, he would inevitably divulge the events that transpired, leaving her no refuge. She cast a glance back at Su Heng, who remained leisurely sipping tea, appearing as if he were an uninvolved spectator. "Senior, how should we handle him?" Xueyi posed this dilemma to Su Heng, given that Qi had witnessed their predicament. Should he speak out, it would be impossible to maintain the secrecy of your identity, senior. Upon hearing Xueyi refer to Su Heng as senior, Qi gazed incredulously at the seemingly carefree man. Was he a concealed master? This revelation shocked him more than discovering that Xueyi belonged to the demon race. No wonder the revered saintess was so ingratiating towards a mere servant disciple. Yet now, having stumbled upon their clandestine affair, Qi feared he was doomed. Setting down his teacup, Su Heng rose, fully aware of Qi's intentions for being there. Just days prior, a disciple had covertly observed him, and with his acute perception, he had been acutely aware of it. After Xueyi arrived, the watchful disciple departed, and shortly thereafter, Qi appeared. Even a fool could deduce that Qi had come for Xueyi. Nevertheless, as Xueyi indicated, failing to address Qi would expose his own identity. As Su Heng deliberated, Qi suddenly exclaimed, "Senior, esteemed saintess, if you spare my life, I assure you I will not speak of your affairs. Enough of your prattle. You humans are notoriously cunning. I cannot place my trust in you." Xueyi retorted, tightening her grip around Qi's neck. "Saintess, please spare me." Qi shouted in terror. "As long as you can believe that I will remain silent, I am willing to comply with whatever means you deem necessary." In a desperate bid for survival, Qi was willing to do anything. Indeed, there exist numerous methods to ensure another's loyalty, such as curses, poisons, and slave marks. However, most of these practices are deemed sinister and typically require the cooperation of the one being controlled to succeed. In the righteous sects, such as the Ming, the discovery of anyone practicing such techniques would lead to their pursuit and demise. Upon hearing Qi's plea, Xueyi contemplated an idea and retrieved a black pill, extending it towards him. "This is a 7-flower 7-leaf poison. Only I possess the antidote. Once you ingest it, I will trust you." Xueyi smiled broadly and declared, "If you possess no antidote, you shall succumb to a gruesome demise within 49 days. Upon hearing her words, Qi felt a chill run down his spine. The 7 flowers and 7 leaves poison was not merely a singular toxin, but a designation for a category of poisons. Legend has it that an ancient poison master devised a unique method for concocting such a deadly brew. The ingredients, derived from 7 specific poisonous flowers and grasses, were sourced by the creator themselves. In a world teeming with countless toxic flora, identifying these particular 7 while remaining oblivious to their nature and subsequently formulating an antidote is an arduous endeavor. Hence, only the creator possesses the knowledge of the antidote's formulation. Furthermore, unless one reaches the sage realm and comprehends the true essence of detoxification, no remedy exists for this poison. Presently, none of the 3 human sages have insight into the art of antidotes. Should Qi ingest this poison, he would be bound to keep the secret from Xueyi and Su Heng, and would have to acquiesce to her various demands in the future. However, having painstakingly cultivated to become a core disciple and taken the Silver Claw Wolf King, one of the 4 great Dharma kings of the sect, as his master, he was not willing to meet his end. "Very well, I accept your terms," Qi replied without further deliberation, taking the pill, and without a moment's hesitation. He bit down and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a dull ache surged through his abdomen, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Observing Qi's prompt compliance, Xueyi smiled softly, releasing her grip on his neck, and then produced a red pill. "This is the antidote. It will suffice for 1 month. I shall provide you with the 2nd dose thereafter." "Thank you, holy maiden." Qi hurriedly swallowed the red pill as well. Only then did he, still trembling from the ordeal, glance at Xueyi and Su Heng, forcing a faint smile as he stepped aside, attempting to appear obedient. Su Heng remained aloof. sensing that the black pill given to He was not a true poison, but rather a mere laxative. Indeed, as Su Heng surmised, Qiao did not possess the genuine 7 flowers and 7 leaves poison. Unable to release He or eliminate him, she devised this ruse. After all, with no antidote for the alleged poison, He was thoroughly intimidated and would likely remain convinced of its potency. Once she had dealt with Qiao approached Su Heng, playfully shaking his arm while adopting a charming tone. "Senior, what do you think about what we discussed earlier?" Su Heng sighed. Qiao was indeed a captivating enchantress. Who could possibly withstand such a lure? He noticed that having just ingested the supposed poison, seemed completely entranced. Staring blankly at Qiao. "Very well, I shall teach you, but you must not seek me out. When I have the time, I will come to find you." Su Heng replied. He pondered that, observing Qiao's demeanor, if he did not instruct her, she might cause unforeseen troubles in the future. Such circumstances would inevitably drag several other disciples into the fray. Although he had just used a false poison to intimidate he was unwilling to see innocent disciples embroiled in this matter. Thus, he decided to acquiesce to her request, as imparting the sacred fire command's divine skills to Qiao posed no detriment. His only stipulation was that Qiao refrain from seeking him out in the future. Upon hearing Su Heng's agreement, Qiao clapped her hands in excitement and tightly embraced his arm, exclaiming, "I knew it. You are the best, senior." Su Heng deftly withdrew his arm and said nonchalantly, "All right, you may return now. Remember, do not disclose anything that transpired today." With that, he cast a glance at He, adding, "You as well." He nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." At that moment, he wished to slap himself for being so petty. Why stir up trouble for no reason? He had come looking for trouble, but unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, he silently harbored resentment towards Yang Hu. Were it not for him, he would still be leisurely cultivating. If he could not handle Su Heng, how could he possibly contend with Yang Hu? Surely, Yang Hu could not be a hidden master as well. If he were so fortunate as to offend 2 concealed experts simultaneously, he believed he would soon grasp the true essence of martial arts. Subsequently, He and Qiao began to tidy up the room, as the previous commotion had left it somewhat disheveled. For instance, there was a hairband belonging to Qiao next to Su Heng's former seat. Once they had restored order, they quietly departed one after the other. Chapter 13. The Strength of Jiang Yuchan in the Days That Followed. Su Heng heard that Yang Hu had suffered a severed arm due to a beast attack while out on an expedition. Although this was the rumor circulating outside, he understood that it was the result of He's covert machinations. Nonetheless, Yang Hu had brought this upon himself. With one arm severed, his position as an official disciple would likely be jeopardized, and during the next internal assessment, he might find himself relegated to a servant disciple. Of course, such a minor figure was hardly worthy of Su Heng's concern. He merely regarded it as news to dismiss. At present, aside from his duties as a servant and his pursuit of enlightenment, he was preoccupied with instructing his 2 disciples. After Jiang Yuchan consumed some marrow-cleansing pills he provided, her cultivation aptitude visibly increased, and her progress in the Chuixian sword technique accelerated exponentially. Qiao, already possessing remarkable talent, only required minimal guidance, and she adeptly practiced the sacred fire command's divine skills. Before long, the date of the martial arts exchange conference among the 3 major righteous sects was approaching. This gathering was scheduled to take place at the Shaolin Temple, the cradle of human martial arts. On the eve of their departure, a piece of news circulated among the servant disciples. Due to the presence of numerous core disciples and high-ranking members of the sect at Shaolin, it was announced that 100 servant disciples would be required to accompany them. Many of the servant disciples are filled with longing at the prospect of this opportunity to visit the Shaolin Temple. Typically, these disciples are confined to menial tasks such as gathering medicinal herbs and hunting, leaving them little chance to venture beyond the bright summit. Thus, this presents a splendid occasion for broadening their horizons. At this moment, Su Heng is in his chamber, leisurely engrossed in a book. Naturally, he is determined to secure a place at the Shaolin Temple, for once there, he could register himself and likely acquire numerous Buddhist powers. However, among the core disciples, he has a junior brother, and after a slight intervention by he found himself on the list of accompanying servant disciples. With a creak, the door swings open, and Jiang Yuchan, resplendent in her attire, strides in. "Brother Su, are you still reading?" Su Heng sets down his book and smiles nonchalantly. "Given my innate talents, even cultivation holds little significance for me. It is far more beneficial to read and cultivate my character." "Uff." Jiang Yuchan pouts. "You seem quite at ease. Please, have a seat." Su Heng gestures. "With your current prowess, you are bound to make quite an impression at this exchange meeting." As Jiang Yuchan settles beside him, She cannot help but murmur inwardly, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't care to steal the limelight." A month prior, Zhang Yuqian, having successfully challenged a formal disciple ranked within the top 100, ascended to the status of a formal disciple herself. This is a regulation of the Ming sect. During non-sect assessments, servant disciples can elevate their status by challenging higher-ranked formal disciples, thereby circumventing the situation where gifted individuals must wait a year despite being sufficiently skilled. After all, the ages of 10 to 20 are considered the golden years for cultivation. However, even with such a regulation in place, few take advantage of it. In the past 3 years, Zhang Yuqian's case stands alone. The challenge against top-ranking formal disciples is daunting, as they are the elite among their peers, resulting in a low success rate. Additionally, those challenged may perceive it as a slight, potentially leading to enmity. If successful, the challenger may thrive. If not, they could face relentless harassment from the defeated disciple, making survival within the Ming sect exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, formal disciples often employ their utmost skills during these matches, sometimes resorting to lethal techniques. A moment's carelessness could lead to crippling injuries or even death. These factors contribute to the rarity of servant disciples utilizing this challenging rule. Yet, Zhang Yuqian's challenge was overwhelmingly one-sided. She effortlessly vanquished her opponent, capturing the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuqian's cultivation remains at the 3rd level of the acquired realm, and while her swordsmanship is rooted in the Chuixian sword technique of the Ming sect, her mastery of it has nearly reached perfection, enabling her to easily defeat the formal disciple. After the sect symbolically inquired a few questions, they discerned that Zhang Yuqian was indeed a prodigious swordsman. Subsequently, some higher-ups cited her as a prime example to extol the formidable prowess of the Chuixian sword technique. However, such matters are of secondary importance. Thus, the Zhang Yuqian that Su Heng encountered was a formal disciple. Despite her status, she still addressed Su Heng as Brother Su. "With your current strength, it is likely that few among the core disciples could rival you," Su Heng remarked with a smile. Among the core disciples of the Ming cult, the highest cultivation level reached is merely the 9th stage of the acquired realm. As for those who attain the innate realm, they are considered to be part of the sect's upper echelon and thus depart from the identity of core disciples. Zhang Yuqian's current practice of the Chuixian sword technique renders her virtually invincible within the acquired realm, enabling her to hold her own even against typical first-stage innate opponents. However, upon hearing Su Heng's praise, there was a distinct lack of joy on Zhang Yuqian's face. She yearned more for Su Heng to possess such strength than for herself. Yet, her enigmatic mentor, who taught her the sword technique, was eccentric and difficult to communicate with. "By the way, Brother Su, you should be able to accompany us to Shaolin Temple this time, right?" "Indeed," Su Heng nodded. "I have been fortunate to be selected." "That's splendid. We can journey to Shaolin together. If anyone troubles you along the way, you must inform me," Zhang Yuqian declared, raising her arm. Su Heng was momentarily speechless. "All right. I will certainly let you know." The following day, the disciples from the Ming cult assembled at the training ground for the upcoming exchange meeting. The contingent comprised nearly 400 individuals, over 200 of whom were core disciples. The number of core disciples in the Ming cult is not fixed like that of formal disciples. Only those among the formal disciples who meet the cultivation requirements may be promoted to core disciples. Among the remaining individuals were the team leader Xiao Wuji, the left envoy of Light Qin Xiao, more than a dozen elder protectors, and 100 miscellaneous disciples. Although there were only 100 miscellaneous disciples, their responsibilities were limited to simple tasks, unlike the ordinary scions of large families who serve specific individuals in a more personal manner. As for the right envoy of Light He Yao and the 4 great Dharma kings, they remained at the Bright Summit, the headquarters of the Ming cult, which must not be compromised. The titles of the left and right envoys have been a tradition passed down through the years, with each left envoy adopting the name Xiao and each right envoy adopting the name Yao to align with the appellation of the carefree envoys. Following a brief address from Xiao Wuji, he waved his hand, and the 400-strong contingent set forth with great vigor towards Shaolin Temple. Chapter 14. The Sacred Palace of Sun and Moon. After 3 days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at the foot of Mount Shaoshi, home to the Shaolin Temple. This location was over 1,000 miles from the bright summit of the Ming cult, and had it not been for the extraordinary cultivation levels of these individuals, it would have been nearly impossible to reach Shaolin Temple within such a short span of 3 days. For Su Heng, this marked the first time since his arrival in this world that he ventured so far from the Ming cult. The Shaolin Temple here is grand and majestic, with a profound sense of Buddhist aura felt even at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, he recalled something and glanced at the most conspicuous figure in the crowd. Chu Xiao remained composed. showing no signs of discomfort. As a transformed demon, how could she be unperturbed by this overwhelming Buddhist presence? Heng was greatly astonished. Generally, one would expect demons to be inherently restrained by the forces of Buddhism. At that moment, several figures swiftly descended from the mountain to greet them. Leading the group was a spirited old monk, accompanied by a Taoist holding a whisk. Nearly everyone recognized these two: Master Puxian, the abbot of Shaolin Temple, and Qiao, the leader of Wudang. The reason Qiao held the title of leader was that the revered Zhang真人 had long transcended worldly concerns, now seeking to advance further in his cultivation. In fact, among the younger disciples of Wudang, aside from Su New Jersey, who had received guidance from Zhang真人, no one had ever laid eyes on the master himself. "Ah, Xiao Shizhu, you have arrived late." Puxian intoned a Buddhist chant, chuckling. The three were the current heads of the three major righteous sects of humanity, and their camaraderie was commendable. Alas, our Ming has traveled a great distance. It is no easy feat to make this journey. Xiao Wuj sighed. Unlike you, Wudang Mountain is merely about 200 miles from Shaolin. Haha. Why not move your sect closer? Xiao Jiaozhu. The abbot jested. Such a large sect cannot simply relocate on a whim. Xiao Wuj shook his head with a smile. By the way, Xiao Jiaozhu, I have heard that your sect has produced a talented saintess. Just as Puxian was speaking, he suddenly noticed the radiant Chu shower amidst the crowd, like a brilliant new star. Indeed, abbot, your keen eye does not deceive you. Xiao Wuj replied with a hint of pride, beckoning to Chu Shower. Shower, come forth and greet the two esteemed elders. Chu Shower approached Puxian and Qiao with grace. Bowing respectfully, I am Chu Shower, the saintess of Ming. It is an honor to meet the two esteemed elders. Quite impressive. Achieving the innate realm at just 20 years of age, far surpassing our Li Su New Jersey, Qiao remarked, nodding in approval. The young lady possesses no merits to compare with young Master Su New Jersey. I have merely cultivated faster. In a real battle, I fear I would not be a match for him, even if 10 of me were combined. Chu Shower replied with a smile. What a sharp-tongued young lady. Qiao was about to offer further praise when suddenly, a boisterous laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha, such a grand gathering cannot be without me. The crowd turned to find a man in a black robe soaring through the air. Sima Tianqing, Xiao Wuj exclaimed sharply. Upon hearing the name, Su Heng's heart stirred. Sima Tianqing was the master of the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace, renowned alongside the three major righteous sections. Decades ago, Sima Tianqing secluded himself in Xuanqing, aspiring to transcend into the realm of the sage. Since then, he has remained silent, with rumors circulating that he perished in his endeavor. Clearly, such rumors are unfounded. However, it is evident that the aura surrounding him does not yet reflect that of a sage. Haha. Esteemed guests, at such a grand gathering, our Day Moon Sacred Palace must certainly make its presence known. Sima Tianqing approached the trio, asserting that while they may boast of prodigies in their respective sects, his Day Moon Sacred Palace is not without its own talents. Upon speaking, he cast a glance at Chu Shower, his face betraying a hint of surprise. TSK. What a striking young lady. He chuckled. Would you care to accompany me? I can assure you endless resources for your cultivation in the future. Sima Tianqing. Xiao Wuji interjected coldly. Do you wish to experience my Qianquan Great Shift? Haha, Sima Tianqing laughed heartily. Merely jesting. The Qianquan Great Shift is an extraordinary feat of our time. I am hardly capable of experiencing its wonders. Nevertheless, he shifted his tone. This time, our Day Moon Sacred Palace has a prodigy who may indeed provide an opportunity to experience the prowess of this esteemed maiden's Qianquan Great Shift. As his words faded, a contingent of around 20 individuals surged forth from the distance. Though not as grand as the Ming sect's 400, their presence was equally formidable. Su Heng's attention was immediately drawn to one of the youths among them. Though labeled a youth, his features bore a somewhat effeminate quality. His complexion pale as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. Ding Xian, come forth. Sima Tianqing bellowed. And the youth Su Heng had noticed immediately spurred his horse forward, swiftly arriving beside Sima Tianqing. Allow me to introduce him. He is Ding Xian, the most formidable disciple of our Day Moon Sacred Palace's younger generation, age 22, at the third stage of the innate realm, practicing our sect's signature technique, the star absorption method, which he has now mastered to a minor extent, and he may very well contend with your Qianquan Great Shift. Upon hearing Sima Tianqing's words, Xiao Wuji's expression grew grave. The minor mastery of the star absorption method is no trifling matter, although it draws upon the yuan force of others. Under the shifting of the Qianquan Great Shift, it could potentially absorb yuan force in reverse, even if Chu Shower possesses exceptional talent. Her Qianquan Great Shift has only just reached the initial layer, rendering her incapable of countering the minor mastery of the star absorption method. Thus, it appears that she may not stand a chance against Ding Xian. Nearby, Puxian and Qingshu also furrowed their brows. The minor mastery of the star absorption method may not be formidable for their generation of experts, but for the younger disciples, who have only recently begun their training, they generally struggle against such powerful techniques. Haha, the star absorption method truly lives up to its reputation as our sect's divine skill, in terms of rapid mastery. There is no technique from other sects that can compare, Qingshu remarked, shaking his head. If mastery cannot be attained swiftly, and even upon reaching great success, its power cannot match that of your sect's divine techniques. How then can we regard the star absorption method as our sect's hallmark skill? Sima Tianqing replied nonchalantly, laughing as he spoke. In contrast to other sects that require decades of arduous cultivation to master their esoteric arts, the absorbing star technique can be practiced by disciples who have attained the innate realm and possess primordial energy. Moreover, those with exceptional comprehension can progress at a remarkable pace, achieving minor success in as little as 2 years and major success within 5. In the past, many disciples of the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace clandestinely learned the absorbing star technique, swiftly attaining accomplishments which they then exploited for nefarious deeds outside, contributing to the palace's reputation as a sinister sect. It appears that the upcoming exchange event is of utmost importance to Master Sima, remarked Xiao Wujia with a cold smile. Haha, Master Xiao, do not be so irritable. I believe that if your esteemed sect saintess were to be bested by Ding Xian, she would undoubtedly strive harder in her cultivation thereafter. Wouldn't that be a boon for your sect? Sima Tianqing retorted with a mocking tone. Enough, everyone. This is not the place for idle chatter. Our guests have arrived. Please, come inside. Puxian interjected, gesturing for them to enter, thereby interrupting the verbal sparring between the two. Xiao Wujia snorted softly, waving his hand as he led the members of the Ming cult up the mountain. Sima Tianqing laughed heartily and followed suit. Chapter 15. The Grand Assembly. Hey, have you heard? The Master of the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace, although he did not break through to the Saint Realm during his seclusion, has cultivated a technique for longevity. I wondered why he appeared so ordinary today. I recall he was renowned 3 centuries ago. I heard it from a close core disciple of mine. But Shu, don't speak of it carelessly. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. The Shaolin Temple was vast, providing the Ming cult with a courtyard for the accommodation of 400 individuals. At that moment, Su Heng was busy tidying up the fallen leaves within the courtyard. Although the 2 other servant disciples spoke in hushed tones, Su Heng could hear them distinctly. As for the servant disciple having a close relationship with a core disciple, it was not surprising. Most of those who accompanied the servant disciples to Shaolin Temple had some background. After all, he himself had a connection with He Qi as support. So, such a technique exists, Su Heng noted to himself. The preciousness of the longevity technique must certainly surpass that of the absorbing star technique. In this world, if innate realm warriors cannot break through to the Saint Realm, their lifespan is limited to around 200 years. Sima Tianqing was already a celebrated figure from 3 centuries ago, and given today's observations, he likely still has over 100 years of life remaining. This means that this technique nearly doubles his lifespan. It appears that the effects of this technique are rather formidable. Perhaps I should visit the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace to see if I can acquire this technique. With this thought, Su Heng felt a surge of motivation. System check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have obtained the Shaolin Ultimate Skill Nianhua Finger. Su Heng felt no ripple of emotion within. The Nianhua Finger, as a Shaolin Ultimate skill, was undoubtedly formidable. However, for him in the present day, it proved somewhat superfluous, as many of his skills surpassed the prowess of the Finger of Flower. Moreover, the Finger of Flower possesses a minor drawback. Once cultivated, it precludes the practice of other Shaolin secret arts, lest one risks falling into madness. Nevertheless, it serves its purpose. After mastering the Finger of Flower, Su Heng continued to tidy up the courtyard. Following 2 days of recuperation, the 3rd day marked the commencement of the exchange conference. In addition to the 4 major sects, Mingjiao, Shaolin, Wudang, and the Holy Palace of the Sun and Moon, numerous lesser sects, such as Huashan, Xushan, and Kunlun, also participated. The competition was divided into 3 segments. The first segment featured ordinary disciples from large sects, such as the formal disciples of Mingjiao, providing these individuals with an opportunity to showcase their talents. The top 10 from this segment would advance to the 2nd round. The 2nd round comprised the key disciples from each sect, such as the core disciples of Mingjiao. This segment was the focal point of the exchange, as these disciples would likely become the pillars of their respective sects in the future, and the outcomes of this conference could foreshadow the future standings of these sections. The top 4 from this round would proceed to the final stage. The grand finale would pit the 4 victors from the previous round against the most gifted disciples from several major sects, namely Chu Xiaoyao, Xuanji Gongzi, Daoyuan, and Ding Xian. These individuals would eventually assume leadership roles within their sects, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess. The first segment of the competition unfolded over 3 days. Throughout this period, the ordinary disciples from various sects exerted their utmost to present themselves, and the clash of different sects' martial arts served as a significant spectacle. On the final afternoon, as the ordinary competition reached its conclusion, only the most distinguished among the ordinary disciples remained. Naturally, in comparison to the key disciples, they were somewhat lacking. Consequently, the audience was sparse. Most attendees were more inclined to engage with disciples from other sects, seeking to broaden their networks. That disciple from Ming is remarkable, managing to advance this far at the 3rd level of the postnatal realm. A spectator suddenly remarked, noticing Jiang Yuchan. Achieving such feats at the 3rd level of the postnatal realm renders her a rarity, even among lesser sects where ordinary disciples cannot reach such heights. Yet, her mastery of the Green Lotus Sword technique is indeed formidable. It is likely that even some elders of Mingjiao would struggle to match her. It appears she has devoted her energy to honing her swordsmanship, yet for practitioners, the cultivation of one's realm ultimately takes precedence. Once one reaches the innate realm and harnesses their elemental force, ordinary sword techniques may become somewhat superfluous. She must have spent several years delving into this sword technique. Nevertheless, for an ordinary disciple, such rigorous training in a singular sword technique remains an effective means of enhancing one's strength, although this path may yield limited achievements. If she can gain recognition at this exchange conference, her years of dedication would not have been in vain. 2 disciples clad in the attire of the Huashan sect were engaged in discussion, while Su Heng listened in silence. He was acutely aware of Jiang Yuchan's prowess. It was not merely these ordinary disciples who fell short. Even Ding Xian, who had practiced the star absorption technique, would find himself outmatched without any formidable techniques of his own. As the competition among the ordinary disciples concluded, Jiang Yuchan claimed the title of champion. Although she had not exerted her full strength to the outside world, her capabilities seemed to reach their limits. Watching her thrive in the arena, Su Heng felt a genuine happiness for her, despite his uncertainty regarding her motives for participating in this exchange meeting. Next came the second round, featuring the elite disciples from various sections. The contests among these distinguished disciples were far more captivating than those of their ordinary counterparts. After all, they had access to the finest cultivation resources each sect could offer. Besides the 4 major sects, these elite disciples were regarded as the most talented among their respective factions. Consequently, the representatives from each sect, gathered at the Shaolin Temple, sat together, discussing the unfolding events. This disciple is the most adept practitioner of the whirlwind sword technique among the younger generation of Huashan. His swordsmanship is swifter than the tempest itself. One exclaimed, Your Kongtong's 7 injuries fist, however, truly inflicts harm upon the user. Observe how your disciple, despite defeating his opponent, has sustained serious injuries. The forthcoming contests may prove quite challenging for him. The Chuixian Sword technique is indeed renowned. The sword techniques of other sects pale in comparison. Another remarked, Master Lu, this disciple has been personally instructed by me. Do you find his falling goose sword technique to be worthy of your admiration? For most ordinary spectators, the matches on display constituted high-level competitions. While the ordinary disciples learned, the senior members from various sects offered critiques, creating an atmosphere that marked the conclusion of the second round. Suddenly, an observant disciple noted something amiss. Isn't that disciple the one who ascended from the ranks of ordinary disciples? I thought she wouldn't last long, yet here she stands in the arena. Chapter 16. The foremost of the younger generation as the second round drew to a close, for contenders remained, among whom were Jiang Yuchan and 3 others hailing from Shaolin, Wudang, and the Beggar Sect. These 3 were indeed the armies de la armies among the core disciples of their respective sects, so their presence at this stage was hardly surprising. However, the fact that Jiang Yuchan, an ordinary disciple, had fought her way to this point left many bewildered. Even Xiao Wuji appeared notably astonished. When Jiang Yuchan had initially become a formal disciple, she had displayed a talent for swordsmanship, albeit only revealing a portion of her skills, which seemed merely commendable among her peers. Had it been any other core disciple, with diligent effort, they could have matched her proficiency in the Qinglian sword technique. Jiang Yuchan had merely sacrificed time that could have been spent enhancing her cultivation to hone her sword skills. In his view, this was a misallocation of priorities. At that time, he did not pay much attention. However, in retrospect, Zhang Yuchan's swordsmanship talent has exceeded his expectations. With her cultivation at the 3rd level of the acquired realm, she has triumphed over the majority of elite disciples from various sects at the 9th level of the acquired realm. Such achievements are only attainable by the most renowned geniuses recorded in the annals of the great sections. Could it be that she is truly a once-in-a-million swordsmanship prodigy? Xiao Wuji could not help but ponder. If that were the case, the Ming Jiao has suffered a great loss. To have allowed such a talent to serve as a menial disciple previously is a grave oversight. Had she been embraced as a core disciple sooner, today, there might have been 2 paragons of the Ming Jiao standing upon the stage. Nevertheless, her cultivation talent still leaves much to be desired. Xiao Wuji felt a twinge of regret. But with the aid of elixirs, she could still barely keep pace with the average core disciple. At her current age, achieving the 3rd level of the acquired realm is regarded as rather mediocre. Beside Xiao Wuji, Sima Tianqing laughed heartily. I never expected that your esteemed sect's formal disciples possessed such strength. I am truly impressed. Xiao Wuji naturally detected the sarcasm in Sima Tianqing's tone. Zhang Yuchan's journey of overcoming obstacles had led to the elimination of numerous core disciples of the Ming Jiao. And Sima Tianqing's words implied that the Ming Jiao had failed to recognize its own gifted disciples. Humph, our Ming Jiao is teeming with talent, and it is only natural for some geniuses to be overlooked. Yet, I wonder, in your Sun and Moon Sacred Palace, how many noteworthy figures have emerged over the years? Only Dingxian, perhaps? Xiao Wuji retorted. The disciples from the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace present this time, aside from Dingxian, had not fared well in the 2nd round of the competition, performing even worse than many of the top core disciples from smaller sections. However, Sima Tianqing remained unperturbed. Replying with a smile, Xiao sect leader, as long as we have Dingxian, that is sufficient. With his talent, becoming the foremost individual beneath the saints in the future is certainly not an arduous task. Xiao Wuji fell silent. The strength demonstrated by Dingxian was indeed formidable. In addition to reaching the 3rd level of the innate realm, he had also mastered the star-absorbing technique. At this rate of growth, he could very well become the foremost individual beneath the saints in a few decades. In comparison, the other 3 prodigies, Chu Xiao'er, Dao Yuan, and Li Xuanji, who were only at the 1st or 2nd levels of the innate realm, seemed somewhat lacking. As for the 4 key disciples who had made it to the 3rd round, Xiao Wuji chose to disregard them. No matter their prowess, key disciples are still ultimately in the acquired realm. There exists a chasm between the acquired and innate realms, defined by the use of Yuan power. Acquired realm martial artists, without the ability to wield Yuan power, find it nearly impossible to defeat those of the innate realm. For instance, once an innate realm martial artist cultivates a protective technique using Yuan power, it is nearly impossible for the vast majority of acquired realm martial artists to inflict any harm. Furthermore, should an innate realm martial artist learn additional techniques utilizing Yuan power, it creates an insurmountable divide for those in the acquired realm. The reason why the 3rd round of the competition still includes the 4 prominent disciples is not that anyone genuinely believes they will make a significant impact. Rather, it serves to highlight the prowess of these 4 prodigies, allowing the ordinary disciples to witness how utterly insurmountable the finest disciples truly are in the face of such talent. After all, a protagonist must always be accentuated by the presence of supporting characters to truly shine. As for the banter between Xiao Wuji and Sima Tianqing, the onlookers, Puxian and Qingxiu, could only smile in amusement. Next came the grand finale of this exchange conference, the Battle of the Prodigies. Originally, for the sake of entertainment, the plan was for each of the 4 prodigies to select an opponent for a duel, with the victors then facing off against one another. However, this would have led to disputes over the order of selection. Therefore, it was ultimately decided to draw lots instead. The process of drawing lots was quite straightforward. In the presence of the esteemed elders, Qingxiu and Puxian, the 8 disciples each drew a slip of paper. The results of the drawing were as follows. Zhang Yuchan faced a disciple from the Beggar Sect. Dao Yuan was matched against Dingxian. Li Xuanji took on a disciple from Shaolin, and Chu Xiao'er faced a disciple from Wudang. Ah, Master Xiao, your sect's little fellow seems to have drawn the lucky straw by facing a disciple from the Beggar Sect. In my opinion, their skills are merely second-rate, and that disciple stands a chance to advance further. Sima Tianqing declared arrogantly, showing no concern for offending the leaders of 2 sections. Before Xiao Wuji could respond, the leader of the Beggar Sect interjected, "Humph. If our Chief Qiao were still present, would you dare to speak so boldly?" Sima Tianqing cast a dismissive glance at the Beggar Sect leader, his tone laced with disdain. "What is there to fear? Although your Chief Qiao is formidable, he is no sage. If he were truly here, I would welcome the opportunity to test my skills against him." At this, the crowd subtly shook their heads. Chief Qiao of the Beggar Sect was, after all, a veritable titan, once renowned as the foremost expert beneath the realm of sages. Having remained undefeated against the masters of various sections, he single-handedly elevated the Beggar Sect to its current stature. Without him, they would not even have the privilege to be present here. While Sima Tianqing was indeed powerful, facing Chief Qiao would likely result in his swift defeat. However, Chief Qiao had departed from the Beggar Sect many years ago due to personal matters and ventured into the endless southern wilderness, leaving no trace behind. This absence was precisely why Sima Tianqing spoke so recklessly. Is Master Sima so confident that he fears Ding Xian may falter against Dao Yuan? Xiao Wujai scoffed, feeling quite pleased with the outcome of the drawing. Ding Xian was to face another prodigy right away, while Chu Xiao would contend with a key disciple. This arrangement would allow Dao Yuan to gauge Ding Xian's abilities before Chu Xiao faced him. As for Jiang Yuchan, he was entirely disregarded. A disciple at the postnatal stage would hardly create any waves in such a contest. However, after this exchange meeting concludes, there lies an opportunity for nurturing a promising swordsman. Chapter 17. Is that all? As the 4 rounds of competition drew to a close, the outcomes, though not entirely surprising, left many in a state of astonishment. Ding Xian faced Dao Yuan and, in a mere 5 moves, decisively defeated him. This result was difficult for many to accept, particularly the disciples of Shaolin Temple who were present. Amit Ba, Dao Yuan's defeat at the hands of Ding Xian stemmed from his lack of skill, sighed Puxian. The most outstanding young talent of Shaolin's newer generation had suffered a complete defeat to this genius from the Sun Moon Sacred Palace, hardly able to offer any resistance throughout the match. Once Ding Xian employed the star absorption technique, Dao Yuan found himself utterly drained of energy. In comparison to this highlight, the other matches garnered less attention. As anticipated by the majority, Chu Xiao and Li Xuanji effortlessly triumphed over their opponents. The bout between the Beggar Sect disciple and Jiang Yuchan proved to be rather intense. Lacking superior internal martial arts, most disciples of the Beggar Sect relied on the dog-beating stick technique, which is quite intricate. This particular disciple exhibited remarkable talent, having nearly perfected the technique. Coupled with his advantage of being at the 8th stage of postnatal cultivation, he exchanged blows with Jiang Yuchan's accomplished Green Lotus sword technique. In fact, their exchanges were more visually captivating than mere elemental clashes for an ordinary disciple. Next came the draw for the top 4. Haha, Master Xiao, now among the top 4. 2 are disciples of your bright church. Truly, your sect is a fountain of talent. Sima Tianqing boasted arrogantly beside Xiao Wuji. Yet, Xiao Wuji was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Following the earlier bout between Dao Yuan and Ding Xian, he had little hope that Chu Xiao could overcome Ding Xian. The best outcome would be for the bright church to secure 2nd place. This necessitated that Chu Xiao advance further. Ideally, she would draw Jiang Yuchan, thereby ensuring her place in the finals. Conversely, the worst scenario would be if Ding Xian faced Chu Xiao and Li Xuanji faced Jiang Yuchan, resulting in the absence of a top 2 finish. Regardless of his thoughts, the draw proceeded in an orderly fashion. The final outcome saw Ding Xian pitted against Jiang Yuchan, while Chu Xiao faced Li Xuanji. Xiao Wuji could accept this result. Observing the previous match, it was clear that Li Xuanji was not unbeatable. If Chu Xiao could muster some resolve, she too could secure a spot among the top 2. As for Jiang Yuchan, who struggled to prevail against a Beggar Sect disciple, she stood little chance against Ding Xian. His perspective echoed that of the majority of the spectators. In contrast to the one-sided match between Jiang Yuchan and Ding Xian, they were far more intrigued by the contest between Chu Xiao and Li Xuanji. The duel between Jiang Yuchan and Ding Xian soon commenced. However, unlike before, Jiang Yuchan appeared on stage with an additional sword strapped to her back. The sword possesses a simple design, bearing no resemblance to a renowned weapon. Consequently, most onlookers merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting their attention elsewhere. However, Su Heng, who was observing, shook his head and smiled. This very sword was a gift he had bestowed upon Jiang Yuchan. After imparting swordsmanship to her, he presented her with this blade. Although Su Heng had acquired numerous exquisite swords through his sign-in rewards, such as the Heavenly Sword and the Unparalleled Sword, these weapons were unmistakably extraordinary. Each of them, if revealed, would incite a tempest among the various sects, particularly those dedicated to swordsmanship. To bestow such a sword upon Jiang Yuchan would be detrimental to her. It would be prudent to wait until she possessed sufficient strength to defend herself before gifting her a weapon of that caliber. Thus, Su Heng ultimately chose to present her with a sword of his own forging, aptly named Yin Yang. Given that postnatal martial artists lack the ability to wield elemental energy, swords like the Heavenly Sword, which amplify such energy, would prove largely ineffective. In contrast, Yin Yang was crafted from ordinary refining materials, infused with magnetic elements. This unique composition endowed the finished sword with dual capabilities. One edge repelled metal, while the other attracted it. If Zhang Yuchan wielded it skillfully, she could render opponents armed with metal weapons utterly confounded. At this juncture, the two combatants had assumed their stances, poised to commence their duel. Zhang Yuchan, however, initially refrained from using Yin Yang, opting instead for a standard sword of the Ming sect. She approached her bout with Ding Xian with utmost seriousness, launching her most formidable technique against him. Observing this, Ding Xian let out a cold laugh, raising his hands, with his hair defying gravity as if stirred by an unseen wind. Star-absorbing technique. An audible gasp rippled through the audience. In the previous match, Ding Xian had employed this very technique to triumph over Dao Yuan. Now, it was evident that he was resorting to the same tactic once more. Zhang Yuchan's situation appeared dire. Facing the star-absorbing technique, if even Dao Yuan had struggled to counter it, what chance did she, a mere postnatal disciple, stand? Ding Xian showed no mercy whatsoever. Zhang Yuchan had fought valiantly to reach this point, and the audience had come to recognize her name. Just as the spectators were engaged in their discussions, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the stage. In defiance of Ding Xian's star-absorbing technique, Zhang Yuchan seemed unfazed, her swordplay remaining impeccably composed. Astonishingly, under her relentless assault, Ding Xian was forced to retreat. What could this mean? Was Ding Xian's star-absorbing technique ineffective against Zhang Yuchan? Could it be that he was not employing the star-absorbing technique at all? The average audience members were at a loss. Yet, individuals like Xiao Wuji quickly discerned the underlying reason. Indeed, Ding Xian was wielding the star-absorbing technique, without question. The star-absorbing technique can siphon the opponent's innate energy. However, if the opponent possesses no innate energy, the technique becomes quite ineffective. Presently, the circumstances on the field reflect this reality. Zhang Yuchan, a practitioner of the third stage of the acquired realm, naturally lacks even a trace of innate energy. Employing the star-absorbing technique against her is akin to attempting to draw an air. Who would have thought that countering the star-absorbing technique would be so simple? Without innate energy, what can you absorb? Xiao Wuji laughed heartily. They had previously fallen into a misconception. Indeed, when facing an opponent of the same realm, Ding Xian, having mastered the star-absorbing technique, possesses overwhelming strength. Yet, should the technique prove ineffective, matters become uncertain. Moreover, in Xiao Wuji's eyes, Ding Xian, despite his youth, having achieved minor mastery of the star-absorbing technique, likely had little time to practice other martial arts. Even if he had, it would be difficult for him to attain proficiency. Under such circumstances, facing Zhang Yuchan, who had perfected the Chuixian sword technique, he might not be her match at all. Ha ha ha, Master Sima. Renowned as the foremost genius beneath the future saint, is this truly the best your esteemed faction has to offer? At this moment, Xiao Wuji felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Previously, Sima Tianxing had been a source of annoyance for him. Now, he felt as if he had avenged himself. Even if Zhang Yuchan ultimately struggled against Ding Xian, it would still suffice. A prodigy of the third stage of the innate realm being pushed to this extent by a disciple of the third stage of the acquired realm from his own sect would surely bring him glory wherever he went. Chapter 18. The dark aura. The situation on the field took everyone by surprise. Sima Tianxing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Ding Xian certainly possessed skills beyond merely the star-absorbing technique. However, the techniques he was familiar with were rudimentary and insufficient to counter the fully developed Chuixian sword technique. Had he known, he would have instructed Ding Xian to practice other innate energy techniques. Sima Tianxing pondered, but soon shook his head. After Ding Xian's breakthrough to the innate realm, he had devoted himself entirely to mastering the star-absorbing technique, and coupled with his training in another ultimate skill, he had little time to explore other techniques utilizing innate energy. This exemplified the principle that one must sacrifice one aspect to gain another. Was he to employ that move? Although somewhat taken aback, Sima Tianxing felt the situation remained under control. If it must be used, then so be it. That technique had originally been prepared for this exchange meeting. At this juncture, the contest gradually tilted in favor of Zhang Yuchan. Many ordinary disciples gazed at her with a mixture of envy and jealousy. To achieve this stage relying solely on a single sword technique, and to even suppress the so-called foremost individual of the younger generation, Ding Xian. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Zhang Yuchan would undoubtedly garner the attention of her sect, paving a smoother path for her cultivation. Meanwhile, Ding Xian, forced to retreat step by Zhang Yuchan, felt a surge of anger wash over his pale face. Being a dignified practitioner of the third stage of the innate realm, reduced to this state by a disciple of the acquired realm. Even if he were to emerge victorious, he would likely become a subject of ridicule in the future. After the star absorption technique proved ineffective, Ding Xian decisively relinquished it. Behold, Ding Xian's star absorption technique has ceased. With this development, Ding Xian, unable to rely on his most trusted technique, seemed destined to be defeated by Jiang Yuqian, a prodigy bested by an ordinary disciple. The onlooking disciples murmured fervently. Ding Xian's expression darkened with fury. After forcefully repelling Jiang Yuqian with a palm strike, he propelled himself backward, creating distance between them, and bellowed, "You have compelled me." Suddenly, he revealed dozens of silver needles in his hands, each connected by fine threads. While the ordinary disciples remained largely unfazed by the sight of the silver needles, the more discerning elders' expressions shifted dramatically. "The sunflower technique," murmured Xueyin X. At that moment, Su Heng furrowed his brow as well. It was rumored that within the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace, alongside the star absorption technique, another formidable art known as the sunflower technique existed. However, the sunflower technique could only be cultivated by men, requiring them to undergo castration, hence the scarcity of practitioners. The technique was immensely powerful, especially when combined with the silver needles, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. It seemed evident that Ding Xian had indeed cultivated the sunflower technique, explaining his current state. Yet, from another perspective, at Ding Xian's age, to reach the third stage of the innate realm, master the star absorption technique to a competent level, and also master the sunflower technique, his talent could only be described as extraordinary. Comparatively, even figures like Chu Xiao and Li Xuanji appeared as mere ordinary disciples beside him. Historically, it seemed unlikely that anyone had achieved such a feat. Su Heng's doubts were shared by many high-ranking members of other sects, yet they refrained from voicing them, lest they invite ridicule from Sima Tianqing, just as if such a monstrous talent had truly joined the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace. Meanwhile, after employing the sunflower technique, Ding Xian finally gained control of the situation. With every needle he launched, Jiang Yuqian had to exert all her effort to evade. Moreover, even if she managed to force her way towards him, he could effortlessly counter with the silver needles. At that moment, a look of dominion graced his face. "To compel me to use this technique, you should take pride in that." Ding Xian observed Jiang Yuqian with indifference. However, Jiang Yuqian showed no signs of panic, as if it were not she who was at a significant disadvantage. Arrogant and oblivious to peril. In Ding Xian's eyes, her demeanor reflected ignorance of the sunflower technique's true might. "Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the sunflower technique." With that, Ding Xian waved his hands, unleashing a flurry of silver needles that whistled through the air towards Jiang Yuqian from various angles. Yet, Jiang Yuqian simply inhaled deeply and drew the Yin-Yang sword from her back. As the sword emerged from its sheath, she positioned it horizontally, and a sudden repulsive force emanated from the blade. The trajectories of the silver needles immediately altered, diverting from their intended path toward Jiang Yuqian and veering off to either side. "What is happening?" Ding Xian was taken aback. This sudden change left him somewhat at a loss. Since he began practicing the sunflower divine skill, he had never encountered such a situation before, rendering him momentarily bewildered. In contrast, Jiang Yuqian, having honed her skills under Su Heng's guidance, was already intimately familiar with the essence of each move of the Qinglian sword technique. Seizing the opportunity while Ding Xian was distracted, she thrust her sword forward. The Yin-Yang sword surged through the gaps between the silver needles, aiming directly for Ding Xian's chest. Ding Xian hurriedly circulated his energy to use the silver needles as a shield. However, the repulsive force of the Yin-Yang sword caused the silver needles to be pushed away, compelling him to exert greater inward force to maintain their trajectory. At that moment, Jiang Yuqian deftly flipped her sword, transforming the repulsion into an attraction. The silver needles, already under Ding Xian's control, became entangled like threads. Jiang Yuqian seized this critical moment to aim for Ding Xian's throat, halting her strike mere millimeters from its target. Instantly, the venue fell into a profound silence. Had Jiang Yuqian triumphed? The audience struggled to believe it. A disciple of the acquired realm had defeated a genius of the innate realm, who possessed two formidable skills. Many felt as though they were in a dream. The scene so surreal. Only Su Heng remained unfazed. While luck played a part in Jiang Yuqian's victory over Ding Xian, her cultivation countered the star-absorbing skill, and the yin-yang technique he forged for her effectively neutralized the silver needles. In truth, had Ding Xian wielded any weapon of greater heft, he would not have been so severely countered by the yin-yang technique, although there would still be an impact. This minor hindrance could not compensate for the disparity in their levels of cultivation. It can be asserted that had it not been for Ding Xian, Even if Chu Xiaoter's Qian Kuan de Nua or Li Xuanji's Taiji sword technique had been employed, Zhang Yuchan would have stood no chance. The outcome of this contest was a victory for Jiang, the esteemed disciple of the Ming Jiao. Puxian announced without any display of emotion. As his voice echoed across the venue, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the crowd. Sima Tianqing's expression darkened to the point of being nearly palpable. A well-laid plan had been disrupted by a mere girl. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Yuchan. This glimmer of hostility, however, did not escape Su Heng, who had been closely observing Ding Xian. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the contest concluded, Zhang Yuchan departed from the arena, while Ding Xian remained rooted in place, his head bowed. Lost in thought. Observing this scene, Su Heng narrowed his eyes, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from Ding Xian. Sima Tianqing also noted Ding Xian's unease and quickly addressed Puxian and Qingxiu, saying, "Gentlemen, Ding Xian seems to have suffered a blow. I must take him back to offer some guidance." With that, he strode onto the field, scooping up Ding Xian and employing lightness skill to soar away. However, through the Tongtian Wanqi technique, Su Heng keenly detected a dark aura emanating from Ding Xian as he departed. Thus, he turned and quietly departed. Chapter 19. The opportunity may have slipped away. Sima Tianqing, accompanied by Ding Xian, raced onward until they had traversed approximately 50 or 60 kilometers from Shaoshi Mountain, at which point they finally came to a halt. By then, Ding Xian's face had darkened, his eyes closed as if he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Sima Tianqing hastily set Ding Xian down and assumed a seated posture, commencing his cultivation to restore Ding Xian's vitality. After a brief moment, Ding Xian awakened, groggy and disoriented. I never expected your mental fortitude to be so feeble. A mere minor setback nearly exposed your identity. Sima Tianqing admonished sharply. Master, I cannot accept this. Ding Xian clenched his fists and exclaimed, after enduring such humiliation and torment, I have finally achieved my current level of strength. Why? Why must I be defeated by a mere girl? Sima Tianqing fell silent for a moment. Do not worry. That girl has thwarted our grand ambitions, and she appears to possess considerable talent in swordsmanship. I shall find a time to capture her, extract her swordsmanship talent, transfer it to you, and then methodically carve her flesh away, subjecting her to exquisite torment until her demise. Sima Tianqing spoke with palpable fury. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a voice rang out. I fear you may no longer have that opportunity. Who is it? Sima Tianqing instinctively stood, scanning the direction from which the voice emanated. A young man, hands clasped behind his back, strode toward them. Who are you? Sima Tianqing scrutinized the youth, noting the garb of an ordinary disciple from the Ming sect. Yet, the fact that he had followed them here suggested that his cultivation was far beyond that of a mere servant. Moreover, the conversation they had just shared had been overheard by this young man. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not be permitted to leave this place. I am merely an ordinary servant disciple of the Ming sect, but you two seem to be in quite an unfavorable predicament. The youth, Su Heng, who had stealthily trailed them, remarked. Sima Tianqing intended harm upon Zhang Yuchan, and thus, Su Heng felt compelled to eliminate this threat first. Sima Tianqing dismissed Su Heng's words with a sneer and, glancing around, retorted, Do not flatter yourself, little brat. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Or have you brought allies? He could easily discern that Su Heng appeared to be in his early 20s. A martial artist of such youth could not possibly pose a challenge to him, even if they had begun their training from infancy. The mere presence of the young man suggested that there were likely hidden allies lurking in the shadows. There is no one else. It is just me. Su Heng interrupted Sima Tianqing's conjectures. If you reveal the significance of the grand matter you discussed, and what you mean by extracting talent, I might allow you to retain your life. Ha ha. Sima Tianqing erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Suddenly, he made his move. His entire body stirred as if moved by an unseen wind, extending his right hand in a grasping motion towards Su Heng. Star-absorbing technique? Su Heng's heart understood the intent. However, he remained unperturbed. At present, he had attained the 4th level of the Qiankuan Great Shift, and it was the perfect moment to test its might. Even if the 4 layers of cosmic shift cannot contend with the star-absorbing technique, he possesses at least a multitude of methods to eliminate Sima Tianqing. Observing Su Heng maintaining his foolish stance with arms crossed, a cruel smile crept upon Sima Tianqing's lips as he envisioned the scene of draining Su Heng's life force with his fully mastered star-absorbing technique. Even against a practitioner of the postnatal realm, who cannot have their yuan force absorbed, he could still deplete their vital energy. However, the moment his right hand made contact with Su Heng, he sensed something amiss. The other was not merely a practitioner of the postnatal realm. Rather, Their internal Yuan force surged like a vast ocean. In previous encounters, he would have felt the Yuan force flowing towards him under the guidance of the star-absorbing technique. Yet now, he could not draw even a drop. If absorbing others resembled drawing water through a straw, then now it felt akin to attempting to siphon mud. He even vaguely sensed his own Yuan force being drawn away, as if ensnared by Su Heng, gradually dissipating. In all his years, the only other time Sima Tianqing had encountered such a phenomenon was during his confrontations with the leaders of the Ming sect. Cosmic shift. He immediately thought of it and attempted to withdraw his hand, but it felt as though it were affixed to Su Heng's shoulder, immovable. If this continued, he would inevitably be drained dry. In a state of shock, Sima Tianqing gritted his teeth and abruptly unsheathed a dagger from his waist, bringing it down upon his right arm. Crack! With the severance of his hand, he successfully distanced himself from Su Heng. Yet throughout this confrontation, Su Heng remained utterly still. Who exactly are you? Sima Tianqing's voice trembled, for he sensed the looming threat of death. Previously, even when faced with the leaders of the Ming sect, he could retreat unscathed despite being entrapped by the cosmic shift. Yet today, he found himself curiously unable to escape. Unbeknownst to him, Su Heng's cosmic shift was far more refined than that of the current Ming sect, naturally yielding greater power. Su Heng was thoroughly satisfied with the efficacy of his cosmic shift. Releasing his Yuan force, he allowed the half-drained arm on his shoulder to fall to the ground. Since he refused to speak, I shall take matters into my own hands, Su Heng declared, shaking his head. Initially, he was reluctant to resort to the soul search technique, as it bore significant consequences for him. However, given Sima Tianqing's implications of deep-seated secrets, Su Heng found it imperative to proceed with the soul search. What do you intend to do? Sima Tianqing bellowed, his bravado faltering. Yet this did not alter the course of events. Su Heng pressed a hand upon his head. Confronted by Su Heng, even his most esteemed star-absorbing technique proved futile, leaving him defenseless. In an instant, Su Heng completed the soul search on Sima Tianqing. His expression grew solemn. The reason Sima Tianqing had come to the Shaolin Temple was, in fact, connected to the Great Jin dynasty. This matter traces back several years. The new emperor of the Great Jin dynasty has ascended to the throne. This ambitious ruler intends to eradicate the major sects, absorbing their martial prowess into his court to fortify his own power. Among these sects, apart from the presence of the sage Zhang真人of Wudang, the others are steeped in profound traditions, rendering them difficult to conquer easily. Nevertheless, the emperor has devised a strategy. After consulting with the two sages of the Great Jin dynasty, he conceived a plan to cultivate a prodigious disciple. This gifted individual would be tasked with mastering the unique skills of each sect, ultimately using this acquired knowledge to vanquish their elite, thereby diminishing the sect's prestige. Simultaneously, he would subtly dispatch emissaries to the disciples of these sects, insinuating that those who pledge allegiance would experience rapid advancements in their cultivation. Akin to the prodigy they would be nurturing. The allure of such rapid progression would undeniably captivate the ordinary disciples, thus facilitating the emperor's objective of dismantling the sects from within. Ding Xian is the prodigy they have cultivated. Chapter 20. I have always been cautious. Ding Xian, having received direct instruction from the eunuch sage of the Great Jin dynasty, mastered the unique martial art known as the sunflower technique from the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace. This technique, a creation of the eunuch himself, was passed down through fragmented texts, and Ding Xian grasped its true essence, the sunflower truth. Meanwhile, the other sage employed his own methods to endow Ding Xian with an incorruptible body, enabling him to absorb the quintessence of the various sects' techniques. Their immediate objective targeted the Shaolin Temple, coinciding perfectly with an upcoming exchange event. Ding Xian joined the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace as one of its disciples to participate. According to the rules of the gathering, the ultimate victor, regardless of their sect, would receive guidance from all major sections. Ding Xian aimed to seize this opportunity to learn the martial arts of Shaolin. Once accomplished, the Great Jin dynasty would extend benefits to Sima Tianqing, possibly even granting him a slim chance of breaking through to the Sage realm. It was revealed that the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace had colluded with the Great Jin dynasty. After perusing these memories, Su Heng released his grip. In addition to the information concerning the exchange event, he also uncovered other details, such as Sima Tianqing's cultivation method known as the evergreen technique. Naturally, Su Heng became aware of the technique's cultivation methods. However, this approach, acquired from others, differed from the techniques provided by the system. The system's teachings allowed him to comprehend all key points directly, facilitating smooth practice without any obstacles. In contrast, the techniques obtained through soul-searching were akin to reading a book. While he understood the original text, many aspects still required personal interpretation. Sima Tianqing possesses his own interpretations. However, through Su Heng's discerning perspective, it is evident that numerous aspects of Sima's understanding are flawed and ripe for refinement. Su Heng has temporarily noted this technique, as he is still youthful and not yet at the stage to practice it. Nonetheless, should the opportunity arise, he might consider bestowing it upon another. Sima Tianqing's consciousness, which had been lost due to soul-searching, gradually returned, and he gazed at Su Heng with a look of horror. Moments earlier, as Su Heng perused his memories, Sima felt utterly exposed, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. He comprehended that Su Heng likely knew everything. Very well, you may now meet your end, Su Heng stated calmly, pronouncing their death sentence. Had he just traversed into this realm, he would have found it difficult to deliver such a blow. Yet after 5 years of cultivation, even though this marked his first act of killing, his heart remained untroubled. Spare me, young hero. Sima Tianqing's plea was abruptly silenced as Su Heng executed the Shaolin ultimate technique, the one-yang finger, piercing through Sima's forehead in an instant. Sima's demise did not escape the notice of Ding Xian, who observed it from a distance. Strangely, Ding Xian remained remarkably composed, as if the death of Sima bore no relevance to him. At such a young age, you possess this level of power. You must have encountered extraordinary fortune, Ding Xian remarked suddenly. Su Heng shrugged. And you do not? Haha, with your talent, why linger in these sects? Ding Xian's words flowed like honey. Surely you are aware that the current emperor of the great Jin dynasty will inevitably eradicate the major sections. If you submit to his majesty beforehand, you shall undoubtedly be rewarded. Su Heng watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Through the heavenly gaze technique, he discerned a swirling black aura emanating from Ding Xian, indicating that he was preparing some form of attack, while his words merely served to buy time. Although he doubted Ding Xian's tactics could affect him even in the slightest, he had no intention of granting him his desire. He extended his right hand and flicked his fingers. Whoosh! A beam of silver light instantaneously pierced through Ding Xian's body. Ding Xian maintained a fade of conversation, yet at that moment, a black mist erupted from his form, coalescing in midair into a visage resembling a human face, producing a raspy voice akin to the sound of bones scraping together. Haha, young one, quite impressive. Yet, it is astonishing that a talent like you exists in this world. I shall personally seek you out to extract your gifts. Upon hearing the Shadow's words and recalling Sima Tianqing's memories, Su Heng surmised the identity of the Shadow. It was, in fact, one of the 2 saints of the current great Jin dynasty. Of course, this was not the saint in person, but merely an avatar of his. Now, young one, you best find a place to hide, and let us see if I can locate you. With that, the Shadow laughed heartily and prepared to soar into the void. One can foresee that if the Dark Shadow successfully escapes, Su Heng's identity will inevitably be revealed to that sage. Although Su Heng currently stands invincible in the innate realm, he holds no chance against a sage who has comprehended the true essence. The chasm between the innate realm and the sage realm is akin to a vast abyss. Yet, there is not a trace of worry upon Su Heng's countenance. Suddenly, a hissing sound emanates from a distance, reminiscent of water splashing into hot oil. In the vicinity of the sound, the dark mist is ensnared by golden chains, which relentlessly corrode the dark essence. Su Heng approaches with measured steps. Upon witnessing this, the dark mist bellows, "It was you." Indeed, Su Heng replies with a smile, "I am inherently cautious. Before revealing myself, I had already laid out 3 grand formations around to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." Having detected something amiss with Ding Xian, he suspected that both Sima Tianqing and Ding Xian were not ordinary individuals. To avert any surprises, prior to manifesting before Sima Tianqing, he employed the formations acquired from his sign-in rewards to establish 3 sealing arrays in the vicinity. With these 3 formations in place, not even a grain of sand could escape. If I surmise correctly, if you haven't returned, your true form remains oblivious to the events here, does it not? Su Heng muses, arms crossed, gazing at the dark mist. The dark mist struggles violently, attempting to break free from the golden chains, but all is in vain. The chains tighten further, and the dark mist diminishes in size. Roar! The dark mist bellows in discontent. If it cannot relay this information back, the imminent breakthrough of this individual poses a threat to its very existence. Yet, it finds itself ensnared, utterly incapable of escape. Enough of this, Su Heng declares, performing a hand seal. The golden chains immediately constrict, and the dark mist is instantaneously reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Simultaneously, within the grand and magnificent palace of the Jin dynasty, an elder clad in yellow robes furrows his brow. He senses that one of his avatars has been obliterated, yet the specifics elude him entirely. How could someone annihilate my avatar? The elder murmurs softly. Although his avatar possesses little combat prowess, it primarily serves to surveil others. However, if it were to escape, it would be impossible to halt without prior preparations. Strange. Chapter 21. An unwelcome request. Su Heng quietly returns to the Shaolin Temple. At this moment, the exchange meeting has completely concluded. Although Zhang Yuchan triumphed over Ding Xian, she ultimately fell to Li Xuanji, who had defeated Chu Xiao. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuchan emerged as the most dazzling new star of this exchange. Haha, your name is Zhang Yuchan, is it? Excellent. You have achieved great merit this time. Upon your return, aside from the Qiankuan Great Shift, you may choose any technique within the sect, and I shall provide you with a master and resources for your cultivation. Xiao Wuji immediately promised. In this exchange, 2 disciples from the Ming sect ultimately made it to the final 4. The only defeat he suffered was at the hands of the prodigy guided by the esteemed Zhang Zhenren of Wudang, a record that is sufficient to command respect among all sects. However, Zhang Yuchan steadied her resolve and clasped her fists before Xiao Wuji. Master, I have a humble request. Speak freely, replied Xiao Wuji, in a buoyant mood. I wish to bestow this opportunity upon a dear friend of mine. What nonsense! Xiao Wuji immediately rebuked. Though his tone was not harsh, resembling more that of a mentor admonishing a younger disciple, given that Zhang Yuchan had just accomplished a significant feat. Do you not understand that your current weakness lies in your cultivation? If you were to utilize the resources we provide to enhance your abilities, and combine that with your swordsmanship, you could very well contend with Li Xuanji in the future, Xiao Wuji earnestly advised. He was unaware of Zhang Yuchan's motives, yet he genuinely wished for the bright sect to produce another prodigy. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuchan resolutely shook her head. Master, were it not for my friend, I would not have participated in this exchange. If this reward were to be granted to me, I would rather forego it. With her own master to guide her, who lacked neither techniques nor resources, she saw no need for the reward. Her participation in this exchange was solely for the sake of Su Heng. Seeing Zhang Yuchan's unwavering stance, Xiao Wuji found himself in a predicament. Logically, having Zhang Yuchan elevate the sect's reputation warranted the fulfillment of her request. However, should he indeed comply and bestow such abundant cultivation resources upon another, it could incite discontent among the other disciples. Furthermore, if this individual turned out to possess poor aptitude, it would be a lamentable waste of resources. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Who is this friend you speak of?" "A servant disciple named Su Heng," Zhang Yuchan replied. Xiao Wuji had no recollection of the name Su Heng, but as a servant disciple, it was likely that his talents were not remarkable. It was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune for a sect to produce someone like Zhang Yuchan among the servant disciples. The prospect of uncovering another hidden genius was exceedingly unlikely. After much deliberation, Xiao Wuji finally declared, "Since you are so insistent, I shall make an exception. He may become a formal disciple, and thereafter it shall be up to him. If he is diligent in his cultivation, the resources he will receive as a formal disciple will undoubtedly surpass those of a servant disciple." Zhang Yuchan sighed inwardly. Achieving this step was no small feat, however. Having Su Heng recognized as a formal disciple was certainly better than his current status. In time, he would no longer need to serve as a servant, and with her assistance, Su Heng's cultivation would surely improve. "Thank you, master." Zhang Yuchan bowed respectfully. Xiao Wuji shook his head and sighed, somewhat disappointed. Zhang Yuchan had forsaken her reward for the sake of another disciple, appearing noble and loyal. Yet, this also squandered her own potential. Moreover, with such a mindset in cultivation, it would be challenging to achieve greatness. "Congratulations to you, Su Heng. Su Heng, do not forget us in the future. Just yesterday, I helped you clean 2 rooms. You should address me as Senior Brother Su from now on." A few disciples of minor status surrounded Su Heng, leaving him utterly bewildered. "What is this about? Senior Brother Su?" One of the minor disciples promptly explained. "Senior Brother Su, when Zhang Yuchan received the leader's reward, she declined it, allowing you to become a formal disciple. Is that true?" Su Heng was taken aback. It had become increasingly rare for anything to astonish him, yet Zhang Yuchan's decision was indeed one of those instances. This girl. Su Heng finally comprehended why Zhang Yuchan was so insistent on participating in this exchange meeting. While he felt a subtle warmth in his heart, he maintained an impassive demeanor, urging them not to be overly polite, as perhaps a year from now, he might return. To be honest, Su Heng did not genuinely desire to become a formal disciple. Although formal disciples were exempt from menial tasks, they attracted significantly more scrutiny. For instance, if a minor disciple suddenly vanished, few would care. However, If a formal disciple were to go missing, the sect would undoubtedly launch an extensive investigation. Xueyin merely wished to remain inconspicuous, to develop quietly. Becoming a formal disciple would inevitably bring certain inconveniences. For instance, access to restricted areas, which minor disciples could enter, would be challenging for formal ones. This would hinder his ability to progress quietly. In comparison to such freedoms and conveniences, undertaking menial duties was hardly a burden. In fact, while performing these tasks, he found his mindset in a relaxed state, conducive to grasping profound truths. Speaking of which, I had previously noticed that Heng and Senior Sister Jiang shared a close bond. Have you already discovered Senior Sister Jiang's remarkable talents? A minor disciple suddenly inquired, inching closer to Heng. What do you know? Just because you are aware of Senior Sister Jiang's talents, do you think you could persuade her to beseech the leader on your behalf to become a formal disciple? Another minor disciple immediately scoffed. Indeed, if Senior Sister Jiang can do so much for Senior Brother Su, their bond must run deep. If it were you, upon seeing the birthmark on Senior Sister Jiang's face, you would have sought a more attractive junior sister by the next day. The crowd erupted in laughter. Heng merely shook his head. His perception was keen. While these individuals were exchanging congratulations and jesting, most harbored a tinge of resentment. It was only natural to feel that way. A minor disciple, merely fortunate enough to befriend a genius, had ascended to the status of a formal disciple. This was akin to how Heng had become a formal disciple by aiding the sect in finding a millennium ginseng, which had left many feeling perturbed. He could easily surmise that many would likely berate him in secret for living off the support of others, and so forth. However, he was utterly indifferent to such opinions. After bidding farewell to the crowd, he returned to his room. Now that he had attained the status of a formal disciple, there was no longer any need for him to engage in menial labor. Regardless, during the next assessment, I shall merely float along, and I will likely revert to being a mere servant disciple. Heng contemplated this, yet the fact that Jiang Yuchan has been persistently thinking of me is rather surprising. This splendid opportunity seems to be solely for the purpose of elevating me to the status of an official disciple. Next time, I shall impart some formidable teachings to her. Chapter 22. Blessed by the Buddha initially, after the conclusion of the exchange meeting, each sect was to return to its own territory. However, at that moment, an alarming message emanated from the Shaolin Temple. A disciple from Shaolin discovered that Sima Tianqing and Ding Xian from the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace had been slain. This news spread like thunder among the major sections. Consequently, the leaders of these sects convened in the Mahaviro Hall of Shaolin Temple to deliberate the matter. How could Sima, the master of the palace, with his peak innate cultivation and the formidable star absorption technique, possibly be killed? Could it be the work of a sage? Unthinkable. What manner of existence is a sage, that they would concern themselves with us, mere innate realm martial artists? Then, one must ask, aside from a sage, who could have slain Sima Tianqing? Although the majority held a negative perception of Sima Tianqing, his demise instilled a sense of crisis within many. As the leaders gathered and deliberated for quite some time, they failed to reach a conclusion. At that juncture, Puxian stepped forward. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to share a revelation. Just moments ago, a disciple reported that during the final phase of our exchange meeting, the statue of the Huizhu Buddha within our temple manifested its divine presence. The mention of the Huizhu Buddha statue startled many. This statue, erected millennia ago by a sage named Xueyin of Shaolin, possesses the ability to illuminate with Buddha's light and dispel evil. If the Huizhu Buddha statue has indeed manifested, it signifies the emergence of malevolent energy. The assembly exchanged glances. The final phase of the exchange meeting? Yet, nothing extraordinary transpired during that time. If someone had harbored malevolent energy from the outset, the statue would likely have revealed itself much earlier. Suddenly, someone spoke up. I recall that Ding Xian's condition seemed rather amiss at that time, prompting Palace Master Sima to hastily escort him away. Could it be that Sima Tianqing and Ding Xian were both afflicted by malevolent energy? Perhaps not. But Ding Xian's subsequent changes must surely be intertwined with it. Thus, their deaths could also be related to this malevolent energy. Was it possible that the malevolent energy retaliated? Upon examining their corpses, it did not appear to be a case of retaliation, but rather that they were murdered. Could it be that someone eradicated the malevolent energy by eliminating the two of them? As the crowd deliberated, they swiftly approached the truth. Yet, there remained one question. Regardless of who the perpetrator may be, the pressing issue is, who possesses the capability to slay Sima Tianqing? I suspect that none among us could accomplish such a feat. Many nodded in agreement. Ba, Puxian intoned a chant. No matter the identity of the culprit, since the malevolent energy has been dispelled, let it be deemed a blessing from the Buddha. For an enlightened monk of Puxian's caliber, nothing shall be forced. A mysterious figure has slain Sima Tianqing, yet remains concealed, indicating a deliberate desire for anonymity. In light of this, let us proceed with acceptance, as if guided by the hand of the Buddha. Suddenly, a voice resonated from all directions within the grand hall, reminiscent of celestial chants. There is no need for you to pursue further. I am the one who dispatched those two rogues. The crowd was immediately taken aback, scanning their surroundings, yet no figure was visible. May I inquire your esteemed name? Venerable Elder? Asked the leader of a sect. There is no necessity for you to know my identity, came the reply, leaving the questioner somewhat embarrassed. These two harbored malicious intent, colluding with the great Jin dynasty. Ding Xian's talents were derived from such treachery, hence my intervention to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, the assembly began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, what did this collusion with the great Jin dynasty entail? Their intent was to exploit this opportunity to strike against you. Therefore, you must bolster your defenses. Even Puxian found it difficult to maintain his composure upon hearing this. While he generally took matters lightly, the survival of the sect was not something to be trifled with. Enough. I have spoken all that is necessary. You must take heed. With that proclamation, the voice fell silent. Gradually, the crowd emerged from their bewilderment. It became evident that a formidable elder was secretly safeguarding them. Truly, this venerable figure possessed extraordinary abilities. I could not discern from whence the voice emanated. Haha, even the esteemed Su, known for his acute hearing, could not identify it. How could we possibly hope to? Yet, what the elder warned about the great Jin dynasty's impending aggression is a matter we must deliberate upon with great care. Indeed, there have been signs of this for some time. I have long harbored suspicions, and now this elder has confirmed them. The great Jin dynasty harbors insatiable ambitions. We must not yield. Consequently, the leaders of various sects convened to strategize against the great Jin dynasty. Meanwhile, Su Heng was meandering within the Shaolin temple. The voice earlier had indeed originated from him. He held little concern for the survival of these sects. However, should they perish, he would find himself without a place to sign in. Thus, he offered a subtle warning. Should they fail to heed it and fall to the great Jin dynasty, there would be little he could do. I have yet to sign in today. Su Heng casually approached a grand hall. System, sign in. His recent sign-ins at the Shaolin temple had yielded minimal rewards, as many of their legendary techniques seemed rather trivial to him. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. And you have obtained the washing of the Marrow Sutra. Su Heng paused. He had previously acquired the muscle tendon change. The muscle tendon change and the washing of the Marrow Sutra are heralded as the two supreme scriptures of Shaolin. These two forms do not enhance one's cultivation nor represent formidable techniques. Although each of these two cultivation techniques possesses the capability to enhance one's innate talent for training, it is only through their combined practice that one can attain the utmost efficacy of muscle and marrow cleansing. However, it is rumored that in ancient times, the marrow cleansing scripture of the Shaolin temple was lost for unknown reasons, leaving only the muscle transforming scripture in existence. Su Heng never anticipated that he would be fortunate enough to acquire the marrow cleansing scripture, despite his innate talent having already transformed into that of a rare genius through the abundant elixirs he consumed. The presence of these two revered texts offers the promise of further advancement. After all, either of these techniques could be deemed a treasure of the sect, and their union yields unimaginable results. In high spirits, Su Heng returned to his residence, where he found Zhang Yuchan already waiting in his room. Brother Su, where have you been? Zhang Yuchan approached him eagerly, as though seeking to take credit. Brother Su, you are now officially a disciple. We can train together. You are a cultivation genius, while I fear I may regress back to a mere servant disciple after the next assessment. Su Heng lamented, cradling his head in his hands. Don't worry. I will train with you every day, and you will surely catch up in no time. Zhang Yuchan assured him with a smile. Su Heng was somewhat speechless, yet he found it difficult to refuse her kind intentions. Instead, he resolved to intensify her training when he taught her, ensuring she would be too exhausted to accompany him for practice. He thought maliciously. Chapter 23. Fortuitous Destiny. 5 days later, the members of the Ming sect returned to the Bright Summit. Upon their return, Zhang Yuchan had evidently become an idol among nearly all the servant disciples. Despite her humble beginnings, she did not neglect her cultivation. Through sheer perseverance, she had mastered the Chuixian sword technique to great heights. Consequently, she shone brilliantly at the exchange conference, proving to be a formidable opponent even against the prodigies of the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace. Many disciples began to secretly resolve to emulate Zhang Yuchan's approach, seeking out a technique to practice diligently. Naturally, Xiao Wuji welcomed this trend. While he doubted that another genius akin to Zhang Yuchan would emerge among the servant disciples, The overall enhancement in diligence among all disciples would undoubtedly benefit the Ming sect. Meanwhile, Su Heng, having ascended to the status of an official disciple, became the object of envy for countless servant disciples. Many lamented the unfairness of fate, as it seemed that every piece of good fortune fell into Su Heng's lap. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. Throughout this time, while Zhang Yuchan enjoyed the resources of the sect, Su Heng also provided her with numerous elixirs during their training sessions. As a result, her cultivation progressed rapidly, reaching the 5th stage of the postnatal realm. At the exchange conference, she was still at the 3rd stage. The notion that she had advanced 2 stages in 5 months left many incredulous. If she were to maintain this pace, she would reach the 9th stage of the postnatal realm in less than a year. To elevate from the 3rd to the 9th stage in just over a year and a half was truly astonishing. Even those prodigies who begin their cultivation at the tender age of 12 do not attain the innate realm until they reach the age of 20. Considering the time required to advance from the 9th to the 1st stage of the acquired realm, it typically takes these exceptional individuals approximately 5 years to progress from the 1st to the 9th stage of the acquired realm, averaging about 7 months per stage. However, Zhang Yuchan has surpassed them by nearly double the speed. At this moment, Xiao Wuji is within the sacred hall, engaged in a discussion with the 2 envoys and the 4 great law kings. At 19 years of age, if Zhang Yuchan maintains her current pace of cultivation, she is poised to reach the 9th stage of the acquired realm by 20 and may very well break into the innate realm by 23. Xiao Wuji spoke gravely. Generally speaking, the transition from the 9th stage of the acquired realm to the innate realm requires 2 to 3 years. When Chu Xiaoer arrived at the Ming sect, she secluded herself for 3 years before achieving the innate realm. Thus, Xiao Wuji continued, I wish for her to become a saintess as well. However, in the history of our Ming sect, there has never been a precedent for having 2 saints or saintesses concurrently. Qin Xiao, a robust man with fiery red hair, furrowed his brows and remarked, even if 2 saintesses were indeed established, who would inherit the position of the sect leader, this could potentially lead to internal strife between them. He Yao concurred, rarely aligning with Qin Zhao's viewpoint. You raise valid points, yet you have also witnessed Zhang Yuchan's extraordinary talent. Despite her early years spent as a menial disciple, she still stands a chance to break into the innate realm by 23. The former sect leader also achieved his breakthrough at the age of 22. A man adorned with silver claws and a scruffy beard interjected, revealing himself as one of the 4 great law kings, the Silver Claw Wolf King. Among the 6 individuals, some supported Xiao Wuji's proposition while others expressed skepticism, leading to a vigorous debate on the matter. However, neither side could sway the other. Enough, Xiao Wuji interjected, sensing the lack of resolution, and decided to temporarily set this matter aside. I have summoned you all today for another pressing issue, one that may pertain to the fortune of our Ming sect. Fortune? The group was taken aback. The concept of fortune is often deemed ethereal and implausible by many. Xiao Wuji nodded. I have just received news that a disciple has discovered the Sacred Fire Order atop Guiyun Mountain to the north. The Sacred Fire Order? The others gasped in astonishment. The Sacred Fire Order is a weapon utilized for the sacred arts of the Ming sect. How could it possibly appear several hundred miles away on Guiyun Mountain? Furthermore, within our Sacred Fire Valley, all 6 Sacred Fire Orders remain intact. Where could this one on Guiyun Mountain have originated? If I am not mistaken, this Sacred Fire Order is likely connected to sect leader Zhang. Zhang. The assembly collectively inhaled sharply. Zhang, the very genius sect leader who once rescued the Ming sect from the siege of the 6 major sects, shortly after ascending to the position, passed the mantle to his successor and then vanished into the world with a princess of the great Jin dynasty, living a life of carefree leisure. In the beginning, Master Zhang wielded the Holy Fire Token with extraordinary prowess. It would not be surprising if he left behind clues related to the Holy Fire Token in the outside world. Xiao Wuji shook his head and remarked, in fact, I even suspect that Guiyun Mountain is the very place where Master Zhang spent his final days. A profound silence enveloped the group. If Xiao Wuji's conjecture holds true, then this location indeed bears immense significance for the Ming sect. Discovering any remnants left by Master Zhang could potentially bring great fortune to the sect. Such a matter pertains directly to the destiny of the Ming sect. Master, are you suggesting that we should promptly dispatch individuals to Guiyun Mountain to retrieve Master Zhang's artifacts? Indeed. The purpose of calling you here today is to deliberate on the selection of personnel for the journey to Guiyun Mountain. This matter is of utmost importance, and I am willing to lead the expedition. He Yao immediately proclaimed. Certainly, it would be excellent to have you. You, given your cautious nature. However, one person alone will not suffice, Xiao Wuji replied. Xueyin Mountain is home to numerous wild beasts, and to meticulously search for Master Zhang's relics, the more hands we have, the better. Before you depart, gather some available protectors and elders, and bring along those 4 as well. Xiao Wuji was naturally referring to the 4 great Dharma kings. Understood. The 4 great Dharma kings acknowledged the command. Master, if that is the case, will our bright summit not be somewhat vacant? Qin Xiao suddenly interjected. Yao's expedition would take away a significant portion of the sect's peak combat strength. Rest assured, I shall remain here, Xiao Wuji reassured with a comforting smile. Moreover, our various sects have already formed an alliance. Should any sect encounter peril, the others will lend their support. There is no need to worry about safety. What Xiao Wuji referred to was the plan discussed 5 months prior at Shaolin Temple, wherein the major sects agreed to unite under the leadership of the 3 righteous sects to counter the great Jin dynasty. Since the master has already considered this, I was perhaps overly concerned. It is nothing. You are merely considering the well-being of the Ming sect, Xiao Wuji replied, turning to Yao. Once you have gathered your team, rest tonight, and depart at dawn. Yes. The following morning, Yao led a party of around 100 individuals, departing from Bright Summit and heading towards Xueyin Mountain. Shortly after their departure, a messenger pigeon soared from Bright Summit. Chapter 24. Drawing the tiger from its mountain in a secluded valley, situated 100 miles from Bright Summit, several dozen tents were erected. These tents were remarkably concealed. Even if someone passed by, they would not easily notice the camp's presence. At that moment, in the largest tent at the center, 2 figures clad in black armor were engaged in hushed discussion. I wonder if this plan will succeed, remarked a bald man. Have no fear. Based on my understanding of these sects, if there is anything related to their sects, they will surely send someone to retrieve it. A one-eyed man chuckled. By the way, how did you come to know that demon clan member? Ah, that indeed brings to mind our early adventures in the southern frontier. At that time, I casually imparted to him a fragment of our great Jin's esoteric techniques, and he was profoundly moved, filled with gratitude. Truly, we owe a debt of thanks to that demon clan, for it has lured numerous beasts to Mount Chuya. In light of such a multitude of wild creatures, the Ming sect will undoubtedly dispatch a considerable force to seek what they desire. By the way, I remain perplexed as to why we should first target the Ming sect. There are many smaller sects nearby. Would it not be simpler to act against them? The Ming sect stands as the largest faction in this region, and it lies a significant distance from both Shaolin and Wudang. By striking at the Ming sect, we not only aim to severely diminish the morale of these sects upon our success, but also ensure that Shaolin and Wudang lack the time to render aid. Furthermore, should we first attack the smaller sects, the Ming sect would be forewarned and our task would become considerably more challenging. I see now. Your Majesty's decision is indeed sagacious. The emergence of such a wise and formidable emperor in our great Jin dynasty is a blessing for us all. Should you manage to unify the major sects, it will undeniably benefit generations to come. As the 2 continued their discussion, a figure entered the tent, clutching a carrier pigeon. General, a message from the Ming sect's informant. The bald man's eyes lit up with excitement. Let me see it. He took the pigeon, unsealed the letter, and upon reading it, his expression transformed with joy. It is successful. The Ming sect has dispatched a large number of personnel, leaving their ranks vulnerable. This is our moment to strike. Excellent. I shall confront Xiao Wuji's grand technique of cosmic shifting, and I leave the rest in your capable hands. Rest assured, none from the Ming sect shall escape. The bald man retrieved his sword from the side and commanded the messenger soldier. You must immediately inform everyone to gather their belongings and depart at once. At the rear mountain of the Ming sect, the moon hung high in the sky. Su Heng sat cross-legged, his breath flowing in a harmonious rhythm, as though he had merged with the very essence of the universe. Even if someone were nearby, they would remain utterly unaware of his presence unless they made contact with him. The combination of the Yijin Jing and the Xueyin Jing is indeed the pinnacle of spiritual texts. Now that I have just reached the first stage, my 5 senses rival those of the extraordinary beings among the demon clans. Su Heng felt a subtle thrill within. At this moment, he could effortlessly discern the intricate veins of a leaf on a tree several kilometers away. Moreover, his surroundings were filled with a cacophony. It seemed that if he so wished, he could hear the very breath of Xiao Wuji in his practice. If I were to reach the second stage, then my future cultivation would encounter no barriers. Even the cosmic shifting technique would allow me to ascend to the 7th layer in the blink of an eye. According to the scriptures, there are 3 stages to this cultivation method. The first stage, the clarity of the 5 senses, is primarily focused on enhancing the external capabilities of the body to the limits of humanity, refining the various organs until one possesses the faculties akin to that of a 1,000-mile eye and a wind-following ear. The second stage, the purification of body and mind. This phase is primarily focused on elevating the innate capabilities of the body to the pinnacle of human potential, emphasizing the cultivation of one's talents, dantian, and meridians. Once perfected, the speed of practicing any technique will be significantly enhanced, and no further bottlenecks will remain. The third stage, the unity of man and heaven, centers on elevating the soul to its utmost limit. Upon reaching this stage, one will experience profound enhancements in comprehension and can effortlessly enter a state of sudden enlightenment. It is essential to recognize that this state of enlightenment is a coveted aspiration for nearly all practitioners. Although this state does not accelerate cultivation speed, it allows one's consciousness to enter a state of clarity, significantly augmenting the speed of grasping the true essence and various techniques. However, enlightenment is a serendipitous occurrence rather than a sought-after goal. Typically, an average individual may only experience 1 or 2 instances of enlightenment in a lifetime, which is already considered a mark of exceptional talent. As for the third stage, I find myself still far from it. Heng maintained a commendable mindset, feeling content that he had reached the first stage of cultivation. The subsequent 2 stages could be approached gradually. Suddenly, his ears perked up. He detected a surge of footsteps at the foot of Guangming Peak. These footsteps were light, yet Heng managed to discern them. Are guests arriving? A smile crept across Heng's lips as he vanished from his spot. Xiao Wuji, after circulating the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi within his body, exhaled deeply. Within a few months, I will reach the 5th level. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Xiao Wuji's eyes. Ever since an extraordinary phenomenon occurred over 5 years ago, propelling his cultivation of the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi forward, he had been unwavering in his practice. Now, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level. Once I achieve the 5th level and reach the 9th tier of the innate realm, I shall find it difficult to encounter any rivals within the innate domain. Xiao Wuji pondered. However, suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed. Whoosh! Bang! A firework erupted above Guangming Peak, illuminating half the sky. Something is amiss. Xiao Wuji was taken aback. This firework was a signal of urgent communication from the Ming sect, to be deployed only in the face of formidable threats to the sect. Could it be that enemies are invading? Xiao Wuji had no time for contemplation and swiftly left the room. At that moment, beneath the warning firework, a drowsy disciple of the Ming sect was abruptly roused by the sound. He had been stationed as a lookout, responsible for igniting the emergency firework in the event of a crisis. However, due to the absence of incidents over the years, he had grown complacent and succumbed to slumber. Upon witnessing the emergency firework erupt from his post, he was immediately filled with alarm. It seems the firework apparatus has malfunctioned. If the sect leader and others arrive to find nothing amiss, I am done for. Simultaneously, a bald man, intent on stealthily infiltrating under the cover of darkness, also paled at the sight of the firework. Have I been discovered? The one-eyed man beside him looked astonished. The adeptness of this group of individuals was not to be underestimated. Despite their attempts to conceal their presence, they were nonetheless detected by the Ming sect. Such vigilance on the part of the sect is truly remarkable. Now that they have been discovered, let us no longer conceal our intentions. Together, we shall storm the Ming sect and leave no trace behind. With a sweeping gesture, the bald man signaled to his companions, who surged forward like bandits invading a village, rushing towards the bright summit. Chapter 25. A duel through your hands kill. The resounding battle cry echoed through the air. Upon hearing the clamorous shouts, the previously fearful sentry disciple felt a wave of relief, thankful to evade the sect's punishment. Yet, his expression soon darkened, given the tumultuous influx of attackers. He realized that as a sentry, he was likely to become a casualty before long. Just then, his vision darkened, and he experienced a dizzying sensation. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back in the training grounds, utterly bewildered. What had transpired? This was, of course, the doing of Heng. Upon detecting the intrusion, Heng had discreetly ignited a warning flare and subsequently rescued the sentry disciple. To Heng, the Ming sect had merely been a place for signing in. Had this been earlier, he would have allowed the attackers to ascend the bright summit unchallenged, provided they did not provoke him and were incapable of annihilating the sect. However, since Jiang Yuchan had become an official disciple, his demeanor had brightened considerably. Thus, he was reluctant to see this tranquility disrupted. At that moment, he perched upon a branch of a large tree, quietly observing the invading group. It was evident that they hailed from the same faction and were well trained. Clad in uniform black armor, all possessed innate prowess and moved with precise coordination. Even as they advanced towards the summit, they maintained vigilance to their flanks and rear. Such a formidable force could only belong to the Great Jin dynasty. Su Heng was not well versed in the intricacies of the Great Jin dynasty. Even the memories gleaned from the soul-searching Sima Tianqing provided scant information regarding the significance of these black-armored individuals. Yet, even if he were to know, it would matter little to him. To Su Heng, as long as they were not of the sage realm, they were as inconsequential as ants. Meanwhile, at the mountainside, Xiao Wuji, Qin Xiao, and other elder guardians gathered, their expressions grave. Just as He Yao departed the bright summit, these individuals arrived. Such timing was no mere coincidence. It was clear that they had long plotted this scheme. Xiao Wuji began to suspect that the so-called legacy of the sect leader Zhang was but a ruse. Esteemed comrades, these brigands have schemed for far too long. Tonight, we shall undoubtedly face a fierce battle. Humph, we of the Ming sect have never been cowards. A guardian bellowed. Tonight, I shall ensure these brigands return from whence they came empty-handed. As he observed the indomitable spirit of his comrades, Xiao Wuji felt a sense of reassurance. Soon, the bald man led his team to confront Xiao Wuji. Observing the poised Xiao Wuji, the bald man sneered. Xiao Wuji, your Mingjiao's early warning system is commendable. However, most of your personnel have been dispatched, rendering you incapable of resisting us. Today, we shall flood the bright summit with blood. I shall use this opportunity to test my divine skills against you rogues. Xiao Wuji brimmed with confidence. At that moment, a one-eyed man leaped forward, bellowing, Xiao Wuji, I am here to challenge you. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged through the air. The force of the lightning was formidable. Recognizing he could not withstand it head-on, Xiao Wuji swiftly employed the Qian Coin de Nua E technique, redirecting the lightning to an uninhabited direction. Boom! The lightning shattered a massive boulder into fragments. Qian Coin de Nua E truly lives up to its reputation. Let me try this technique. The one-eyed man drew a curved blade and soon engaged in fierce combat with Xiao Wuji. Meanwhile, the bald man led his followers in a brutal melee against the remaining elders of the Mingjiao. The lowest cultivation level on either side was at the innate realm, resulting in a battle of tremendous ferocity. However, due to the high levels of cultivation on both sides, casualties did not arise immediately. For injuries to occur, one side's vital energy must be depleted. As time passed, the Mingjiao gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, their line beginning to falter. Xiao Wuji, meanwhile, remained entangled with the one-eyed man, unable to assist his comrades. Damn it! Xiao Wuji seethed with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. His opponent clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Although the one-eyed man could not overpower him, he rendered Xiao Wuji incapable of aiding others. Everyone, push harder. They are on the brink of collapse. Once we seize the bright summit, we shall return to receive titles and rewards. The bald man laughed heartily, severing an arm from one of the Mingjiao protectors. A pained scream echoed through the air. Su Heng, who had been quietly observing, frowned deeply. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. Should he choose to act and leave any survivors, word would reach the Great Jin dynasty. Conversely, annihilating them all could easily connect the dots to the Holy One of the Great Jin dynasty, especially considering his earlier slaying of Ding Xian and the shadow he had eliminated. Thus, regardless of the outcome, his identity would be exposed. Currently, he lacked the strength to contend with the Holy One and wished to remain concealed unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, he had previously activated the early warning system, hoping the Mingjiao could resolve the threat autonomously. However, it was evident that the fighting prowess of these attackers had surpassed that of the Mingjiao. If he did not intervene, the Mingjiao could face annihilation. He needed to devise a solution that would satisfy both his goals. As he pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him as he spotted Chu Xiao on the battlefield. He then focused his voice into a thread, sending a message to her ear. Come to the Western Woods. Chu Xiao, originally a member of the Demon Clan, had already resolved to flee upon discovering the imminent peril facing the Ming sect. Consequently, she found herself near the fringes of the battlefield. Upon hearing Su Heng's voice, a wave of joy surged within her. Senior, she was unaware of the source of Su Heng's voice, but she was certain that following his directive to the Western Woods would lead her to safety. After exchanging a blow with her adversary, she deftly evaded and departed from the fray. In the Western Woods, Su Heng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon her arrival, Chu Xiao spotted him and exclaimed with delight, Senior. The sight of Su Heng reassured her that the Ming sect was indeed saved. Although she had initially prepared to escape as a demon, the prospect of the Ming sect's survival brought her joy, for she still had many benefits to relish. How is your mastery of the sacred fire command? Su Heng inquired directly. Just at the threshold, she replied. Can you execute the techniques? A little. Very well. Return to the battlefield and employ the Sacred Fire command. Don't hesitate. Go swiftly. Yes. Though puzzled by Su Heng's insistence, Chu Xiao steeled herself and complied. Back on the battlefield, she engaged in combat with an opponent, skillfully demonstrating her techniques. After a brief exchange, she activated her fledgling Sacred Fire command, and suddenly, a crimson glow enveloped her. The unusual spectacle immediately drew the attention of numerous onlookers, including the fiercely battling Xiao Wuji. The Sacred Fire command. Xiao Wuji recognized the technique Chu Xiao was about to unleash, and a ludicrous thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 26. The Might of Sacred Fire. The one-eyed man locked in combat with Xiao Wuji also noted the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Chu Xiao. The Sacred Fire command, unlike the Celestial Shift, was primarily an offensive technique, while the latter emphasized defense. Although he could hold his ground against Xiao Wuji, he doubted his ability to withstand the Sacred Fire command. However, upon observing Chu Xiao's innate cultivation at the first stage, he let out a sigh of relief. A martial artist of such a level would wield limited elemental power, and even if she unleashed the Sacred Fire command, its potency would be insignificant. Yet, he soon realized the enormity of his miscalculation. Suddenly, 6 Sacred Fire tokens erupted from behind Chu Xiao. These tokens, aglow with crimson light, soared into the battlefield and swiftly began to reap lives like the harbingers of doom. The cries of despair echoed relentlessly. The one-eyed man's expression shifted dramatically. He swung his long blade towards Chu Xiao. Clearly, her mastery of the Sacred Fire command had reached an alarming level, and if they did not resolve this swiftly, they might all perish here today. However, at this moment, Xiao Wuji let out a hearty laugh, deftly maneuvering to control the movements of the one-eyed man. Don't run. Your opponent is me. Just moments ago, the one-eyed man had managed to restrain him, rendering him unable to assist. Now, the tables had turned, and it was his turn to restrain the one-eyed man. He understood that if given time, Chu Xiao would be able to eliminate the lower-ranked enemies on the battlefield. Stand aside, the one-eyed man bellowed, but Xiao Wuji, possessing the grand art of spatial displacement, surpassed him in the art of entanglement. No matter how hard the one-eyed man struggled, he could not break free. Xiao Wuji was reveling in the thrill of battle. After a brief moment, 6 Sacred Fire orders had decimated all opponents below the 4th or 5th stage of the innate realm on the bald man's side. Subsequently, these Sacred Fire orders flew back to rest behind Chu Xiao, vanishing from sight. This assault dramatically shifted the tide of battle. Now, fewer than 10 remained on the bald man's side, while the Ming had 4 to 5 dozen left standing. Retreat, the bald man shouted decisively. Though his side comprised warriors of the 5th stage and above, the collective combat prowess of the elders and protectors of Mingjiao was only superior, not inferior. Upon hearing the bald man's command, his subordinates began to retreat. Leaving so easily? Not a chance. Xiao Wuji shouted, leading the charge in pursuit. Not far away, Su Heng reclined against a tree branch, leisurely sipping tea from a kettle in his hand. The Sacred Fire orders had indeed been his doing. He was capable of wielding all 108 Sacred Fire orders simultaneously, so using merely 6 was a trivial feat had he chosen to. None of those adversaries would have escaped. However, that would have been too terrifying, given Chu Xiao's strength. Employing the Sacred Fire order's divine skill to vanquish typical 4th or 5th stage innate warriors, while slightly exaggerated, was not entirely unreasonable. After all, the Sacred Fire Order of Mingjiao was renowned, accompanied by significant thresholds and side effects. This way, when these individuals returned to report, the Daijin dynasty would merely believe that Mingjiao had produced a prodigy skilled in the Sacred Fire Order's techniques, without casting suspicion upon him. Once the pursuit concluded, Xiao Wuji led everyone back to the sanctuary to debrief about the night's battle. Our ability to repel the invading foes owes much to the Saintess. Chu Xiao, standing somewhat bashfully beside Xiao Wuji, felt unworthy of such praise. Yet, recalling Su Heng's desire to remain incognito, she felt a sense of relief. I suppose I helped the senior after all. Xiao Wuji patted Chu Xiao's shoulder. Xiao, well done. It is my duty. Chu Xiao stuck out her tongue, fully forgetting that she had been prepared to flee just moments before. However, even though you have mastered the Sacred Fire Order, its impact on your state of mind will be significant. Henceforth, you should strive to use it sparingly. Xiao Wuji spoke earnestly. Although she had never cultivated the Sacred Fire Seal technique, Chu Xiao displayed an extraordinary power, effortlessly slaying dozens of opponents below the 5th level of the innate realm in the blink of an eye. Such terrifying combat prowess undoubtedly indicated her mastery of the technique. However, recalling the historical accounts of those who had previously practiced the sacred fire seal and succumbed to madness. He could not help but feel a sense of unease for her. He worried that she might follow the same tragic path as those prodigies who had gone astray. Chuixian blinked her eyes. She was already aware of the technique's side effects, but to her demon kin, these concerns held little weight. The essence of their kind was akin to that of wild beasts, inherently devoid of the moral constraints that govern humanity. Thus, notions of inner demons were almost ineffectual against them. I understand, Master. I will be cautious from now on. She replied obediently. Very well. You have achieved a significant feat this time. You are now a saintess, endowed with resources that are among the finest in our sect. As for your reward, I shall devise something for you in due course, said Xiao Wuji, before turning his attention to the others. It is evident that the forces invading our bright church are from the great Jin dynasty. The ambitions of the great Jin are insatiable, and they have begun to target our various sections. Therefore, I will dispatch individuals to warn the other sects to remain vigilant. Ming, you will notify the Huashan sect. Elder Zhua, you will inform the Beggar Sect. Zhou Sanren, you will reach out to the Shaolin Temple. Xiao Wuji organized everything with great efficiency. Meanwhile, the bald man and his subordinates fled from the bright summit, gradually slowing down only after traveling several hundred miles. They found a place to rest momentarily. Damn it! No amount of scheming could have prepared us for the existence of a disciple of the bright church who has mastered the sacred fire seal. The bald man's face twisted in rage. How did our informant fail to discover this? The informant, a lean man, spoke up. General, you mustn't blame me for this. In all my years, I have never encountered a disciple of the bright church who could cultivate the sacred fire seal. Furthermore, the one who utilized it tonight is the saintess of the bright church, barely over 20 years old. Under normal circumstances, she would not have had the time to master such a technique. The bald man pondered for a moment. It seemed that this saintess possessed remarkable talent. We cannot linger here, otherwise she may pose a threat to us in the future. Upon our return, I shall report to His Majesty and seek his decision. Indeed, if we could harness such a genius for our cause, it would be ideal. However, if she cannot be of use, we must eliminate her promptly to prevent future complications. Concurred a one-eyed man. All right, everyone, let us rest quickly. Once we are rejuvenated, we shall hasten back to the Imperial City to report. Chapter 27. Scheming. The Imperial City of the Great Jin is known as Eighteen City. At this moment, within the palace of Eighteen City, a dignified man was engrossed in a book in his study. Before him knelt a bald man, an expression of humility upon his countenance. Your Majesty, it is indeed our oversight this time. We failed to anticipate that the Ming Jiao would possess a disciple who has perfected the sacred fire order technique. Please, punish us. The bald man understood that in the presence of this sovereign, no excuse would suffice. Why had the enemy's strength exceeded your expectations? Was it not a result of your inadequate intelligence? The Emperor of Jin responded with a placid tone, placing aside the scroll in his hands. His voice gentle as a warm spring breeze. Indeed, it has been centuries since anyone in the Mingjiao has mastered the sacred fire order. The emergence of such a disciple is indeed unforeseen. Although you bear some responsibility, it is not grave. I shall reduce your official rank by half and have your salary for 1 year. In the Jin dynasty, salary was not measured in gold or silver, but rather in cultivation resources. Thus, a halving of salary represented a significant loss for an ordinary cultivator. However, the bald man felt a sense of relief within. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your leniency. I shall take note of this matter regarding the Mingjiao and leave it at that. The Emperor's voice remained devoid of emotion. Currently, the Sacred Master's technique requires a number of young boys and girls. Please make the necessary arrangements. Yes, the bald man replied, then withdrew. He understood that following their failed assault on the Mingjiao, and with the major sects now on high alert, they would no longer have the opportunity to strike easily against these factions. In the wake of the Jin dynasty's offensive, the various sects grew more closely knit, striving to deny the Jin any opportunities to exploit. Indeed, many sects even sent their disciples to learn from others, and in return, they generously shared their insights, withholding only their core techniques. Within the Mingjiao, after extensive discussions, the decision was made to appoint both Chu Xiaoer and Jiang Yuchan as the two holy maidens. This marked the first occasion in the history of the Mingjiao that two holy maidens would serve simultaneously. Time swiftly passed, and 5 years slipped by. In the imperial palace of Eighteen City, the Emperor of Jin found himself in a secluded chamber, facing an elder clad in a yellow robe. Within the palace, only members of the royal family were permitted to don such attire. Congratulations on the completion of the sacred ancestors' technique, the Emperor said with utmost respect. The man before him was none other than Wei Qian, one of the two saints of the Jin dynasty. Once a prince, Wei Qian had never married or fathered children, dedicating his life to the pursuit of martial arts. Ultimately, at the age of 142, he comprehended the true meaning of blood ignition. This technique allowed one to enhance their strength at the cost of burning their own vital energy. Now that I have mastered the great blood ignition technique, that old Zhang Sanfeng is no longer my match. Wei Qian laughed heartily. By the way, how goes your plan? The emperor understood the inquiry and shook his head with a smile. The major sects have fortified their defenses, and even their recruitment processes are stringent. We are finding it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. It seems these sects are not without their wits, Wei Qian responded. Wei Qian casually remarked, now that my martial arts have reached perfection, once I consolidate my power, I shall ascend Wudang Mountain. When Wudang is eliminated, the various sects will be left leaderless and will naturally crumble without any effort. At this moment, Emperor Jin also smiled, a rare sight. Previously, although he had contemplated the annihilation of the various sects, he could only rely on the abilities of those in the innate and acquired realms. While the great Jin dynasty boasted two saints, Wudang had the formidable Zhang Zhenren guarding it, making it difficult for them to gain an advantage. Even if they ultimately triumphed over Zhang Sanfeng, they would undoubtedly suffer severe losses, leading to a decline in national fortune, and possibly allowing some treacherous individuals to exploit the situation. Hence, the conflict had never escalated to involve the realm of saints. However, the situation had changed. With the ancestral power advancing further, it was likely that the ancestor alone could defeat Zhang Sanfeng. Thus, the time had come for a full-scale war against the major sections. Very well, I shall make the arrangements now. The black armored guards I have trained over the years have now reached a sufficient scale. Aside from relying on the ancestor, Emperor Jin had also cultivated a formidable troop. This troop, akin to Ding Xian's earlier endeavors, comprised geniuses birthed through certain costs, all of whom could swiftly cultivate to the innate realm. Presently, the black armored guards numbered nearly 10,000. What does it mean to have 10,000 warriors in the innate realm? To put it into perspective, even the Ming sect, one of the three major righteous sects, has no more than 200 to 300 practitioners at the innate level. Even if all the innate practitioners from various sects were combined, they would number less than 3,000. Hence, in terms of quantity, the great Jin dynasty holds an absolute advantage. Furthermore, these nearly 10,000 innate warriors represent only a fraction of the great Jin's overall combat strength. In addition to the black armored guards, the dynasty boasts various generals, ministers, and other formidable practitioners. Let us set the date for 1 month from now. We shall march directly on Wudang. At the bright summit of the Ming sect, Holy Maiden, Holy Maiden. Su Heng walked alongside Jiang Yuchan, and many upon seeing them greeted Jiang Yuchan. However, they instinctively overlooked Su Heng. You are quite popular. Su Heng chuckled. Over the past 5 years, Jiang Yuchan's cultivation had made remarkable advancements with his assistance, now reaching the second stage of the innate realm. Yet, when facing practitioners of the acquired realm, she did not exhibit the typical pride of an innate warrior. When someone sought her guidance, she patiently answered whenever she had the time. Consequently, she was well-liked among the ordinary disciples. As Su Heng and Jiang Yuchan moved away, the disciples began to discuss again. The one beside the Holy Maiden just now, was that Su Heng? Yes, indeed. I heard he was just a servant disciple in his early years. But due to his good relationship with the Holy Maiden, he was exceptionally promoted to a formal disciple. Who could resist such good fortune? Now that he has the Holy Maiden as his backing, no one among the formal disciples dares to challenge him. Otherwise, he would surely be relegated back to a servant disciple. As strength is an elusive concept that cannot be quantified or compared, determining rankings among the formal disciples necessitates direct challenges. For instance, if a disciple ranked 500 challenges one ranked 300 and emerges victorious, they would ascend to the rank of 300, while the former 300 would descend to 500. However, due to his connection with the Holy Maiden, many disciples who rank below Su Heng refrain from challenging him. Even if they were to succeed, the attention of the Holy Maiden might jeopardize their standing within the Ming sect. Furthermore, whispers suggest that another Holy Maiden holds Su Heng in favorable regard. Consequently, Su Heng's rank has never fallen into the last 100, allowing him to remain among the formal disciples for the past 5 years. Although he has distanced himself, his exceptional hearing allows him to catch snippets of their discussions. A bittersweet smile crosses his face as he muses that he would rather return to being a mere servant disciple. Chapter 28. Journey to Wudang the following day. News spread throughout the Ming sect. The third batch of disciples set to exchange knowledge at Wudang began accepting registrations. Upon hearing this, Su Heng felt a stirring in his heart. He had long desired to visit Wudang. During a previous exchange event at Shaolin, he had signed in and acquired numerous techniques, including the legendary washing marrow scripture. Thus, of the three great orthodox sects of humanity, Wudang remained the only one he had yet to explore. However, given the presence of Zhang Jinren, he feared that a reckless visit might reveal his true identity, prompting him to forego the opportunity on 2 prior occasions. This time, however, circumstances had changed. Not long ago, he had obtained a technique called changing heaven and earth through his signing in. Unlike typical techniques that merely conceal one's aura, this particular method fundamentally alters it. To illustrate, conventional methods of concealing one's presence can be likened to covering a piece of gold with a layer of dirt. To the untrained eye, it appears as mere dirt, yet a keen observer can discern the gold beneath. In contrast, changing heaven and earth transforms the gold into an ordinary stone. Regardless of how meticulously one examines it, it remains a stone. Yet, when the need arises, one can revert the stone back into gold. Thus, he now possesses the confidence to evade detection, even in the presence of a sage. Curiosity peaks within him as he contemplates what treasures he might uncover at Wudang. He harbors a faint hope of acquiring Zhang Jinren's renowned techniques, Tai Chi Fist and Tai Chi Sword. Having already grasped a significant portion of the true meaning of displacement, further understanding of these arts, which resonate with the principles of cosmic displacement, could propel him further along his path of enlightenment. With determination, he promptly makes his way to the registration site. The arrangements are overseen by an elder of the Ming sect, and a considerable queue has formed, predominantly comprised of formal disciples, with a few core disciples present. Notably, servant disciples are entirely absent from this gathering. Junior brother Su, do you wish to go to Wudang as well? A voice filled with surprise rang out. Su Heng turned around to find He. Since He had been drugged by Chu Xiao, he had become quite docile. Each time he encountered Su Heng, he was exceedingly polite. Let us experience it, Su Heng said with a faint smile. Haha, I was just planning to venture to Wudang for some training. If I could learn a few techniques from Wudang, perhaps my path of cultivation would become smoother. He rubbed his hands together. With Zhang Jinren presiding over Wudang, there are surely many formidable techniques to learn. If I am fortunate enough to meet Zhang Jinren this time, it would be splendid to receive his guidance. Zhang Jinren has been in seclusion and rarely makes an appearance. Even among Wudang disciples, few have seen him, let alone us, Su Heng replied, shaking his head. Observing the casual demeanor of the two, many disciples nearby were puzzled, wondering who among them was the core disciple and who was the formal disciple. Could it be that their attire was mismatched? Before long, Su Heng and He completed their registration. As they departed and reached a secluded spot, He suddenly addressed Su Heng. Senior, I am fortunate to encounter you now. I have a matter I must trouble you with. Speak, Su Heng replied with a smile. Senior, regarding the journey to Wudang, I still have the poison of the 7 flowers and 7 leaves within me, He stated. Su Heng immediately understood He's meaning. Given that He was still afflicted by the poison, he would require sufficient antidote for their trip to Wudang. With a hint of resignation, Su Heng waved his hand. Do not worry, I will speak to Chu Xiao about it. Thank you very much, Senior, He expressed sincerely. Subsequently, the two parted ways. That evening, as was his custom, Su Heng guided Jiang Yuchan in her training in an isolated area of the rear mountain. As you enhance your cultivation, also choose something you excel at and immerse yourself in it. Only then will you have the opportunity to grasp the true essence, Su Heng advised, drawing from his accumulated experiences across various techniques. Master, is it too early for me to contemplate the true essence? Jiang Yuchan replied with a bitter smile. At her current stage of innate realm, 2nd level, she felt it premature to consider breaking into the sage realm. In her view, one should at least cultivate to the 9th level of the innate realm before such thoughts. Su Heng shook his head. The sooner, the better. Especially since you are at the golden age for cultivation. It is most conducive to enlightenment. Furthermore, he paused momentarily. I may need to leave for a while. Leave? Jiang Yuchan was taken aback. Her master had taught her for 5 or 6 years, and now he was suddenly departing? Yes. I have important matters to attend to and will be away for some time. From now on, you must rely on your own cultivation, Su Heng said, producing a cloth bag and handing it to Jiang Yuchan. This is a Qianquan bag, containing various resources you will need for your future cultivation. Jiang Yuchan accepted the Qianquan bag, feeling a wave of sadness. Although her master had initially taken her on without clear intentions, over the years, he had devoted himself to her training selflessly, without seeking anything in return. In her heart, she had already regarded her master as a fatherly figure. Now that he was about to depart, she felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Su Heng, witnessing Jiang Yuchan's sorrowful expression, felt a pang of sympathy himself. However, He had to journey to Wudang and could not afford to run back and forth incessantly between Wudang and the Ming sect. If the two locations were closer, it would not pose much of a problem, but the reality was that they were over 1,000 miles apart. Even with his current level of cultivation, it was somewhat taxing and would hinder his training and comprehension of true essence. Do not be too disheartened. You will have the opportunity to meet again. Heng consoled her. Rest assured, Master, I will diligently cultivate and seek enlightenment, Jiang Yuchan declared, enunciating each word. Heng smiled, waved goodbye to her, and then, in a flash, vanished from sight. Jiang Yuchan stood there in a daze for a while before turning to leave. After she departed, Heng reappeared and sighed as he gazed at her receding figure. The following day, Jiang Yuchan prepared a bowl of rich bone soup for Heng. It had become a routine for them to share meals together. I heard you were going to Wudang this time? Jiang Yuchan asked, her demeanor slightly uneasy. Yes, Heng replied, then feigned ignorance and inquired, what is the matter? You seem a bit off. It's nothing. I've just been dealing with some troubling matters lately. Jiang Yuchan waved her hand dismissively. She had already been instructed not to speak about her master's affairs to anyone else. All right, if you choose not to share, I shall refrain from asking, Heng said, producing a delicately crafted bracelet and handing it to her. What is this? Jiang Yuchan asked, puzzled. Why are you giving me this? Heng smiled and explained, this bracelet is called Voice Across 1,000 Miles. It comes in pairs. As long as we each wear one, we can communicate regardless of the distance between us. Such a remarkable item exists. Jiang Yuchan looked at him incredulously before donning the bracelet. I obtained it during a previous expedition, Heng vaguely elaborated, omitting the fact that this voice across 1,000 miles had an additional function. Shattering one of them would allow for instantaneous teleportation to the other's side. This would enable Heng to return to rescue Jiang Yuchan should she find herself in peril. Chapter 29. The Demon Clan. The next morning, the group heading to Wudang set out from the Summit of Light. Leading the party was Qiao, accompanied by 3 elders. Their presence was intended to ensure the safety of the group, as the disciples traveling to Wudang were all core and official disciples, each possessing postnatal cultivation. Should they encounter someone of innate caliber, the consequences could be dire. According to the planned itinerary, their journey to Wudang Mountain would take 4 to 5 days. Under the urging of Qiao, the group reached the foot of Chuixian Mountain, the midpoint of their journey to Wudang and the Ming sect, in less than 2 days. Chuixian Mountain, with its steep terrain and dense forests, was home to numerous wild beasts. Qiao gazed at the imposing mountain before him, pausing in contemplation. Had they been a party of innate practitioners, he would have ventured into the mountain without hesitation. However, as the majority were disciples of acquired realms, the prospect of encountering wild beasts posed a significant danger. Yet, circumventing the mountain would extend their journey by more than a day. Are you concerned about the beasts on the mountain, Deputy? Inquired an accompanying elder. Indeed, we are all disciples of the acquired realm, and with only 4 of us to protect them, it may be challenging to ensure their safety, Qiao replied. Haha, Deputy He, rest assured, I have brought along a special potion designed to guard against wild beasts, the elder proclaimed, producing a small vial. Just apply a drop of this potion to your skin. An ordinary beast will be unable to detect us by scent. As long as we remain cautious and avoid provoking any formidable creatures, we shall be perfectly fine. Excellent. Qiao's eyes sparkled with interest. The dense forests of Chuixian Mountain provided ample opportunity for concealment, but most wild beasts possessed keen senses of smell. If they could effectively mask their scent, they would face no issues. In that case, let us all apply the potion swiftly and proceed into the mountain. Following the elder's instructions, the group anointed themselves with the potion. After applying it, Heng also noticed a change. His own heightened sense of smell, which had previously detected faint traces of humanity, was now entirely diminished. This potion was indeed remarkable. Heng held a newfound respect for the elder. It was evident that developing such an extraordinary antidote required immense time and effort. In a world where strength reigned supreme, dedicating time to research such non-combat enhancements was truly admirable. Very well, everyone, follow me into Chuixian Mountain. Let us tread carefully and avoid making excessive noise, Qiao commanded, leading the group into the depths of the mountain. Within a valley of Chuixian Mountain lay a cave, the entrance guarded by a tiger that appeared to be resting. However, a keen observer would notice that the tiger's eyes were not fully closed, but rather partially opened. Inside the cave, a different world unfolded. Numerous wild beasts roamed within, and at the farthest recess, a throne was occupied by a man with flowing golden hair, clad only in a skirt made of tiger skin, resembling a wild man. He gnawed on a piece of meat, his mouth stained with blood. Beside him, a monkey held a cup, seemingly at his service. A man lifted the cup from the hands of a monkey, took a sip, and set it down. Suddenly, another man, resembling him but adorned with a wolf's tail, emerged from a small stone door nearby, grumbling, "I wonder when we will finally launch our attack on humanity. I can hardly contain my impatience." The blond man seated upon the throne tossed the remainder of a sizable piece of meat into the hands of the wolf-tailed man, saying, "Patience is a virtue. After all these years, what is the rush?" The wolf-tailed man caught the meat and bit into it, chewing as he remarked, "Had I known, I would have requested the prophet to send me to the human realm." "Huh, you? With your incomplete transformation, you would be recognized immediately." The blond man scoffed. "Cut it out. It's not my fault the prophet deemed my talent insufficient to expend his essence on me. Shoo, do not speak ill of the prophet. He is not a subject for our discussion." The wolf-tailed man shrugged, his tone softening. "I merely stated the truth. Do you understand why the prophet values those gifted among our kind? Why? Because, once fully transformed, they can learn human techniques in their world and return to impart that knowledge to us." The blond man picked up a hard stone, flexed his muscles, and effortlessly crushed it. "Our kind is inherently stronger than humans, yet we have always been weak in the realm of techniques, leaving us at a disadvantage against them. The prophet has grasped the essence of transformation, enabling even those of us in the innate realm to take on forms. We can utilize this to allow some gifted demons to study in the human world. Once our technique system matures, an assault on humanity will be a trivial endeavor." Upon hearing this, the wolf-tailed man fell silent. If this were true, it would indeed be a monumental opportunity for their entire race. By the way, how many demons have returned from the human realm? It is said that over 10 have returned, but they have yet to access the core techniques of those sections. Currently, the most successful is a little fox from the Ming. It is rumored she has mastered 2 of their most superior techniques. Once she returns to our clan, we will all be able to practice Ming Jiao's methods. When will she return? She has been with the Ming Jiao for over 8 years now. The prophet's transformation can only last 10 years, so she should have about a year left before she returns. Haha, at that time, I will certainly visit that group of foxes to demand the elite techniques from Ming Jiao. Enough of that. With your talent, you should master the basic techniques first. Attempting to learn such elite methods might take you a lifetime." The blond man laughed. Suddenly, a pitch-black crow flew into the cave, landing beside the blond man's throne, and began cawing. Yet, the blond man understood the crow's intentions. Surprisingly, someone has passed through here, and those fools outside remain oblivious? The blond man expressed his astonishment. Although he himself was an animal, he regarded the other creatures with a sense of incredulity. Has someone arrived? The wolf-tailed man's expression brightened. It had been ages since he had savored fresh human flesh, and this time he was determined to indulge. No matter who they are, daring to traverse through our territory means they must leave something behind. As the blond man spoke, he retrieved a large axe from behind the throne, gesturing vigorously, "Lads, muster your spirits and follow me." Chapter 30. The struggle for territory. The members of the Ming sect were cautiously advancing through the clouds of Mount Chuixian. They treaded lightly, making every effort to remain silent. Indeed, Elder Su's medicinal concoctions were remarkable. Throughout their journey, they had encountered not a single beast. It seems we shall soon pass through Mount Chuixian. Afterward, the path ahead appears devoid of peril. Indeed, once we reach Wudang, I must learn the cloud leaping technique. Then, nothing will be able to obstruct my path. Many disciples exchanged hushed conversations. Walking through such a perilous forest at night filled them with an exhilarating thrill. Heng leisurely followed the group. After they had progressed for about half an hour, his ears perked up. He detected a faint, rustling sound drawing closer. Though the noise was still distant, its quantity was substantial. Could there be humans in this deep mountain? Heng pondered, for the sound resembled that of a large troop stealthily advancing. Yet, he soon recognized something amiss. The sounds varied in weight. If they were human, the disparity in noise would not be so pronounced. Could it be beasts? Heng furrowed his brow. If they were indeed beasts, how could they move so quietly and in an organized manner? An ominous feeling washed over him. He reflected that if these beasts approached, the disciples of the postnatal realm would be in grave danger. What a troublesome situation, he sighed internally, then silently slipped away from the group, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, the blond man of the demon race was stealthily closing in on the Ming sect members with his subordinates. The eyes of this pack of beasts gleamed with ferocity. "How far are we from the Black Crow?" the blond man queried in a hushed tone. The Black Crow, of course, was the black raven that had previously reported back to him. The raven cawed softly in response. The blond man nodded. "Good, I understand." With that, he called out to his followers, "Everyone, pay attention, we are not far from our target." At my command, Unleash your primal instincts and tear them all to shreds. However, just as he finished speaking, his pupils constricted. He noticed a figure standing directly in front of them. The figure had approached silently, as if it had been there all along, merely unnoticed until now. The inherent beastly instincts within the golden-haired man alerted him to an impending crisis. However, surrounded by such a multitude of beasts, any being of innate caliber would easily be torn apart, as long as a saint did not appear. Thus, there seemed no reason for him to feel alarmed. To his astonishment, the depths of Mount Izumo concealed such a plethora of feral creatures. After surveying the surroundings, Heng remarked with a hint of indifference. Mount Izumo was originally the domain of humanity, and to find so many beasts within, including 2 that had taken on human form, was indeed peculiar. Typically, members of the demon race would require a cultivation surpassing the innate realm, achieving the status of a saint and grasping the essence of truth to transform. Yet, the 2 shape-shifting creatures before him evidently possessed only innate strength. Simultaneously, he recalled that Chu Shower had also managed to transform without reaching the saint realm, which piqued his interest. Naturally, his curiosity would not lead him to foolishly interrogate these beasts. Instead, he intended to directly extract their souls. In matters of the soul, beasts were vastly inferior to humans, thus making the cost of soul extraction considerably lower for him. Seeking death, the golden-haired man's bloodlust eclipsed his sense of impending danger as he swung his great axe. Aiming for Heng's head, Heng scoffed lightly, and a faint golden light enveloped him, manifesting a spectral bell around his figure. The golden bell shield. With a resounding clang, the axe struck the bell's illusion, sending a powerful recoil that sent him and his weapon flying backward. Heng shook his head. Were it not for his intention to extract the soul, he would not have spared the golden-haired man's life. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to the golden bell shield for defense. He sauntered towards the golden-haired man, who was gripped by terror, and firmly placed his hand upon the man's head. The surrounding wolf-tailed man and other beasts stood frozen, not daring to move. Moments later, Heng completed the soul extraction. To his surprise, the ability to transform stemmed from the enlightenment of a prophet. With the revelation of this transformation secret, a murderous intent rose within him. The golden-haired man had been dwelling within Mount Izumo for decades, mercilessly slaughtering countless humans during this time. It was unexpected that the ferocity attributed to the beasts of Mount Izumo was indeed his doing. Heng sighed, and, with a casual strike, ended the golden-haired man's life. Upon witnessing the demise of the golden-haired man, the wolf-tailed man's spirit shattered, letting out a shriek as he attempted to flee. The other beasts, sensing the dire situation, scattered in all directions. Heng sighed. Compared to humans, beasts indeed exhibited many shortcomings, such as their immediate instinct to flee at the slightest hint of danger. With a thought, 360 long swords whistled forth. This was the celestial extermination sword array he had acquired years ago. Typically, in the face of such a large-scale enemy, the Sacred Fire Command would also be effective. However, utilizing the Sacred Fire Command would create a unique phenomenon, alerting the members of the Ming sect, a risk he did not wish to take. As the flying swords danced through the air, a horde of beasts, accompanying the golden-haired man, fell victim to decapitation. Heng strolled casually, while the swords swiftly dispatched the fleeing creatures within mere moments. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Observing the corpses strewn across the ground, Heng felt no pangs of compassion. According to the memories of the golden-haired man, each of these beasts had claimed no less than 10 human lives. They were all deserving of their fate. Once the beasts were vanquished, he proceeded in a specific direction, the very cave where these creatures had previously dwelled. Heng ventured to the cave not for any particular reason, but to see if he could sign in. After all, given that these demonic beings had occupied the cave for such an extended period, it was possible he might discover some valuable treasures of their kind. Meanwhile, the members of the Ming sect faintly heard the anguished cries of the beasts. An elder beside, Qiao felt a jolt of concern. Qiao, it seems there are sounds of beasts fighting, he remarked. Qiao's expression turned grave as he replied, let us not dwell on it. It is surely the beasts of the Union Mountain contending for territory. We must hasten our departure. With a wave of his hand, the group quickened their pace. In a vast expanse of grassland within the boundless southern wilderness, a tent stood surrounded by circling lions. Curiously, the range of these lions' movements remained consistently 10 meters from the tent. Inside, a robust man with flowing golden hair sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a piece of black jade on a nearby cabinet shattered with a loud crack. Startled, the man snatched up the jade, exclaiming, "Who did this? Who is responsible?" After venting his frustration, he quickly regained his composure, tidied up, and departed the tent, sprinting at remarkable speed toward a nearby forest. All creatures in this vicinity were aware that the forest was the domain of the legendary prophet. Chapter 31, Wudang. The dwelling of the demon race's prophet was an immense tree that soared into the clouds. The golden-haired man stood beneath it, as if confronting a colossal wall of wood. He entered through a hollow at the tree's roots, where a spiraling staircase awaited. Ascending step by step, he ultimately arrived at a spacious chamber illuminated by small, glowing creatures. At the room's center sat an elderly man in a robe, knees crossed, murmuring incantations. Upon the golden-haired man's arrival, the elder opened his eyes. King of Lions. Qiao man, what brings you here? The elder inquired with a smile. Qiao man replied gravely, Prophet, my son has been slain by the human race. Oh, are you referring to that young lad, Qiao Luo? Yes. Was the soul jade tablet shattered? The elder asked again. Indeed. The elder fell into contemplation. He is acutely aware of the affection that the Lionheart King harbors for the little lion named Qiao. In the past, Qiaomon fell in love with a lioness and they bore offspring. However, he ultimately abandoned this pair to return home and inherit the title of Lionheart King. Among this pair, the cub was none other than Qiao. Due to the constraints of his royal duties, Qiaomon could not directly meet Qiao nor reveal his paternal identity, fearing that Qiao might fall victim to the machinations of his other offspring. Therefore, Qiaomon quietly watched over Qiao and requested that he be cared for. Utilizing his profound understanding, he enabled Qiao to fully transform into human form even in his latent state, and gifted him a soul jade plate, allowing Qiaomon to track Qiao's whereabouts at any time. This time, Qiao volunteered to venture into the realm of humanity for training and learning. For many years, nothing untoward had transpired, so why was he suddenly slain by humans? Qiao's prowess was formidable. Within the innate realm, few could claim victory against him in a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, due to his influence, many demon clans heeded Qiao's commands. Who, then, could possibly defeat him? Could it be that a few of the saints among humanity had intervened? However, at present, there were no leads to follow. Though he bore the title of seer, he was merely the most formidable among the demon clans, lacking any genuine prophetic abilities. Seer, how fares your plan? I must avenge my son upon the human race. Qiaomon's countenance was furious, his fists clenched tightly. The elder shook his head and sighed. Both Qiaomon and he were of saintly cultivation, the pinnacle of the demon race, so he could not dismiss Qiaomon's sentiments. Fortunately, his plan was already nearing completion. My plan originally required another 30 years, but if you insist on hastening the pace, we could launch a full-scale offensive against humanity in no more than 5 years. Qiaomon took a deep breath. Although the anguish of losing a child was profound, he understood that the seer had made concessions for him, and with the overarching strategy at stake, he could not act impulsively. Currently, the saints among humanity were on the brink of internal strife. If he were to strike now, they would surely unite against him. So it would be wise to bide his time. The seer, seemingly fearful of his impulsiveness, advised him accordingly. I understand, Qiaomon nodded. Meanwhile, Su Heng had arrived at the cave where Qiao once resided. Inside, he discovered numerous human skeletons, arranged like macabre exhibits throughout the cave. With an expression devoid of emotion, he approached Qiao's throne. System, sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have obtained a demon essence from a saint-level demon. A surge of joy welled up within Su Heng. The demon essence is a rare orb formed within the minds of powerful demons, encapsulating the essence of their cultivation. Typically, only exceptionally talented demons can crystallize such essences, making them exceedingly scarce. Previously, Su Heng had slain numerous, including Qiao Luo, and among them, the ones possessing could be counted on one hand. Although it is certain that upon reaching the saint realm, A's true intent crystallizes into A, such are exceedingly rare. In the vast expanse of the southern wilderness, while there may be slightly more in the saint realm than humans, they number merely around a dozen. Furthermore, primarily dwell in tribes, and it is likely that those in the saint realm have little interaction with one another. Thus, the demise of a coupled with the preservation of a is an almost impossible occurrence. The only conceivable scenario would be a certain saint realm nearing their end, willingly bequeathing there to their kin. Otherwise, if slain by an enemy, a would almost invariably self-destruct in the face of death, rendering its acquisition impossible. Of course, if one could prevent a saint realm from self-detonating, it would be possible to obtain but that is likely beyond the capabilities of a mere saint realm practitioner. The utility of is manifold. For instance, there have been cases where low-level from postnatal practitioners were refined into elixirs of immense benefit to those in the innate realm. Should a from the saint realm be concocted into an elixir, its effects would be immeasurable. Su Heng silently noted the location, contemplating future visits for potential further benefits. He then returned directly to the Ming group, wary of being discovered by He Yao if he lingered too long. 3 days later, at Wudang Mountain, welcome, everyone, to Wudang 4. Daoist Qingxiu addressed the multitude of disciples from various sects gathered in the square for exchange at Wudang. Nearly 1,000 participants had registered to learn, many hailing from smaller sects, their faces alight with anticipation to acquire advanced techniques. In contrast, disciples like Su Heng, from Mingjiao and Shaolin, 2 of the other 3 major orthodox sects, remained relatively composed. Their purpose was merely to broaden their horizons. Now, I shall briefly outline our Wudang's regulations and other essential considerations to prevent any future misunderstandings. With that, Daoist Qingxiu began his discourse. As he spoke, Su Heng quietly activated the system. System, sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have obtained Cloud Ladder. In an instant, a stream of information surged into Su Heng's mind, and he had fully mastered the technique of the Cloud Ladder. The Cloud Ladder? Quite acceptable, he mused. Although he had not acquired the desired Tai Chi fist and Tai Chi sword, the Cloud Ladder, being a renowned lightness skill, certainly possessed its unique merits. For instance, the ability to ascend by borrowing strength from thin air was something none of the techniques he had previously signed in for could achieve. Thus, he had gained yet another means to confront adversaries. Moreover, as he had arrived at Wudang quite early, there was still ample time ahead, and he would inevitably obtain the Tai Chi fist and Tai Chi sword in due course. Chapter 32. A matter of importance at Wudang. Disciples from various sects reside in close proximity to one another, sharing the same area. Consequently, during their training sessions, they often encounter disciples from other sections. The disciples of the Ming sect and Shaolin, in particular, are met with appropriate respect from their peers. For both sects are esteemed as part of the 3 major righteous factions, their cultivation methods far surpassing those of lesser sections. Upon the arrival of Su Heng and his group of disciples, they were warmly welcomed by the disciples who had already settled here from various sects, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As night fell, a grand banquet was held by the different sects, filled with joy and merriment, while the disciples of the Ming sect gathered in celebration. Su Heng chose solitude, retreating to a tranquil spot beneath a great tree, finding solace away from the festivities. He held little interest in such gatherings and instead focused on the direction of his cultivation efforts. First and foremost was his cultivation level. Undoubtedly, he had reached the 9th stage of the innate realm several years ago, yet the transition to the sage realm hinges upon the comprehension of true intent. After 5 years of diligent effort, his understanding of the true intent of displacement had begun to take shape. If he were to persist steadily in his insights, he believed that within 4 to 5 years, around the time he turned 30, he would surely break through to the sage realm. In fact, should he experience further epiphanies during this period, the process could accelerate significantly, making a breakthrough within 3 years entirely feasible. Should others learn of this, they would likely be left in sheer astonishment. Next was his mastery of various techniques. Currently, he had 2 focal points for improvement. The first was the great displacement of heaven and earth. He had successfully mastered the 7th level. However, the difficulty of the 8th level, as described in the complete version of the technique provided by the system, was several tiers more challenging than the 7th. Confronted with the 8th level, he felt reminiscent of his earlier struggles before grasping true intent, unsure of how to proceed. He suspected that the 8th level might only be accessible after he attained the sage realm. The second focus involved the muscle and tendon changing classic and the bone marrow cleansing classic. Regarding the 3 major stages outlined in these texts, he still had a long journey ahead to reach the 2nd stage, which required a serene mind and body. Based on his current progress, he estimated that achieving this clarity would take at least another decade. There was no need to rush. While Su Heng was deep in thought, a sudden movement caught his attention. A throwing knife whistled through the air toward him. Fortunately, the knife bore no lethal intent and instead struck the tree against which he leaned. Although he possessed the ability to hear across great distances, the cacophony of everyday life often led him to refrain from utilizing this skill. In the aftermath of this occurrence, he merely twitched his ear, discerning the sound of rapid footsteps retreating nearby. A faint smile graced Su Heng's lips as he retrieved the knife from the tree trunk. Indeed, attached to the blade was a slip of paper. At the 3rd watch tonight, in the discussion pavilion, there is a matter of great importance to discuss. Upon reading the contents of the note, Su Heng was momentarily perplexed. He had always maintained a low profile. What significant matters could anyone wish to discuss with him? Moreover, he had been at Wudang for less than a day, and it seemed unlikely that he had offended anyone. After pondering for a moment, Su Heng resolved to keep the appointment. Judging from the direction in which the individual had departed, it appeared he held a considerable position within Wudang. Otherwise, he would have likely returned towards the quarters of the ordinary disciples. Calculating the time, Su Heng noted that there were still 2 hours remaining until the third watch. So he began to close his eyes and contemplate the essence of truth. Before long, the appointed hour arrived, prompting him to rise and slowly make his way to the discussion pavilion. This pavilion at Wudang served as a venue for disciples to engage in combat. However, it boasted a superior environment, consisting of enclosed individual rooms constructed from special materials, ideal for practicing various techniques. Upon his arrival at the discussion pavilion, a familiar figure at the entrance called out to him, "Junior brother Su, you've come." Su Heng smiled and replied, "Senior brother Li, what a pleasant surprise." The person who had summoned him was none other than the talented genius of Wudang, Li Xuanji. "I sought you out, Junior brother Su. Naturally, because I have matters to discuss." Li Xuanji gestured for him to enter. Without hesitation, Su Heng stepped inside. The two entered a room where Su Heng ran his hand along the wall. He had heard that within these walls lay the genuine essence of Tai Chi, capable of dissipating all residual energies from combat. Indeed, thus our disciples can practice freely here without concern for destruction. Su Heng remarked, "I have long heard of the renown of the discussion pavilion. Witnessing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation." Turning to Li Xuanji, he asked with a smile, "Senior brother Li, you haven't summoned me today merely for a duel, have you?" "Haha, certainly not. I called you here to request a favor." "A favor?" Su Heng was somewhat taken aback. "With your esteemed status at Wudang, you require my assistance?" "You misunderstand, junior brother. This matter is unrelated to Wudang. It concerns an individual from your own sect." "Who might that be?" "The holy maiden, Qiao or..." "Oh." Su Heng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Since that fateful martial arts competition 5 years ago, the young lady had left a profound impression on him. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had never anticipated that Li Xuanji was such a romantic. The object of his affections, nonetheless, was a member of the demon clan. Su Heng could already envision a tragic tale unfolding. Li Xuanji, oblivious to Su Heng's expression, continued, "Over the past few years, I have repeatedly invited Miss Chu. Yet she has consistently ignored my advances. Initially, I assumed her disdain stemmed from my victory over her, but later I learned that she treats others similarly in the Mingjiao, with one notable exception." As she spoke, Li Xuanji cast a glance at Su Heng. "Whenever Miss Chu interacts with you, Su Shidi, her demeanor is markedly different. Thus, I seek your guidance regarding her interests and hobbies to better pursue her." At this moment, Su Heng fully grasped Li Xuanji's intentions. However, he recognized the inherent differences between their worlds. Moreover, from his recollections of Qiao Luo, he understood that Chu Shower would likely return to the demon clan within a year. On this return, she would take with her the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi and the Sheng Hor Ling divine art. This did not concern Su Heng much. The version of Qian Kuan de Nua Yi that Chu Shower had encountered was incomplete, allowing her to master at most the 6th level, while the 7th level remained flawed, significantly diminishing its potency. Though it remained unrivaled beneath the innate realm, it would falter against a sage. Furthermore, the difficulty of its cultivation was immense, historically. Every leader of the Mingjiao possessed extraordinary talent, yet how many had achieved the 6th level? The situation was even more dire for the demon clan. Thus, Qian Kuan de Nua Yi held little value for them. As for the Sheng Hor Ling divine art, without the Sheng Hor Ling, it was merely a decorative fade. Hence, Su Heng was indifferent to Chu Shower taking it back. Now, with Li Xuanji harboring feelings for Chu Shower, Su Heng felt compelled to dissuade him, to spare a human prodigy from the burdens of unrequited love. "Li Xiao, forgive my candor, but you are ill-suited for the saintess. She does not favor your type." "Oh, then what does she prefer?" "I can certainly adapt," Li Xuanji persisted, unwilling to concede. Yet Su Heng was somewhat at a loss for words. "What she favors is likely not a human. Can you truly change that?" Chapter 33. Testing Zhang Jinren. Su Heng pondered for a moment before replying, "Li Xiao, I advise you to relinquish this notion early. The type the saintess is drawn to is certainly not something you can transform into." Li Xuanji stared at Su Heng in bewilderment. Suddenly, he abruptly embraced Su Heng's shoulders and whispered conspiratorially, "Su Shidi, could it be that Miss Chu prefers women?" Su Heng's expression transformed with intrigue. Yet, if Li Xuanji interpreted it this way, it would spare him further explanations. With a serious countenance, Su Heng stated, "Li Xiao, this matter is of great significance. I implore you to keep it confidential." "Ah, so that's why Miss Chu has consistently overlooked me, because she favors women." Li Xuanji sighed, then assuredly patted his chest. "Rest assured, Su Shidi, I will not let a soul know of this." Seeing Li Xuanji finally relent brought a quiet sigh of relief to Su Heng. Well, at least today I have resolved a long-standing curiosity. Li Xuanji cast a grateful glance at Su Heng. Junior brother Su, should you require assistance at Wudang in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. As long as it does not contravene Wudang's regulations, I will certainly assist you. Haha, I shall be indebted to you then, senior brotherly. Su Heng replied amiably. Such an exchange alleviated many of his concerns. As the hour grew late, Li Xuanji bid farewell to Su Heng and departed. After lingering for a moment, Su Heng returned to the Hall of Martial Arts, gently caressing the wall. Now that his own understanding of the essence of movement had begun to take shape, he could faintly perceive the profound principles of Tai Chi embedded within the wall. Indeed, the intricacies of Tai Chi were remarkable, a testament to the exceptional skill of Master Zhang. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Why not seek out Master Zhang to test my abilities? This notion was not born from mere impulse. Given that he could effortlessly overpower typical innate realm martial artists like crushing ants, he was uncertain of the true extent of his strength. Was he invincible among the innate realm, far from matching a sage, or was he capable of contending with one? The clearest comparison would be to challenge a sage. However, selecting the right sage was crucial. If he were to provoke an ordinary sage as an innate realm martial artist, victory would be fortunate, yet defeat could spell danger, as the offended sage might seek retribution. Master Zhang, however, was different. To Su Heng's knowledge, Master Zhang possessed a remarkably gentle disposition and had never taken a life in his lifetime. In fact, he had even chosen to spare his father's murderer in his youth. Thus, approaching Master Zhang for guidance posed no risk. With a burgeoning sense of eagerness, Su Heng acted promptly. According to information within Wudang, Master Zhang was currently in secluded meditation at the Tai Chi Hall in the back mountains. After changing into a dark outfit, Su Heng activated his lightness skill to conceal his presence and stealthily approached the Tai Chi Hall. The location of the Tai Chi Hall was tranquil and remote, indeed suitable for meditation. Merely nearing the vicinity washed over Su Heng with a sense of serenity and calm. He did not approach the Tai Chi Hall directly, but instead drew nearer from a distance, striving to conceal his movements. He wished to ascertain how close he could get to a sage like Master Zhang before being detected. As he stealthily approached, he soon found himself outside the Grand Hall, where he could finally see Master Zhang within. The sage, adorned with flowing white hair, was currently wielding an ordinary Wudang sword. His movements were not swift. Indeed, an average person could easily outpace him. Yet, Su Heng felt as though the swordplay was seamlessly intertwined with the essence of heaven and earth, exhibiting no flaws whatsoever. What appeared to be languid movements would, upon encountering an adversary, likely transform into lethal strikes capable of vanquishing all. Is this the Tai Chi sword? Su Heng felt a sudden shock within. Naturally, the mere Tai Chi sword technique could not achieve such formidable power. There must certainly be the true essence of Tai Chi involved. Suddenly, Zhang Zhenren spoke, his voice gentle. My friend, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself for a conversation? Upon saying this, Zhang Zhenren ceased his swordplay and smiled at the entrance of the Grand Hall, where Su Heng stood. Indeed, Su Heng mused, the perception of a sage is truly formidable. He retracted his concealment technique and respectfully bowed to Zhang Zhenren. I am Su Heng, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, Zhang Zhenren. Zhang Zhenren scrutinized Su Heng for a moment and remarked with a smile. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I did not expect a young man under 30 to elude my perception. Su Heng was momentarily taken aback and replied, Zhang Zhenren, did you not discover me? How could it be said that I eluded you? Zhang Zhenren stroked his long beard and gestured towards the nearby tables and chairs, inviting, please, young hero, take a seat. Su Heng nodded and sat down alongside Zhang Zhenren. Just now, you did indeed conceal yourself from me, but it was only when I observed you practicing your swordplay that I realized your presence. By the time I discovered you, you must have already been at the entrance for a while, Zhang Zhenren said candidly. Su Heng thought to himself, Zhang Zhenren is truly worthy of his reputation. To graciously acknowledge his own shortcomings in the face of a junior under 30 is a mindset that few could attain. Had you been more mindful of your gaze and not fixated on me, I might not have detected you until you were within 3 zhang of my vicinity. Zhang Zhenren added. He poured a cup of tea and offered it to Su Heng. If the others from Wudang were to witness this, their eyes would surely bulge in astonishment, for this gesture signified that Zhang Zhenren regarded Su Heng as an equal. Su Heng nodded. He had indeed been somewhat entranced by the Tai Chi sword. However, from Zhang Zhenren's words, it was evident that his concealment technique remained effective against a sage. He just needed to exercise a bit more caution, such as not staring too intently, as the awareness of a sage is exceptionally strong, making detection all too easy. By the way, young hero, may I inquire about your origins? What brings you to my humble abode tonight? Heng pondered briefly and decided not to conceal his intentions. Zhang Jinren, to speak candidly, I am a disciple of the Ming sect. I have come tonight out of admiration for your Tai Chi sword and Tai Chi fist, hoping to learn from you. Zhang Jinren laughed heartily. Young hero, your talent is astonishing. If I am not mistaken, you have already attained the 9th level of the innate realm. The techniques you practice are likely on par with my Tai Chi fist and Tai Chi swordplay. Heng smiled, acknowledging this truth. However, his primary motivation for studying these two techniques was still to enhance his own translocation essence. Of course, this was not something he would disclose. At not yet 30 years of age, he finds himself on the brink of transcending to the realm of the saints. Should this news circulate, even the saints themselves might cast their covetous eyes upon him. Chapter 34. A Test of True Intent. Since the young hero holds my Taiji Quan and Taiji swordplay in such high regard, I shall not withhold my insights. Let us engage in an exchange, declared Master Zhang suddenly. Heng felt a stirring in his heart. Was this not a splendid opportunity to test his own prowess? Grateful for Master Zhang's willingness to mentor a junior like himself, he replied, Haha, mentorship may be too grand a term. Perhaps, without the aid of true intent, I might not even be your match. With that, the two stepped into the center of the grand hall. What I shall employ next is Taiji Quan, please. Master Zhang gestured courteously, and thus their duel commenced. As it was a contest of martial arts, Heng refrained from wielding any weapons. Moreover, to avoid misunderstandings, he was careful not to utilize the extraordinary techniques acquired from other sects through his signing-in privileges. Instead, he initiated the bout with Luohan Quan. Although Luohan Quan belongs to Shaolin, the contemporary exchange of techniques among various sects rendered it less exclusive than the esteemed Yijin Jing. Thus, its application was entirely appropriate. After exchanging several dozen moves, Heng finally began to grasp the formidable nature of the Saint Realm. Even without employing true intent, Master Zhang's Taiji techniques instilled in him a sensation of being unable to strike. It felt as though every offensive attempt he made was effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. Master Zhang, I intend to integrate the Qian de Nua Yi from our Ming sect. Do be cautious, Heng proclaimed, relying solely on his fist techniques. He was no match, but his arsenal of skills was vast. Furthermore, as the system had bestowed upon him a complete comprehension of all martial arts, he could grasp the essence of each, allowing him to synergize different techniques to unleash a power greater than the sum of its parts. Upon merging Qian de Nua Yi, his Luohan Quan finally possessed sufficient might to contend with the Taiji techniques. At that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Master Zhang's face. His surprise did not stem from the Qian de Nua Yi. Rather, it was the extraordinary talent Heng exhibited, which led him to believe that Heng was undoubtedly a core member of the Ming sect, making his mastery of Qian de Nua Yi entirely plausible. What truly astonished him was Heng's ability to seamlessly blend Qian de Nua Yi with Luohan Quan. Having once been a disciple of Shaolin himself and familiar with the intricacies of Luohan Quan, Master Zhang understood the challenges inherent in merging two distinct martial arts. The fact that this combination could stand against his Taiji Quan was remarkable, as one employed strength to counter strength and the other executed agile maneuvers. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Gradually, Heng began to establish a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. In ordinary circumstances, he could effortlessly contend with a saint operating without true intent. Master Zhang, might I request a glimpse of your Taiji true intent? Heng suddenly inquired, eager to witness the extent of its power. Haha, splendid. Zhang Jinren laughed heartily. Suddenly, Heng felt as if the air around him had thickened, with each movement of Zhang Jinren exuding a captivating force that subtly influenced his techniques, ensnaring him within the rhythm of his opponent. It felt as if he were mired in a quagmire. Is this the true essence of Tai Chi? Heng was secretly astonished. This reminded him of the yin and yang he had concocted for Jiang Yuchan. Young hero, my true essence of Tai Chi can draw your techniques into my own. In this manner, your abilities will lose their potency, Zhang Jinren explained. Heng nodded inwardly. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Most martial arts strive for swiftness, precision, and ferocity. Yet, Tai Chi only manifests its sharpness and ferocity during the exertion of force. Otherwise, it emphasizes defense and the dissipation of energy. Thus, once ensnared by the true essence of Tai Chi, nearly all techniques would lose their power. Generally, to counteract a true essence, one must employ another true essence, forcefully overcoming it. Otherwise, any attempt to use techniques will subject you to my influence, Zhang Jinren elucidated. Su Heng listened attentively and gleaned much from his words. Now faced with the true essence of Tai Chi, once in close proximity, he would inevitably become ensnared. To avoid being drawn in, he would have to strike from a distance. Young hero, I shall now launch an attack. Be cautious. Zhang Jinren smiled. His previous moves had been purely defensive, intended to showcase his true essence. Now, he was prepared to unleash his offensive techniques. To him, Su Heng was merely a warrior of the innate realm. Defeating him with an offensive maneuver would be a trivial task. However, just as he was about to strike, Su Heng unexpectedly retreated, skillfully creating distance between them. Is that the Lingbo Weibo? Zhang Jinren was momentarily taken aback. Su Heng had managed to evade him with the Lingbo Weibo, a mysterious footwork technique that allows one to dodge an opponent's attack at close range. To escape from his true essence of Tai Chi, Su Heng must have mastered the Lingbo Weibo to an exceptionally profound level. At this point, Su Heng had demonstrated mastery over 3 martial arts, Qian Kuan de Nua Yi, Lingbo Weibo, and Luohan Quan. Who among those under 30 could achieve such a feat? In fact, many from the older generation whom he had encountered could not wield these techniques as effortlessly as Su Heng. Could he truly be under 30? Zhang Jinren felt momentarily disoriented, yet his perception, honed to the level of a sage, indicated that Su Heng's bone age was indeed accurate. Surely, he wasn't some ancient being who had, out of sheer boredom, delved into a method or technique to alter bone age to deceive him. At that moment, Su Heng had reached one side of the grand hall. Confronted with the true essence of Tai Chi, he was entirely outmatched in close quarters. However, if he employed some form of long-range attack, he might still have a chance. Sacred Fire Command. Su Heng let out a low shout, and 108 Sacred Fire tokens soared into the air. Zhang Jinren was momentarily taken aback. How could there be more? With his keen insight, he quickly discerned that Su Heng had already mastered the Sacred Fire token technique. Furthermore, he had heard that there were only 6 Sacred Fire tokens. Where did these 108 come from? While he hesitated, the tokens formed an intricate formation, encasing him within. Instantly, he felt the temperature around him rise sharply, as if he were ensconced in a blazing inferno. Not good. Zhang Jinren hastily activated the Taiji True Intent to fend off the fiery onslaught. The Taiji True Intent proved its worth as a formidable defensive technique, as Su Heng's full-powered Sacred Fire token technique could not easily overwhelm it. However, Zhang Jinren was not unscathed. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. After just a few breaths, Su Heng, panting heavily, shouted, "Return." All the Sacred Fire tokens immediately flew back into his grasp. His current cultivation level was still insufficient to sustain the Sacred Fire token technique for an extended period. Once Su Heng had retracted the tokens, Zhang Jinren, with a flushed complexion, remarked with admiration, "Young hero, your prowess is remarkable. To maintain such a powerful technique for several breaths is truly commendable. Had you persisted just a few moments longer, even my Taiji True Intent might have struggled to withstand it." Chapter 35. Strength of the Sage Realm. Upon hearing Zhang Jinren's words, Su Heng felt a surge of joy within. Zhang Jinren would not deceive him, since he had acknowledged Su Heng's strength. It meant he now possessed the capability to contend with those of the Sage Realm. Moreover, he still had numerous techniques yet to be employed. For instance, when facing life-and-death adversaries, he would consume various elixirs obtained from his sign-in rewards to enhance his elemental power. In such a scenario, his duration of using the Sacred Fire token technique would extend, and the resulting devastation would be even greater. However, during this friendly exchange, he naturally refrained from such measures. With newfound confidence in his abilities, Su Heng's spirits soared. He then continued to spar with Zhang Jinren, practicing the Taiji sword technique. At this moment, Li Xuanji was making his way to the Taiji Hall. Thanks to Su Heng's assistance in resolving a long-standing emotional dilemma, he felt a sense of relief that facilitated a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had ascended to the 5th stage of the innate realm and gained fresh insights into the Taiji fist he was studying. Thus, even though dawn had yet to break, he eagerly sought out Zhang Jinren for guidance. "Since Miss Chu and I are fated to part ways, I shall pursue the Great Way." Striving to become the 2nd sage of Wudang after Zhang Jinren, Li Xuanji was brimming with confidence. With his current pace of cultivation, he anticipated reaching the 9th stage of the innate realm before turning 30. Moreover, this was not merely a case of solitary training. He was simultaneously receiving Zhang Jinren's invaluable instruction. As a sage, Zhang Jinren not only taught him the Taiji fist, but also guided him on how to comprehend the true intent. Thus, he firmly believed that if he continued his training in this manner, by the age of 100, he might attain the realm of a sage. This would indeed be an unprecedented achievement in the annals of humanity. However, as he approached the entrance of the Taiji Hall, he faintly discerned the sounds of metal clashing within. This startled him. Was Zhang Jinren engaged in combat? Who could possibly be a match for him? Could it be those two from the great Jin dynasty? With such thoughts racing through his mind, he quickened his pace. The sight of a confrontation between beings of the Sage Realm was a rare spectacle. Simultaneously, Su Heng and Zhang Jinren were engaged in a relentless exchange of swordplay, each maneuver responding to the other. Naturally, Zhang Jinren refrained from employing his true intent. As their blows separated, Su Heng's ears perked up. He sensed someone approaching. Consequently, he clasped his fist in salute to Zhang Jinren, stating, "Today, I have greatly benefited from your teachings, Jinren, but I have pressing matters to attend to. So I must take my leave." With that, his figure flickered and vanished. Observing Su Heng's swift movements, Zhang Jinren could not help but express admiration. The young man was indeed decisive in his actions. Yet, almost immediately, his expression shifted. He too sensed an approaching presence. Clearly, Su Heng's hasty departure was prompted by his own awareness of the newcomer. The fact that Su Heng had perceived it before him indicated a greater acuity on Su Heng's part, which was the source of Zhang Jinren's astonishment. A practitioner of remarkable skill and formidable perception, this young man, not yet 30, held the potential to transcend the Sage Realm and reach even loftier heights. Zhang Jinren mused inwardly. Even he, at present, found the path to higher realms shrouded in a mystifying fog, utterly indistinct. The sound of footsteps echoed. Li Xuanji hurried into the Taiji Hall, and, upon spotting Zhang Jinren, quickly bowed in greeting. Jinren. After completing her salutation, she began to glance around. Zhang Jinren observed this with a slight shake of his head. Compared to Su Heng, Li Xuanji, in terms of both talent and temperament, fell significantly short. Nonetheless, he could understand her disposition. Now, with her having earned the title of the foremost genius among humanity, she had faced little adversity, making her hubris somewhat inevitable. Zhang Jinren initially contemplated revealing Su Heng's existence to enlighten Li Xuanji about the presence of others beyond herself. However, recalling Su Heng's demeanor upon departing, he recognized the young man's desire to keep his identity concealed and thus abandoned that thought. "Xuanji, what are you looking for?" Zhang Jinren inquired with a smile. "Jinren, I heard the sounds of a duel from afar, so..." Li Xuanji responded, somewhat perplexed. "Where is he? No need to search any longer. That individual has already departed." "Departed?" Li Xuanji's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "Indeed, he was aware of your arrival and chose to leave." Zhang Jinren did not withhold this information and promptly asked, "Xuanji, did you come to seek my counsel regarding any difficulties in your training this late at night?" Though Li Su, New Jersey, felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing the presence of a sage in battle, she quickly recalled her recent gains and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Master, I have recently achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation and have gained new insights into Tai Chi. Hence, I have come to seek your guidance." Subsequently, Zhang Jinren began to instruct Li Su, New Jersey, in her practice. Meanwhile, Su Heng had quietly returned to his chamber. Unexpectedly, he realized he had already attained the strength of a sage. Even with his calm demeanor, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This indicated that among the human race, his power ranked within the top 4, standing alongside the other 3 sages. Moreover, in a few years, after he breaks through to the Sage Realm, his strength would experience yet another leap. At that time, it seemed that the average sage would hardly be his match. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since Su Heng arrived at Wudang. Throughout this month, although he diligently signed in, he had yet to acquire the Tai Chi fist and Tai Chi sword. However, he had essentially mastered the other martial arts of Wudang, including the renowned 9-yang divine skill, which significantly enhanced his primordial energy. Presently, although he remained at the 9th level of the innate realm, bolstered by the various techniques, his primordial energy, in sheer comparison, was likely several dozen times greater than that of other practitioners at the same level. Now, even when faced with Zhang Jinren, he held hope that he could defeat him solely by relying on the Sacred Fire Order's divine skill. Reflecting upon his previous duel with Zhang Jinren, Su Heng contemplated. "Senior, something is amiss." A familiar voice reached him. Without needing to guess, Su Heng knew it was He Qi. In all of Wudang, only He Qi would privately address him as senior. "What is it?" Su Heng inquired, noticing He Qi's expression of alarm. What could have transpired to rattle him so? "The forces of the Great Jin dynasty have invaded Wudang." "Great Jin?" Su Heng was taken aback. Simultaneously, he sensed the stirrings beneath Wudang Mountain. Years ago, various sects had formed alliances to resist Great Jin, maintaining a delicate balance. He never anticipated that Great Jin would now take the initiative to assault Wudang. After all, Zhang Jinren was stationed there, Were they deliberately targeting the strong? Senior, what shall we do? Qi asked, clearly apprehensive. In his view, if the great Jin dynasty dared to attack Wudang, they must possess considerable confidence that Wudang would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Consequently, the disciples would find themselves in peril. Why are you afraid? Heng chuckled. Qi scratched his head. I am merely concerned. His nature was inherently cautious. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily intimidated by Chu Xiao in the past. Rest assured, with Zhang Jinren overseeing, Wudang will not fall easily. Heng reassured him. Now, I must step out for a moment. Stay in your room and do not wander. After speaking, Heng made his way to the rear mountains of Wudang. At this moment, before the gates of Wudang, the army of the great Jin dynasty stood in formidable formation. Although there were just over 10,000 men, each was a formidable innate realm expert, their strength rivaling that of 1,000,000 troops. At the forefront of the army sat an elder clad in yellow robes. Surveying Wudang Mountain with an air of arrogance, he was none other than Wei Qian, the esteemed ancestor of the great Jin royal family. Behind him were the Jin emperor and various generals and ministers accompanying him. Following them were more than 10,000 black-armored guards. At Wudang's side, the leader was naturally Zhang Jinren, accompanied by Qing Su and other members of Wudang. Haha, Zhang Sanfeng, I never imagined you would still be alive after all these years. Wei Qian laughed heartily. Zhang Jinren replied with a faint smile, life and death are determined by fate. When I shall die is not for you to decide. Aware of Zhang Sanfeng's lofty nature, Wei Qian knew that verbal sparring was futile and chose not to prolong the exchange. Zhang Sanfeng, as you can see, today the great Jin must conquer Wudang. If you surrender voluntarily, I can assure you a comfortable existence. But if you remain obstinate, I shall bathe Wudang Mountain in blood today. Zhang Jinren shook his head. Wei Qian, your great Jin dynasty has already dominated the mundane world. Why must you pressure our various sects? Moreover, with the demon races surrounding our human kin, isn't internal strife merely granting them an opportunity? Haha, Zhang Sanfeng, that is precisely my point. If all sects submit to the great Jin, we can unite under one command to resist the demon races surrounding us. Would that not be preferable? Upon hearing their exchange, many present could only smile wryly. This was indeed an irreconcilable contradiction. The combined strength of the various sects was formidable, and the great Jin dynasty feared that while contending with the demon races, they might face betrayal from the sections. Conversely, the sects merely sought the freedom to cultivate. Wei Qian, does this mean we are truly fated to battle today? Zhang Jinren's brow furrowed, for this was the outcome he most dreaded. Indeed, today, you either submit to the great Jin or I shall subdue you, Wei Qian declared, his expression haughty. By the way, allow me to inform you that my blood ignition technique has reached completion. In our equal realms, you cannot possibly contend with me. Zhang Jinren's expression remained unchanged. If that is the case, further words are futile. I shall experience your blood ignition technique firsthand. Haha, splendid. As the words fell, the two became like shooting stars, clashing in the midst of the battlefield. The aftermath of their battle sent clouds of dust swirling and trees splintering. Such a confrontation at the Saint Realm captivated the attention of many onlookers. While the spectators were engrossed in the battle, the Jin Emperor turned to a trusted young eunuch beside him and inquired, has Mr. Kuei already set his plans in motion? Your Majesty, Mr. Kuei has long since departed for the rear mountains of Wudang. The young eunuch replied, as soon as Mr. Kuei succeeds, we shall mount a decisive assault on Wudang Mountain. A smirk gracing the lips of Emperor Jin. Mr. Kuei, indeed, refers to another sage of the great Jin dynasty, Kuei Zhen. In his early years, he served as a eunuch within the imperial palace, yet his martial prowess was extraordinary. He authored the Kuei Hua Classic and comprehended its profound essence, thereby breaking through to the realm of sages. Although Kuei Zhen was generally unconstrained by the imperial family, this time they offered a substantial sum to secure his involvement. His task is to restrain Zhang Sanfeng at the foot of the mountain while he stealthily acquires the various martial arts of Wudang. After all, should they ascend the mountain, devastation would undoubtedly follow, leaving no trace of life in their wake. Hence, it is imperative to pilfer those martial techniques in advance. Once he has secured the arts, Kuei Zhen will then emerge from the mountain, coordinating with Emperor Jin and his entourage to execute a comprehensive annihilation of Wudang. This is the strategy devised by Emperor Jin. At this moment, Zhang Jinren and Wei Qian are engaged in an intense battle. Their true essences collide, unleashing a torrent of primordial energy. Those present with cultivation below the innate realm are unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of this energy. How formidable! The might of a sage is indeed terrifying. It is no wonder that attaining the sage realm is so exceedingly difficult. Even collectively, none among us could rival a single sage. as many spectators lament. The outcome of the duel between the two combatants is gradually becoming apparent. Wei Qian, empowered by his blood-burning divine skill, grows increasingly formidable, while Zhang Jinren is left to defend using the true essence of Tai Chi, with no opportunity for offense. Witnessing this, a shadow of despair envelopes the hearts of those from Wudang. Even those not affiliated with Wudang were expressions of worry. Once Wudang falls, how can the other sects hope to escape unscathed? Is today destined to herald their demise? Meanwhile, in the rear mountains of Wudang, a figure adorned in a red floral robe quietly appears. The man, with a face adorned in powder and lips painted in lipstick, is none other than Xueyin. Strolling through the back mountains, he soon locates the Tai Chi Hall. It is rumored that this hall is the dwelling of the old fellow Zhang Sanfeng, and it surely harbors many treasures. Upon seeing the plaque at the entrance, Xueyin cannot help but murmur to himself. He then steps into the grand hall. But in an instant, his pupils constrict as if he has seen a ghost. Before him sits a young man at a table, a teapot elegantly arranged upon it. "Please, have a seat." Su Heng smiles gently. He too had not anticipated encountering anyone here. His purpose for coming was to take advantage of Zhang Jinren's distraction in battle to sign in at the Tai Chi Hall, hoping to acquire the martial techniques he desired. After all, this is where Zhang Jinren frequently resides, making it the most likely place to sign in for Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword techniques. The last time he visited, he had already signed in that day, preventing him from doing so again. Thus, today he seizes the opportunity to sign in. He was fortunate enough to directly acquire the essence of Tai Chi. However, just as his spirits were lifted, he heard someone approaching nearby. Thus, the current events unfolded. Wei Qian squinted slightly at Su Heng, although he had not consciously sensed it earlier. The fact that he had not noticed him before entering was not something an ordinary person could achieve. "Who are you?" Xueyin asked cautiously, testing the waters. "The Ming sect, Su Heng." "Su Heng?" Xueyin murmured the name, yet he had no recollection associated with it. Soon after, he found himself chuckling softly. He had been overly cautious. After all, among the three saints of humankind, two were engaged in a fierce battle at the foot of Wudang Mountain, while he himself was invincible. Shaking his head, he laughed. "Since you have appeared here, do not blame me for being ruthless." As Xueyin spoke, his wrist flicked, and a silver needle shot forth. Su Heng instantly realized that this needle was exponentially more formidable than the one Ding Xian had wielded using the sunflower divine art. For this silver needle was imbued with the true essence of the sunflower. Chapter 37, Retreat. Faced with a being of the saint realm, Su Heng did not dare to be negligent. In an instant, 108 holy fire orders soared into the air, and he swiftly retrieved a recovery pill to restore his vitality, placing it in his mouth. Moments later, Xueyin found himself ensnared within the formation of the holy fire orders. The silver needle he had just launched was also struck down by one of the holy fire orders, its thread reduced to ashes. Kill. Su Heng spared no mercy, his entire vital energy surging as the holy fire orders danced throughout the grand hall, encircling Xueyin. Xueyin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere innate realm warrior could unleash such formidable power. He hastily flicked his fingers, sending forth countless silver needles. However, these needles required threads for guidance. Under the onslaught of the holy fire orders, even with the true essence of the sunflower, the threads could not endure for long and would soon be reduced to dust. Seeing his techniques completely countered, Xueyin was filled with dread. He had thought he was facing an ant, only to discover he was up against a fierce tiger. Just as Xueyin was about to plead for mercy, he was instantly engulfed by the holy fire orders. Moments later, the flames dissipated. In the entire hall, only Su Heng remained standing. Remarkably, his complexion was merely slightly flushed, showing no signs of having overexerted himself. "What is happening?" Su Heng was taken aback, his expression turning peculiar. Why was Xueyin so weak? Based on his encounter with Zhang Jinren a month prior, he believed that even if he could triumph over an ordinary being of the saint realm, it would be a narrow victory. Yet, it felt as though Xueyin had been preparing to exert himself when he simply collapsed. While there were indeed reasons related to the countering of techniques, it still seemed too effortless. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jinren had barely reached the mid-stage of the saint realm. As for Xueyin, he remains in the early stage of the saint realm. Su Heng, who can contend with Zhang Jinren in the mid-stage of the saint realm, finds it relatively straightforward to deal with Xueyin when he exerts his full strength. Of course, since the human race currently possesses only 3 saints, there is no precise distinction within this realm, leaving Zhang Jinren and his peers uncertain about the differences between the early and mid stages. They can only vaguely sense the disparities in strength. For instance, The reason the Great Jin dynasty had not taken action against the major sects was due to the fact that Wei Qian and Kuei Zhan combined could not defeat Zhang Jinren. After resolving the matter with Kuei Zhan, Su Heng clapped his hands and, with an expression of ease, departed from the Taiji Hall, making his way down the mountain. At this moment, at the foot of Wudang Mountain, the battle between Zhang Jinren and Wei Qian had reached a fever pitch. However, the essence of Taiji is predominantly defensive, and under Zhang Jinren's full defensive efforts, Wei Qian struggled to gain any advantage. The two remained in a stalemate, which relieved the onlookers from Wudang. It appeared that Zhang Jinren could endure for quite some time, while Wei Qian showed signs of waning energy. The Emperor of Jin naturally noticed this as well, his expression turning anxious as he coldly inquired of a nearby eunuch, "Are you certain that Mr. Kuei has truly infiltrated Wudang?" "Your Majesty, this matter is beyond doubt. This servant has witnessed it with my own eyes." "Then why has there been no news? Are Wudang's techniques so deeply concealed? Yet, even so, when the appointed time arrives, he should have descended from the mountain by now." The Emperor expressed his confusion. According to the previous plan, Kuei Zhan was supposed to come down from the mountain within a quarter of an hour if he had not found the techniques. Now, having surpassed the agreed time without any sign of Kuei Zhan, the Emperor's doubts began to mount. He was not overly concerned. After all, two of the three great saints of the human race were before him, while Kuei Zhan was invincible elsewhere. Let us wait a little longer, if necessary. We shall charge forward, the Emperor calculated in his mind. Should Kuei Zhan truly be delayed, they would have no choice but to assault Wudang. With their numbers exceeding 10,000, they could easily flatten Wudang. Yet, without Kuei Zhan's ambush, the losses would be considerably heavier. However, for the sake of their grand scheme, such losses were negligible. Just then, a eunuch hurriedly approached the Emperor, panic-stricken. Your Majesty, grave news. What is the cause for such alarm?" The Emperor reprimanded. "Your Majesty, within our ranks, many of the black armored guards who have cultivated the Kueihua divine art are experiencing dizziness and disorientation." "What?" The Emperor was taken aback. This situation could only indicate one possibility. Kuei Zhan had encountered an unforeseen circumstance. These black armored guards were prodigies created through a unique method. This special method involved the two saints extracting a trace of true intent to concoct specialized pills for others to consume. Thus, those who ingest the pill find themselves advancing remarkably swiftly in the cultivation of the corresponding techniques embodied within the essence of the pill. For instance, the previous Ding Xian managed to master the sunflower divine skill in a remarkably short span through this very method. Otherwise, given his age, even a prodigy would be fortunate to achieve minor success in the star-absorbing technique. Of course, this method does bear a slight flaw. Should the owner of the true essence encounter an unforeseen mishap, the individual who consumed the pill would also be affected. The Emperor of Jin had never contemplated this aspect before. The notion of an accident befalling a sage was inconceivable. Yet now, the collective misfortune befalling the black armored guards practicing the sunflower divine skill indicates that the true essence of Kuei has encountered trouble. At this moment, the Emperor's mind was a tumult of confusion. Clearly, Wudang must possess another sage expert. Kuei Zhan must have infiltrated Wudang and encountered this formidable figure, resulting in the unforeseen incident. With one sage lost on their side and another gained on Wudang's, the situation had inverted instantaneously. Despite their current overwhelming advantage over innate realm warriors against a sage, such numerical superiority was merely a jest. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? The cautious eunuch reporting raised his gaze to the Emperor. The Emperor's expression was grim. When had the human race produced another sage? How had he received no word of it? Now that Wudang boasted two sages, how was the Jin dynasty to respond? A flurry of questions raced through the Emperor's mind. He lifted his gaze towards Wudang Mountain, seemingly attempting to pierce through the dense trees to glimpse that sage. Although he could not fathom why that sage had yet to reveal himself, remaining here would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Let us retreat, the Emperor sighed. After the eunuch received the command, he withdrew promptly. Moments later, a resounding horn echoed from the Jin dynasty's camp. Wei Qian, engaged in battle with Zhang Jinren, was taken aback by the sound of the horn. Why were they retreating? Yet, this must surely be a command from the Emperor. If the Emperor had ordered a retreat, it indicated that something serious had transpired. Gritting his teeth, he forced Zhang Jinren back with a decisive move, then withdrew to the Emperor's side. What has occurred? Wei Qian inquired. Mr. Kuei has encountered an incident on his end, the Emperor explained. Wei Qian was alarmed. He was well aware of the plan, and now that Kuei Zhan had encountered trouble, it signified that Wudang possessed another sage. No wonder they were retreating. Remaining here would likely lead to the annihilation of their forces. We must flee. Consequently, the armies of the Jin dynasty began to quickly regroup and withdraw. This sudden turn of events left the disciples of Wudang somewhat bewildered. How could they so swiftly retreat after a grand offensive? Despite their confusion, it did not dampen their elation. Many felt a profound sense of relief at having survived. Only Zhang Zhan discerned the retreat of the forces from the great Jin dynasty, and a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Chapter 38. Seeking peace upon witnessing the withdrawal of the great Jin army in response to the heavenly city. The Emperor of Jin immediately dispatched envoys to locate Xueyin. However, to his dismay, no trace of Xueyin could be found, as if he had vanished from existence. At last, the Emperor became convinced that something dire had indeed befallen Xueyin, casting aside the last shred of hope within him. Consequently, he promptly sent emissaries to Wudang, seeking to establish a treaty of peaceful coexistence. With 2 saints now stationed at Wudang, the threat of an imminent assault on the heavenly city loomed large, compelling him to adopt a position of submission. After dispatching his envoys, the emperor made his way to his imperial harem with a familiar stride. As he approached the Feiyu Palace, a young maiden, adorned in vibrant attire and enveloped in a fragrant aura, leapt into his embrace. "Your Majesty, why have you arrived so late? I have been waiting for you for quite some time." She pouted playfully. "Fear not, my beloved concubine. I have come bearing a special gift for you," the emperor chuckled. "What gift? Pray show me," the maiden exclaimed eagerly. The emperor produced a small parcel from within his robes and presented it to her. Upon opening it, she discovered a volume of martial arts techniques. "This is the 7 injuries fist you requested last time. I have procured it for you," he said. "Ah, Your Majesty, you are truly wonderful," she gushed, cradling the book as if it were a treasure. The emperor shook his head. "My dear concubine, what draws you to these various martial arts?" "Curiosity," she replied, pouting. "Even if I cannot cultivate, is it not permissible to observe the techniques you all practice?" "Indeed, it is," he laughed. "Humph, were I able to cultivate, perhaps I would surpass even you in mastery," she declared playfully. "Very well, my beloved, your word is law," the emperor responded, pulling her close. "Rest assured, I shall assist you in finding a potion that can cleanse your meridians and enhance your cultivation." With a mischievous smile, she offered no resistance as she nestled against him. After a moment, she gently caressed the emperor's chest and asked, "Your Majesty, were you not leading troops to assault the various sects? What was the outcome?" At her inquiry, the emperor let out a heavy sigh. "Alas, do not speak of it. Wudang has inexplicably gained another saint, and we are no match for them." "What? Wudang has acquired an additional saint?" She gasped in surprise. "Indeed. Thus, I had no choice but to retreat and have sent envoys to negotiate peace," he explained. Suddenly, the maiden spoke softly. "Your Majesty, you once promised me that you would unify all of humanity. I have been eagerly awaiting the day you reign over all." Sighing once more, the emperor lamented, "Perhaps it is fate that does not wish for Wudang's demise, allowing them to gain another saint. Now, with 2 saints on their side and our Xueyin missing, we have no choice but to seek peace." As he spoke, the emperor drew the maiden's head to rest upon his chest. Unbeknownst to him, as he leaned against the young girl, a faint, almost imperceptible black aura began to flow from her into his body, drawing him towards the realm of the demon clan and the seer. The seer was intently examining a tome of martial arts. Although humans possess frail physiques, they indeed exhibit a remarkable aptitude for martial techniques. This Vajra palm, in comparison to standard strikes, enables the same force to manifest with multiplied potency. Intrigued, he attempted to practice it himself. With his current level of cultivation, he could swiftly grasp the essence of these techniques. Perhaps, with a few modifications, this move might be better suited for our demon kind. As he rehearsed, he diligently recorded his observations in a separate notebook. At that moment, a striking black and white eagle flew through the window and landed in his chamber. He gently stroked the eagle's head, inquiring, "What troubles you?" The eagle emitted a sharp cry and extended its talon, which clutched a bamboo tube. The seer opened the tube and glanced inside, furrowing his brow. "The Jin Emperor's assault on Wudang has failed. Is it due to the emergence of yet another sage?" His voice was heavy with concern. According to his strategy, the Jin dynasty's offensive against the major sects, given their superior strength, should have succeeded. Then, as the Jin dynasty unified the sects and the human race was significantly weakened, he would lead the demon clan to exploit this vulnerability for a grand triumph. However, with the rise of another sage in Wudang, this posed a considerable challenge for their kind. Although the total number of sages among the demon clan exceeded that of the humans, they existed as distinct races rather than a unified front. Currently, 5 sages among the demons had explicitly declared their unwillingness to involve themselves in the conflict against humanity. Their sole desire was to safeguard their own kin from external influences. Even the seer found himself at a loss regarding this matter. Of course, there were 4 who supported him, but with him included, only 3 could engage the humans in battle. After all, aside from the humans, the demon clan faced other adversaries as well, necessitating the retention of forces to guard their stronghold. A trio of sages from the demon clan might not necessarily hold the upper hand against 3 from the human side. Moreover, below the sage level, the demon forces faced challenges in long-distance engagements. Despite their physical advantages, they found little benefit. Therefore, the most favorable outcome for them would be the loss of 1 or 2 human sages. Now, not only had there been no losses, but the human side had gained another sage. This rendered the situation quite precarious for him. As he continued to read, his furrowed brow eased slightly. The disappearance of Xueyin turned out to be a trade-off. Yet even so, the overall strength of the human faction had grown stronger than before. The seer pondered. Resting his chin on his hand, with the plans now in disarray, it seemed the urgency of that matter must be accelerated. At this moment, within the Taiha Palace atop Wudang Mountain, the leaders of the major sects had gathered. Certainly, there are also envoys from the Great Jin Dynasty. I never expected that the Great Jin Dynasty would one day take the initiative to seek peace. We, the various sects, merely desire the freedom to cultivate and have no interest in their worldly power. Why should we? It appears that this time, the Jin Emperor has truly come to a realization, choosing not to oppose us. Perhaps after that great battle, they understood that they could not contend with Zhang Zhenren, leading them to abandon their hostilities. Regardless, following this peace agreement, we can finally cultivate in tranquility. Speaking of which, many of my disciples have learned a great deal from your sect. I still recommend maintaining this exchange of disciples in the future. Haha. The crowd discussed merrily as they signed the contract with the envoy of the Great Jin Dynasty. This contract, in essence, was rather simple. It stipulated that the Great Jin Dynasty and the major sects would refrain from attacking one another. Although the Great Jin Dynasty did not offer any substantial benefits, the leaders of the sects were already elated to have the opportunity to cultivate in peace, and thus, they did not dwell on this matter. Well, esteemed leaders, I must return to report to His Majesty, so I shall take my leave. The envoy stated, departing thereafter. Within the hall, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. Chapter 39. The eve of breakthrough with the arrival of a peaceful environment for cultivation. The disciples of the various sects have become considerably more relaxed during their practice. At this moment, in a forest to the north of Wudang Mountain, Heng, who was practicing Tai Chi, felt a stirring within. Indeed, Tai Chi is formidable. With just a modest practice, it has significantly advanced my comprehension of the true essence. He felt that his grasp of the true essence was accelerating. His understanding had reached its embryonic form. And now it was merely a matter of enriching this form with details. It is akin to a painting. The embryonic form resembles the outline or sketch of a picture, while the subsequent detailing is akin to adding color. Once the structure of the image is established, coloring can proceed in an orderly manner. Thus, he could estimate the time required to fully comprehend the true essence. Initially, he had predicted that, barring any other opportunities, it would take him 4 to 5 years to fully grasp it. However, at this current pace, he could achieve a breakthrough in no more than 3 years. If he wished to accelerate this pace further, it seemed that only an epiphany could facilitate such progress. Heng understood well that in his present condition, only a sudden insight could enhance his comprehension rate. Yet, he was still far from the 3rd stage of the I Ching's marrow washing, the state of unity with the heavens. Thus, such realizations remained elusive. At present, his cultivation offered him almost no advancement. Heng contemplated this, recognizing that his cultivation had reached its limits prior to a breakthrough, and he could merely methodically comprehend the true essence. Therefore, immersing himself in cultivation provided little assistance. Conversely, a single moment of enlightenment could significantly elevate his understanding of the true essence. According to common lore, embarking on journeys to unwind is beneficial for achieving enlightenment. Heng recalled a prevalent notion among all practitioners. While enlightenment is enigmatic, it cannot be sought after directly. Typically, those who experience such epiphanies find themselves in relaxed environments. Conversely, prolonged seclusion and exhaustive training render enlightenment elusive. Consequently, many tales suggest that innate 9th-tier martial artists often venture out to explore in search of true understanding. It is even said that some individuals, in their quest to ascend to the sage realm, relinquish their innate 9th-tier cultivation to live modestly as ordinary people, beginning anew in a humble locale. Much like ordinary creators who occasionally venture into nature to rejuvenate their spirits, this practice can greatly enhance the spark of inspiration. It seems I must find time to explore the mundane world, Heng mused. Having spent over a decade in this realm, he had diligently trained, acquiring knowledge primarily about the existence of human and demon races, along with various sects and the Great Jin dynasty. However, he remained largely unaware of the ordinary world. After all, I have yet to encounter the realm of common folk. It would be delightful to see it, Heng swiftly resolved. Yet, another issue loomed. He was still a disciple of the Ming sect, temporarily under the jurisdiction of Wudang. While it was easy for him to leave temporarily, perhaps by undertaking a simple sect task allowing him a month's absence, long-term departure necessitated a more intricate plan. From his understanding, the sect's regulations did not typically permit disciples to be away for extended periods. Thus, he sought out Qi. Upon hearing Heng's intentions, Qi expressed surprise. Senior, you wish to leave Wudang for an extended duration? Indeed. Do you have any suggestions that would allow me to retain my status as a disciple while being absent from the sect for several years? Qi pondered for a moment before replying. There is indeed a solution, albeit somewhat troublesome. However, if you can leverage the connections of the Saintess, it would be a trivial matter. Please, share your thoughts, Heng urged with a smile. Qi continued. As you know, our Ming sect recruits numerous new disciples each year. Where do these disciples come from? They are sourced from the mundane world. The recruitment process is conducted by our disciples, known as inspectors. As an inspector, one is tasked with bringing back a specified number of gifted children from the mundane world each year. Beyond that, as long as one does not violate sect rules, the sect remains unconcerned with their activities. Moreover, during their term, inspectors often forge connections with affluent merchants, leveraging these resources to further their own cultivation. Thus, the role of an inspector is quite lucrative, frequently held by the offspring of senior members of the Ming sect, such as the descendants of the 4 great Dharma kings or the 2 carefree envoys. Heng nodded in understanding. Such a lucrative position is naturally prioritized by certain high-ranking individuals. Moreover, he had never previously heard of such a role, which illustrates the stringent confidentiality surrounding such matters for ordinary disciples. It appears that Qi only became aware of this due to his extensive friendships among the inner disciples. Esteemed elder, should you become an inspector, you would naturally be able to depart from the Bright Church for several years. As for the trivial matter of recruiting disciples, if you are reluctant to undertake it, your prowess would easily allow you to find a junior to assist, Qi candidly stated. However, to attain this position, you must displace another individual. Yet, if you could procure the intervention of the Saintess, this should be a mere trifle. Understood, Heng replied, patting Qi on the shoulder. For him, securing the assistance of both Saintesses posed no challenge. The following day, Heng approached the administrator overseeing the disciples of the Bright Church at Wudang and articulated his desire to return to the Summit of Light. Although the administrator was puzzled by Heng's early departure after just over a month at Wudang, he was aware of Heng's close relationship with one Saintess and a somewhat ambiguous rapport with another. He dared not impose any obstacles and promptly granted permission. In the rear mountains of the Bright Church, under the luminous moon, Zhang Yuchan practiced her swordplay, resembling a celestial maiden beneath the moonlight. After a moment, she paused, standing still as she gazed towards the direction of Wudang. At present, within the Bright Church, she had no one with whom to converse. Fortunately, she could communicate with Heng through distant sound transmission, often engaging in conversation. Yet, such exchanges could only be likened to quenching thirst with poison. Suddenly, a figure approached with measured steps. Zhang Yuchan's expression brightened, and she dashed to Heng, exclaiming, "Brother Su, what brings you back?" Heng smiled, "I missed you. And here you are, sweet-talking me." Zhang Yuchan, who usually maintained a frosty demeanor towards strangers, would surely astonish anyone who overheard her speak in such a manner. "All right, let us discuss serious matters. I have returned to request your assistance. Brother Su, you finally have a task for me." Zhang Yuchan exclaimed joyfully. Heng had previously aided her on numerous occasions, and she had long wished to reciprocate, though he rarely required her help. Now, an opportunity had finally presented itself. "I wish to become an inspector," Heng revealed, noticing Zhang Yuchan's puzzled expression, prompting him to explain the details surrounding the inspector's role. "Very well, I shall speak with the church leader immediately," Zhang Yuchan readily agreed, without hesitation. Chapter 40. Instruction Dan City is a large town in the western region of the Great Jin dynasty. It is a bustling hub of commerce, serving as a pivotal city filled with throngs of people daily. At this moment, in the western part of Dan City, a grand building adorned with fiery sculptures stood before a gathering of elegantly dressed middle-aged individuals, engaged in conversation. Who would have thought that the bright church would send a new inspector? One remarked. Alas, did we not squander the benefits we afforded the previous inspector? It cannot be said so lightly. The previous inspector indeed provided us with numerous advantages. I have a troublesome son who possesses almost no talent for cultivation. Yet he has been sent to the Ming sect. Lao Zhao, are you not afraid to send your son to the Ming sect? Considering the perilous nature of the outside world, with his level of aptitude, it would be a waste for him to go. Humph, what do you understand? Though my son may have low talent, with the resources I have prepared for him, combined with guidance from the teachers of the Ming sect, he will undoubtedly surpass us in cultivation swiftly. As the group engaged in conversation, the grand door suddenly swung open, revealing two figures before them. One was male and the other female. The woman wore a veil, while the man appeared somewhat resigned. It was none other than Su Heng and Jiang Yuchan. Su Heng had never anticipated that Jiang Yuchan would accompany him. He initially intended for her to merely advocate for his sole appointment as the inspector. However, to his surprise, Jiang Yuchan conveyed to Xiao Wuji that she wished to experience the mundane world for a deeper understanding of true intent, thus desiring to assume the role of inspector herself. Naturally, Xiao Wuji readily acquiesced and bestowed upon her the position of inspector in the significant city of Dan under the Ming sect's jurisdiction. As for Su Heng, he was brought along due to their personal connection. Upon their arrival, the awaiting crowd promptly bowed in respect. We greet you, esteemed inspector. They sensed the profound cultivation of Jiang Yuchan, while Su Heng's cultivation was only slightly inferior to theirs. Hence their salute was primarily directed towards Jiang Yuchan. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuchan merely smiled lightly. You have misunderstood. This gentleman beside me is the inspector, she declared, gesturing to the inspector's token at Su Heng's waist. Although she was indeed the inspector within the Ming sect, outside, as long as she brought back new disciples annually and adhered to the sect's regulations, her actions would not be scrutinized. Moreover, since it was Su Heng's desire to become the inspector, Jiang Yuchan willingly transferred the token to him. The crowd's demeanor grew somewhat awkward, and they hastily bowed to Su Heng again. However, compared to their earlier reverence towards Jiang Yuchan, their respect for Su Heng felt less earnest. After all, Su Heng's strength was evident. As for the woman beside him, while they held numerous speculations, certainty eluded them. The one thing they could ascertain was the evident camaraderie between the two. Su Heng waved his hand in dismissal. There is no need for such formalities. As I am new here, let us proceed according to the customary practices. He referred to the previous procedures for recruiting disciples. Unfamiliar with the intricacies, he felt it best to follow the established norms. Rest assured, esteemed inspector, we are well versed in the regulations. Upon my return, I shall certainly deliver some exceptional goods. From now on, we shall rely on you for all matters concerning the Ming sect in Dan. The crowd responded affirmatively. By the way, esteemed inspector, do you require any special services for tomorrow's celebratory ceremony? A somewhat portly middle-aged man with a small mustache inquired. Su Heng was well aware of the celebratory ceremony to which he referred. Each newly appointed inspector would host such an event, allowing the dignitaries of Dan City to attend, thus providing the common folk an opportunity to become acquainted with the inspector. They had just arrived today, and the ceremony was scheduled for the following day. There is no need for extravagance. Simplicity will suffice. Su Heng waved his hand dismissively. Let it be as the inspector has stated. These merchants, seasoned in the ways of the world, discerned from this remark that Su Heng was not one who favored complications. However, they were left to ponder why such a highly skilled woman accompanied this inspector. Could it be that the inspector, associated with the Ming sect, possessed an exceptionally profound background? Nevertheless, they were astute enough to recognize what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. The next day, the ceremony proceeded as planned. Following a day of announcements, the entire Dan City was abuzz with news of the new inspector from the Ming sect. Many officials and affluent individuals flocked to the event. Observing the lively scene, Su Heng could not help but reflect on the lucrative nature of the inspector's position. Each of the wealthy patrons, with their casual offerings, could provide an abundance of cultivation resources for an ordinary practitioner of the postnatal realm. Apart from the officials of Dan County and various visiting merchants, there existed another category of individuals warranting Su Heng's attention, the inspectors from other sects present in the city. They shared a similar status with Su Heng, albeit representing different sections. As one of the three major righteous sects, the Ming sect afforded Su Heng a higher standing compared to the inspectors of lesser sects like the Shaolin and Wudang. Generally, ordinary citizens of Dan City aspiring to join a sect would prioritize the Ming sect or Wudang. As for Shaolin, it attracted those devoted solely to quiet cultivation and with little worldly desire. Even those inclined to choose smaller sects rarely opted for Shaolin. However, the Shaolin remained indifferent, adhering to Master Puxian's philosophy of letting everything unfold in due time. The ceremony, simplified at Su Heng's request, entailed merely gathering the notable figures of Dawn City for a meal to foster acquaintance. The atmosphere was lively, filled with jovial drinking and merriment. Yet, amidst the revelry, an unpleasant voice pierced through. "Esteemed Inspector, I have heard of your arrival here. I, lacking in talent, have recently encountered some hurdles in my cultivation and hope the Inspector might graciously impart guidance." The utterance caused quite a stir, as many wondered who possessed the audacity to publicly challenge the Inspector of the Ming sect. Although many perceived Su Heng's cultivation to be modest, he was still an Inspector of the Ming sect, wielding considerable influence. If he were provoked, what could prevent him from summoning a few comrades for retribution? However, as the crowd turned to behold the speaker, realization dawned upon them. The individual was none other than Yu Hu, the brother of Yu Xiong, the inspector from Mount Hua. Yu Hu wielded the Gale sword technique with an extraordinary mastery, recently challenging numerous inspectors from various sects and emerging victorious, thereby greatly enhancing the prestige of Mount Hua. Some speculated that Yu Hu's actions were orchestrated by Yu Xiong from behind the scenes. This maneuver would sway many ordinary individuals towards favoring Mount Hua in their choices. The more disciples Mount Hua recruited, the greater the benefits Yu Xiong would reap as an inspector. However, the inspectors Yu Hu had previously faced were from minor sections. To everyone's astonishment, today he sought to confront the inspector of the Mingjiao. It seemed that Yu Xiong intended to bolster his own reputation at the expense of Mingjiao. Most present observed with a sense of anticipation, eager to witness how the Mingjiao inspector would respond. Only the lively merchants who had visited the previous day cast puzzled glances at Su Heng, wondering where the woman who had accompanied the inspector had disappeared to. Chapter 41. Flaws abound. Su Heng sat leisurely in his seat, seemingly oblivious to Yu Hu. "Inspector." Yu Hu raised his voice, calling out again. All right, I hear you." Su Heng waved his hand impatiently. "What predicament do you find yourself in?" Yu Hu was taken aback. His mention of encountering a bottleneck was merely a pretext. It should have been evident to anyone that he wished to duel. "Inspector, I have recently been practicing the Gale sword technique and find myself struggling to comprehend certain moves. If I could spar with you, I am certain I would gain valuable insights." Yu Hu continued. At this, the surrounding spectators were eager to see how Su Heng would respond. Should he agree to the duel, his current cultivation level would undoubtedly render him inferior to Yu Hu, diminishing Mingjiao's standing in the eyes of the common folk. Conversely, if he declined, it would be seen as an admission of defeat, allowing Yu Hu to overshadow him. It was a dilemma with no apparent resolution. Unexpectedly, Su Heng nonchalantly replied, "How about this? You can demonstrate your sword technique here, and after observing, I shall offer my guidance." Everyone around was momentarily taken aback. Su Heng's audacity in requesting Yu Hu to practice his swordplay publicly was astounding. This approach implied he regarded Yu Hu as a junior to be instructed. However, this method indeed allowed him to evade direct confrontation while maintaining his composure. Yet the pressing question remained. Could he genuinely provide meaningful feedback merely by watching Yu Hu practice? It was well known that Yu Hu was already highly skilled in the Gale sword technique. To reach a level where one could offer guidance simply by observation required an exceptional mastery of the technique, likely attainable only by the esteemed seniors of Mount Hua who specialized in it. If Su Heng, as a disciple of Mingjiao, failed to impart any substantial insights, it would merely paint him as a scoundrel, thus tarnishing Mingjiao's reputation. Yu Hu had not anticipated such a response from Su Heng, but given Su Heng's status, he felt constrained from further protest. "Since the inspector has made such a statement, allow me to present my humble skills." Yu Hu unsheathed his sword and began to practice. He was eager to see how this technique, the whirlwind swordplay, which he had diligently refined, could be critiqued by an inspector whose cultivation level fell short of his own. Onlookers observed Yu Hu's swordplay, and many expressed their admiration. Indeed, the whirlwind swordplay was formidable. If I were to engage him, I doubt I could withstand even 3 exchanges. It seems that the inspector from the Ming sect may struggle to offer any guidance. No wonder Yu Hu could defeat inspectors from other sects. With such mastery of the whirlwind swordplay, there were no rivals in Dawn City. Amidst the crowd's accolades, Yu Hu proudly wielded his sword, casting a covert glance at Su Heng, hoping to witness surprise and shock, perhaps even regret for his earlier audacious remarks. However, he was met with disappointment. Su Heng merely shook his head in disapproval, not even bothering to continue watching. A surge of indignation welled within Yu Hu as he completed a maneuver and bowed to Su Heng, stating, "Inspector, I have finished demonstrating the whirlwind swordplay. I would appreciate your guidance." The others present turned their attention to Su Heng, eager to see how the inspector would respond. Su Heng leisurely sipped his hot soup before lazily lifting his eyelids to regard Yu Hu. His confidence in allowing Yu Hu to perform stemmed from his own mastery of the whirlwind swordplay. He was intimately acquainted with its nuances. I observed only the first 3 moves you executed, and they were riddled with flaws. You have not grasped the essence of the whirlwind swordplay, and I have no desire to watch any further. The crowd gasped at Su Heng's words. What appeared to them as nearly perfect swordplay was deemed worthless by Su Heng. Yu Hu's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, Inspector, if you claim my swordplay is flawed, I implore you to specify the shortcomings. Otherwise, it seems any uninformed commoner could critique my skills. Su Heng remained unfazed by Yu Hu's provocation and spoke slowly. Let us begin with your first move, Gentle Breeze Approaches. This move is intended to be the initiatory stance of the whirlwind swordplay, yet you have deliberately slowed your draw to emphasize defense, unaware that this renders you vulnerable. Although named Gentle Breeze Approaches, within the whirlwind swordplay, it must embody ferocity. This move requires you to maximize your speed in the shortest time possible, even if it results in minor injuries from your opponent's assault. By enhancing your speed with this move, your second strike's power will increase at least 2-fold. Now, regarding the second move, Swift Wind and Thunder. This technique is meant to follow the build-up of the previous move, delivering a strike with lightning speed. Aiming for an instant kill, even if it does not achieve that, it should instill fear in your adversary. However, without the foundation laid by the first move, while your second move may appear imposing, its lethality is likely something you can sense yourself. Now let us discuss the third move, Falling Leaves in the Storm. Originally, this technique was intended to be executed after the conclusion of the second move. For the potency of the second move should compel an ordinary opponent to take your attack seriously, instinctively falling into a defensive stance. Thus, when confronted with a steadfast defense, this technique would unleash like a tempest, rendering the opponent helpless. However, your second move fails to achieve the effect I described, leaving your technique devoid of substance, a mere display of hollow prowess. It is nothing more than a flourish without substance. Beyond this, the absurdity is likely to escalate. And I ceased my observation. Upon finishing his remarks, Su Heng seemed somewhat parched and lifted a cup of water, taking a small sip. Meanwhile, Yu stood there, utterly astonished. Each word spoken by Su Heng struck a chord with him. It was not that he fully grasped Su Heng's insights, but rather that the dilemmas articulated by Su Heng mirrored his own circumstances precisely. For instance, he often employed his first move defensively, leading his second move to a stalemate with his opponent, consequently dragging the fight into a protracted struggle. This had been the case in his previous victories over several inspectors. After dozens of rounds of combat, he would gradually wear down his adversary through his mastery of the Gale sword technique. Yet, if he were to implement Su Heng's suggestions, he felt confident that he could conclude battles against these opponents in just 2 moves. At that moment, memories of encounters with skilled swordsmen from Mount Hua surfaced in his mind, such as the sect leader and the esteemed elders, who often concluded battles with just a few moves using the Gale sword technique. Now, he comprehended the rationale behind it. The Gale sword technique emphasizes wildness and ferocity. It could be said that Su Heng's succinct words were worth more than the decades of swordsmanship instruction he had received. The onlookers, awaiting the unfolding drama, recognized that Yu Hu was genuinely impressed. This inspector from the Ming sect must possess remarkable capabilities. Chapter 42, Apprenticeship with a Clang. Yu Hu cast his sword to the ground, and, bowing respectfully to Su Heng, half-kneeled. My lord inspector, I am blind to your merits and have offended you. I beseech your pardon. Yu Hu understood that, despite Su Heng's lesser cultivation, his insights into techniques and skills could easily triumph over him. His current declaration was merely a plea for guidance on the key aspects of his subsequent moves. He had already set aside concerns about inadvertently bolstering the Ming sect's reputation. Compared to the prestige of the Huashan sect, his own future was far more significant. The expressions of the surrounding crowd varied. Yet they shared a common thought. This inspector from the Ming sect likely possessed extraordinary talent. As for Su Heng's proficiency in the Huashan sword techniques, those present were prominent figures and had certainly heard of the alliance formed among various sects, allowing disciples to exchange knowledge. Moreover, those merchants who had encountered Su Heng the previous day recalled the enigmatic woman who accompanied him, and a thought inevitably surfaced in their minds. Was that woman perhaps assigned to protect this inspector? Su Heng observed the reactions of the crowd, a bittersweet smile forming within. It seems that things have escalated somewhat. Upon encountering the provocation from Yu Hu, he initially intended to showcase his skills in order to instill some awe among those present. After all, he would be serving as the inspector for a considerable duration, and he wished to deter any potential troublemakers in the future. Thus, he casually offered some guidance to Yu Hu. However, he did not anticipate that this seemingly trivial instruction would leave such a profound impact on the onlookers. It soon dawned on him that for these individuals, the wind blade technique they typically encountered was likely the pinnacle of their martial knowledge. Unlike him, who had been exposed to the likes of the Yijin Jing, Qian Kuan de Nua Yi, and Jiuyang Shingong, which were of an entirely different caliber. Therefore, what he had perceived as a mere casual pointer might have felt to them like a profound enlightenment. Clearing his throat, he decided to forego any reprimand. Su Heng coughed lightly and raised his cup toward the others, requesting their support for his endeavors in Dan City moving forward. Haha, the esteemed inspector is merely jesting. The Ming sect is renowned, and countless prodigies strive to join its ranks. One responded with enthusiasm. Rest assured, esteemed inspector, no matter what you require. You can count on me, old Fu, to assist you without hesitation. Another chimed in, expressing admiration for the inspector's remarkable mastery of the wind blade technique. As the evening progressed, Su Heng returned to his quarters. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Jiang Yuchan entered, carrying a bowl of hot soup. Brother Su, this is a hangover remedy. In Jiang Yuchan's perspective, given Su Heng's current cultivation level and the copious amounts of alcohol consumed earlier, he would benefit from a restorative broth. In reality, however, any alcohol or similar substances that entered Su Heng's body would be instantaneously decomposed by his innate energy, rendering him impervious to intoxication. Moreover, even low-grade poisons would pose no threat to him. Instead, they would serve as nourishment. Thank you very much, Su Heng replied with a smile, taking a sip of the warm soup. Brother Su, I heard that today you instructed a disciple from the Xueyin sect in the wind blade technique. How did you come to know this technique? Jiang Yuchan inquired, her curiosity piqued, her eyes sparkling with a hint of intrigue. Su Heng glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, After I went to Wudang, I met a talented disciple from the Xueyin sect who shared the essence of the wind blade technique with me, which I duly noted. Today was merely fortuitous. Had you who utilized a different technique or sent someone else to provoke me, I would have been at a loss. All right, Jiang Yuchan conceded with a shake of her head, realizing her thoughts may have been unwarranted. Just then, a member of the Ming sect's inspectorate approached the door and spoke softly, Esteemed inspector, a person claiming to be you who is outside, seeking your assistance. Su Heng rubbed his temples, knowing without a doubt that this individual had come to request mentorship. Jiang Yuchan discerned Su Heng's embarrassment and chuckled softly, Brother Su, are you worried about revealing your secrets? Or shall I assist in dismissing him? No, I shall handle it myself, Su Heng sighed, rising to his feet and proceeding outside. Upon encountering Yu Hu in the reception hall, Yu Hu abruptly knelt down, exclaiming, Esteemed inspector, please guide me in the Gale's sword technique. I am eager to become your disciple. Su Heng shook his head. As practitioners, we value fair exchange. I have already imparted 3 techniques to you today. If you wish for further instruction, you must offer something of equivalent worth in return. However, I fear you currently possess nothing of commensurate value in terms of my understanding of these techniques. Yu Hu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, even Su Heng's casual remarks had significantly enhanced his swordsmanship. Should he provide earnest guidance, its worth would be immeasurable, and he truly had nothing of equal value to offer. Yet, he had finally discovered a means to swiftly elevate his own strength, and with the inspector's guidance, he might one day surpass the prodigies within his sect and gain access to abundant sect resources. Thus, he was determined not to forfeit this opportunity. Esteemed inspector, if you would be willing to instruct me, I would gladly serve you in whatever capacity you desire. Yu Hu declared, gritting his teeth. Su Heng was taken aback by his fervent determination. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, Very well, you shall work in the Mingjiao Inspectorate, assisting me with daily management and recruitment of disciples. I will evaluate your performance every 6 months, and should you excel, I shall impart a technique to you at each interval. Does that sound acceptable? Su Heng had initially come to relax, but within the inspectorate, he was the only representative from Mingjiao, while the remainder of the staff had been locally recruited and lacked independence. Thus, he could not simply be a hands-off supervisor. Yu Hu was perfectly suited for the role, possessing considerable strength and a desire for guidance. If Yu Hu could manage these tasks efficiently, Su Heng would be free to explore at his leisure. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure everything is orderly. Yu Hu pledged confidently. Having observed his brother's management of the inspectorate, he felt quite capable, despite lacking direct experience. Excellent. I will relay this information. By the way, Mingjiao will be recruiting a new batch of disciples in 3 months. Please arrange to recruit those with notable talent. Fear not, esteemed inspector. I shall fulfill this task. Yu Hu replied, brimming with ambition. After Yuhu departed, Jiang Yuchan looked at Su Heng with a teasing smile. Brother Su, you actually agreed. How will you instruct him in the future? Alas, I shall have to send a message to my friend to inquire about the remaining techniques of the Gale's sword. Su Heng replied, shrugging his shoulders. Chapter 43. Thunder Tribulation as Spring Gives Way to Autumn. 2 years and 3 months have swiftly passed since Su Heng ascended to the position of inspector. Over the past 2 years, Su Heng has enjoyed a rather prosperous life, frequently receiving gifts from affluent merchants. He graciously accepts these offerings, as it has become customary. To refuse them would only sow doubt in the minds of these wealthy benefactors. Though he finds little personal use for these gifts, he generously bestows them upon the subordinates working in the supervisory department, earning their heartfelt gratitude and even clandestine praise for his magnanimity. Naturally, the day-to-day affairs of the department are managed by Yuhu, while Jiang Yuchan is preoccupied with her own cultivation plans. Thus, Su Heng often embarks on solitary excursions, ranging from a couple of days to as long as 10 days or even half a month. On one such day, Su Heng found himself exploring a relatively secluded hillside, charmed by the picturesque scenery and the abundant vitality of the natural world. He mused that this location would be an excellent choice should he decide to establish a sect in the future. As he contemplated, he absent-mindedly plucked a few blossoms, bringing them to his nose. The fragrance was delightful. His spirits soared with relaxation. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of keen focus, soon followed by elation. He sensed that the surroundings had taken on an ethereal quality. This was an omen of enlightenment. Without hesitation, he cast a formation plate and promptly closed his eyes, settling into a meditative posture. The formation transformed into a spherical protective barrier with a radius of approximately 3 zhang, enveloping him completely. In that moment, Su Heng's mind became exceptionally clear, his thoughts racing with fervor. He devoted himself entirely to comprehending the essence of truth. Over the past 2 years, he had nearly completed his understanding, needing only a final piece. Now, with this stroke of enlightenment, he should soon grasp the essence of teleportation. As time flowed on, the half-sticks of incense burned away in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a resonant sound, akin to a great bell, reverberated from the void, prompting Su Heng to open his eyes. Success! He had fully mastered the art of teleportation. Immediately thereafter, the surrounding vital energy surged toward him, as if his body had become a black hole of essence. He realized he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Su Heng understood that once he comprehended the complete truth, he would ascend to the saint realm. At that moment, he was indeed breaking through. As he absorbed the copious vital energy, many spiritual plants around him appeared to lose their luster, with some even wilting as a result. The disturbance was considerable. Su Heng inwardly lamented, for the very mountain he had envisioned for establishing a sect was now being ravaged. Yet, his breakthrough was not yet complete. With the continuous flow of energy, dark, ominous clouds began to gather overhead. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Su Heng could not help but curse under his breath. What on earth was happening? Could it be the fabled tribulation clouds? He had studied numerous ancient legends of this world, which stated that such clouds only manifested when exceptionally extraordinary treasures or elixirs emerged. The existence of this precious artifact or elixir transcends the very rules of this world. The world seeks to obliterate it, and thus, the ominous clouds of tribulation appear. Of course, such phenomena may have manifested upon others. Yet there have been no reports of it occurring with cultivators at the saintly realm. Thus, when Su Heng beheld the ominous clouds, his mind was engulfed in confusion. What should he do? He had never anticipated such a situation and was utterly at a loss for how to respond. Should he confront it with his own cultivation, or seek to evade it? As he pondered, a blinding flash of white light illuminated his surroundings, and a massive white tribulation cloud descended from the heavens, striking him before he could react. With a thunderous crack, Su Heng stood frozen, his expression a mixture of astonishment and wonder. He then rose to his feet and glanced down at himself. His garments had been completely charred, and with a gentle brush, they crumbled to ash upon the ground. This lightning had indeed struck him, yet he felt no pain. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. He had expected that such a strike would either claim his life or leave him gravely injured. To his surprise, he merely felt a slight tingling, an experience that paled in comparison to the numbness he had felt in his mortal days when he accidentally compressed a tendon in his hand. Contemplating the ominous clouds above, a realization began to dawn upon him. While the tribulation clouds symbolize destruction, they must also harbor a glimmer of survival. Otherwise, nothing could endure beneath their shadow. This faint prospect of survival was likely determined by certain characteristics of the entity upon which the tribulation descended. For instance, The ominous clouds associated with a defiant artifact might assess the artifact's hardness or its capacity to contain the primordial energies of heaven and earth, thereby determining the magnitude of the tribulation. Similarly, a standard for humans must exist. For one at the saintly realm, the intensity of the tribulation would surely be such that a newly ascended saint would face a perilous trial, teetering on the brink of death. However, for Su Heng, this ordeal was trivial. Having consumed numerous potions to enhance his physique and having cultivated techniques such as the Diamond Sutra, Iron Cloth, and Primordial Golden Body, his bodily strength far surpassed that of an ordinary newly ascended saint. Coupled with protective techniques like the Great Shift of the Universe and the Nine Yang Divine Art, it could be said that typical assaults from the saintly realm posed little threat to him. Thus, he was able to withstand the tribulation with such ease. Su Heng rubbed his nose, realizing he had been unaware of his own formidable physical prowess. Had he known earlier, he would not have felt such trepidation when facing Xueyin. He recalled their earlier encounter, where he unleashed the full force of the Sacred Fire command, effectively melting Xueyin. Perhaps even if his silver needles were to strike him, they would inflict only minimal harm? Su Heng mused. At that moment, another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, striking him once more. The tempest of tribulation was slightly more formidable than the previous one, yet it posed no significant threat to Su Heng, remaining merely a trifling inconvenience. He pondered whether his true essence of displacement could prove effective against the thunderous trial. At that moment, he even found himself with the leisure to contemplate other matters. Soon, the third bolt of tribulation descended. A flicker of inspiration struck Su Heng, who deftly wielded his true essence of displacement to confront the celestial lightning. To his astonishment, the bolt dissipated mid-air. A surge of joy coursed through him. His true essence had indeed taken effect. He had merely redirected the descending bolt, causing it to nullify itself. Seemingly incensed by Su Heng's actions, the fourth bolt of tribulation struck immediately. Unperturbed, Su Heng continued to control his true essence of displacement, and once again, the fourth bolt disintegrated effortlessly. This is rather simple, he muttered to himself. The tribulation posed no substantial threat to him, and his true essence easily countered it. As the bolts continued to descend one after another, Su Heng assessed his mood, occasionally opting for a physical baptism or employing other methods to vanquish the tribulations. Finally, after the completion of the 81 bolts, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. Gazing at the serene heavens, Su Heng felt an unexpected sense of longing. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Someone was approaching. He was not the least surprised. With such a commotion, it would have been odd had no one come. Two figures cautiously approached the site of Su Heng's breakthrough, an elderly man and a youth. Observing the withered spiritual plants surrounding them, the elder's face bore an expression of delight. What fortuitous luck! I never anticipated that I would chance upon treasures of heaven and earth that have undergone tribulation. Perhaps this is the opportunity one need to ascend to the innate realm. The youth closely followed the elder, curiosity piqued as he inquired, Master, what is tribulation? Tribulation, my dear, is the divine punishment bestowed from above. It is necessary to eliminate certain defiant entities. The elder's countenance grew solemn. It is highly probable that a remarkable treasure has manifested upon this mountain, prompting the heavens to eradicate it. How extraordinary! The youth's mouth gaped as if he could swallow an egg whole. Indeed, observe the surrounding withered plants. They indicate that the vital energies of this area have been entirely absorbed by this treasure. How could it not be formidable? Master, you are truly fortunate. The youth expressed eager anticipation for what treasures lay ahead. The two soon arrived at the site of Su Heng's recent breakthrough. On the ground, they discovered a plant, lush and dripping with vitality. The elder's breath quickened as he hastily produced a small box, carefully uprooting the plant and placing it within the container. He then beckoned to the youth. Come, let us depart swiftly. With that, the duo vanished swiftly into the depths of the forest. The plant, of course, was the very one Su Heng had just planted. The treasures he acquired through signing in were diverse and abundant, ranging from martial arts techniques and elixirs to divine artifacts. Along with various materials, he casually selected a type of spiritual herb, one of which he possessed in ample quantity, to plant. For an ordinary person, this would indeed qualify as a priceless treasure. At that moment, he had already traveled several dozen miles away. As he walked, the winds that swirled around him, the flowing waters, and the bustling insects were instantaneously redirected by his influence. The gusting winds transformed into a spiraling motion, quickly coalescing into a miniature tornado at his feet. Had he not reverted the flow in time, this might have gradually escalated into a colossal tornado capable of devastating everything in its path. The waters, too, under his manipulation, formed small whirlpools. In some areas, astonishingly, the water appeared to flow upwards. Su Heng was merely experimenting with the various applications of his true intent of displacement out of curiosity. How many moves would it take for me to defeat a true practitioner now? Su Heng pondered quietly. The true intent of displacement allows one to alter the direction of certain materials and energies. Of course, since his great displacement of heaven and earth had yet to be cultivated to the 9th and final level, he was unable to modify things without limitation. However, against entities of lesser strength, he could manipulate them at will. As for where the boundary lay, he was uncertain. It was only through his recent alteration of heavenly lightning that he inferred this boundary to be quite high. Perhaps I should seek out Zhang Jinren for another test? But he quickly shook his head. He had always held Zhang Jinren in high esteem. His prior attempt to gauge Zhang Jinren's abilities stemmed from the knowledge that he posed no threat to him. Now that he had comprehended the complete true intent, it would be inappropriate to approach Zhang Jinren again. There seemed to be no suitable opponents among the human race. Perhaps I should challenge some of the saints from the demon clan? Yet, he soon dismissed that notion as well. The demon clan typically possessed certain unique strengths. For instance, Chu Xiao had once seen through his disguise merely by sensing his aura. Thus, should he recklessly provoke the demon clan, he might encounter some unknown divine abilities and find himself in a precarious situation. After mulling it over, he deemed it wiser not to take unnecessary risks. Very well. I shall let things unfold naturally. I have now ascended to the Saint Realm, and having resided in Dawn City for over 2 years, it is fitting that I return to my sect just as a new batch of disciples is about to enter. Su Heng mused to himself. His purpose for serving as an inspector was to relax, experience mundane life, and simultaneously accelerate his breakthroughs. Now that he had reached the Saint Realm and experienced enough of ordinary life over the past 2 years, it was time to return. Upon reaching the city gates of Dawn City, the soldiers stationed there recognized him and respectfully saluted. Inspector, esteemed inspector. Su Heng nodded in acknowledgement and, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely into the city. Upon entering the city, some familiar townsfolk greeted him with warmth. Inspector, have you ventured out to enjoy yourself again? Inspector, my dog has benefited greatly from your guidance. Just a few days ago, he successfully passed the selection of your esteemed sect, and he will soon be your junior. Inspector, this is a special fruit grown in our hometown. Do have a taste. Su Heng smiled in response and returned to the inspection department of the Bright Sect. As he stepped through the entrance, he noticed Yu Hu addressing a gathering of over 100 youthful individuals, their faces reflecting hope and anticipation. Su Heng chuckled to himself, realizing these were likely the new disciples recruited by the Bright Sect this year. Each year, the sect has a limited quota for new disciples, drawing from across the vast Dajin dynasty to select around 3,000 candidates for the summit of Guangming Peak, from which further rounds of screening would ultimately yield 200 to 300 who would become menial disciples. Among the 3,000 positions, 100 were allocated to Dawn City. His immediate task was to escort these 100 young individuals back to the Bright Sect. The journey from Dawn City to the sect would take them 7 to 8 days on foot, and the public screening for new disciples would occur 10 days hence. After Yu Hu completed his address, he hurried over to Su Heng, exclaiming, Inspector, this year's recruits exhibit remarkable talent. Their average aptitude surpasses last year's by over a minor realm. Oh, Su Heng responded, mildly astonished. In this context, a minor realm refers to the first stage of postnatal cultivation. Traditionally, the average cultivation level of the recruited disciples hovers around 2 stages, occasionally reaching nearly 5 stages at best, while the lowest would be around 2 stages. If what Yu Hu said is accurate, then this year's recruits could average nearly 4 stages. Such a figure is indeed extraordinary. Back when Zhang Yuchan was around 15 or 16 years old, she had only reached the 3rd stage of postnatal cultivation, and Su Heng himself was not much better. To Su Heng, this anomalous situation raised a sense of unease. However, seeing Yu Hu's eager expression, he chose not to dampen his spirits. Very well, you have performed commendably, Su Heng reassured him, patting Yu Hu on the shoulder. However, I will be accompanying them back to the Bright Sect this time, and I shan't be returning here afterward. What? Yu Hu was taken aback by this revelation. But rest assured, I have observed your performance over the past 2 years. Here are some key points on the Gale Sword technique that I have meticulously noted down for you. Simply follow these for your practice. As he spoke, Su Heng produced a small booklet and handed it to Yu Hu. Yu Hu accepted the booklet with solemnity, carefully stowing it away before bowing deeply to Su Heng. Inspector, your guidance is a debt I shall never forget. Now, go and make the necessary arrangements. I will set out with them tomorrow morning. Yes, Yu Hu replied before departing. Su Heng's gaze flickered with concern. The exceptional talent of this group of disciples felt somewhat unsettling, hinting at a lurking danger. Chapter 45. The transformation into wolves. On the following morning, Heng departed from Dan City with 100 young disciples. This time, Zhang Yuchan did not accompany him back to the Bright Summit. Over a year ago, the holy maiden of the Ming Chuixian, mysteriously vanished, prompting the urgent recall of Zhang Yuchan. Consequently, Heng was left alone in Dan City. Heng was well aware of Chuixian's whereabouts. Having learned from Qiao Luo during their time on the Yuyun Mountain that the decade of her tenure was nearing its end, he anticipated her inevitable departure from the Mingjiao. Indeed, her departure coincided precisely with the 10-year mark. By evening, the group arrived at the outskirts of a quaint village, where a kindly elder stood at the entrance to greet them. "Ah, Master Inspector, are you once again sending disciples to the Bright Summit?" He chuckled. "Alas, it is a duty I must fulfill as the inspector," Heng replied with a smile. This elder was the village chief, and since Heng had passed through this area twice before, he had taken the opportunity to stay here. Given that their group averaged only the 3rd stage of the acquired realm, it was impractical for them to travel without rest. Merely ensuring progress during daylight hours was a considerable challenge. "Upon receiving news of your arrival, I have made arrangements for your accommodations," the elder said with a welcoming gesture. Although it was a challenge for a small village to provide lodging for over 100 individuals, it was not unfeasible. The villagers, in fact, bore no objections. Rather, they looked forward to the opportunity. By hosting these future disciples of the Mingjiao, they could forge friendships that might yield powerful allies within one of the 3 great righteous sections. Furthermore, many of the disciples hailed from affluent families, accustomed to generosity. After receiving hospitality, they would likely share some of their resources in gratitude, greatly benefiting the villagers. Heng clapped his hands and instructed, "Let us rest in this village for the night. We shall set forth again at dawn." The disciples dispersed into the village, seeking shelter with the local families. Master Inspector, the disciples you have recruited this year seem to possess greater prowess than the previous cohorts," the village chief remarked, sensing the enhanced capabilities of the new recruits. "Fortune smiles upon us," Heng replied with a grin. "By the way, dear village chief, you have kept my room reserved, have you not?" "Indeed. Your room has remained untouched, save for the occasional cleaning," the elder chuckled warmly. "Very well," Heng nodded. "However, after we depart tomorrow, I fear we may not return." "What? Master Inspector, you? I shall no longer serve as inspector." The elder's eyes displayed a palpable sense of disappointment. "Ah, esteemed village chief, there is no need for concern. Your hospitality is exceptional, and it so happens that we are en route back to the Ming sect. I shall certainly recommend this place to the next inspector," Heng remarked with a smile, fully aware that their stay would bring considerable benefits to the village. "In that case, I extend my gratitude to the inspector in advance." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Heng adeptly made his way to the room he was well acquainted with. Meanwhile, throughout the village, the new disciples of the Ming sect, under the guidance of the villagers, found their designated lodgings, rooms prepared by the villagers themselves. Grateful for the villagers' kindness, these aspiring disciples felt elated and expressed their heartfelt thanks. This harmonious atmosphere persisted until the stroke of midnight. As the full moon illuminated the night sky, one new disciple, overwhelmed with excitement, found himself unable to sleep and ventured into the courtyard to stretch his limbs. Remembering the martial arts he had practiced, he performed a set of movements. However, upon completing the routine, rather than feeling fatigued and inclined to sleep, he instead found himself agitated, his body radiating heat, and his mind becoming increasingly alert. What was happening? Anxiety crept into his heart. If he could not rest well tonight, he would surely lack the stamina for the journey ahead, potentially hindering his companions and leaving a negative impression on the inspector. Unsure of the cause, he continued to practice, hoping that fatigue would eventually lead to sleep. Yet, the more anxious he became, the more intense his condition grew. Ultimately, his consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, he let out a piercing howl, and his body underwent a transformation. Thick fur sprouted, sharp claws emerged from his hands, his eyes turned crimson, and fangs elongated from his mouth. Noticing this unsettling change from his own room, Heng appeared beside the youth in an instant. Observing the boy's transformation, Heng felt a surge of astonishment. He had become unrecognizable. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he glanced at the full moon hanging in the sky. Could this be lycanthropy? Based on the information gleaned from Qiao Luo's memories, this indeed resembled lycanthropy. Lycanthropy, a form of bestial transformation, stands in contrast to shapeshifting. Shapeshifting allows certain animals to assume human form for ease of cultivation, while lycanthropy results in humans adopting the form of beasts, enhancing their physical prowess. Such transformations are rare and typically occur in the offspring of humans and demons, as only they possess the demonic bloodline that enables lycanthropy under specific stimuli. Was this youth a product of such a union between a human and a demon? Heng pondered, perplexed. According to his current understanding, only under such circumstances could this individual possibly undergo lycanthropy. At that moment, the youth also noticed Heng and lunged towards him with outstretched claws. Heng discerned from the expression of the youth that he had completely lost his reason. Shaking his head, Heng casually flicked his fingers, and a small stone shot forth like a bullet, striking the youth on the forehead. The youth's movement came to an abrupt halt, his eyes instantly losing their luster, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the commotion from the youth's cries attracted others who approached curiously. With a subtle shift in his demeanor, Heng transformed entirely into a stooped old man, simultaneously elevating his cultivation to the innate realm. The first to arrive was the burly owner of the dwelling where the youth resided. He had been sleeping but, upon hearing the cries, had assumed a wolf was approaching and emerged wielding a hoe. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of an elderly figure before a furry creature sprawled on the ground. Do not be alarmed. This creature poses no further threat, Heng remarked with an air of indifference. The man sensed Heng's formidable cultivation, scratched his head in confusion, and lowered his hoe. Chapter 46. The mysterious elixir. Heng crouched down to investigate the wolf-transformed youth. Gradually, others who had noticed the commotion began to arrive. Upon witnessing Heng and the hairy beast, they stood silently, too intimidated to speak. Soon enough, Heng discerned the cause of the youth's transformation. The boy was not a natural offspring of a demon. The beastly blood coursing through his veins had been acquired later in life. Due to the presence of wolf-demon blood within him, the sight of a full moon at night triggered his transformation. As he pondered, Heng considered whether the overall enhancement in talent among this group of disciples was related to this phenomenon. If that were the case, might others also undergo a similar transformation? However, as he attuned his senses, he found that the other new disciples did not exhibit the same condition as the youth before him. It became clear to Heng that the implantation of wolf-demon blood would incite the transformation upon witnessing a full moon, while the triggers for the transformations of other demon bloodlines differed. Very well, everyone. This child has undergone an unusual change, and I shall take him with me, Heng declared, wishing to investigate the youth's background in more depth, but the crowd around him was rather inconvenient. As he lifted the youth, the village chief noticed the boy's familiar appearance and suddenly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, where do you intend to take him?" Heng cast a glance at the chief, adopting an air of arrogance. "Do you have any objections?" The chief, sweating profusely, stammered, "No, not at all. It's just that he appears to be a guest from our village, so I must take responsibility for him." Heng inwardly nodded in approval of the chief's demeanor. "Rest assured, I shall not do him any harm, and I will also speak to the inspector from the Ming sect on the matter." Upon hearing Heng's words, the village chief refrained from further comment. Moments later, Heng led the youth to a nearby hillside. He retrieved a medicinal pill and administered it to the boy, who gradually regained consciousness. "Where am I?" the youth asked, clutching his head in confusion. "You might want to take a look at yourself first," Heng suggested. The boy glanced down, horrified to find himself resembling a creature covered in fur. "What is happening?" he exclaimed in shock. "You transformed into a half-human, half-wolf being." Heng explained succinctly, recounting the events that had just unfolded. The boy listened, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. "Now, I need you to tell me if you have ever encountered any peculiar incidents that left a strong impression on you. This may be related to your current condition," Heng inquired. Since the boy was not inherently a half-demon, he must have experienced something significant to undergo such a transformation. Indeed, the boy's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Heng's words, though he quickly masked his surprise. I haven't encountered anything strange," he stammered. Heng narrowed his eyes, convinced the boy was not being truthful. However, given the boy's reluctance to divulge more, he chose not to press further. In truth, Heng was not particularly concerned. With his current cultivation at the sage level, matters merely involving the mortal realm hardly warranted his attention. Thus, he refrained from delving into the boy's mind. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not compel you, but should such an incident occur again, you will be left to your own devices," he remarked, preparing to depart with a wave of his hand. I will speak," the boy suddenly exclaimed, his voice raised. Although reluctant, the sight of his bizarre form compelled him to yield. Heng settled beside the youth. "Go on, I can discern the truth in your words. It would be wise not to harbor any deceit, lest the consequences be yours to bear." The boy hesitated, realizing the profound strength of this elder. which likely granted him the ability to perceive truth. Taking a deep breath, he began, "The story is this. A year ago, I went into the mountains to gather herbs with several villagers. There, we encountered a remarkable individual. This person possessed extraordinary cultivation. His mere guidance greatly benefited us." "Is the transformation you and your companions experienced a result of this individual?" Heng interjected. "Yes," the boy replied. "This remarkable being claimed that our innate talents were lacking and provided each of us with a potion, promising it would significantly enhance our gifts. However, there was a condition." Here, the boy's tone faltered noticeably. Yet, he continued, "He required us to bring some young boys and girls to him." At this revelation, Heng's brow furrowed in concern. A being of such high cultivation demanding young children could hardly bode well. Furthermore, the capacity to produce potions capable of inducing beastly transformations likely hinted at a connection to the demon race. Upon noticing the unusual expression on Heng's face, the youth hastily added, "Esteemed elder, that venerable figure assured us that no harm would come to the lives of these innocent children. Please, continue." Heng replied with a stoic demeanor, "Proceed." The youth cautiously elaborated. "After luring several children to him, he honored our agreement and provided me with a potion. Upon consuming it, my cultivation speed indeed increased significantly, yet I did not anticipate." He then looked up at Heng, pleading, "Elder, you must help me." At this moment, Heng comprehended fully. The boy had sacrificed other children for his own gain, a behavior lower than that of beasts. Rising from his seat, he scoffed. "You engage in such despicable acts and still expect me to rescue you? Though I do not consider myself a paragon of virtue, this world harbors far too many such transgressions for me to rectify. However, knowing that you possess such a heart of malice, I will unequivocally offer you no assistance. Even though a mere cleansing elixir from my stock could easily resolve your plight. Simply refrain from venturing out during moonlit nights, and you should be fine," Heng mocked. "Moreover, there is no need for you to attend the Ming Jiao. A person of your nature would only bring calamity to us." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the youth with a forlorn expression. Upon returning to the village, Heng resumed his true form. Based on the boy's revelations, it was likely that many of the new disciples he had recruited had engaged in similar misdeeds. He resolved to expunge all such individuals. Each one would be interrogated in turn. Once back in the village, he promptly summoned all the new disciples. "What is the matter, Lord Inspector? Why have we been gathered?" asked one. "I was just dreaming beautifully. Can't this wait until tomorrow?" grumbled another, still enveloped in slumber, undisturbed by the earlier commotion. Observing the gravity on Heng's countenance, the disciples sensed the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 47. Rebellion. Heng surveyed the assembly and spoke. "Just now, a senior approached me, claiming that among you, some have betrayed the innocent by luring them to the demon clan for personal gain. As one of the three just sects, our Ming Jiao will not tolerate such actions." Upon hearing Heng's words, many disciples felt a tightening in their chests. Heng scrutinized their reactions, taking in their unease. "Now, I shall test each of you individually to ascertain who among you has committed such acts. Those found guilty will not be permitted to join the Ming Jiao." Some who were aware of the earlier events began to curse silently. It was evident that the actions of the disciple taken away had exposed their misdeeds, implicating them as well. In that moment, they began to contemplate how to navigate Heng's inquiries. Surely, concocting a lie to deceive the Lord Inspector would not be too challenging, would it? However, it was not long before Heng shattered their delusions. When he inquired of a youthful maiden whether she had engaged in the activities he mentioned, she obediently shook her head. Yet, Heng suddenly intoned in a hushed but commanding voice, "You are lying. Sir Inspector, I speak the truth. Why do you not believe me?" The girl was immediately flustered. She had devoted an entire year of arduous training for this day, and the opportunity to join the Ming sect was too precious to relinquish so easily. "Do not think you can deceive me. That senior just taught me a method to discern whether you are being truthful. Therefore, it is best that you all confess honestly. At the very least, you will leave me with a somewhat favorable impression," Heng remarked with a mocking smile, the latter part directed at the assembly. Being young, the girl succumbed to Heng's words and promptly divulged everything, her account mirroring that of the previous boy with only minor discrepancies. Heng nodded and coolly instructed, "After a night's rest, you may return to Dawn City tomorrow." Next, he sought out several others who were still intent on deceit. Without hesitation, he expelled them from the premises. Conversely, those who confessed honestly were permitted to stay the night before departing. Following the exposure of a handsome youth, an unexpected incident occurred. The young man shouted defiantly, "My grandfather has granted you so many favors. You cannot send me away like this." Heng replied with a cold laugh. If your grandfather were aware of your actions, he would likely be enraged to the point of vomiting blood. Enough of this nonsense. Be gone. However, upon hearing Su Heng's words, the youth let out a sinister laugh and suddenly raised his arm, proclaiming, "Listen to me, everyone. Many of you have consumed the elixirs, correct? This inspector seeks to sever our paths to cultivation. It is akin to slaying our parents. If any of you possess courage, join me in taking him down." At this declaration, the crowd gasped in shock, yet Su Heng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He was eager to witness what further astonishing rhetoric the youth might produce. Surely you all sense that his cultivation is not vastly superior to ours. If we unite, he cannot stand against us. The boy licked his lips, his eyes alight with madness. However, another youth interjected, "But if we eliminate him, who will lead us to the Ming sect? Fear not. We shall simply claim that this inspector fell victim to bandits on our way to the Ming sect. We barely escaped with our lives. And I trust the elders of the Ming sect will not investigate too deeply." The boy quickly devised a plan, adding, "Moreover, to safeguard our information, we must eradicate all those in this village who have not ingested the elixirs, making it appear as though bandits were responsible for their demise. This plan is quite ingenious. This approach not only conceals our secrets, but also serves to demonstrate that this Inspector General has fallen victim to the mountain bandits. Since this Inspector General refuses to grant us respite, we are left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. I have faith that our collective strength will enable us to handle them without difficulty." Several youths echoed these sentiments, while others with prior experience in similar endeavors nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Su Heng's prowess was rather feeble. They considered themselves among the most skilled of the new disciples, and united, they believed the remaining individuals posed no threat. Upon hearing their words, Su Heng gazed at them as one might at the simple-minded. However, unlike him, the other disciples who had not consumed the potion began to feel a sense of panic. They had initially been excitedly preparing to train at the Ming sect, one of the three major orthodox sects, only to find themselves entangled in such a predicament. Their lives were now potentially at stake. As for this Inspector General, his own capabilities were mediocre. Why provoke these individuals? Having already engaged in despicable acts, what further transgressions could they commit? Shouldn't they wait until they reached the Ming sect to take action? At this moment, those who had partaken of the potion subtly dispersed, surrounding the others at the center. The youth before Su Heng, having garnered support for his ideas, felt a surge of elation. He turned to Su Heng, triumphantly declaring, "Aren't you quite arrogant? Go ahead, boast some more. I'll have you rolling back to Dun City tonight. Just you wait. Without the backing of the Ming sect, you are nothing but a mere speck. In this world, power reigns supreme." He crossed his arms, attempting to discern the look of panic on Su Heng's face under the moonlight. Yet, to his dismay, there was no trace of fear on Su Heng's countenance. Rather, it bore a hint of derision. Su Heng remained unperturbed. Little did he anticipate that the potion not only accelerated their cultivation, but also adversely affected their mental states, rendering them increasingly ferocious. Had these individuals retained their faculties, they would surely have avoided such reckless actions. Firstly, the elder Su Heng referenced might very well be nearby. Their actions could lead to their own demise should he reveal himself. Secondly, even if they succeeded, would the Ming sect truly accept their claims at face value? If Su Heng could discern the truth, surely the Ming sect possessed the means to do so as well. Thirdly, having spent time in Dawn City, they should have noted that Su Heng had once instructed Yu Hu, allowing them to deduce that while his cultivation was not high, his actual strength was formidable. Were they genuinely his opponents? Considering all these factors, it was evident that those who had consumed the potion had lost their senses, recklessly risking everything for their so-called future. At that moment, Su Heng found himself reminiscing about Jiang Yuchan. Had she been by his side, even with tenfold courage, they would not have dared to act in such a manner. Chapter 48. Instant kill. Even now, they continued to play pretentious games. Observing Su Heng's calm demeanor, the young man gritted his teeth, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes, and suddenly swung a fist towards Su Heng. Su Heng merely shook his head, casually extending a finger to touch the young man's fist. Utilizing the force of the blow, he gracefully retreated a few steps. Those who witnessed Su Heng's maneuver were taken aback. What kind of agility is this? Although Su Heng's cultivation level was not particularly high, his movements appeared remarkably nimble. Evade. Let us see how long you can evade. The hostility in the young man's eyes intensified as he charged at Su Heng once more. At that moment, Su Heng leisurely picked up a twig from the ground. Just as the young man was about to make contact, Su Heng lightly struck his wrist. This seemingly gentle touch effortlessly dissipated all the force in the young man's arm, rendering his punch towards Su Heng utterly feeble. With a soft thud, the fist landed on Su Heng's chest, and he smiled lightly. Are you merely tickling me? The young man's face twisted in rage. He was acutely aware of Su Heng's extraordinary skill, having felt his strength vanish with just a single touch. Yet, Su Heng had not relied on any physical prowess. Any elderly person with keen eyesight could achieve this. This indicated that Su Heng's technique was entirely unrelated to his cultivation level. It was undeniably an extraordinary skill. But now, trapped in a predicament, the young man abruptly drew a dagger from his waist, lunging at Su Heng once more. Su Heng, however, simply tapped the twig again. Clang! The dagger clattered to the ground, and the young man's hand, which had held the dagger, now hung limply. A cry of anguish escaped the young man. In that instant, not only had Su Heng disarmed him, but he had also skillfully broken his arm. Humph! With your meager strength, you dare to challenge me? Su Heng shook his head. Were it not for his desire to avoid overwhelming displays of prowess, he could easily comprehend the young man before him while standing still. Nonetheless, to the onlookers, his presence remained astonishing. Is this the power of an inspector? No wonder he dares to lead us to the Ming sect. I was previously concerned about encountering bandits along the way. His techniques appeared deceptively simple, yet reach a realm far beyond our grasp. I seem to recall that this esteemed inspector had guided the venerable Yu Hu of the Huashan sect 2 years ago. It seems the rumors were true. In contrast to the disciples who had not consumed the elixirs, the expressions of the others grew grim. They had intended to rebel just moments ago. Now it was evident that this inspector not only possessed the ability to effortlessly neutralize their techniques, but also to easily dismantle their offensive maneuvers. With just these two attributes, this esteemed inspector was already in an invincible position. Collectively, they were no match for him. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and attack. That night, the boy whose arm was broken by Su Heng, enduring the pain, shouted at the others, if we don't eliminate him tonight, we shall be the ones to perish. At that moment, the others finally reacted and rushed to take action. Some charged towards Su Heng, while others turned their aggression towards the remaining disciples who had not consumed the potion. Su Heng shook his head and sighed. In your selfishness, not only do you seek to harm fellow disciples, but you also intend to involve the innocent people of the village. Keeping you around poses a threat to humanity. Su Heng's heart darkened with murderous intent. Initially, he had merely planned to send these individuals back to Don City, but it was evident now that they harbored intentions to kill him. Allowing them to return would only bring suffering to countless innocents. With a flick of a branch in his hand, Su Heng seemed to drift into the crowd like a falling leaf. With each step he took, he effortlessly evaded their attacks, and with each swing of the branch, one of them was struck down, losing their life in an instant. Mere moments later, all the disciples who had taken the potion lay sprawled on the ground, none remaining standing. Among those who had consumed the potion, the only survivor was the boy whose arm he had broken. Clutching his arm, the boy stared in terror at the bodies littering the ground and yelled at Su Heng. You are a demon. A demon? It is individuals like you, who indulge in cruelty, that embody true wickedness, Su Heng replied with a calm smile, flicking the branch in his hand, which transformed into a fierce gust, piercing the boy's throat. The boy collapsed, his eyes devoid of life. At this moment, only about 40 disciples who had not consumed the potion remained, staring dumbfounded at Su Heng. This inspector is incredibly powerful, they murmured. Enough of your gazes. Assist in clearing this area, and then return to rest, Su Heng commanded. Yes, the disciples replied with excitement, filled not only with relief from their narrow escape, but also with hope for the future. Would they one day have the opportunity to cultivate their skills to match the prowess of this esteemed inspector? Meanwhile, at the location of the demon clan's prophet, the prophet listened to a report from a subordinate with the body of a man and the head of a bird. Prophet, over the past year, we have distributed thousands of blood witch potions. After a year of brewing, those humans who consumed the potions should now be ready to be selected for the major sections. You have done well, the prophet replied, stroking an ancient skull in his hand with a smile. The subordinate continued, however, the cultivation talents of those who consumed the blood witch potions have improved rapidly. It is likely that most will concentrate in the 3 major sects, leaving some smaller sects without a single individual who has consumed the potion. Will this not be an issue? No matter, once the 3 major sects fall, the smaller sects will not pose a threat, the prophet said dismissively. By the way, how have you dealt with the young boys and girls we captured? According to your orders, I have distributed them among the various tribes. Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation. Indeed, we shall nurture them as if they were our own kin, and once they mature, we will impart to them our techniques. From their endeavors in cultivating the human arts, we should glean considerable knowledge, which will greatly benefit our kin in mastering human practices. The wisdom of the esteemed seer is truly remarkable. I firmly believe that in a matter of decades, we shall catch up to humanity in our cultivation pursuits. Swiftly, a subordinate offered his flattery. Since those who have ingested the blood witch elixir are now in position, you are to inform Qiao Man and the others that we shall commence our actions in 1 month. Yes. Upon hearing this, the subordinate's expression brightened, for he was well aware of the nature of the impending actions. After years of preparation, the time has come for the demon clan to strike against the human race. As the subordinate departed, the seer set down the skull in his hands, murmuring, after subjugating humanity, our only concern will be the demon clan to the east. Chapter 49. Erasing the birthmark after several days of arduous travel. Heng finally returned to the summit of light with a group of new disciples. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Zhang Yuchan. Brother Su, you have finally returned, exclaimed Zhang Yuchan, her face beaming with joy. By the way, before departing, Miss Chu left a letter for you. She instructed me to deliver it. As she spoke, Zhang Yuchan produced an envelope and handed it to Heng. This took Heng by surprise. Chu Shower had left him a letter? Ah, I see, he replied. Tucking the letter away, he turned to the 40 or so new disciples he had brought along and instructed, you shall follow this path to the Deacon Hall, where arrangements will be made for your subsequent matters. Yes, the disciples, having witnessed Su Heng's formidable prowess, complied obediently with his directive. However, as they departed, they could not resist the urge to whisper among themselves. That lady's attire must be that of the Holy Maiden of the Bright Church. Indeed, I have seen her description in the records of the inspection office. She is truly the Holy Maiden. Who would have thought that such a dignified figure would treat our inspector with such courtesy? This inspector is indeed unfathomable. Indeed, that night, he effortlessly dispatched those who plotted rebellion with merely his techniques. Even if his cultivation is lacking, in terms of understanding the techniques, few in the Bright Church can rival him. I hope to successfully remain here, so I can seek his guidance. Observing the departing disciples, Zhang Yuchan curiously inquired, Brother Su, didn't Tidan City have 100 slots available? Why do I see less than 50 here? There were some unforeseen circumstances on the journey. It's a long story that I will explain in detail later, Heng replied, his curiosity piqued regarding the contents of Chu Shower's letter. Very well. You have traveled so far. Return and rest, while I prepare some soup for you. Thank you for your kindness, Heng smiled. After more than a year without tasting Zhang Yuchan's cooking, he found himself quite nostalgic. Between us, what need is there to speak of trouble? As Zhang Yuchan spoke, she had already turned to leave. Heng chuckled and shook his head, retreating to his own chamber. He then retrieved the letter left to him by Chu Shower and began to peruse its contents. Senior Su, by the time you read this letter, I shall certainly no longer be in the Mingjiao. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for your guidance on my martial arts. Without you, I could never have mastered the Sacred Fire Order technique. The letter was essentially a note of thanks, subtly woven with her feelings for Heng, which left him somewhat speechless. Was this little fox not merely playing a part? Had she truly taken it to heart? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. Furthermore, Chu Shower had attached a map of her fox clan, inviting Heng to visit in the future, promising him the warmest hospitality. After reading, Heng casually set the letter down on the table. At present, his cultivation had reached the saint level, enabling him to devise a method to assist Zhang Yuchan in remedying the birthmark on her face. The reason a saint could achieve such feats lies in the ability to penetrate any object within a certain range with true intent. For instance, with his displacement true intent, he could instantaneously cause the blood and energy of all individuals within several meters to reverse flow, accomplishing this in the blink of an eye. Thus, employing true intent allows one to perform actions that are unfathomable to ordinary individuals. Of course, not every true intent could erase Zhang Yuchan's birthmark. His current displacement true intent could only be attempted, and its success remained uncertain. Tonight, I shall masquerade as her master to assist her in removing the birthmark. Heng contemplated, acknowledging that he could not undertake this task in his current identity. That night, Zhang Yuchan was diligently practicing in her room. Suddenly, a streak of light pierced through the window, landing beside her. Zhang Yuchan's gaze sharpened as she accepted the luminescent object. It was a small stone, wrapped in a note. Her expression brightened. She could discern that the stone's speed was swift yet harmless, employing an exceptionally skillful force. Only someone of considerable strength could achieve such a feat. Within the Mingjiao, only the leader and a handful of other masters could possibly manage this. And there was no reason for these experts to seek her in the dead of night. Thus, the only conceivable person seeking her was her mysterious master, who had been missing for years. Upon opening the note, it indeed confirmed her suspicions. It was from her master. She immediately rose and left her room. Heading to the location indicated in the note, arriving at the back mountain of Ming. Here, Su Heng had already altered his appearance and presence, awaiting Zhang Yuchan. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed with excitement, "Master, you have returned." Yet, her expression quickly shifted to one of disbelief. "Master, have you broken through?" She could sense the unfathomable aura emanating from Su Heng. This was certainly not the energy of a practitioner at the innate level. Su Heng nodded in acknowledgement. "As I depart this time, it is with the intention of seeking a breakthrough opportunity. Fortunately, luck has favored me, and I have serendipitously comprehended the true essence, achieving a breakthrough to the realm of the sage. How wonderful!" Zhang Yuchan felt genuine joy. The greater her master's strength, the more benefits she would undoubtedly receive. "I have come to see you today to ascertain whether I can assist in removing the birthmark from your face." Zhang Yuchan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her master had come today to help her eradicate the birthmark. Since childhood, she had been subjected to ridicule from other children because of this mark, and even upon entering the Mingjiao, she had not escaped such mockery. However, she was fortunate enough to encounter two benefactors. One was brother Su Heng, who treated her with kindness, never discriminating against her due to her appearance, and consistently offered her assistance, infusing her life with meaning. The other was this mysterious master before her. Her master endowed her with formidable power, elevating her to the status of the Holy Maiden of Mingjiao. Her standing soared dramatically. Now, when others spoke of her, they first remarked on her immense strength rather than focusing on the birthmark on her face. Yet, do not rejoice too early. I am here merely to test whether I can succeed. I am uncertain myself. Observing Zhang Yuchan's heightened emotions, Su Heng quickly reassured her. "Rest assured, master. I have endured many years. Even if this birthmark cannot be removed, it matters not." Zhang Yuchan gently touched her cheek, bowing her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of happiness. This intrigued Su Heng. "Ahem, now please stand still. I will attempt to eliminate the birthmark using my true essence," Su Heng instructed. "All right." Zhang Yuchan obediently stood quietly. Su Heng closed his eyes, controlling his shifting true essence, approaching Zhang Yuchan. Upon the essence making contact with her face, he cautiously began his attempts. Chapter 50. A surprise. The evening breeze rustled, and leaves fluttered to the ground. Su Heng slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated that removing a birthmark would prove so laborious. This endeavor consumed nearly half an hour. Nonetheless, he sensed success, for he had managed to restore the skin where Zhang Yuchan's birthmark had been to match the surrounding areas. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately gazed at Zhang Yuchan. With his current strength, even in the absence of moonlight, he could see clearly. After beholding Zhang Yuchan's visage, he was momentarily stunned. Two words echoed in his mind: perfect. The present Zhang Yuchan appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. It was astonishing how significantly the birthmark had influenced her appearance. Su Heng mused inwardly. Previously, while Zhang Yuchan's features were acceptable, the birthmark had detracted from her beauty to a degree lesser than that of an ordinary person. In comparison to now, it was as if she had transformed from earth to sky. "Well, I believe it has been successful," Su Heng remarked with a smile. Zhang Yuchan could not see her own reflection. She merely felt a warm, tingling sensation on her face, akin to being scalded. Had she succeeded? A flicker of surprise crossed her mind, yet she yearned to behold her transformed visage, only to realize that there were no reflective surfaces nearby. "Well, upon your return, you may examine yourself at leisure. I trust your training has not faltered in my absence?" Su Heng chuckled, shaking his head. "Of course not." Zhang Yuchan retracted her thoughts, and with her master's return, she requested his guidance. Without hesitation, she drew the yin-yang sword that Su Heng had forged for her and lunged forward. An hour later, they paused, and Su Heng remarked, "It appears you have indeed made commendable progress over the past 2 years." He feigned satisfaction, though he was well aware of Zhang Yuchan's diligent training regimen. "Master, you have provided me with an opportunity to enhance myself. Naturally, I must seize it." Zhang Yuchan, slightly breathless from their sparring, steadied her breathing and inquired, "Master, 2 years ago, during the attack on Wudang by the Great Jin dynasty, I heard that besides Zhang Zhenren, there was another sage-level warrior. Was that you?" "Indeed," Su Heng nodded. "Before my departure, I sensed an imminent breakthrough, which prompted me to seek Zhang Zhenren for discourse. It was during this exchange that I achieved my breakthrough and subsequently encountered that fellow from the Great Jin dynasty named Kuei, who attempted a sneak attack on Wudang and was swiftly vanquished by me." Though Su Heng recounted the events nonchalantly, Zhang Yuchan felt a surge of excitement. Her master exuded an unparalleled charisma. To challenge a sage while still in the innate realm, what courage that entailed. Furthermore, He had indeed achieved a breakthrough and shortly thereafter eliminated another sage. Such extraordinary feats, had they not been divulged by her master himself, would have been difficult for her to believe. Observing the glimmer of admiration in Jiang Yuchan's eyes, Su Heng surmised her thoughts and could not suppress a chuckle. What would your expression be if you knew I had slain Xueyin while still in the innate realm? Now it grows late. You should return and rest, he concluded. Understood. After parting ways, they retreated to their respective chambers. Jiang Yuchan was exhilarated. Not only had her master returned, but he had also reached the sage realm and removed the birthmark from her face. Although she had grown indifferent to the mark, the prospect of its removal filled her with anticipation. What would her visage reveal once the birthmark was gone? She retrieved a bronze mirror to gaze upon her reflection. But in an instant, she was struck dumb. Was this person truly her? For a fleeting moment, she felt a stirring within her. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that the features were undeniably her own. It is hard to believe that the removal of a birthmark could have such a profound impact. Jiang Yuchan found it somewhat incredulous. However, a thought soon crossed her mind. She planned to visit Brother Su tomorrow to surprise him and observe his reaction. At this notion, she playfully stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit bashful. Early the next morning, Su Heng encountered Jiang Yuchan once more. As was customary, she wore a veil, which was opaque, thus rendering her appearance quite similar to her usual self. Yuchan, what brings you here so early today? Su Heng inquired. Jiang Yuchan pulled him into the room, and they sat facing one another. She then declared, Brother Su, I have eliminated the birthmark from my face. With that, she lifted her veil, gazing expectantly at Su Heng. Su Heng touched his nose, taken aback by Jiang Yuchan's sudden revelation. Having seen her the previous night, he had already mentally prepared himself for this moment, so he feigned surprise and exclaimed, Yuchan, your face has become so beautiful. The instant he uttered those words, he regretted his exaggeration. His reaction felt overly theatrical, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor around Jiang Yuchan. Fortunately, she seemed oblivious to his awkwardness and, upon hearing his compliment, beamed. When I was ridiculed in the past, you always comforted me, assuring me that this birthmark would eventually fade. I never expected it would truly disappear. Su Heng regained his composure and replied with a smile. Now that you are so beautiful, the line of suitors after you could stretch from the summit of the mountain to its base. Brother Su, you tease me again. Jiang Yuchan chided playfully. Now, let us discuss serious matters. How did you manage to remove the birthmark? Su Heng suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this question, the smile on Jiang Yuchan's face froze. Oh no. In her delight, she had forgotten how to explain this. She could not reveal anything about her master. Her mind raced as she forced a smile and replied. I have recently been practicing a technique that has the ability to restore one's appearance. Before your return, I had nearly completed the process, and last night, it was fully restored. Is that so? Su Heng calmly picked up a cup of water and took a sip. This girl is quite adept at lying. Does she truly believe I am oblivious? In the context of the current human cultivation system, it is impossible to alter one's body at the innate level. Such a feat requires reaching the sage realm. However, this is likely beyond Jiang Yuchan's understanding as an acquired realm disciple. Indeed, she believed that once Su Heng reached the innate stage, he would comprehend this matter, but by then, perhaps she would no longer need to conceal her master's whereabouts. Chapter 51. The onslaught of the demon clan in the ensuing days. The Ming sect was engaged in the selection of newly initiated disciples. Meanwhile, Su Heng, having relinquished his position as the inspector, found himself at ease. His days were now spent in personal cultivation, while also imparting lessons to Jiang Yuchan, creating a rather idyllic existence. One evening, as he was instructing Jiang Yuchan in a secluded clearing on the back mountain of the Ming sect, he suddenly sensed an unusual sound, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Despite his keen senses, he typically unconsciously filtered out the sounds of ordinary individuals. Much like a farmer living amidst the fields would naturally ignore the chirping of insects and birds, his attention would inevitably be drawn to an explosion. In that moment, Su Heng heard a peculiar noise. Master, what is it? Jiang Yuchan inquired. Nothing. Let us continue, Su Heng replied with a smile. However, there is an aspect of your swordplay that requires attention. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Ming sect's mountain, 3 concealed figures emerged quietly, enveloped in a barely perceptible hemispherical shield. Haha, esteemed prophet, your art of concealment is indeed remarkable. We passed right by a sentry without being detected, a gruff voice proclaimed. The speaker, robustly built with flowing golden hair, was Chiu Man. Beside him, a woman adorned with colorful feathers in her hair giggled. This is indeed the prophet's remarkable power. I dare say, once we ascend to the summit, no one will be able to perceive our presence. Indeed, Xueyin squeezed his fist, the bones cracking audibly. By the way, Prophet, why do we need all of you to deal with a mere Ming sect? I could handle them alone. Xueyin, after all these years. You remain as foolish as ever, the woman scoffed. While it may not be surprising for you to single-handedly eliminate the Ming sect's members, what if they alert the other saints of the human race? Zhang Sanfeng could arrive from Wudang in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If the Ming sect has any hidden strength to ensnare you, you would find yourself in peril. Unfazed, Xueyin retorted. There's no need for all three of us to come along, and to rely on the prophet's concealment is rather excessive. The woman shook her head. You are nothing but a muscle-bound fool. Consider our purpose in subjugating the human race. We do not seek a desolate wasteland devoid of life. We require the human populace to serve as our slaves, aiding us in the development of our techniques. And we may even utilize their flesh and blood to concoct special sustenance. If you were to execute your plan of annihilating the humans, what value would these lands hold? Is our domain as the demon clan not expansive enough? At these words, Xueyin's expression turned icy. I care not for your arguments. My son was slain by the hands of the humans, and I must exact vengeance. Xueyin had endured years of restraint for this opportunity for retribution. He would not so easily relinquish it. You, the woman, filled with frustration, exclaimed, what use is it to kill so many? Your son cannot be resurrected regardless. To enslave these humans and study them, does that not serve as a form of vengeance? With a disdainful huff, she added, you wretched woman. You wouldn't say such things if it weren't for the fact that it isn't your son. If your beloved child were slain by a human, I wonder if you would still voice such sentiments. Xueyin, undeterred, retorted sharply. The woman gritted her teeth, poised to respond, yet the seer interjected, enough, both of you. Xueyin, I understand your feelings, I once promised you. However, the disciples of the Ming sect are considered elite among humans. Retaining them serves a greater purpose for our demon kin. Should you wish to execute them, we shall wait until we fully dominate the human race, selecting specific individuals for you to deal with at your discretion. With the seer's words, Xueyin refrained from further protest. Once we have decimated the Bright Summit, you must swiftly locate the high-ranking members of the Ming sect and capture them all to prevent them from seeking aid from Wudang. Xueyin, you shall remain by my side to guard. I will employ the summoning array to transport our kin here. Fear not, esteemed lord, with my presence. Even the venerable Zhang Sanfeng could not disrupt you. Xueyin replied with a confident smile. The trio had come with clear roles defined. To avoid drawing human attention, they had arrived discreetly. Meanwhile, other innate beings of their kind awaited in a designated location to manage the Ming sect after its conquest. At that moment, the seer would instantaneously summon them. This strategy would allow them to swiftly leverage the Ming sect as a foothold for expansion towards the human realm. The absence of saints within the Ming sect and its considerable distance from Wudang and Shaolin were pivotal reasons for their initial assault on it. Capturing those high-ranking members of the Ming sect should be straightforward, Xueyin asserted confidently. Spare their lives, certainly, as long as they remain intact, correct? The seer frowned. Xueyin, do not harm them. Our subsequent research requires individuals who can cultivate normally. If you impair their talents, it is no different from killing them. Very well, Xueyin replied, raising his hands in surrender. I shall only inflict minor injuries. Is that acceptable? For cultivators, some injuries are inevitable. Mere superficial wounds should not significantly hinder their innate abilities. Just exercise caution, the seer advised, feeling a headache coming on. Do not make my task difficult. With that, he waved his hand, and the three resumed their leisurely ascent up the mountain, engaging in casual conversation as they walked. Within the seer's concealed divine abilities, no information could escape, allowing them to remain at ease. By the way, I recall a talented young member of the Fox clan who came to the Ming sect to study techniques, correct? Indeed, that little one possesses remarkable talent, having managed to master both of the esteemed skills of the Ming sect, and even brought them back. The Fox clan's innate abilities rank among the finest within our entire demon race, surpassing those of certain lions who merely rely on brute force. Xueyin remarked with a hint of regret, lamenting that their clan shuns conflict and thus would not join us in our assault on the human race. At that moment, Xueyin shot him a glare, asserting that they were far superior to your lot, whose lack of talent and physical prowess leads them to flee at the first sign of trouble. Enough of your bickering. The seer rubbed his forehead, stating that we are almost there. Once I revoke the concealment spell, you shall act immediately according to the plan. Chapter 52. Who is he? The three arrived at the training grounds of the Ming sect. The seer surveyed the surroundings, noting the spaciousness and the favorable conditions. Very well. Let us proceed with the plan. As he spoke, the protective barriers surrounding them vanished instantaneously. Xueyin dashed towards the area where Xiao Wuji and the others resided, while Kuei-ing's eyes sparkled with violet light as he prepared to guard. The seer himself sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing the intricate hand seals. His objective was to employ the summoning array to instantaneously transport his subordinates. Naturally, the summoning array, being a powerful spell, demanded immense energy, especially when summoning multiple individuals. Even the seer, relying solely on his own strength, could not achieve it alone. However, they had made prior preparations. That preparation was the blood witchcraft. The seer produced a crimson crystal and shattered it. In an instant, a faint red mist enveloped the vicinity. As the seer inhaled and exhaled, the red mist swiftly transformed into his primordial energy. While this energy alone was insufficient for him to perform the summoning array at that moment, dozens of red mists surged in from a distance. These mists were headed towards the quarters of the Ming sect's servant disciples. At that moment, a servant disciple who was practicing outside his room felt a sudden jolt in his eyelids. He looked up to see a multitude of red mists swirling towards the training grounds. One of the mists was even entering the room right next to him. He recognized the occupant of that room as the junior sister who had recently joined the sect. This junior sister was quite attractive and had commendable cultivation talent, prompting him to vow to train diligently, aspiring to become a formal disciple and pursue her. Now, witnessing this strange phenomenon left him utterly astonished. After a moment of hesitation, he thought it impolite to barge into a young lady's room, yet he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. In a swift motion, he arrived at the door of the junior sister's room and forcefully pushed it open. However, what met his eyes was a bloodied figure sprawled on the bed, barely discernible as human. His scalp prickled with fear as he hastily retreated, intent on reporting to the higher-ups at once. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to report, as many had already noticed the anomaly, with some quickly sounding the alarm. As the urgent alarm echoed, numerous disciples of the Ming sect halted their training, while those who were asleep gradually awakened. Many curious individuals stealthily followed the direction of the crimson smoke, arriving at the training ground. At that moment, a colossal circular formation shimmered into existence, emanating an eerie blue light. What could that be? One disciple gazed in astonishment, only to be plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. Nearby, Kuei Ying's figure slowly materialized. What a nuisance. To prevent you from disturbing the prophet, I must put you to sleep for a while, she remarked, waving a fan in her hand and disappearing in another direction. Upon hearing the alarm, Xiao Wuji, who was practicing the great transfer of the universe, suddenly opened his eyes wide. What is happening? The various sects of the great Jin dynasty have already signed a peace agreement. Surely they wouldn't attack again? With curiosity stirring in his heart, he rose and swiftly made his way outside. However, as soon as he opened the door, he found himself face to face with a robust man sporting long golden hair. Who goes there? Xiao Wuji exclaimed, immediately launching a punch. Without a moment's hesitation, the stranger grinned and returned the blow. Seeing this, Xiao Wuji's heart sank in cold amusement. With the power of the great transfer of the universe at his command, if the adversary exchanged blows with him, he could rebound the force, inflicting double the damage. Bang! Their fists collided, and Xiao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically as he was sent flying, his striking hand drooping helplessly. What true strength! From that punch, he sensed an unparalleled force. Thud! Xiao Wuji crashed heavily to the ground. The stranger, Qiao Man, let out a cold chuckle, casually tossing a rope that elongated in the air, transforming into a thick, long hempen cord that ensnared Xiao Wuji completely. All right, next, Qiao Man declared, turning toward another room. For him, each occupant in the rooms was easily subdued with a single blow. The only difference lay in the injuries they sustained, some with broken arms, others with shattered legs. In no time, he had subdued the entire upper echelon of the Ming sect. Meanwhile, the prophet, bolstered by the blood sorcery, was gradually completing the formation. Suddenly, the blue light intensified. Figures emerged from the grand array: lions, tigers, wolves, and snakes. As the formation dissipated, over 1,000 varied figures appeared in the training ground, all bowing in unison to the prophet. Prophet. At this moment, the prophet's face appeared somewhat pale. Good, this is the bright summit of the Ming sect. Follow the prearranged plan and divide to seize control of the entire sect. Yes, yes, yes. The demon clan members, evidently well-trained, skillfully dispersed to carry out their orders. Some sought to exert control over the disciples, while others took charge of various halls, and some began to fortify defenses. This was imperative, for the over 1,000 demon clansmen all possessed innate cultivation. Meanwhile, the most formidable members of the Ming sect had been subdued by Chuixian, leaving the entire sect swiftly under the dominion of these demons. At this moment, in the training ground, many high-ranking officials, including Xiao Wuji, found themselves bound and standing together. The prophet stood before them with a serene smile. Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mo Bai, a representative of the demon clan. You may refer to me simply as the prophet. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wuji and the others immediately grasped the identity of their visitor. Although they had speculated about the old man's identity upon encountering the demons at the Bright Summit, hearing him confirm it filled them with despair. The strength of this demon prophet was formidable. Were there preparations in place, perhaps with Zhang Jinren leading and leveraging some resources from the human race? They might have been able to contend with him. However, the fact that this prophet had launched a surprise attack on the Ming sect left them utterly defenseless. Our intention in assaulting your sect is not to incite casualties. In the future, I hope the disciples of your sect can coexist peacefully with our kin, the prophet continued. His tone languid. By the way, I recall that your sect has a saintess. Where might she be? He had learned from Chu Xiao that the Ming sect possessed another saintess, yet he scanned the crowd and found no sign of her. Xiao Wuji was equally perplexed about Jiang Yuchan's whereabouts. Suddenly, a voice rang out, no need to search. The saintess is right here. As the words fell, two figures emerged. One was indeed the saintess Jiang Yuchan, and the other was an unfamiliar man. Who is he? This question echoed in the minds of all present. Chapter 53, A Fine Steed. Indeed, who are you? The prophet inquired coldly upon seeing Su Heng. He sensed a considerable level of cultivation emanating from Su Heng, clearly indicating that he, too, was a formidable presence at the sage level. When had the Ming sect acquired such a powerful sage? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled that during the Jin dynasty's assault on Wudang, a mysterious sage had emerged among the human race. Could this be the very individual before him? As the prophet's mind raced with thoughts, Su Heng scrutinized the three sages of the demon clan. Initially, he had no intention of revealing himself upon hearing that the demons did not plan a massacre. As for those who perished due to the blood witchcraft, they had brought their fate upon themselves. However, when Jiang Yuchan learned of this, she beseeched him, insisting that even if he could not save the Ming sect, he must rescue her brother, Su. Feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, yet also a sense of helplessness, he thought, surely, I cannot be expected to rescue myself. Reluctantly, he decided to accompany Jiang Yuchan to save the people of the Ming sect. Regarding his own strength, he could only harbor a vague conjecture. For prior to his ascension to the Saint Realm, he had the capability to slay the Saint-level Kuei Jun. Now, having reached the Saint Realm, his power would undoubtedly have escalated significantly. If he exercised caution, ensuring the safety of Jiang Yuchan and himself should pose no issue. Who I am is of no concern to you, Su Heng stated calmly. Huh, you, a mere saint, dare not even utter your name? The prophet, unfazed, responded with a smile. At that moment, his subordinates had completely seized control of the entire Bright Summit. They boasted 3 saints, along with over 1,000 innate-level demon beasts. In contrast, even with the notification sent to Wudang, by the time Master Zhang arrived, there would only be 2 saints on Su Heng's side, far from being a match for their superior force. It is not that I refuse to disclose my name. Rather, you are unworthy of knowing it, Su Heng remarked, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. The prophet narrowed his eyes, sensing arrogance in Su Heng's demeanor. Prophet, why waste words with him? I shall go and break his legs. He will soon comply, Qiao Man declared, stepping forward and cracking his neck with a grin. At that moment, Su Heng suddenly smiled at Qiao Man and said, You previously mentioned that your son was slain by the human race, and thus you seek a bloody vengeance, correct? Qiao Man froze momentarily, then turned back to the prophet with a look of bewilderment. The prophet, too, was taken aback. How could Su Heng know this, given that Qiao Man had spoken those words within his concealed divine powers? A chill crept up the prophet's spine. What of it? I shall ensure that rivers of human blood flow. Qiao Man's expression swiftly returned to normal as he spoke fiercely. He could only hope that Su Heng possessed a unique probing ability. Otherwise, such perceptive prowess was beyond his match. Su Heng smiled slightly. From Qiao Man's previous words and his memories of having slain a demon named Qiao Luo a few years prior, it became evident that Qiao Luo was indeed the son of the demon before him. However, Qiao Luo had been unaware of his lineage, which had eluded Su Heng until now. What I mean is, there is no need to wait. You have the opportunity for revenge right now. What? Qiao Man quickly grasped the implication. You killed my son? Indeed, he had taken many lives among the human race. My act of retribution was but a natural course of events, Su Heng replied indifferently. Seeking death, the mention of Qiao Luo, a deep wound in Qiao Man's heart, sparked a surge of fury within him. He moved forward, unleashing a punch aimed directly at Su Heng's face, intent on obliterating his head to assuage the rage within. As the fist, imbued with true intent, hurtled toward him, Su Heng did not underestimate the threat. He invoked his own spatial true intent and countered with a straightforward punch of his own. Witnessing this, the prophet shook his head internally. Having initially expected more from this human saint, it now seemed he was nothing more than a fool. Where lies the essence of humanity? It resides in the various techniques employed to harness primal energy, where some ingenious methods of utilizing this energy can yield remarkably extraordinary effects. Yet, the individual before us dares to contend with the demon race in terms of physical prowess. Specifically, Qiao stands among the most formidable of the demon clan. His true intent revolves around an overwhelming force, capable of obliterating all in its path. Even when confronted with a mountain, his punch could likely reduce it to mere dust. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the moment when Su Heng would be reduced to a mere pulp beneath Qiao strike. Although the scene was rather gruesome, one must accept the consequences of provoking Qiao. Beside him, Xueyin entertained similar thoughts. Despite her disdain for Qiao, who relied solely on brute strength, she could not deny that his raw power indeed epitomized the pinnacle of the demon race. The audacity of the human to confront Qiao's punch head-on was nothing short of reckless. However, the subsequent events left both Limitation and Xueyin in stunned silence. As the fists of Qiao and Su Heng collided, Su Heng remained unyielding, while Qiao was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Although Zhang Yuchan had little knowledge of Qiao, she recognized him as a saint. How could he be so easily dispatched in but a single maneuver against her master? Hadn't her master only recently achieved a breakthrough? She, too, was momentarily speechless. Only Su Heng, with a knowing nod, seemed to comprehend. He had long lacked the opportunity to spar with powerful adversaries, but this encounter had illuminated the true extent of his capabilities. As his displacement technique, the ninth layer of the Great Displacement, remained incomplete, the extent of the forces he could redirect had always been a mystery. Just moments ago, he had deliberately provoked Qiao into unleashing his full might, while simultaneously activating his displacement technique to successfully rebound Qiao's force back upon him. According to their prior discourse, Qiao was among the more formidable beings within the demon race, especially a saint renowned for his strength. If Qiao could not breach his displacement technique, then certainly none others could. Thus, he had gained clarity regarding his own strength. These demon saints, lacking extraordinary abilities, were merely at his mercy. At this moment, lying on the ground, Qiao gazed at Su Heng in horror, a cough escaping his lips. He had never before encountered such tremendous force. Su Heng's punch evoked memories of his childhood, when he had faced a mountain with but meager strength. Well, your prowess is rather limited. However, if your true form were that of a lion, you might make a decent mount, Su Heng remarked with a sudden smile. Upon hearing this, Qiao promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could a dignified demon saint be reduced to the status of a mere steed? Chapter 54, Holy Fire. As Su Heng took a step forward, he gradually approached Qiao, who at that moment was grievously wounded from the force rebounded by Su Heng. Despite his efforts to heal himself, he found it exceedingly difficult to move. Should Su Heng choose to act against him, resistance would be futile. Halt! The seer suddenly shouted, interposing himself between Su Heng and Qiao. Your strength is formidable, yet to so brazenly insult my demon clan, I am compelled to seek your counsel. The seer was uncertain of Su Heng's true power. However, with many demons present, and a saint of their kind having been vanquished and reduced to a mount, he could not remain passive. Failing to act would result in a loss of trust from his kin upon his return. Su Heng merely smiled disdainfully. You seized our Ming, and we remained silent. Yet when I ask you to be mounts, you refuse? The seer slowly produced a peculiar staff crafted from an unusual branch. Enough of this idle chatter, let us commence. Although he resolved to engage, Su Heng abruptly inquired, what is your true form? This one is a lion. And if I am not mistaken, the one behind you is a multicolored eagle, yet I cannot discern your essence. Su Heng found it curious. His senses were keen enough to perceive the true forms of even shape-shifting demons of saintly rank. Yet, before the seer, he was unable to penetrate the veil that obscured his true nature. You shall soon discover what I am. The seer waved his staff, but contrary to Su Heng's expectations, it did not unleash an attack. Instead, a surge of primal energy flowed into the earth. With a thunderous roar, a root burst forth from the ground, shattering the tiles beneath. Su Heng observed with crossed arms. According to the memories of Qiao Luo, the seer's true intent was to enlighten, allowing certain entities to evolve. facilitating the transformation of unformed demons into shapeshifters, or bestowing sentience upon inanimate objects to bend them to his will. Thus, Su Heng mused. His own ability to teleport was rendered somewhat moot. He had initially believed the enlightening intent served merely as an auxiliary function, permitting demons to transmute and pilfer human techniques. Yet now, the seer had utilized this intent to awaken the roots from the depths of the earth, significantly augmenting their power for his own purpose. Consequently, it was these roots that would assault Su Heng. While he could easily deflect harm, the roots would ultimately bear the brunt of the damage, leaving the seer unscathed. Oh, if I am not mistaken, the reason Showman fell to you was due to your intent being linked to the great displacement of Ming, allowing you to redirect his power. But how long can you endure the onslaught of my minions? The prophet laughed heartily. Having gleaned specific information about the two techniques of the Ming sect from Chuixian, thus perceiving Su Heng's true intentions at a glance, his words fell upon the ears of the high-ranking members of the Ming sect, who remained in a state of shock since Su Heng's appearance. Xiao Wuji began to comprehend, albeit vaguely, the reasons behind Jiang Yuchan's rapid enhancement in strength. She had a master of the saint realm. Moreover, upon closer examination, this saint was deeply connected to the Ming sect. His true intent had remarkably evolved from the concept of the great shift of the universe. Such a formidable figure had been existing within the Ming sect all along. Many of Xiao Wuji's doubts were instantly resolved. For instance, over a decade ago, he had inexplicably felt a significant acceleration in his progress with the great shift of the universe, not to mention the strange phenomena at the Sacred Fire Valley, and so forth. It was astonishing to realize that the Ming sect had been under the guardianship of such a high being. This was the shared thought among all the high-ranking members of the Ming sect at that moment. Furthermore, Xiao Wuji saw an opportunity for his own breakthrough. The difficulty of reaching the saint realm stemmed from the challenge of comprehending true intent, did it not? Now, with a being who had attained sainthood through the true intent of the great shift of the universe before him, he merely needed to seek guidance to significantly enhance his chances of a breakthrough. However, how to deal with the formidable adversary before them was beyond the discernment of these innate realm warriors. After the prophet concluded his speech, dozens of robust tree roots emerged, resembling gigantic tentacles stretching from the depths of the ocean, thrashing upon the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, utilizing true intent would surely incur some expenditure. They wondered how long he could endure against the assaults of his subjects. With a wave of his staff, the prophet commanded these roots to lash out at Su Heng like colossal whips. Observing this scene, the members of the Ming sect and Jiang Yuchan anxiously watched to see how Su Heng would respond. Crack! Just as a root was about to strike Su Heng, it suddenly erupted with a thunderous explosion, its tip shattering. Yet, the root felt no pain and continued its relentless onslaught against Su Heng. Several other roots exhibited similar tenacity. Although they were easily repelled by Su Heng's true intent, resulting in their bark being flung about, their lack of sensation allowed them to attack fearlessly. In fact, after Su Heng completely shattered one root, another swiftly emerged from the ground. Indeed, they were troublesome. Su Heng stroked his chin. Although his true intent was exceedingly powerful, persistently rebounding the damage from these roots had begun to deplete his inner energy. In stark contrast, the prophet maintained a rosy complexion, showing no signs of energy depletion. This only heightened Su Heng's curiosity regarding the prophet's true form. What kind of entity possessed such formidable energy recovery capabilities? Haha, your displacement of true intent is rather simplistic. As long as I remain still, you cannot inflict harm upon me. The seer believed he had discovered Su Heng's weakness and chuckled with a sense of triumph. However, Su Heng merely smiled indifferently. Do you truly believe that I possess only this one technique? The seer was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. If you have other techniques, then do show them. His confidence was not unfounded. Typically, a martial artist at the Saint Realm possesses only one technique related to their true intent, which serves as their utmost limit, with all subsequent enhancements revolving around their own true intent. Therefore, should Su Heng's displacement of true intent be deciphered by him, it would indeed signify that he was no match for Su Heng. Yet Su Heng shook his head with a smile, gestured, and 108 Sacred Fire Orders soared with the wind. The Sacred Fire Order Divine Art. The members of the Ming sect stared in astonishment. Could this elder possibly be a former leader of the Ming sect? Upon witnessing the Sacred Fire Orders, the seer emitted a strange cry. Trees are most vulnerable to fire, especially the sacred fire of the Ming sect. Su Heng lightly waved his hand, and the Sacred Fire Orders danced in the air, incinerating the flailing tree roots on the training ground in an instant. Silence enveloped the entire bright summit. Chapter 55. the divine tree of the sect with Su Heng's current strength, he could maintain the sacred fire order divine art for an extended duration. The seer suddenly shouted in disbelief, "The sacred fire order divine art? How can there be so many sacred fire orders?" He was well aware of the sacred fire order divine art of the Ming sect. Prior to his assault on the Ming sect, he had conducted thorough preparations and understood both the power and weaknesses of the sacred fire order divine art. After witnessing Su Heng demonstrate his Saint Realm prowess, he had suspected that Su Heng would possess the sacred fire order divine art, but according to the information he had previously acquired, the power of the sacred fire order divine art was insufficient to pose any real threat to him. Yet now, upon seeing it, how could its power be so immense? In comparison to what he had anticipated, one was but a spark, while the other was a raging inferno. At this moment, the sacred fire orders had completely encircled the seer, who was now sweating profusely from the searing heat. "I concede," the seer cried out. "Oh." With a wave of his hand, Su Heng summoned all the sacred fire orders back to his side, storing them away. "I intend to take you as my steed. You have no objections?" The seer shook his head, stating, "We have already clashed. I am no match for you, and I cannot impede your actions. For us, the demon race, it is a matter of distinguishing tribes. Thus, if I can assist Qiao, I shall do so, having engaged in combat. I have proven myself no rival to you, and I shall not risk my life to wade through this murky water further." Su Heng stroked his chin, suddenly inquiring, "What is your true form?" The seer hesitated for a moment before responding. "My true form is a 7-treasure glazed tree." "So it is. Your true form is indeed a tree." Su Heng realized. The demon race not only includes animals that transform into demons, but also plants that ascend to demonhood. However, animals possess the innate ability to move freely, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, making their transformation into demons a relatively effortless endeavor. In contrast, stationary plants easily fall prey to various creatures, rendering their ascension to demonhood a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, once a plant successfully cultivates its powers, it often surpasses ordinary animals in strength. The individual before us not only attained the status of a demon, but has even reached the exalted realm of a sage. It is no wonder that he has become the oracle of the demon race. Remarkably, he is a tree. Su Heng glanced around and noticed the barren peak of the bright summit, contemplating that it could serve as the sacred tree of the Mingjiao. What? This statement astonished everyone. Su Heng intended not only to take Qiao as his steed, but also to claim the oracle as the sacred tree of the sect? Such audacity. Yet, he undeniably possessed the strength to back it up. At that moment, Xueyin beside him could not help but swallow hard. Given Su Heng's nature, she feared she would also be destined to become a mount. Currently, it appeared that the 3 sages on their side were no match for Su Heng. Impossible. The oracle vehemently denied this notion, asserting that if such were the case, he would willingly sacrifice his own cultivation to challenge Su Heng once more. It was utterly inconceivable for him to submit to a mere human. Seizing the opportunity, Xueyin approached the oracle, asserting that although he was indeed powerful, if he sought to humiliate them, he would need to tread over their corpses first. Oh, quite a display of spirit. Su Heng was not surprised by their defiance. He had no doubt that should he resort to force, these two would confront him to the bitter end. However, he had other means. With a mere wave of his hand, a fiery figure soared into the sky. Instantly, half of the sky above the bright summit was engulfed in crimson. Was this the divine beast Zhuque? All onlookers were left in a daze. At that moment, a colossal bird, ablaze with flames, circled above. It was the divine beast Zhuque that Su Heng had acquired long ago. Back then, his cultivation was insufficient to control it, akin to an infant wielding a heavy axe. Now, having ascended to the sage realm, he could not fully command the divine beast, but temporarily releasing it for a brief display posed no challenge. Upon witnessing Zhuque, the oracle and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from their very souls. Except for the incapacitated Qiao, the oracle and Xueyin found themselves kneeling before the magnificent creature. The surrounding primal demon clan members were all prostrate, trembling in fear. At this moment, the oracle's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Initially, he perceived Su Heng as merely an ordinary sage-level human, and the thought of becoming the sacred tree of the sect seemed a source of great shame, prompting him to prefer death over submission. However, with the revelation that even a legendary beast capable of cataclysmic destruction was under this human's dominion, what reason did he have to resist? Following this human could even be seen as a fortuitous opportunity. Beside him, Xueyin harbored similar thoughts. As a member of the avian demon clan, the prospect of becoming Su Heng's mount tantalized her. It would afford her the opportunity to engage in profound exchanges of martial arts with the divine beast. Su Heng keenly observed the trio's reactions and sensed the stirrings of Zhuque's soul. With a mere gesture, he summoned Zhuque back into the confines of the system's space, a display that appeared even more enigmatic to onlookers. Have you reached a decision? Will you accompany me, or do you wish to contest me? Su Heng inquired nonchalantly. Arms crossed. I am willing to follow you, esteemed senior, Xueyin declared resolutely. Though she had a clan to consider, it paled in significance compared to her own future. Clearly, aligning with this venerable figure, bolstered by the guidance of a divine beast, could significantly enhance her cultivation. Moreover, establishing a rapport with the divine beast could potentially grant her access to its arcane powers. With one person stepping forward, the seer also set aside his pride, proclaiming, I too am willing to become the guardian beast of the Ming. Meanwhile, Qiao Man, standing nearby, wore a bitter expression. He realized that his steadfastness had been rendered a mere jest. It was akin to an ordinary person discovering that their child was bullied by a neighbor. Such indignation would be expected, even leading to confrontation. However, upon learning that his child had been chastised by a formidable being capable of dictating life and death, one could only swallow their grievances. If you bear no grudge, I too would gladly serve as your mount, esteemed senior, Qiao Man stated, his voice barely above a whisper, yet the courage it took to utter those words was immense. Since you have all made your decisions, Xueyin and Qiao Man, you shall follow me. As for you, Bai, feel free to find a place to settle here. Su Heng instructed. Esteemed senior, do you not require us to sign a soul contract? Xueyin inquired, a hint of surprise in her tone. Typically, when humans took in demon clans, they would establish a soul contract to ensure the demon's loyalty, thus rendering them a contract beast under complete control. Her curiosity stemmed from Su Heng's apparent omission of this customary practice. Upon hearing her question, the entire training ground, comprising both innate demon clans and the Mingjiao members, shared her bewilderment. Had this esteemed senior simply forgotten? Chapter 56. Collaboration in response to Xueying's inquiry. Su Heng merely smiled serenely. It is unnecessary. For him, signing a soul contract with these lower-tier demons held no merit. Although there is no limit to the number of contract beasts one may bind, the demands on soul power escalate with the number and rank of those beasts. Currently, he was unable to fully control even the singular divine beast, Zhuque, and thus had no intention of expending his soul power to bind these lesser demons with soul contracts. However, when his words fell upon the ears of a few, they resonated like celestial music. There was no need for a soul pact, implying that they would not be subject to external control, thus preserving their complete will. Is this the grandeur and magnanimity of a sage? Indeed, with such formidable power and a divine beast as their contracted companion, it is only natural that they would regard these few with disdain. The mere act of allowing them to follow was already an immense grace. Xueyin felt an unwavering conviction in his decision. Well then, since this matter has reached its conclusion, you may send them back. Su Heng gestured towards the surrounding innate realm demon clans, addressing the prophet. Understood. The prophet turned to issue commands to the innate realm demon clans, who then began to methodically assist the members of the Bright Church in unbinding themselves, leaving the Radiant Summit in an orderly fashion. At this moment, the members of the Bright Church approached Su Heng, gazing at him with expressions of admiration. Su Heng waved his hand, and the three demon saints, along with the members of the Bright Church, followed him towards the sacred hall. Upon entering the hall, Su Heng boldly seated himself at the head, while the others stood respectfully by his side. By the way, Bai, there is something I am still unclear about. Please, senior, do enlighten me. For so many years, our human race and your demon race have coexisted peacefully. Why has there been a sudden assault on us by your kind? Although your territory is vastly more extensive and your strength surpasses ours, your internal unity is not absolute. Otherwise, you would not have come to attack the human race with merely a handful of you. The prophet shook his head and replied, Our assault on the human race is also a consequence of the prophecy made by the previous prophet. Prophecy? Upon hearing this, both Xueyin and Qiao Man were momentarily taken aback. The title of prophet refers to the highest-ranking sage among the demon race, but it does not imply the ability to foresee the future. Indeed, this matter is not particularly secretive. Some of my trusted confidants are already aware of it. The prophet said slowly, Each prophet among our demon race bears the duty, at the time of great peril, to sacrifice their life to activate the Philosopher's Stone, thereby prophesying the future of our kind. So that is how it is, Su Heng understood. According to historical records, in the earliest times, the strength of the human and demon races was relatively comparable. However, As the demon race gradually grew stronger, it is likely that prophecies played a significant role in this. The prophecy made by the previous prophet, at the time of their demise, foretold that a demon lord would arise from the demon race 1,000 years hence. Demon race. Everyone was taken aback once more. On the continent where they resided, besides the human and demon races, there existed a formidable race known as the demon race. Geographically, the demon race occupied the eastern region of the continent, while the human and demon races were situated in the west. In the middle of the continent lay a dark mountain range stretching from south to north, which, due to its natural barriers, was exceedingly difficult to traverse, effectively isolating the demon race from both the human and demon races. It is indeed rare to encounter the demon race in everyday life. However, the emergence of a demon lord alters the situation entirely. The power of a demon lord is sufficient to lead the demon race across the dark mountains and wreak havoc upon the western continent. Hence, I contemplated the necessity of first conquering your human race and subsequently merging your prowess and techniques with our demon race's physical and mystical advantages, thus enabling us to stand against the demon race. By the way, how much time remains until the millennium you mentioned? Approximately 80 years. Upon hearing this, many within the Grand Hall fell into a contemplative silence. With their innate cultivation levels, living for another 80 years posed little challenge. Moreover, individuals like Xiao Wudang, who have the potential to break through to the saint realm, could expect even longer lifespans, as a typical saint can live for nearly 1,000 years. As for beings like the seer, whose essence is that of a tree, their lifespan could extend into the thousands. Thus, they are bound to confront this impending catastrophe. Upon learning that there were still 80 years remaining, Xueyin breathed a sigh of relief. At present, he was not yet 30 and had already attained the saint realm. In 80 years, his strength would likely see significant enhancement, ensuring his self-preservation even in the face of calamity. With only 80 years left, you must have devised some plans regarding how to integrate the strengths of both the human and demon races for an offensive against the latter, correct? The seer respectfully replied. Indeed, in my strategy, as long as our two races engage in ample communication, within approximately 50 years, we shall witness the emergence of numerous disciples with exceptional talents and formidable physiques, who will become the mainstay in our battle against the demon race. Xueyin nodded, sensing the sincerity in Mo Bai's words. He then turned to Xiao Wudang. What is your perspective, Master Xiao? Taken aback by Xueyin inquiry, Xiao Wudang stood forth, slightly astonished. Given that a great calamity looms, our two races should indeed unite. My bright sect is willing to collaborate with the demon race. Excellent. Xueyin then addressed Mo Bai. You shall henceforth cooperate with the bright sect to execute your plans. Certainly. The seer felt a surge of joy at this moment. Previously, he could only pursue his objectives through aggression against the human race. Now, with a powerful ally to oversee matters, both sides could engage in a harmonious partnership. By the way, there is another matter. Xueyin recalled something and said to Mo Bai, did you not previously abduct many young boys and girls from our human race? During his tenure as an inspector, while escorting new disciples back to the Bright Summit, he had learned of the demon race administering potions to enhance talents, thereby abducting some young boys and girls. The seer's expression grew slightly awkward. Indeed, this occurred. But it was for the purpose of nurturing some formidable individuals as part of our plan. Since the esteemed elder has spoken, I shall immediately ensure their return. I will also dispatch individuals to promote our collaborative initiative, allowing you to actively recruit those willing to train within your demon race. That would be splendid. The seer did not anticipate such open-mindedness from this elder. All right, you can discuss the specifics of the collaboration plan with Master Xiao at your leisure. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xueyin stood up, preparing to depart. At this moment, Xueyin and Xiaoman, in a display of understanding, transformed into their true forms. A magnificent eagle adorned with colorful feathers and a majestic golden lion. Xueyin leapt on Xiaoman's back, and with the two mystical beasts in tow, they departed the grand hall with an air of authority. Chapter 57 Master Zhang? Xueyin, along with Xiaoman and Xueyin, possessed the cultivation of a sage, enabling them to traverse swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a secluded mountain, 100 miles from the Ming sect. Here, Xueyin paused and tossed a jade tablet to each of them, saying, you shall cultivate here from now on. This is a communication token. I shall contact you should the need arise. Understood. Both responded respectfully, though they were puzzled as to where their senior would venture alone. Xueyin, naturally, was returning to the Ming sect. He surmised that Jiang Yuchan would soon seek him out. Indeed, as he had anticipated. Following the conclusion of the calamity at the Ming sect, Jiang Yuchan was eager to ascertain Xueying's safety. fearing he may have been harmed in the recent conflict with the innate realm demon clans. However, she was intercepted by Xiao Wuji. Yuchan, I hadn't realized you had such a formidable master, Xiao Wuji remarked, a hint of envy creeping into his heart. He had scarcely exchanged a few words with this esteemed figure, while Zhang Yuchan had the privilege of training under him. I was merely fortunate. Zhang Yuchan replied with a forced smile. Reflecting on it now, the encounter with this mysterious elder had indeed been an extraordinary stroke of fortune. I have a question. Xiao Wuji leaned closer to Zhang Yuchan, whispering, might I inquire about your master's name? If it's inappropriate to disclose, consider my question unasked. Zhang Yuchan pondered for a moment. Since her master did not mind appearing before others, he likely wouldn't care about his name being revealed. However, she only knew his surname and not his full name. Her master had mentioned that his surname was Zhang. Zhang. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened, suddenly realizing something. The genius leader who had rescued the Ming sect from the siege of the 6 major sects also bore the surname Zhang. According to records, this leader had soon after passing on his position to his successor, choosing instead to roam the world with a princess of the Dajin dynasty. Could it be that Master Zhang, while traveling, had achieved the Sage Realm and returned to safeguard our Ming sect? The more Xiao Wuji contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. The sacred fire token technique was also brought back by Master Zhang, which explained the immense power of this revered technique. Moreover, only the illustrious Master Zhang, who had rapidly mastered the first 6 levels of the celestial transfer, could have cultivated the true essence of the technique. Upon observing the expression of delighted surprise on Xiao Wuji's face, Zhang Yuchan felt a surge of anxiety and spoke up. Master, if you have no other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Ah, yes. Xiao Wuji responded with a beaming smile. Presently, Zhang Yuchan is the favored disciple of Master Zhang, and her standing in the Ming sect likely surpasses his. However, he remained unconcerned by this. With a chuckle, he turned to discuss the collaboration between the 2 clans with the seer. At that moment, Zhang Yuchan hastened to the residence of Su Heng. As she pushed open the door, she discovered Su Heng leisurely seated in a chair, engrossed in a book of martial arts techniques. Yuchan, you've arrived. Su Heng smiled. Upon seeing that Su Heng was well, Zhang Yuchan exhaled in relief. Brother Su, I'm so glad you're all right. Fear not. What could possibly be amiss? He reassured her. As long as you are unharmed, should those demon tribes dare to lay a finger on you, I shall not let them off easily. Demon tribes? Were they the ones who attacked earlier? Su Heng feigned confusion. Indeed, but my master dealt with them. Master? Su Heng was momentarily taken aback. Had this girl inadvertently revealed his identity? Yes, I have had a formidable master for quite some time, Zhang Yuchan cheerfully recounted. In her view, since her master had already made an appearance before others, he would not mind her divulging details about him. Thus, for the next few hours, Su Heng listened intently as Zhang Yuchan shared stories about their experiences together, all the while pretending to be oblivious to the events she described, which he had lived through himself. This was quite the predicament. The following day, a towering tree graced the training grounds atop the bright summit of the Ming sect. Surrounding this magnificent tree, the essence of heaven and earth flourished, greatly benefiting the disciples' cultivation. At that moment, dozens of figures gazed in awe at this grand tree. The Ming sect has indeed encountered an extraordinary stroke of fortune to have a sage-level tree spirit serve as our sacred tree. In the past, I would not have dared to even dream of such a thing. We need not envy, remarked one, for it is said that this was orchestrated by the illustrious Master Zhang of the Ming sect. You of the Wudang sect have Master Zhang to oversee matters, hence your lack of envy. However, as the birthplace of human martial arts, our Shaolin finds itself quite lacking in the absence of a sage-level presence. These dozens of individuals were none other than the leaders of various sections. Enough standing idly here. Let us discuss the details in the sacred hall. Xiao Wuji greeted them with a radiant smile. Last night, after conferring with the seer, he promptly informed the other prominent sects, inquiring if they wished to partake in the collaboration between humans and demons. Consequently, the sect leaders hastened to the Ming sect. Once gathered in the sacred hall and seated according to rank, Xiao Wuji addressed them. Esteemed guests, the matter is as follows. He then proceeded to succinctly recount the circumstances surrounding the demon clan. Upon hearing that there were merely 80 years until the emergence of a demon king from the demon clan, the leaders of various sects were taken aback. Some, well-versed in history, recognized that the appearance of a demon king has always heralded a calamity for all living beings. Although, in each instance, a person of extraordinary talent would ultimately rise to the occasion, turning the tide, defeating the demon king, and saving the world. For the average person, it was indeed a tangible disaster, where one misstep could lead to their demise. The circumstances have been laid bare. The seers of the demon clan sought to cultivate a cohort of individuals who would amalgamate the advantages of our human techniques with the innate strengths of their own race to counter the demon king. Thus, they entered into a collaboration with our bright sect. The agreement stipulates that both clans select a number of gifted disciples to undergo training in a perilous location within the demon realm known as Burial Dragon Abyss. Burial Dragon Abyss. The Taoist Qingxiu was the first to voice his concern. As far as I know, Burial Dragon Abyss is a treacherous place, rumored to be the resting ground of a divine dragon. Indeed, Xiao Wuji elaborated, the remains of a divine dragon do lie within Burial Dragon Abyss. However, it is also a realm of great opportunity. Over the years, it has nurtured a persistent draconic essence. Under its influence, one's physical constitution can be tempered, and the speed of cultivation accelerated. Such a place truly exists? Many leaders gasped in astonishment, having heard tales of Burial Dragon Abyss, but unaware of its extraordinary properties. Indeed. However, once one enters, the demands on the willpower of the individual are exceedingly high. Those with even slightly weaker resolve may soon lose their sense of self, becoming mere shells and part of the abyss itself. At this, the others felt a chill. The demon clan's life forms, in both their innate and acquired states, possess lesser willpower, which previously allowed only those who attained the sage realm to enter for training. Yet, our human clan differs. Our willpower far exceeds that of the demon clan, allowing us to enter upon reaching the innate state. Does this not imply that we all have the opportunity to train in Burial Dragon Abyss? One leader exclaimed, stirred by the prospect. Would the demon clan truly be so generous as to permit us to train in Burial Dragon Abyss? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. Another leader expressed skepticism. Let us not rush to conclusions, Xiao Wuji interjected. Since the sect leader has invited us here, he must possess a concrete plan regarding this collaboration. Let us hear him out. Xiao Wuji nodded, acknowledging that the demon clan would not simply allow us unrestricted access to Burial Dragon Abyss. Hence, several conditions must be met. Firstly, regardless of the sect, for every disciple dispatched to the abyss for training, that sect must ensure that a demon disciple successfully cultivates one of our human clan's premier techniques, whether through direct instruction or other supportive means. Once the demon clan acquires the same mastery over elemental energy as we humans, even their innate beings will be able to resist that overwhelming will. Secondly, due to the stringent physical requirements imposed by the Zonglong Abyss on those who enter, while the impact on willpower may not be as substantial, individuals of frail constitution will swiftly succumb to corrosion within. Thus, the demon race can offer potions that enhance physical strength. Correspondingly, we must provide elixirs that elevate cultivation aptitude in exchange. Upon hearing Xiao Wuji's remarks, the others nodded in tacit agreement. Having cultivated to their current levels, they understood that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. To gain, one must offer something in return. The conditions set forth by the demon race are indeed equitable. The human race has a remarkable command of primal energy, even possessing techniques that directly target the soul, so mastering primal energy significantly benefits the enhancement of mental fortitude. Techniques and elixirs that facilitate cultivation are the treasures the demon race seeks from the human race. Given that the human constitution generally falls short of that of the demon race, the latter will also supply strengthening potions. This collaboration will undoubtedly yield a cohort of disciples endowed with both exceptional cultivation talent and robust physiques. These disciples will commence their training in the Zonglong Abyss from the innate realm, and with the resources provided by both races, under the auspices of favorable timing and conditions. The probability of breaking through to the Saint realm within 80 years is quite promising. Should we invest wisely now, in 80 years, with the advent of a demon lord, the Zonglong Abyss could very well birth dozens of Saint realm powerhouses. These individuals, embodying the strengths of both the human and demon races, may well stand a chance against the demon lord. Even those who do not ascend to the Saint realm will undoubtedly emerge as outstanding figures among the innate realm, contributing significant strength in the fight against the demon race. The leaders of various sects began to ponder over the specifics of whom to send to the Zonglong Abyss. The greater the number of individuals dispatched, the more demon disciples their sect would need to instruct. Furthermore, should they send their most talented disciples or younger generations? To ensure their safety in the Zonglong Abyss, they would also need to prepare physical enhancement potions, necessitating further expenditure of elixirs. Each leader contemplated slowly, and once they had deliberated, they were to write down their lists for me, after which I would coordinate with the seer. As Xiao Wuji spoke, he handed each person a sheet of paper. Moments later, some leaders began to inscribe names upon the paper. Although the cost was considerable, these leaders swiftly reached their decisions. Our Huashan sect will participate in this endeavor. We shall dispatch 9 disciples, requiring 4 portions of physical enhancement potions. The Huashan sect leader was the first to present the completed list to Xiao Wujia. This list included 2 of Huashan's most talented disciples, 2 descendants of the sect leader, and 5 other gifted disciples. Of course, despite being referred to as disciples, they were all at the innate realm level, already considered high-ranking within Huashan. The other leaders followed suit, writing down their lists and submitting them to Xiao Wujia. Upon observing that Master Puxian from the Shaolin Temple had inscribed a multitude of names, Daoist Qingxiu inquired with curiosity, "Puxian, you have chosen such a large number. The cost you must bear will be substantial." Master Puxian chuckled. Both the Wudang and the Ming have attained the combat prowess of saints. As one of the 3 major righteous sects, Shaolin cannot fall behind. Qingxiu, taken aback, laughed, "Puxian, you are breaking the precept. Is it greed or folly?" Haha. In response to Qingxiu's jest, Puxian merely smiled and shook his head. The Shaolin Temple, with its profound heritage, could easily nurture disciples from the demon clan. Moreover, Shaolin disciples regularly cultivate their bodies, rendering their need for physical enhancement potions nearly non-existent. Thus, they do not require any costly elixirs. Once all the sect leaders had penned their decisions, Xiao Wujia began contemplating the candidates for the Mingjiao. Originally, Zhang Yuchan was supposed to occupy a spot. However, due to the influence of the leader Zhang, the demon clan had already prepared a position and various invaluable potions for her, alleviating any concerns he might have had. Thus, he turned his attention to the selection among the young protectors of the Mingjiao. In the following days, the most fervent discussion within the Mingjiao revolved around those chosen to venture to the dragon's grave. Some individuals, who had been core disciples just a few years prior, now found themselves with the opportunity to traverse to the dragon's grave, potentially breaking through to the saint realm. This prospect filled some of the typically lackadaisical core disciples with regret. If only they had exerted more effort in their cultivation. Perhaps they too could have been selected for this opportunity. At this moment, Zhang Yuchan sat in Su Heng's chamber, her spirits noticeably low. "What troubles you?" Su Heng inquired. "Is it possible that even the esteemed saintess of the Mingjiao is being bullied?" "Not quite," she replied. "I may soon depart from the Mingjiao to the demon clan's dragon's grave." "What purpose does your journey to the dragon's grave serve?" Su Heng asked, genuinely perplexed. After addressing the demon clan's incursions, he had left, remaining unaware of the discussions between the seer and Xiao Wujia. Zhang Yuchan briefly elucidated the matter. "This is indeed a fortunate opportunity," Su Heng remarked. "Once you arrive, your cultivation will advance further, and with the guidance of your master, you are bound to become a saint." "Why the long face? You blockhead," Zhang Yuchan muttered softly before continuing. "If only you could reach the innate realm now. I could find a way for you to accompany me." "My cultivation talent is simply limited," Su Heng replied, waving his hand dismissively. Zhang Yuchan's journey to the dragon's grave represents a significant opportunity. Although her progress under his guidance had been swift, the enriching environment there would undoubtedly expedite her development. As for the potential dangers, with the existence of the 1,000-mile sound transmission, Su Heng could instantly teleport to Zhang Yuchan's side, leaving no cause for concern. Zhang Yuchan pouted. She understood that Su Heng's nature was such that he seemed impervious to emotional fluctuations regarding any matter. "Well, you are about to head to the dragon's grave, so make sure to prepare the essentials. You wouldn't want to encounter danger once inside," Su Heng remarked with a smile. All right, there's truly no arguing with you." Zhang Yuchan pouted as she turned to leave. The name Dragon's Grave intrigued Su Heng, igniting his imagination. The mere mention of such a place hinted at its formidable nature. If he were to sign in there, might he acquire something extraordinary? Perhaps a divine beast, a dragon? The thought alone filled him with exhilaration. However, he remained unhurried. After Zhang Yuchan departed, he planned to meander through the realms of the demon clan. His primary objective was to sign in at various locations within the demon territory, all while indulging in the sights. This should yield a plethora of treasures from the demon race. Afterward, he would proceed to sign in at the dragon's grave. Moreover, Chuixian had invited him to visit the Fox clan, which he could conveniently explore as well. It was said that the men of the Fox clan were strikingly handsome, while the women were enchanting. It would be an experience worth witnessing. Following the selection of Zhang Yuchan and her peers to the dragon's grave, several talented disciples from the demon clan were dispatched to various sections. Thanks to Su Heng's influence, these demons exhibited remarkable compliance, diligently adhering to the training protocols established by each sect. Su Heng, having found the steward of the Mingjiao, briefly explained his intentions before nonchalantly departing from the mountain gate. As the closest confidant of the Saintess, whose status had subtly eclipsed that of Xiao Wuji due to Zhang Jiao's influence, the steward dared not show any negligence toward Su Heng. Upon leaving the Mingjiao, Su Heng journeyed southward. The territory of the demon clan lay to the south of the human realm, commonly referred to as the endless southern wilderness. He advanced leisurely, akin to an ordinary mortal, eschewing any spells to hasten his pace. According to the scriptures of his current cultivation method, this was a practice of the heart. Only by achieving a certain state of mental clarity could one hope to transcend into the sage realm. As for the realm beyond the sage, it was currently referred to as the emperor realm within both the human and demon societies, signifying a sovereign of a particular domain. However, in the complete version of Qian Kuan de Nua that Su Heng possessed, this realm was designated as the Venerable Realm. Warriors of the Venerable Realm would generate a domain around themselves. Within this domain, they are supreme, hence the title of Venerable. For instance, if Su Heng were to break through to the Venerable Realm, his mastery of spatial displacement would evolve into a displacement domain. While they may appear similar, a fundamental distinction existed. The current technique of spatial displacement required Su Heng to expend a minimal amount of primal energy. For example, when he previously confronted Mo Bai, relying solely on spatial displacement would likely have proven insufficient to defeat him. This was due to Mo Bai's true form being the Seven Treasures glazed tree, whose capacity to absorb the world's primal energy far surpassed Su Heng's, rendering him unable to compete. However, in the realm of displacement, one does not need to expend any vital energy. Once the domain disperses, it naturally takes effect. According to Su Heng's understanding, this is akin to the auras from the games he played in his previous life, activating automatically within a certain radius. Thus, even if he were to lie still, Mo Bai would be incapable of inflicting the slightest harm upon him. Unless, of course, another expert of the revered realm were to counter with their own domain. Beyond this fundamental distinction, the energy that the displacement domain can transfer is undoubtedly far more formidable than that of the true essence of displacement. Certain energies that the true essence cannot withstand can be effortlessly shifted by the displacement domain. As Mo Bai previously mentioned, the Demon Lord should be a formidable entity of the revered realm. If we cannot advance to that realm before facing the onslaught of the demon race, I would be left with no choice but to flee with Jiang Yuchan, Su Heng mused. He harbored no aspirations of saving the world. Naturally, if his strength were sufficient, he would not mind doing so, but if he lacked the power, his only concern would be to protect himself and those he cared about. 80 years hence, even if he had not transcended to the revered realm, he would undoubtedly be an invincible force within the sage realm, apart from the Demon Lord. It seemed that no one from the demon race could rival him, ensuring his safety. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a girl clad in black seated on the ground ahead, awkwardly massaging her foot, her face contorted in pain. He chose to ignore her and leisurely walked past. "Hey, you there, seeing me injured, and yet you do not come to assist." A melodious voice called out from behind. Su Heng turned to see the girl's visage. She possessed a pair of bright, clever eyes and a radiant smile, while her beauty slightly paled in comparison to Jiang Yuchan. It was not by much. Compared to Chu Xiao, she lacked a touch of seduction but brimming with vivacity. Nonetheless, Su Heng felt no stirrings within his heart. "You are quite peculiar. Why should I help someone I do not even know?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, then stood up indignantly. "You, a grown man, do not understand the value of cherishing a delicate flower?" "Apologies, I do not," Su Heng replied, arms crossed, watching her with a bemused expression, curious as to what trick she might employ next. Chapter 59. An odd request. "Hey, come over and help me." The girl called out again. "If I assist you, what benefit do I gain?" Su Heng inquired, resting his chin on his hand. He sensed something amiss about this girl. However, it was merely an instinctual feeling. After utilizing the heavenly insight technique to examine her, he discerned nothing extraordinary. She was simply an exceedingly ordinary individual. "You are truly something else. Are you incapable of lending a hand to someone in need?" The girl retorted, slightly exasperated. "I have my own matters to attend to. Besides, we are not far from the demon race's territory. What if you turn out to be one of them? Wouldn't I be in dire straits?" Su Heng replied nonchalantly. "You are quite the character," she chuckled. The young girl suddenly burst into laughter, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, balancing on one foot as she hopped over to Su Heng's side. "You seem quite frightened, yet you appear utterly unafraid." I maintained a stoic expression. "Huh." The girl couldn't help but stifle a giggle. "If I were truly a demon, with your current cultivation, I would have devoured you long ago, leaving you no chance to stand here. Rest assured, I am not a malicious being. I merely twisted my ankle earlier and am currently incapacitated." You should sit still and rest if you've injured your foot. Why are you moving about? Heng replied, somewhat exasperated. After speaking, he turned to leave, unwilling to squander any more time here. However, the girl abruptly grasped his arm and inquired, do you wish to break through to the innate realm? Heng halted in his tracks. Given her tone, could she truly assist him in achieving such a breakthrough? His current cultivation level was merely at the 5th stage of the acquired realm. According to the information he had gathered on cultivation, it typically required around 5 years for someone at the 5th stage of the acquired realm to ascend to the innate realm, even with the most extraordinary techniques. The transition from the 9th stage of the acquired realm to the innate realm would still take a year or two. This girl's assertion piqued his interest. He turned to her with curiosity. I would indeed like that. How long will it take for you to facilitate my breakthrough? It will be soon. How does that sound? Her words astonished Heng. It had been a long time since he felt such surprise. The prospect of transitioning from the 5th stage of the acquired realm to the innate realm in such a short time exceeded his comprehension. Surely you jest? Heng expressed his skepticism, doubting the girl's sincerity. I have a request of you, so I would never deceive you. The girl circled around him, nodding affirmatively. Your foundation appears solid. Within 2 hours at most, I can help you break through, provided you agree to assist me afterward. Heng pondered this. In his perception, the girl was not lying. Yet, he found it curious that even with the heavenly insight technique, he couldn't detect any abnormalities about her, leading him to question his own instincts, an unusual thought for him. First, tell me what you need help with. Heng was intrigued by her methods and wanted to understand how she planned to facilitate his direct ascent to the innate realm. But he also needed clarity on her request. It's nothing troublesome. I simply wish to accompany you from now on. You need only declare to the outside world that I am your younger sister. The girl proposed a request that took Heng completely by surprise. Is that all? He asked uncertainly. To help someone break through to the innate realm within a day, the sole condition was to have her follow him as his sister? This scenario felt rather fantastical. While this request posed no issue, he had another question. Why do you make this request of me? What led you to choose me over others? Because you are intriguing. Moreover, you harbor no particular sentiments towards me, the young maiden chirped with a playful smile. Others who encounter me are either captivated by my beauty or harbor ulterior motives. Heng squinted slightly. Indeed, he held no extraordinary thoughts about this maiden. Yet how could she discern that? Although he had previously feigned disinterest, how could she be certain it was not a mere tactic of seduction? As time passed, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the enigma that she presented. It was the first time since his arrival in this realm that someone evoked such an inscrutable feeling within him. All right, enough dawdling. If you are prepared, let us commence. Commence what? To assist you in breaking through to the innate realm. As she spoke, the maiden picked up a stone, drawing peculiar symbols upon the smooth earth. Why are you still standing there? Come quickly, sit here, and when the time comes, close your eyes and cultivate. I shall aid your breakthrough. After a moment of contemplation, Heng complied, settling down in the designated spot. By the way, what is your name? He suddenly inquired. The maiden's eyes sparkled as she replied. You may call me Yuling. And you? Heng, he answered, before closing his eyes. Meanwhile, the maiden meticulously completed her drawings. At last, she produced a deep black crystal, placing it upon the ground, from which tendrils of black energy began to seep forth, merging into the symbols she had inscribed. Suddenly, a surge of black energy erupted from these symbols, flooding into Heng's body. Sitting cross-legged, he began to sense the transformations of this black energy. It bore no malevolence. Upon entering his being, it commenced absorbing the ambient essence of heaven and earth, transmuting it into primal force, which then coursed through his meridians. Heng was taken aback. If he were indeed an ordinary postnatal martial artist, the black energy's transmutation of the world's essence into primal force could allow him to seize the opportunity for a significant breakthrough. Such wondrous secrets truly exist in this world. He could not help but marvel at the vastness of the universe, where wonders abound. Simultaneously, at an unknown distance from them, a majestic figure stood before a shimmering array, enveloped in silence. Beside him, a diminutive man knelt, trembling as he spoke. Lord Demon Master, it is my failure that allowed the princess to leave via the teleportation array. Please, punish me. The imposing figure waved his hand dismissively. This matter does not concern you. Yuer has always been clever, and with the demon crystal in her possession, even if 10 of you were watching her, she would still find a way to depart. Thank you for your leniency, Lord Master. However, now that Yuer has activated the grand teleportation array, it remains uncertain where she has been transported. You must immediately dispatch shadow guards to search far and wide. Upon receiving any news, refrain from acting rashly and return to inform me. Yes, The diminutive man promptly bowed and withdrew. Once only the imposing figure remained. He gazed at the formation on the ground and murmured, Do you truly wish to evade becoming the Demon King? Chapter 60. Unable to hold on at the border of the human and demon realms lies a bustling small town known as Border City. Within its confines, one can witness a throng of people as well as various forms of demons. The existence of this town is a remnant of an earlier agreement between both races, serving as a neutral commercial hub. Here, human cultivators can trade finely crafted weapons and elixirs with the demons, who in turn offer rare materials and unique specialties of their kind. Naturally, the town operates without strict regulations. The few rules in place have been established by some formidable individuals among the humans and demons. For instance, fighting within the town is strictly prohibited, as it would invite the combined wrath of the town's most powerful inhabitants. Therefore, ordinary cultivators seldom frequent this place. However, for some ruthless and savage practitioners, it is indeed a treasure trove. With audacity and a disregard for danger, one can swiftly acquire abundant cultivation resources here. Yet, the strongest presence in this small town consists merely of a few innate-level beings, insignificant in comparison to Su Heng. At this moment, Su Heng was seated in a tavern with Yu Ling, enjoying their drinks with great contentment. Previously, Yu Ling had employed a secret method to aid Su Heng in breaking through to the innate realm. Thus, he had become a first-stage innate warrior. Naturally, he agreed to their pact and accepted the role of Yu Ling's elder brother. The two had traveled to Border City together, during which they had come to know much about each other. Su Heng was simply an ordinary disciple of the Ming Jiao, eager to venture into the demon realm for experience. Yu Ling, while candid about most matters, remained tight-lipped concerning her identity. For instance, the secret method she used to assist Su Heng in his breakthrough pertained to her identity, thus she could not divulge its specifics. At this moment, Yu Ling was indulging in a plate of roast chicken with great enthusiasm. This caused Su Heng to raise an eyebrow. Had she never tasted roast chicken before? Considering her ability to elevate one's cultivation rapidly, Su Heng speculated that she might be a genius from a hidden sect undergoing training in the outside world, masquerading as his sister to conceal her true identity. Linger, are you satisfied, or shall I order a few more dishes? Su Heng inquired. After several days of interaction, he had seamlessly embraced the role of an elder brother. Yes, it's good, Yu Ling replied, her mouth full, speaking in a muffled tone. Su Heng couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation. She truly lacked any semblance of ladylike demeanor. He exclaimed, Waiter, bring me a few more meat dishes. A young servant hurriedly approached Su Heng, saying, Esteemed guest, according to our establishment's rules, you have already reached the designated limit for dishes. We cannot serve you any further. Su Heng was taken aback. What kind of rule is this? It is my first time hearing of a guest wishing to purchase from an establishment that refuses to sell. The servant replied, You must understand, our location is unique. It is impossible to raise livestock in the vicinity. Su Heng nodded, realizing that the small town had limited space, making it unfeasible to keep livestock amidst the daily influx of visitors. Outside the town, there were no rules, and all manner of rogues and demon clans roamed freely, making agriculture and animal husbandry equally implausible. The servant continued, Thus, our meat is high-priced beast meat procured from the demon clans, hence the limited supply. If you truly desire more, you may return tomorrow. Su Heng understood now. He turned to Yu Ling and said, Ling, you heard that the supply of meat is limited here. Shall we leave it at that for today and return tomorrow? Yu Ling had finished her meal, set down her plate, and patted her slightly protruding belly. No, I still haven't had enough. Su Heng couldn't help but retort. What you just ate would suffice for 3 or 4 grown men, and you still feel unsatisfied. At that moment, Yu Ling suddenly turned to the servant and said, Since your supply is limited, if we provide our own meat, would you be willing to prepare it for us? The servant paused for a moment and replied, That would be no problem. Please wait a moment. I will return shortly. As Yu Ling stood up and walked outside, Su Heng, piecing together her behavior over the past few days, had a rough idea of her intentions. He quickly retrieved 3 silver coins and handed them to the servant before hastily following her. Su Heng chased her to the outskirts of the town, where they arrived at a secluded grove. Linger, what are you planning to do? You don't intend to hunt wild beasts here, do you? Su Heng asked, concerned. The border town was home to numerous humans and demons, and hunting here could attract the attention of a powerful demon, posing a significant danger. What else should I do? Yu Ling countered, nearly leaving Su Heng speechless. He realized that his emotions had fluctuated more significantly during these few days with Yu Ling. Perhaps it was because his previous interactions had been with more mature cultivators who considered the consequences of their actions. In contrast, this girl resembled a headstrong princess, acting solely on her whims without regard for potential repercussions. Moreover, she was currently at the 7th level of the acquired realm, and based on her own words, she could not utilize the secret methods to enhance her cultivation. Thus, her reckless behavior at this level seemed rather foolhardy. Heng regretted having agreed to this girl's request. However, at that moment, driven by curiosity about the secret method to enhance her cultivation, Heng had agreed to become Yuling's elder brother. Now, he would not rashly go back on his word. After some contemplation, Heng resolved to elucidate the potential risks involved. If you hunt wild beasts, it is quite easy to provoke some formidable demon clans, for these beasts might very well be kin to a certain demon tribe. Although Heng's words sounded somewhat absurd, the truth was indeed so. Demon clans often evolve from beasts that, through fortuitous circumstances, have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth in their cultivation. Moreover, what is there to fear? Yuling replied somewhat nonchalantly. The mountains and forests are vast. Our luck cannot be so unfortunate as to slay a beast directly linked to a demon clan. Even if there is a connection, that demon may not necessarily be our adversary. Even if this demon is stronger than us, it may not immediately learn of our actions. And even if it does, it may not be nearby. So, brother, you need not worry. Listening to Yuling's analysis, Heng was utterly speechless. What nonsensical reasoning! If all cultivators held such thoughts, it seemed unlikely that either the human race or the demon clans could ever produce a being of the saint realm, and the number of those in the innate realm would undoubtedly see a significant decline. He had intended to say a few more words, but ultimately decided against it. Yuling's disposition was evidently a result of long-term conditioning, and changing it in a short time was impossible. He could only hope that she would encounter some setbacks soon, allowing her to recognize the recklessness of her actions. Chapter 61. The Wild Boar King. Thus, Heng and Yuling searched for prey within the mountains and forests. Soon, Yuling spotted a target. Approximately 30 yards ahead, there was a wild boar that seemed to have begun absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The flavor of such a boar would surely be exquisite. Leave this insignificant creature to me, Yuling declared suddenly. No sooner had she spoken than she soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, the sound of grunting was heard, gradually fading away. After a while, Yuling returned, clapping her hands. Brother, let us go? Heng nodded in agreement. Through their journey together, he had learned that Yuling possessed a storage space. The wild boar must have been placed within it. By the way, brother, I found this within the wild boar. Is this the legendary demon core? Yuling inquired, producing a brown crystal the size of a thumb. Demon core? Heng's eyelids twitched. Such a thing is not easily obtained. The creation of a demon core is exceedingly difficult. Those demons capable of producing one are akin to geniuses among their kind. Moreover, the formation of a demon core requires time to accumulate. Since you mentioned that this wild boar had only just begun to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the probability of it having produced a demon core is almost zero. Suddenly, Heng recalled something. Where did you find this? On the forehead. It is indeed quite conspicuous. Otherwise, I would not have noticed it so swiftly. Heng smirked. To her knowledge, the demon clan's demon core typically resides in a singular location, the depths of the mind, not on the forehead. Show me, she urged. Upon inspecting the crystal orb that Yuling had retrieved, Heng immediately discerned its nature. From his prior studies in weapon forging, it was evident that this was not a demon core, but rather an artifact. A wild boar adorned with a crystal orb on its forehead could only mean that it was undoubtedly a relative of a formidable demon clan. This orb was likely placed there by the powerful clan to constantly monitor the boar's whereabouts. The strength of this demon clan must have reached its zenith within the innate realm. They were indeed fortunate to provoke such an entity right from the outset. What is the matter? Yuling inquired, observing Heng's expression. Nothing much, just that this demon core seems rather peculiar, unlike any I have encountered before, Heng replied. He refrained from disclosing the origin of the crystal orb, as it aligned with his cultivation level and would serve as a lesson for the girl, ensuring she would think more critically in her future endeavors. The two soon departed. Meanwhile, within a lavish estate in the border town, a robust man suddenly bellowed in fury. In a place where every inch is precious, the existence of such an opulent estate indicated the man's extraordinary status. How dare anyone hunt my kin near the border town? They are truly courting death. When I find you, I shall peel your skin off layer by layer. As he spoke, he produced a compass-like artifact. Upon channeling his energy into it, the needle abruptly pointed in a specific direction. How audacious to return to the border town. This artifact could locate the position of the orb he had placed. Through it, he discovered that the orb was moving towards the town. Very well. I shall see what you are made of. With that, the man led a group of subordinates out of the estate. As they proceeded, Onlookers whispered among themselves, speculating on the unfortunate soul who had drawn the ire of this formidable figure. The wild boar king is a shape-shifted beast. Who could be so unfortunate as to provoke him? Their fate will surely be grim. One remarked. I recall a few years ago, someone inadvertently offended the wild boar king and was captured, displayed at the city gate, and subjected to a torturous death. Another added, lowering their voice, Shu, keep it down. We wouldn't want him to overhear. Elsewhere, Su Heng and Yu Ling had returned to the previous restaurant. Upon their arrival, the waiter greeted them with a broad smile. Welcome back, esteemed guests. Have you captured the beast? Indeed. Though the waiter had not seen the beast's carcass, he surmised that the two likely possessed a storage space. Please, follow me. The waiter led them to a private room. Release the beast you have hunted. With a wave of her hand, Yuling summoned the corpse of a wild boar into the room, filling the air with a faint metallic scent of blood. However, upon seeing the body, the young attendant was momentarily taken aback, then crouched down to touch the boar's forehead before leaping up with a frantic cry. You must take this corpse away. We do not accept it. Not at all. The sudden shift in the attendant's demeanor validated Su Heng's suspicions. Yet, Yuling appeared perplexed. Did you not state earlier that you would prepare a meal for us if we brought you game? Why, then, do you retract your words? The attendant, visibly anxious, pushed the two away, insisting, you must leave with this corpse at once. At this juncture, Yuling's temper flared. Crossing her arms defiantly, she declared, unless you clarify your reasons, I shall not depart. The attendant, in a state of panic, understood the gravity of their situation, recognizing that dueling was prohibited within the city, and having paid a substantial protection fee, their establishment lacked any form of bodyguards. Desperate to send this demanding lady away, he explained, do you not realize that the wild boar you hunted is kin to the boar king of our city? The boar king is an extraordinary opponent. Even among those of innate realms, you two are surely doomed. Do not involve our establishment. Why did you not inform us of this beforehand? Yuling furrowed her brow at the attendant's revelation. I assumed you were aware. Who could have guessed that you were merely two naive fools? The attendant's irritation escalated as he waved his hands, urging leave. Leave now. With a disdainful pout, Yuling waved her hand, causing the boar's corpse to vanish in an instant. Su Heng chuckled, shaking his head. See? Now we have stirred a force we cannot afford to provoke. Yet, Yuling showed no signs of fear, retorting, what is there to fear? Let us depart. Can the boar king truly track us down? Just as they contemplated leaving, a thunderous voice interrupted, escaping is not so simple. At that moment, the entrance of the restaurant was surrounded by a cadre of uniformed guards, and a burly man stepped forward. In his hand, he wielded an artifact resembling a compass, the boar king. With a menacing glare directed at Su Heng and Yuling, he declared, you have slain my kin, and today, you shall pay the price. Despite the boar king's fierce demeanor, Su Heng remained unfazed, and Yuling exhibited no trace of trepidation either. Glancing at Yuling, Su Heng sighed. What now? To which Yuling shrugged. What can we do? We must flee. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. The boar king bellowed, brandishing a bone knife and charging towards them. Yuling let out a hearty laugh as she agilely dashed toward a window on the west side of the restaurant. Su Heng shook his head and swiftly moved towards an eastern window. In a blink, both of them leaped through their respective windows. The boar king roared in rage. Pursue them. The subordinates outside promptly divided into two teams, each pursuing Su Heng and Yuling. Chapter 62. Journey to the Demon Clan after the passage of a fragrant incense stick. Su Heng and Yuling encountered each other at the spot where they had previously hunted the wild boar. Yuling's face bore a slight flush, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. In stark contrast, Su Heng appeared completely unfazed. I am utterly exhausted, yet you seem unaffected, Yuling challenged, her voice tinged with indignation. Naturally, my cultivation exceeds yours. What is arduous for you is merely a trifle for me, Su Heng replied with a smile. Oh please, I am not unaware. You must possess some remarkable techniques in agility. Believe what you wish. Su Heng shook his head. By the way, did you dispose of that orb you acquired earlier? Rest assured, I am not foolish. Yuling revealed a small tiger tooth, her expression mischievous. The fact that he could locate us so precisely led me to suspect the crystal orb was dubious. That is reassuring. Su Heng nodded, acknowledging her shrewdness. He then teased. I recall someone previously showing indifference towards hunting. How do you feel now that you are the one being pursued? Su Heng anticipated that this experience would slightly alter Yuling's demeanor. However, to his surprise, she chuckled nonchalantly. It's rather exhilarating. Yet, that fellow's strength is quite lacking. I managed to shake him off without even employing my true skills. Su Heng sighed. Are you truly unafraid of being caught and dismembered? Huh. Let him try to catch me first. However, should that happen, you might find yourself deprived of delectable cuisine, Su Heng remarked, casting out a bait of temptation. If this place is inadequate, we can simply switch to another city. Yu Ling replied with indifference. Yet, we are bound for the territory of the demon clan. Su Heng pointed out, and there are no restaurants there. Perhaps we should quietly return? Yu Ling licked her lips, evidently still yearning for more. At this moment, Su Heng completely relinquished hope. Even in such a precarious situation, she still yearned for food, displaying no sense of urgency. Very well, if you wish to return. Do so on your own. I intend to explore the demon clan. Should you choose to depart, do not blame me for not honoring my promise. With that, Su Heng strode southward. Yu Ling stood still for a moment, then hurriedly followed after Su Heng. All right. I will accompany you to the demon clan. I am unfamiliar with this place. Even if you were to sell me, I would probably assist you in counting the money. I have no intention of selling you. As long as you refrain from causing me more trouble. The two continued to distance themselves. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, the wild boar king grasped a rabbit in his hands. Its back affixed with a crystal orb. The wild boar king's expression shifted. He had followed the instrument's guidance all the way here, only to discover the crystal orb on the rabbit. Now, those two individuals had undoubtedly vanished. The wild boar king trembled with rage. He had been outsmarted by two youngsters. As the dominant figure in the border city, he has long held the lifeblood of this realm in his hands, commanding respect and instilling fear, with none daring to defy him. Furthermore, as one of the three city lords, he has played a significant role in the establishment of the city's regulations. When has he ever endured such indignity? Not only have his kin been slain, but those two individuals even escaped before his very eyes. It appears you intend to venture into the demon tribe. Once you arrive there, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. The wild boar king clenched his fists, his nails piercing his flesh. As a demon of innate prowess capable of transformation, he naturally possesses the enlightenment of a sage. To receive such enlightenment, his innate talent must be exceptionally high. Thus, within the wild boar clan, his status is exceedingly elevated. It was also due to the prior enlightenment he received that he ventured alone to Border City to relish life. Now, he plans to return to the stronghold of the wild boar clan, where he can mobilize thousands of wild boar demons to serve as his eyes and ears. It has been quite some time since he last visited. It is indeed time to return. The wild boar king rose and swiftly vanished from sight. Outside the dragon's tomb, a group of several hundred individuals arrived at the entrance. The dragon's tomb is a chasm reminiscent of an abyss, as if a celestial sword had cleaved the earth asunder. Standing at the abyss's edge, the crowd could not suppress a shiver that coursed through their bodies. The dragon's tomb truly lives up to its reputation. Merely standing here, I can feel a tremor from the depths of my soul. If only I could cultivate in such a place for a few years. I firmly believe it would lead to significant personal advancement. This presents us with a rare opportunity. Why not have a friendly competition to see who progresses the fastest once we enter? A marvelous idea. The disciples around them grew animated. Yet Jiang Yuchan maintained a demeanor of discontent. At that moment, a sage of the demon tribe, who had led them here, noticed her and approached Jiang Yuchan. Miss Yuchan, what troubles you? Are you worried about your junior brother, Su Heng? Due to Master Zhang's influence, the sages of the demon tribe have been exceedingly courteous towards Jiang Yuchan, fearful of inadvertently offending her and being turned into mouths. Yes, he is currently only at the acquired stage of cultivation, and being alone outside makes me somewhat anxious. Miss Yuchan, you worry too much. What danger could he possibly face at your bright summit of the Ming sect? The demon sage chuckled. He has already left the Ming sect, Jiang Yuchan replied, having communicated with Su Heng through long-distance sound transmission and having a general understanding of his whereabouts. Left the Ming sect? The demon sage was taken aback. How could Jiang Yuchan, who had always been by his side, know that someone named Su Heng had departed? Yet, he trusted that Jiang Yuchan would not speak without reason. Why did he leave the Ming sect? Where is he headed? Jiang Yuchan responded. It is said he intends to come to your demon tribe for training. Since he is coming to our demon tribe for training, that is an easy matter. I shall simply notify the various clans, and I am confident they will take good care of Brother Su. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuchan finally smiled. Thank you, esteemed elder. These are mere trifles. As long as Miss Yuchan speaks a few kind words on my behalf in front of Master Zhang in the future, I would be eternally grateful. The demon clan sage felt a surge of joy in his heart. If he could earn Jiang Yuchan's gratitude, it might lead to unforeseen benefits later on. Certainly, Jiang Yuchan smiled in response. Seeing her expression restored, the demon clan sage clapped his hands and announced loudly to everyone. All right, Now under my guidance, you shall enter the burial dragon abyss in an orderly manner. Remember, when you enter, it is imperative to maintain focus and be fully attentive. Only after you acclimate to the environment within can you begin your cultivation. I have already briefed you on the other important matters. If you have forgotten anything, please inquire with others after you have adjusted to the surroundings. Do not act impulsively, or you shall bear the consequences. Following his instructions, the disciples began to enter the burial dragon abyss in an orderly fashion, commencing their cultivation. Chapter 63. The Fox Clan. The territory of the Demon Clan is vastly more expansive than that of the Human Clan. Heng ambled leisurely, checking in as he progressed and acquiring numerous fine treasures from the Demon Clan. One day, he and Yuling arrived beside a small hill within the Demon Realm. There are no well-defined roads as found in the Human Realm. The few paths that exist are merely slightly flattened surfaces formed by the frequent passage of demons. Moreover, due to their differing races, the demons have diverse living habits. Some prefer the mountains, others the waters, and some thrive on the grasslands. Suddenly, Heng's ears perked up, and his brow furrowed. Several hundred feet away, a man with wolf ears was mercilessly whipping a group of snow-white little foxes. What are you all yapping about? Behave yourselves. How long has it been since your fox clan produced a powerful sage? Yet you remain so arrogant? Is it not just a little princess from your clan? What is there to be proud of? Marrying into our wolf clan would be a disgrace for her, wouldn't it? If you were a bit more compliant, perhaps we, the wolf clan, would show you some leniency due to our common ancestry. Yet you boldly reject our proposal, truly courting your demise. I brought you here to receive the prophet's enlightenment, but alas, you may never meet the prophet. Ha ha. As the wolf-eared man spoke, he lashed out again, envisioning the scene of the little foxes being severely injured, blood splattering everywhere. However, the next moment, he realized that his whip had been seized by an unfamiliar man. Who are you? The wolf-eared man barked coldly. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow loomed nearby, and with a resounding crack, a foot struck his face, sending him flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Yes, good coordination. Yuling extended her hand, eager to high-five Heng. Heng, however, paid her no mind. The Wolf Clan man only possessed a cultivation of the second tier of the innate realm, and with his current prowess, along with Yuling, they were more than capable of dealing with him. However, Heng did not anticipate that Yuling could effortlessly subdue the wolf-eared man. Coupled with the speed she had previously demonstrated, it became evident that although her cultivation was merely at the acquired stage, her actual prowess might be equivalent to that of a fifth-tier innate realm practitioner. This revelation piqued Heng's curiosity regarding her true identity. Setting aside these musings, he turned his gaze toward the little foxes and inquired, "Are you of the Fox Clan?" The leading little fox trembled slightly as it gazed at Heng, nodding in an anthropomorphic manner. Bending down, Heng displayed what he believed to be a benevolent smile. "Do not be afraid. I am a friend of someone named Chuixian from your clan. I had intended to visit the Demon Clan for leisure, and upon encountering this situation, I thought to lend a hand." Upon hearing the name Chuixian, the little fox's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it began to speak in human tongue. "So you are a friend of the little princess. She is currently in trouble. Please help her." Heng nodded. From the earlier remarks of the wolf-eared man, he had already surmised the nature of the trouble the little fox mentioned. At that moment, the wolf-eared man rose from the ground, seething with rage, and declared, "You will regret this. Both of you shall perish." With that, he instantaneously transformed into a silver-gray wolf and fled into the distance. Heng did not pursue him, for with his current display of strength, he was unable to catch up to the wolf demon. As for the threats he uttered, Heng chose to disregard them entirely. Subsequently, Heng led the group of little foxes towards the Fox Clan. Along the way, through conversations with the little foxes, he gathered the details of the situation. Given that the Fox and Wolf clans shared a common ancestry and their territories were in close proximity, there had always been a tradition of intermarriage between the two. The weaker party typically sent their women to marry into the stronger clan. Since the Fox clan had not produced a sage-level powerhouse in many years, while the Wolf clan had a sage-level Wolf King, it was natural for the Fox clan to send their princess to the Wolf clan. Originally, this generation's Fox princess was also meant to wed the Wolf clan's young master. However, during a visit to the Fox clan, the young master became enamored with the princess in her human form, namely Chuixian. Consequently, he insisted on marrying Chuixian instead. The Fox clan, citing a breach of protocol, politely declined. This led to the Wolf clan covertly sabotaging the Fox clan. For instance, the little foxes before Heng were chosen talents from the Fox clan, intended to be sent to the seer for transformation. However, the disciple tasked with escorting them was the very Wolf clan man from earlier. This explained the scene Su Heng had witnessed previously. Su Heng silently shook his head, realizing that the seer had now transformed into a tree atop the bright summit of the Ming sect, and it was unlikely that he could assist them in their transformation. By the way, how is Chu Xiao faring now? Su Heng inquired. The little princess currently resides within her clan, where she faces no immediate danger. However, the pressure upon her is immense. The elders are divided into two factions, those who support her and those who wish for her to marry into the wolf tribe. Such is the situation, thought Su Heng with a tinge of melancholy, reflecting on the once mighty saintess of the Ming sect, who now endures such treatment upon returning to her kin. Ah, how splendid, brother, you have become involved with the spirit of the fox tribe, exclaimed Yuling, who overheard Su Heng conversing with the little fox, her expression betraying a hint of gossip. Do not speak nonsense, Su Heng replied, somewhat exasperated. Brother, do not be shy. Love between a man and a woman is a natural affair. Though you come from different worlds, if your feelings are profound and mutual, surely one day you shall achieve a harmonious union. Su Heng resigned himself to Yuling's chatter, allowing her to continue unabated. Meanwhile, the little fox, who had been conversing with him, now exhibited a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Heng swiftly clarified, do not heed her unfounded claims. She thrives on chaos. As they spoke, Su Heng, accompanied by the little foxes, arrived at the territory of the fox tribe. The dwelling of the demon clan markedly differed from that of humans. Unlike the segmented houses of humanity, the fox tribe resided in tree hollows and earthen burrows, with a few tree houses at the center, likely the residence of the clan's elite. Please wait here for a moment. I shall inform the elders, announced a group of little foxes before scampering away. At this moment, Yuling, arms crossed, grew somewhat bored. Brother, do tell me how you came to know that little princess, she prodded. Recalling the image of Chu Xiao transformed into a beast-eared maiden, Su Heng hesitated for a moment. Well, it was rather simple. We met while I was still in the Ming sect. Yuling appeared skeptical, yet she understood that Su Heng would not elaborate further, and thus she refrained from pressing on. At that juncture, a woman adorned in palace attire approached Su Heng, led by the little fox. Chapter 64. The disposition of Chu Xiao. Su Heng merely cast a brief glance at the woman in royal garb, recognizing that, had she existed in the human world, she would undoubtedly be a harbinger of calamity. Are you a friend of Xiao? Her voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. Indeed, I was a friend of hers in the human realm, Su Heng replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. The woman before him possessed formidable strength, reaching the 6th tier of the innate realm, undoubtedly a high-ranking member of the fox tribe. Since you are her friend, you must know quite a bit about her. Pray tell, what skills did she acquire from the Ming sect? She inquired further. Su Heng was momentarily at a loss, understanding this as a means to validate his identity. 2 techniques. She mastered the Great Shift of the Universe and the Sacred Fire Command technique from the Ming sect. The woman nodded thoughtfully, casting a significant glance at Yuling. It seems you are indeed her friend. Follow me. Upon concluding her words, she turned and walked inward, with Su Heng and Yuling closely following. They accompanied the woman in royal attire to a spacious treehouse situated in the center. Inside the treehouse, Chu Xiao was seated on a chair. Facing her were a dozen handsome men and beautiful women engaged in animated discussion. I believe that given the current formidable power of the wolf clan, we must first seek a compromise, allowing Xiao to endure some hardships. Although our fox clan is not fond of conflict, we are not to be trifled with. The wolf clan has already broken the rules. How can we acquiesce to them? If we concede this time, will we be expected to marry one of their own in the future? However, the wolf clan currently boasts a sage-level wolf king. If he truly wishes to strike against us, we would be utterly powerless. You are jeopardizing the survival of our entire clan. What of the wolf king? Should he dare to breach the rules, the seer would not spare him. But even if he does not dare to act overtly, what if he schemes against us in secret? You all heard. Our gifted disciples sent for transformation were nearly harmed by the wolf clan. Enough, everyone. Let us refrain from further remarks. The crux of the matter lies with the wolf king. As long as he exists, we shall remain under pressure. Should he take action, the seer will surely not intervene on our behalf. As the group deliberated, they noticed Su Heng and Yuling standing nearby. Upon seeing Su Heng, Chu Xiao's eyes brightened, but upon noticing Yuling, her brows slightly furrowed. He is a friend from the human world, and I have verified his identity. He is indeed human and answered the questions correctly, the woman in royal attire introduced. The assembled individuals cast a glance at Su Heng, their expressions revealing disappointment. Clearly, Su Heng's cultivation level fell short of their expectations, offering no assistance in their current predicament. Brother, It seems they look down upon you. Yu Ling whispered softly in Su Heng's ear. Su Heng shrugged. Unfazed, my current cultivation indeed makes it difficult for them to regard me with esteem. You seem quite unbothered by it. I have always maintained such a perspective. The Fox clan continued their discussions, yet after nearly an hour of deliberation, they had not arrived at a viable solution. Regardless of their discussions, the overwhelming presence of the Wolf King remained an insurmountable obstacle. Without addressing this Wolf King, all efforts would be in vain. Very well, let us conclude for today. Everyone, return and reflect on potential solutions. Otherwise, our entire Fox clan shall become victims of the Wolf clan, declared a leading woman, prompting the assembly to disperse. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao remained behind. Finally, you have arrived. Su Heng. Chu Xiao, aware of Su Heng's true prowess, recognized him as an exceptional being among the innate realm. Otherwise, he could not have taught her the sacred fire decree. She nearly let slip her thoughts in her eagerness. This is... Chu Xiao looked towards Yu Ling. She is my sister. You may call her Yu Ling's sister? With a sharp glare, Chu Xiao recalled that during her time in the Ming, she had never heard of Su Heng having a sister. Ah, she is from my hometown and I haven't seen her for a long time. This time, she is accompanying me to cultivate, but my own cultivation is merely at the first level of the innate realm, so I can only teach her a little. Su Heng explained. Previously, he had made an agreement with Yu Ling to conceal her identity. Everyone else must believe that Yu Ling was his sister. Furthermore, in order to prevent Chu Xiao from revealing his identity, he subtly reminded her of his cultivation level, confident that she would understand. Chu Xiao, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped Su Heng's intent and remarked, since she is your sister, she shall also be regarded as my friend. You both may stay here. After speaking, she turned to Su Heng and inquired, by the way, are you free tonight? I have several questions regarding techniques that I wish to discuss with you. Of course, Su Heng replied, recognizing that Chu Xiao had something important to discuss. I can't help but notice, your cultivation appears to surpass that of my brother. Are you truly seeking his counsel? Yu Ling interjected with a teasing smile. Chu Xiao, seemingly prepared for this, chuckled lightly. Isn't there a saying among humans, the accomplished become the teachers? Our demon clan has never excelled in techniques and cannot compare to your human race. I have previously received much guidance from Su Heng during my time in the Ming, and now that I have returned to my clan and encountered some challenges, naturally, I wish to seek his advice once more. With that, she took Yu Ling's hand and suggested, why not have Sister Yu Ling join us? Yu Ling rolled her eyes and waved her hand dismissively, declaring, forget it. You two can whisper sweet nothings. I have no interest in eavesdropping. Su Heng chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Subsequently, he and Yu Ling, under Chu Xiao's lead, each found a treehouse to settle in. Meanwhile, within the Wolf clan, the nominal leader was not the Wolf King. The Wolf King, currently at the sage level, had neither the time nor the inclination to manage mundane affairs. His existence was solely to ensure the competitive edge of the entire clan. The actual leader was a one-eyed man named Yin Xiao, who bore a scar over his eye and was quietly listening to a report from one of his subordinates. You mean to say a human suddenly appeared and saved those little foxes? He inquired. Indeed, although this human's cultivation is only at the first level of the innate realm, his actual prowess is formidable. I am no match for him. Humans are generally adept in techniques. Some learn powerful arts that indeed enhance their combat capability beyond their cultivation level. Yin Xiao responded, unfazed. And you mentioned that this individual was seeking the Fox clan's little princess. Perhaps he is an acquaintance of hers from the Mingjiao. As a disciple of the human Mingjiao, his combat strength would naturally be considerable. Leader, regarding the Fox clan matter, you need not concern yourself with that. I have other plans. Yin Xiao interrupted with a smile, waving his hand for his subordinate to leave. Chapter 65. The Wolf King's opportunity. Just after the subordinate departed, a burly man approached Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao began. It appears that the individual he mentioned is indeed the human who previously escaped from one of your formidable Boar tribe warriors. The burly man nodded, affirming that, based on the description, there was no doubt. We have searched for so long, only to find him here among you. This lad seems intent on meddling in affairs that do not concern him. However, now that he has gone to the Fox tribe, any attempt to take action may prove challenging. Not at all, interjected another, for our Wolf tribe requires merely a pretext to deal with the Fox tribe. They would not dare to protest. Haha, with a sage-level warrior in your midst, you speak with such confidence. Very well, let us deliberate on our subsequent plans. Since we are both intent on dealing with that human, we must be thoroughly prepared. After all, the myriad techniques of the human race are quite extraordinary. We cannot allow him to escape. Indeed, that is easily arranged. A member of our tribe who was sent to learn among the humans has returned. And I have also mastered a tracking technique. Once I locate that human, he shall not elude us. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yin Xiao replied with hearty laughter. However, should we openly confront the Fox tribe, we may encounter complications when facing the prophet later. Fear not, our Boar tribe will stand by your side. As long as our two tribes can firmly assert that the Fox tribe instigated the conflict, coupled with the presence of the Wolf King, the prophet will have no grounds to challenge you. Within the entire demon race, there exists a constant struggle between various tribes, often marked by both overt and covert conflicts. Were it not for this discord, the overall strength of the demon race would have long since eradicated the human race. Furthermore, although the prophet is the nominal leader of the demon race, many within the tribes believe his actual combat prowess is lacking. They heed his words primarily because his enlightenment can assist them in transforming before reaching the innate realm. Such transformation enhances their cultivation speed and allows them to blend in with the human race. Consequently, many tribes frequently select their most gifted demons to receive enlightenment from the prophet. In light of this, let us proceed with our plans. The two conspired. Meanwhile, several hundred miles to the east of the Wolf tribe, in a secluded cave, the Wolf King sat with eyes closed in meditation. After a while, he opened his eyes and murmured, upon reaching the sage level, the path of cultivation can only be navigated through personal exploration. Each step feels like wandering through a fog, uncertain of the destination. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared before him, accompanied by a boisterous voice. Haha, Wolf King, it has been too long. What brings you here? I trust you are not merely seeking idle conversation. Are you Elephant King? The Wolf King scoffed. Though both were sages of the demon race, their relationship was far from amicable, frequently marred by conflicts arising from their differing tribes and interests. However, the Elephant King shook his head and replied, Are you aware that the prophet is no longer within our demon territory? Is that so? Where has the prophet gone? The Wolf King questioned, perplexed, before recalling something. The prophet once consulted me regarding an offensive against the human race. Have they commenced their assault? Indeed. Thus, it appears that the martial arts we can cultivate in the future will be quite abundant. The Wolf King felt a surge of joy within his heart. Based on his understanding of this seer, it was evident that the seer must possess absolute confidence to launch an assault on the human race. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the human race had undoubtedly been overrun by their demon kin, allowing him to easily learn any of their martial arts he desired. Your statement is both accurate and inaccurate, came the voice of the Elephant King. When did you become adept at speaking in riddles? Speak plainly, the Wolf King replied, slightly impatient. Haha, the specifics are as follows, the Elephant King continued, succinctly recounting the seer's failed assault on the human race. Finally, he solemnly remarked, according to reports, the esteemed seer has willingly chosen to remain at the Ming sect as the divine tree of the sect, while Xueyin and Xiaoman have become steeds for that Master Zhang. The Wolf King was taken aback. To single-handedly sweep away 3 great demon saints with ease? Yet, that was not the most crucial aspect. What truly mattered was that he managed to subdue these 3 proud demon saints. As a demon saint himself, he understood all too well the pride of his kind. They would rather perish than serve as steeds for a human. Of course, he harbored no doubts about the authenticity of the Elephant King's words. If they were falsehoods, the seer would clarify upon his return, rendering such deceit meaningless. Was there some hidden truth in this? Had Master Zhang's cultivation already surpassed that of the seer and his contemporaries, perhaps even touching upon the threshold of the next realm? If so, those old fellows, the seers, might have allied with Master Zhang for the sake of cultivating their own benefits. Lost in contemplation, the Wolf King suddenly inquired. By the way, you sought me today for a reason, did you not? I presume you did not simply come to inform me that the seer will not return? The Elephant King appeared in good spirits and chuckled. One of Master Zhang's beloved disciples is currently cultivating within our domain at the Dragon's Grave Abyss. This disciple has a fondness for a certain human who is traveling through our demon territory. I just learned that this human has ventured toward your wolf clan, so I thought to give you a heads up. If you happen to encounter this human, do extend a bit of kindness. In the future, this disciple might speak favorably of you in front of Master Zhang, and you could reap immense benefits. Such a fortuitous opportunity? The Wolf King felt a thrill of excitement. He had already inferred that Master Zhang wielded extraordinary influence. Meanwhile, he was troubled by a lack of direction in his cultivation. Receiving guidance from Master Zhang could potentially save him from numerous detours. As for a mere human, he could easily command his entire wolf clan to treat this individual with the utmost reverence. I say, old elephant, you're not deceiving me, are you? You actually share such good fortune with me? The Wolf King, inherently suspicious, posed another question. Haha, rest assured, for I am currently stationed outside the Dragon's Grave Abyss. I previously promised Master Zhang's disciple that if you can successfully accomplish this task, I too will enjoy some benefits. The Wolf King nodded. Since the Elephant King stood to gain as well, this seemed to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Certainly, I shall take heed of this matter. Do you possess the portrait of that individual? As the Wolf King's voice faded, a luminous orb before him began to distort, revealing the visage of a young man. This is the person. It is said he is accompanied by a woman, whose presence you should be able to locate with ease. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. The Wolf King, lacking the inclination to continue his cultivation, pondered that should he successfully accomplish this task, the guidance he would receive would surely expedite his training far beyond its current pace. There is a saying in the human realm, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. With a casual wave, he dispersed the orb of light and departed the cave, transforming into a colossal wolf, racing towards the direction of his kin. Chapter 66. The night of the full moon beneath the moonlight, Heng and Qiao convened upon a small hill within the territory of the Fox clan. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, lending a refreshing coolness to the night. Senior, I truly did not expect your visit to our Fox clan. Qiao reverted to addressing Heng with a term of respect now that no outsiders were present. I have been wandering and contemplating within the realm of the demon clans and happened to arrive near your Fox clan, so I thought I would pay a visit. Heng replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Qiao's expression suddenly turned desolate. Senior, I should have extended a warm welcome during your visit, but as you can see, I find myself in a predicament. I have heard that the young heir of the Wolf clan was originally betrothed to your clan's grand princess, only to have his affections diverted to you. Indeed, Qiao lowered her gaze. The heir of the Wolf clan acts with reckless abandon. For the sake of our Fox clan, my sister felt compelled to enter into this alliance. Yet during his last visit, upon seeing me, he publicly declared his desire to have me wed instead. What do you intend to do about this? Heng inquired, arms crossed. I do not know. Qiao replied, her expression appearing pitiful in the moonlight. I have no wish to marry that young lord of the Wolf clan, but should I refuse, the Wolf clan will undoubtedly retaliate against us, potentially inflicting greater harm upon our kin. During the day, the elders of your clan must have been discussing this matter. Heng remarked. Indeed, they have deliberated for several days, yet found no viable solutions. My talents for cultivation are superior, and having previously studied 2 elite techniques from you, my parents view me as the next successor of the Fox clan, naturally opposing my marriage to him. And those who advocate for your marriage? Some have accepted bribes from the heir of the Wolf clan, while others harbor grievances against my parents. Heng nodded, realizing that the Fox clan was not entirely united, making them susceptible to division and conquest by the Wolf clan. A silence enveloped the two. After a moment, just as Heng was about to speak again, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and said to Qiao, "It appears you have guests from your clan." Guests? Qiao was taken aback. At this moment, who could possibly be visiting? But soon, comprehension dawned upon her. Is it the people from the Wolf clan? At that moment, 2 factions stood in a standoff before the territory of the Fox clan. On one side stood the Fox clan, while on the other, a coalition of the Wolf clan and the Wild Boar clan loomed. Qiao, what do you mean by this? Our 2 clans have intermarried for generations, and yet you dare to turn against us? He scoffed. Huh. How many years has it been since your Fox clan has produced a formidable sage? Although you claim to be allied with us, in reality, you are but our vassals. A mere vassal daring to oppose our will? It seems you do not comprehend your own insignificance. The leader of the Fox clan, Chuixian Qiao, regarded Qiao with a cold gaze. We have always treated your Wolf clan's disciples with respect, and we honored our agreement by marrying my eldest daughter to your clan. It is you who have breached the contract first. Huh. Agreements hold weight only when power is balanced, in the face of overwhelming strength. The words of the powerful are the true law. Qiao replied nonchalantly, emboldened by the presence of a sage-level Wolf King among them. Chuixian chose to ignore him, recognizing that Qiao's actions tonight had likely been long in the making, and further discourse would be futile. He then turned his attention to the imposing figure leading the Wild Boar clan. I believe there are no grievances between our Fox clan and your Wild Boar clan. Am I correct? In truth, there had been no conflict between the 2 clans, as they were relatively distant from each other, and opportunities for interaction had been scarce. Chu clan leader, we are not here to target your Fox clan. Our purpose is merely to find a human. If you hand over that human from your clan, we of the Wild Boar clan will not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, we may have no choice but to search for him ourselves, and should any conflict arise, I hope you will not take offense. The burly man articulated, revealing the strategy they had devised prior to their arrival. His words were carefully chosen to sound reasonable. And according to intelligence from the Wolf clan, that human had a significant connection with the Fox clan's princess, Chuixian. Thus, it was unlikely the Fox clan would surrender him, granting the Wild Boar clan a pretext for their assault, even if the Fox clan reluctantly handed over the human. Such an act of submission would severely undermine their morale, potentially swaying many of their warriors, who were already hesitant about fighting the Wolf clan, to turn against their leaders. As anticipated, upon hearing this, several elders from the Fox clan began to voice their concerns. Clan leader, did you hear that? The Wild Boar clan is clearly here for that human. We should hastily surrender him. Perhaps we could still withstand the Wolf clan's assault. Indeed, clan leader. Make a swift decision. That boy is not one of us. Once he is handed over, we can focus solely on dealing with the Wolf clan. Clan leader, we understand your desire to protect your daughter, but there is no need to safeguard that human. As the crowd engaged in heated discussions, Chuixian Qiao furrowed his brow and murmured, that human is Xiao's friend, who has previously shown her considerable care within the Ming cult. If we were to surrender him to those wild boars, his fate would be all too predictable. This is something I, Chu, cannot do. Chief, you would forsake the safety of our entire clan for the sake of a mere human. Chief, think carefully. If the Wild Boar clan allies with the Wolf clan, our chances of victory are virtually non-existent. Enough. Chuixian Qiao interjected firmly. Our Fox clan has produced saints before. We possess our own pride. Can a mere wild boar compel your submission with just a few words? Prepare for battle. With the legacy left by our ancestors, we may yet stand a chance against them. Suddenly, Yin Xiao erupted in laughter. Chief Chu, while my timing may be inappropriate, do you genuinely believe that your so-called heritage can withstand the onslaught of our Wolf clan? Perhaps you should look up. As Chuixian Qiao pondered the meaning behind Yin Xiao's words, the final sentence struck him with clarity. Tonight is the night of the full moon. On a full moon night, the combat prowess of the Wolf clan is greatly amplified. Under equal cultivation levels, one wolf can contend with 3 or 4 foxes, coupled with the Wild Boar clan. Even with strategic advantages and defensive fortifications left by our forebears, the Fox clan stands little chance. What to do? Panic surged within Chuixian Qiao's heart. Could this truly be the night of the Fox clan's demise? Chapter 67. The Wolf King takes action. The Wolf King returned to his territory, only to discover that most of his disciples were absent, with only a few remaining. One disciple on guard, upon seeing the Wolf King, immediately knelt in reverence. My lord, the Wolf King. The Wolf King nodded indifferently. Rise. By the way, where has Yin Xiao gone? I had a task for him. He has led the elite to assault the Fox clan, replied the guard disciple candidly. Assault the Fox clan? What is his purpose? The Wolf King, puzzled, recalled the words of the Elephant King, warning him that the human was near their territory and to avoid being drawn into the conflict between the wolves and foxes. If anything were to happen to that human, Master Zhang's beloved disciple would undoubtedly harbor enmity towards the entire demon race, and Master Zhang himself would likely follow suit. The Wolf King shuddered at the thought. According to the legends surrounding Master Zhang's power, capturing all the saints among the demon race to serve as mounts would pose no challenge. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Understood, he finally replied, swiftly making his way toward the Fox clan's territory. Meanwhile, Su Heng and Chu Xiao had also arrived near the gathering of both factions. Initially, Su Heng had wished to remain uninvolved, as the disputes among the demon clans had little bearing on him. However, he had just overheard the words spoken by Chuixian Qiao on his behalf, leading him to ponder that if he could discreetly assist the Fox clan later, he would not mind. Upon arriving at a treehouse, Chu Xiao addressed Su Heng, saying, Senior, this is a matter concerning our Fox clan, and I do not wish to involve you. Please wait here while I assess the situation. With that, she approached Chuixian Qiao. Upon seeing her, a hint of warmth flickered in Chuixian Qiao's gaze. Haha, is this the young lady my son has taken a liking to? Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful. He bellowed with laughter, turning to Chu Xiao and adding, Little girl, if you agree to marry into my wolf clan, I shall spare your Fox clan this evening. Otherwise, my warriors may well be compelled to draw blood tonight. From his hidden vantage point, Su Heng discerned the malicious intent behind Yin Xiao's words. Once the Fox clan realized that tonight marked the Wolf clan's most formidable hour, Yin Xiao's seemingly generous offer was, in truth, a means to redirect their animosity towards Chu Xiao. It was akin to a scenario in the human world, where 2 ordinary merchants encounter bandits, and one bandit declares, If you acquiesce to my outrageous demand, I shall let you go. The one who is targeted may find himself resented by his companion, who should otherwise share the same enmity towards the bandit. The Wolf clan understood that Chuixian Qiao would not consent to such an unreasonable demand. thereby allowing some members of the Fox clan to harbor resentment towards Chu Qiao, consequently reducing the resistance the Wolf clan would face in their assault. Su Heng mused silently about the cunning of the Wolf clan leader. Chu Qiao, too, perceived Yin Zhao's ulterior motives, but found himself at a loss for an effective response. At that moment, an elder from the Fox clan suddenly addressed Chu Qiao, saying, "Qiao, what of the human accompanying you? Call him forth. At least, then we may be spared the onslaught from the Boar clan." "Indeed, Chief. If you cannot bear to send the young princess to the Wolf clan, surely you do not intend to protect that human. Do you truly wish to witness the annihilation of our Fox clan this night?" Hearing these remarks, Chu Qiao maintained an expression of pride. "I have stated before that our Fox clan possesses its own dignity and principles. If the Boar clan truly sought only that human, would they not wait until he departed from us before striking? Yet they have chosen to attack us alongside the Wolf clan. Should they assault that human outside our clan, I would not object. However, as he is presently a guest within our abode, I shall ensure his safety." "Chief, what time is it?" "Principles matter little when survival is at stake. The previous leader entrusted you with this position. Did he hope for you to lead our Fox clan to ruin?" Many elders grew anxious. Yin Zhao observed with a smile, clearly enjoying the unfolding discord among the Fox clan, relishing the fact that, without lifting a finger, he had incited their internal strife. In the shadows, Su Heng heard the words of the gathered individuals and shook his head. He stepped out from behind the treehouse, contemplating that if the noise continued, the Wolf clan might not even need to intervene. The Fox clan would likely devolve into chaos among themselves. The previously quarrelsome crowd fell silent upon noticing Su Heng's presence, taken aback. Why was he exposing himself instead of remaining hidden? However, Chu Xiao's expression brightened with a hint of inexplicable delight. "Oh, is that not the young human? You've emerged from your shell, I see." One elder of the Fox clan spoke with a somewhat unfriendly tone, attributing the evening's troubles to Su Heng. Unfazed, Su Heng merely offered a slight bow to Chu Qiao, the clan leader. "Chief." Chu Qiao nodded, concern lacing his words. "My young friend, rest assured, since you have come as a guest to our Fox clan, we shall ensure your safety. However, the situation here is perilous. It would be wise for you to retreat." "Chief, I stepped out merely to alleviate your burdens. I possess considerable confidence in my ability to evade danger. Soon, I shall lead the wild boars away," Su Heng replied with a smile, revealing that his current capabilities were rather limited. His skills in evasion had previously been demonstrated before Yuling. Leading the wild boars away would make it easier for the Fox clan to deal with the Wolf clan. "Oh." Chu Qiao's expression brightened at the prospect of Su Heng alleviating some of their pressure. "Since you have expressed such intent, I shall gladly accept your assistance. Once this matter has passed, I shall extend an invitation for you to visit us again." "Agreed, I look forward to it," Su Heng smiled in reply. The other elders of the Fox clan fell silent upon hearing Su Heng's plan to divert the attention of the Wild Boar clan. At that moment, Yin Zhao erupted in laughter. "Haha, I did not expect you to be a person of such loyalty. Do you truly believe that as a mere first-tier innate human, you can escape from our multitude of demon experts?" The burly man from the Wild Boar clan, upon seeing Su Heng, also had a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Their primary objective had been to capture Su Heng, and with his appearance, they would not allow him to flee again. Yin Zhao waved his hand, commanding, "Warriors, attack." Aware that further words would be futile now that Su Heng had revealed himself, he resolved to seize the entire Fox clan under the full moon. The warriors of the Wolf clan began to transform, their bodies growing stronger and more bloodthirsty. However, just then, a voice resonated through the air like thunder. "Stop." Upon hearing this voice, Yin Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He recognized it all too well. It was the voice of the Wolf King. Chapter 68. The 72 Transformations. The imposing figure of the Wolf King materialized before Yin Zhao, causing him to immediately kneel. The other demon clans, including both the Fox and Wild Boar clans, bowed in respect. This was a show of reverence towards a being of saintly strength. "Lord Wolf King, what brings you here?" Yin Zhao inquired respectfully. The Wolf King scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Su Heng. He ignored the howling and approached Su Heng, displaying what he believed to be a congenial smile as he inquired, "Dear friend, have they harmed you?" Upon hearing the words of the Wolf King, everyone was left in utter astonishment. How could the Wolf King be so amiable towards a mere human? What was the meaning of this? Yin Zhao suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. The disciples of the Boar clan nearby also appeared dazed. The human they had relentlessly pursued seemed to have some connection with the Wolf King. I'm fine," Su Heng replied, somewhat perplexed. He then asked, "Esteemed elder, I do not know you. May I inquire why you are assisting me?" "Haha, dear friend, there is no need for concern. My assistance is merely a request from another. I harbor no ulterior motives, the Wolf King bellowed with laughter, moving closer to Su Heng and patting him on the shoulder. I am called Infeng, and like them, you may refer to me as the Wolf King. This revelation left all the demon clansmen around them utterly flabbergasted. The illustrious Wolf King had voluntarily disclosed his true name to a human. Such an occurrence was typically reserved for encounters with equals. Yun Xiao pondered in his heart. Could this human possess some hidden background that he was unaware of? Otherwise, why would the Wolf King adopt such a humble demeanor? The burly man from the Boar clan also grew visibly uneasy. If this human truly had ties to the Wolf King, then their endeavor to capture him would be nothing short of a farcical joke. Meanwhile, several elders from the Fox clan wore expressions of intrigue, as they had just advocated for handing Su Heng over to the Boar clan. Only Chuixian Qiao observed Su Heng with a contemplative gaze. Yun Xiao, come here, the Wolf King commanded with an impassive expression. Yun Xiao dared not delay and hurriedly approached the Wolf King, and Su Heng quickly apologized to this young friend. The Wolf King spoke with an undeniable tone. Yun Xiao hesitated for a brief moment. Do you wish to defy my command? Are you no longer interested in being the clan leader? And no. Yun Xiao swiftly realized his predicament, a cold sweat breaking out as he turned to Su Heng, saying, I sincerely apologize, young friend. I should not have led the disciples of the Wolf clan here. Su Heng smiled, indicating that he bore no ill will. Very well. You may go, the Wolf King instructed, dismissing Yun Xiao. He then cast a glance at the burly man from the Boar clan, stating, Return and inform your clan leader that if they wish to avoid demise, they should cease their interest in this young friend. Why yes. The burly man nodded vigorously, then waved his hand, leading the disciples of the Boar clan away in a hasty retreat. At this point, the Wolf King turned his attention back to Su Heng. Dear friend, might you have the time to visit my wolf clan? Visit? I will return later, Su Heng replied. He had just arrived at the Fox clan and had yet to sign in. He intended to remain for a few days to reap some benefits before moving to another location. Very well, I shall await your arrival at the Wolf clan. The Wolf King's demeanor remained exceedingly courteous. Yet the more courteous he became, the more unsettled Yin Xiao felt within. After speaking, the Wolf King offered a faint smile and prepared to depart. As he approached Yin Xiao, his expression remained impassive as he stated, What are you still doing here? Come with me. Yes. Yin Xiao hastily commanded the disciples of the Wolf clan to leave. In that brief moment, the two formidable races vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the members of the Fox clan seemed to be in a daze. How could this human be conversing so amicably with the Wolf King, a being of the saintly realm? What could be his background? At that moment, an elder approached Su Heng and remarked, Young friend, we truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, our Fox clan would have faced peril tonight. Su Heng cast a glance at the elder, recalling that he had just urged Chuixian Qiao to summon him. He had no desire to engage with such individuals. However, Chuixian Qiao, with his quick wit, immediately suggested, Young friend, since you are an old acquaintance of Shower, why not stay with our Fox clan for a few days? His motivation was twofold. Firstly, to leverage Su Heng's reputation to elevate the status of the Fox clan. Just imagine, if a person who is treated as an equal by the Wolf King were to reside with them for a few days. Other demon clans would inevitably regard the Fox clan with greater esteem, believing they had some connection with him, which would bring them considerable advantages in the future. Conversely, if Su Heng were to leave now, others would perceive no relation between him and the Fox clan. Chuixian Qiao understood the stakes clearly. Moreover, he had another intention, to foster a bond between Chu Shower and Su Heng. As a parent, he could discern that Chu Shower harbored feelings for Su Heng. If he could facilitate a union between them, it would be immensely beneficial for the Fox clan. Furthermore, given the Wolf King's earlier demeanor, it was possible that Su Heng had an even more formidable figure backing him. This could potentially lead to the emergence of a powerful being in the saintly realm within the Fox clan. Thus, he made this decision. This resolution aligned perfectly with Su Heng's thoughts. Throughout his journey, he had been signing in at various locations. But those places lacked depth, and he had gained little of value. Now, on the territory of the Fox clan, surely there would be some noteworthy sights. Perhaps those where past powerful beings of the saintly realm had resided. Well, since the clan leader does not mind, I shall stay for a few days. That would be splendid. To welcome our young friend, and to celebrate our Fox clan's escape from disaster today, we shall prepare a grand banquet. Let us not leave until we are all intoxicated, please. Chuixian Qiao gestured invitingly. Very well. Su Heng nodded. Following Chuixian Qiao's arrangements, the celebratory banquet commenced. During the feast, under Chuixian Qiao's unique arrangements, Su Heng found himself seated with Chu Shower, and Yuling Su Heng remained completely at ease, unperturbed. Xiao felt a tad uncomfortable, but managed to maintain her composure. In contrast, Yuling seemed oblivious to the situation, indulging herself wholeheartedly, eagerly devouring any delectable dish that caught her eye. Upon witnessing this scene, Chuixian merely smiled, stating that these dishes were prepared by Xiao, who had ventured into the human realm to learn, hoping they would please their palate. Soon, the banquet concluded, and Heng returned to the room prepared for him. At this moment, he silently recited in his heart, "System, sign in." Having trained in the demon clan for so long, he had yet to acquire anything of significant value. Currently, the finest item related to the demon clan that he possessed was the saint-level demon core he had obtained a long time ago. I hope for a pleasant surprise. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have acquired 72 transformations. 72 transformations? What on earth? Heng was momentarily taken aback. However, upon examining this technique in detail, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Chapter 69. Enhanced Technique according to the system's description. This technique would allow him to transform into various forms of the demon clan for combat. After transformation, he would not only possess a physique as formidable as that of the demon clan, but could also utilize the corresponding divine abilities of the demon race, while still being able to employ his own true intentions and techniques without hindrance. This was something unimaginable under normal circumstances. Due to the differing meridian distributions between humans and demons, the vast majority of human techniques are unsuitable for demons, which explains why many demons choose to take on human forms. By doing so, they can learn and adapt human techniques, eventually transforming them into practices that better suit their own forms. Of course, some demons entirely abandon their original forms to focus solely on living in human guise. Consequently, those seers among the demon clan who can transform below the innate realm elevate their status significantly. Now, with just a single technique, Heng could achieve a seamless transformation between human and demon forms, showcasing the immense power of this technique. With the 72 transformations, not only could I utilize my own techniques, but I could also gain access to unique abilities possessed by the demon clan. Heng was overjoyed. For contemporary humans, even upon reaching the saint level, one could not fly unless their true intention permitted direct flight. To soar, one must attain the next realm, the venerable level, which allows control over one's domain and the ability to fly. In contrast, a saint could at best achieve a lightness akin to a swallow, mastering the art of agility but lacking the freedom to soar like a bird. However, Heng was different. If he transformed into a bird demon, he could soar through the skies. If he took on the form of a fish demon, he could navigate the depths of the ocean. With a spark of inspiration, he instantly transformed into a snow-white fox. Simultaneously, all the techniques he was familiar with morphed into forms suitable for fox cultivation under the influence of the 72 transformations. Truly remarkable. As Heng marveled at the astonishing transformation, he executed several techniques in his fox form. The execution was effortless, flowing seamlessly without any obstruction. In an instant, he transformed into the guise of an eagle, effortlessly soaring into the sky with a mere flap of his wings. How exceedingly convenient. Heng felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. Although this technique did not directly enhance his combat prowess, it enabled him to navigate any situation with ease in the future. The sole drawback was the consumption of his primal energy. Upon reverting to his human form, he realized that if he shifted into other forms, it would continuously deplete his internal energy, and the larger the beast he transformed into, the more rapidly his energy would be consumed. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. He returned to his seat just as a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Qiao entered. "What brings you here?" Heng inquired with a smile. "Senior, I am truly grateful for your assistance today," Qiao said, her hands clasped in front of her as she offered a slight bow. Heng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she likely believed he had single-handedly aided the Fox clan in overcoming their crisis. Yet, he was utterly perplexed as to why the Wolf King had acted in such a manner. He would have to inquire about it during his upcoming visit to the Wolf clan. "Senior, when you were with the Bright Church, you provided significant help to Xiao. Now, you have once again aided our Fox clan in navigating this crisis. I am at a loss as to how to repay you." These matters are trivial to me. You need not concern yourself," Heng replied, wary that Qiao might, as she had previously at the Bright Church, offer herself in gratitude. As he spoke, Heng suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in Qiao's aura. It resembled the chaotic energy one might experience when nearing the brink of a breakthrough in cultivation. He had not noticed it before, but after acquiring the 72 transformations, he had become attuned to the essence of the Fox clan, allowing him to perceive the anomaly. "What is amiss with your aura?" It seems somewhat disordered, Su Heng inquired. He was now aware that practicing the sacred fire command would not yield any adverse effects for the demon clan. Thus, Chu Xiao's turbulence could not be attributed to that. With a hint of embarrassment, Chu Xiao lowered her head. This is due to a recent technique I have been cultivating. She proceeded to explain that although she had mastered the great transfer of the universe and the sacred fire command and had brought them back to present to the prophet, the enhancements from these techniques were minimal for her. The sacred fire command required a specific artifact, and as she possessed none, its power remained untapped. Meanwhile, the great transfer of the universe demanded both innate talent and profound cultivation. Individuals like Xiao Wujai, with years of practice, had only reached the 5th level. Though Chu Xiao exhibited commendable talent, she had only managed to reach the 3rd level after many years. For someone at the innate realm, the 3rd level of the great transfer could be deemed mediocre. Only upon reaching the 4th level could one surpass the vast majority within the innate realm. However, for Chu Xiao at present, achieving the 4th level would likely take many more years. Hence, she decided to adopt a different technique. This technique has been passed down through generations of the Fox tribe, adapted from certain human practices to suit the members of the Fox clan in both their natural and human forms. However, in order to accommodate these two forms, the method inevitably bears some flaws. It is akin to a key that is forced to unlock two distinct locks, despite efforts to ensure the key can open both. It can never be entirely compatible with each lock. This is the very reason for Chu Xiao's current disarray of spirit. Su Heng rested his chin in thought. Nodding slightly, he felt a twinge of curiosity. After he shifted forms, he had not sensed any discomfort. Could it be attributed to the 72 transformations? Contemplating this, he addressed Chu Xiao, "Might I see this technique?" Without hesitation, Chu Xiao complied. The Fox clan's technique was specifically tailored for their own kind, rendering it ineffective for a mere human like Su Heng. Moreover, Su Heng possessed not only the ability to perform the great spatial shift, but also the sacred fire command, which meant he held no ulterior motives regarding their Fox clan's practices. Chu Xiao retrieved a volume of the technique and handed it to Su Heng. He perused its contents, then began to mentally rehearse the sequences. Soon, leveraging his extensive knowledge of elite techniques, he discerned numerous flaws in the human aspects of this method. Subsequently, he utilized the 72 transformations to delve into the Fox clan's elements. Immersed in his studies, he was unaware of Chu Xiao, who quietly awaited beside him. Observing Su Heng's contemplative demeanor, she began to speculate. Could the elder be seeking to refine our clan's technique? As this thought arose, she shook her head. Such an endeavor would be exceedingly difficult. Throughout history, there had been sages among the Fox tribe, yet none had succeeded in enhancing this technique. What merit could a congenital martial artist like Su Heng possess to achieve such a feat? His esteemed treatment from the Wolf King likely stemmed from the support of some formidable figure. Even if Su Heng were a sage, as a human, he would still lack the understanding necessary to modify the Fox clan's practices, for he was unfamiliar with their meridian structure. Perhaps the elder was merely inspired with insights while observing the technique. With this thought, Chu Xiao felt considerably more at ease. If this technique could provide Su Heng with some assistance, it would serve as a token of gratitude from the Fox clan. Chapter 70. The Shaman God. As time gradually passed, Su Heng, deep in thought, set down the technique and said to Chu Xiao, "Please bring me some paper and a pen." Without further inquiry, Chu Xiao nodded and complied. Once she returned with the requested materials, Su Heng began to sketch and write. As he did so in her presence, Chu Xiao observed intently. The more she watched, the more astonished she became, for what Su Heng was creating was none other than their Fox clan's technique. However, certain aspects have been slightly altered. Is it possible that the elder is truly refining the cultivation technique? This absurd thought resurfaced in Chu Xiao's mind. Su Heng worked swiftly, and within a mere incense stick's duration, he had penned a substantial stack of papers. He organized some of them and handed them to Chu Xiao, stating, "I have made slight improvements to some unreasonable aspects of your cultivation method. If you practice according to this, you should no longer experience any issues with your aura." "Really?" Chu Xiao, somewhat incredulous, accepted the revised technique from Su Heng and immediately began to circulate her yuan energy according to its instructions. After completing a full cycle within her body, she indeed felt her aura flowing freely, akin to cascading down from a waterfall hundreds of meters high. How extraordinary! Chu Xiao was momentarily dazed. Could such a miraculous effect arise from merely a slight modification of the technique by Su Heng? "I merely combined what I know to assist you in refining your technique a bit, and I hope it proves beneficial," Su Heng remarked. "Elder, your immense kindness towards my Fox clan leaves me at a loss for how to repay you." Enough, enough. It is but a trivial matter. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Now that the technique is sound, focus on your cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough. After expressing her gratitude a few more times, Chu Xiao departed with an excited demeanor. Upon leaving Su Heng's room, Chu Xiao sought out her father, Chuixian Qiao, and presented him with the improved technique. "Xiao, what is this?" Chuixian Qiao inquired, observing the stack of papers in his daughter's hands, uncertain of what she had brought. "Father, this is the improved version of our cultivation technique." "Improved version?" Chuixian Qiao was taken aback. The cultivation techniques of the Fox clan had been refined over countless generations by numerous masters. Could they truly be improved further? He began to examine the papers in Chu Xiao's hands. After a few glances, his astonishment deepened, for he recognized that the modified aspects indeed corresponded to the issues he encountered during his practice. In fact, he felt a compelling urge to commence his cultivation immediately. "Xiao, where did you acquire this?" "It was my friend from the Ming sect who assisted me in the refinement," Chu Xiao replied. "It was he?" The image of Su Heng surfaced in Chu Qingqiu's mind. A human of innate cultivation, capable of improving the techniques of my Fox clan? He found it difficult to believe. Yet he knew that Chu Xiao would not deceive him regarding such matters. Considering the previous demeanor of the Wolf King towards Su Heng, his thoughts began to wander. Could it be that this was Su Heng's unique ability, hence the Wolf King's unusual respect for him? Imagine, a human capable of enhancing the techniques of the demon race. Such an opportunity is rare and invaluable for them. The more Chu Qingqiu pondered, the more plausible this notion became. No wonder he murmured softly and then handed the technique to Chu Xiao. "Xiao, take this technique immediately and distribute it among the clan's disciples. This way, the overall strength of our Fox clan will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, and perhaps we may even have the opportunity to give birth to a sage-level powerhouse." After Chu Xiao departed with the technique, Chu Qingqiu began to pace back and forth in place. Over the course of a single night, he found himself at a loss regarding how to repay Su Heng for the several great favors bestowed upon the Fox clan. After a moment of contemplation, his expression became troubled as he seemed to arrive at a difficult decision. He left the room and headed toward a cave situated in the heart of the Fox clan. This cave was a forbidden area for the Fox clan, accessible only to the clan leader. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, Chu Qingqiu produced a token and directed a beam of white light at the entrance. Once emitted, the white light caused the entrance to ripple like the surface of water. This ripple was the protective array of the forbidden area, reinforced by the sages of the Fox clan throughout the generations, making it nearly impossible for even sage-level demon beasts to intrude easily. Of course, if a sage-level powerhouse were to expend enough energy, they could eventually deplete the array's power. But doing so would also result in the destruction of everything within. Moments later, a luminous portal appeared, and Chu Qingqiu stepped inside. Once within the cave, he found himself in a treasure vault, filled with artifacts left behind by powerful figures of the Fox clan over the ages, weapons they had wielded, and used spiritual herbs, items seized from other strong beings, and demon cores left behind after their demise. Chu Qingqiu approached a corner, where there were no other items, only an ancient black box. He picked up the black box and opened it, revealing a black token embossed with intricate patterns. For so many years, our demon clan has not seen a sage-level powerhouse. Were it not for that young friend, I fear our Fox clan would not survive this night. Moreover, that young friend has gifted us a great boon. So I shall present this witch god token to him. He grasped the black box and made his way out. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Su Heng's chamber and gently knocked on the door. Su Heng had sensed someone approaching and said, "Please come in." Upon seeing that it was Chu Qingqiu, he was not taken aback. "My young friend, as a token of gratitude for your immense kindness to my Fox clan, I have a gift for you, and I hope you will not find it lacking." Chu Qingqiu spoke, extending the black box to Su Heng. Su Heng opened the box and retrieved the black token. "What is this?" he inquired, examining the token from various angles, unable to discern its significance. "This is the witch god token." "The witch god token?" "Indeed." Chu Qingqiu began to explain with a hint of nostalgia. The witch god was a formidable emperor-level powerhouse who emerged in our demon clan long ago. Su Heng understood that this emperor level was the realm referred to as the venerable level in the cultivation techniques he practiced, a stage above the sage level. Thus, it could be inferred that the witch god was indeed an unparalleled figure of immense strength. The shaman, a prodigious talent, reached the realm of the emperor in less than a millennium. He had ventured into another world, but returned gravely injured, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Chu Qingqiu remarked with a hint of melancholy. Another world? Su Heng noted this intriguing term. What kind of existence could be so formidable as to claim the life of a venerable being? Before his demise, The shaman left all his treasures within the shaman temple and bequeathed 36 shaman orders. Every decade, a powerful holder of a shaman order could seek treasures within the temple. Chuixian Qiao continued his narration. Heng pondered. To him, the significance of treasures was negligible. He doubted that the shaman's possessions could surpass his own achievements. What mattered was the opportunity to sign in at the shaman temple. He was convinced that the benefits he could obtain there would far exceed all he had acquired thus far. I appreciate the chief's intention, Heng declared, pocketing the token. Chuixian Qiao sighed in relief and cautioned, one more thing. The shaman temple is fraught with danger. Generally, without the strength of a sage, survival within is quite challenging. So do take heed. Rest assured, I will be cautious, Heng replied. In the ensuing days, Heng wandered through the Fox clan, signing in at various locations. However, aside from acquiring the 72 transformations on the first day, he had not encountered anything particularly remarkable since. Most of what he found were common demonic techniques and materials. One day, while meandering near the forbidden area of the Fox clan, Heng harbored no intentions of disrespect. Yet, he had signed in at most of the other seemingly significant locations, leaving this forbidden area untouched. This piqued his curiosity. The Fox clan's forbidden area was undoubtedly a repository for various treasures. Moreover, he had heard that some powerful sages from the clan, nearing the end of their lives, would enter this forbidden area to achieve enlightenment, leaving behind their demon cores. Thus, he believed that signing in there would yield rewards comparable to the 72 transformations. I shall merely enter to sign in and then depart. There should be no issue, Heng mused, resting his chin on his hand. Given his current strength and the array of techniques he had mastered, he was confident that the formations protecting the forbidden area would pose no obstacle for him. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to touch the formation. Upon contact, his innate energy began to pulse rhythmically, mirroring the fluctuations of the formation. In a mere moment, the two energies synchronized, gradually revealing an opening tall enough for a person to pass through. A smirk graced Heng's lips as he stepped inside. Once within the forbidden area, he roamed casually and soon arrived at the treasure vault. Lacking any interest in the items within, he did not spare them a glance and simply whispered in his heart, "System, sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received 3 drops of the nine-tailed fox's essence blood." Nine-tailed fox essence blood? In recent days, Heng had gained considerable insight into the Fox clan. He understood that the nine-tailed fox is the highest-ranking breed among them, second only to the legendary divine beasts. Such an exalted rank signifies extraordinary innate talent and strength. With diligent cultivation, one is destined to reach the realm of a revered master. However, the higher the rank of a beast, the more challenging it becomes to reproduce. The most exalted divine beasts are nearly unique entities within the cosmos. Thus, the Fox clan has long lost any trace of the nine-tailed fox. The tales surrounding it have been passed down through the ages, many years into the past. Indeed, many members of the Fox clan harbor doubts about the very existence of the nine-tailed fox. Although he was familiar with the nine-tailed fox, what exactly is this essence blood? Is it the blood of the nine-tailed fox? He silently inquired of the system. Essence blood is. The system began to elucidate. Soon, Heng comprehended its meaning. Essence blood is a precious fluid, concentrated with the majority of a powerful beast's strength, and is exceedingly rare. Even the mightiest beast possesses only a few drops. The loss of essence blood can inflict irreparable harm on a beast. This essence blood boasts incredible effects. For instance, if an ordinary beast integrates a drop of essence blood from a powerful divine beast of the same kind, its innate talent and strength will surge dramatically, and it may even acquire abilities akin to that divine beast. Having grasped the wondrous utility of essence blood, Heng felt a surge of excitement. His exhilaration was not solely due to the nine-tailed fox's essence blood, but rather because of the divine beast he currently possessed, the vermilion bird. As a divine beast, the vermilion bird's prowess is beyond question, and it harbors special abilities known only to Heng as its master. Notably, it has the power of rebirth through fire. Consequently, it possesses an indomitable life force, ensuring that even if a drop of its essence blood is extracted, it will swiftly replenish itself without detriment. Thus, if Heng could continuously extract the vermilion bird's essence blood, he could potentially create a lineage of extraordinarily gifted and powerful beasts. Am I to create my own race? Heng mused, feeling a strange sense of wonder. In contrast to the vermilion bird's essence blood, the nine-tailed fox's essence blood seemed rather trivial. This essence blood holds little value for me. I shall bestow it upon Chuixian, he thought to himself. The nine-tailed fox's essence blood is nearly priceless to the Fox clan, though it bears little significance for humans or other beasts. While my visit to the Forbidden Land yielded no direct benefits, it has enlightened me about something new. Content: Su Heng departed the Forbidden Land. At that moment, Qiao was engrossed in her cultivation within her chamber. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. "Senior, what brings you here?" "I am departing tomorrow," Su Heng stated. Indeed, Qiao felt a pang of reluctance. Yet Su Heng was destined to traverse the realms of the Fox tribe and had no reason to remain with them indefinitely. "Before you leave, I have a gift for you." Su Heng approached Qiao. "Senior, you have rendered great kindness to my Fox tribe. I cannot accept your gift." Before Qiao could finish her sentence, Su Heng had already pressed a small jade vial into her hand. "Senior, this is the essence of the nine-tailed fox." "The nine-tailed fox? Essence?" Qiao looked perplexed, clearly unaware of what the essence entailed. In truth, she was not alone. The current Fox tribe had little knowledge of the essence either. After all, only the essence of powerful demon tribes held significance. The essence of demon beings below the Saint realm bore little distinction from ordinary blood. Hence, the concept of essence had existed only in ancient texts, and few among the demon tribe possessed knowledge of it, unless they had specifically studied it. Then, Su Heng briefly elucidated the function of the essence to Qiao. Upon hearing this, she stood frozen in place. "The essence is so precious. Senior, such a treasure is too valuable for me to accept. It holds little use for me. You should keep it. If you can utilize this to make a breakthrough to the Saint realm, it will benefit your Fox tribe as well." Hearing Su Heng's words, Qiao ceased her resistance and accepted the essence of the nine-tailed fox. "There are 3 drops within. After you absorb 1, you may handle the remaining 2 as you wish." With that, Su Heng turned to leave. However, suddenly, Qiao called out to him. "Senior, is there something else?" Su Heng turned back with a smile. "Will I have the chance to see you again?" Upon speaking these words, Qiao lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She bit her lip tightly, her fists clenched, unsure how she had managed to voice such a question. "Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, there will certainly be opportunities to meet again," Su Heng replied with a smile, then departed without looking back. Qiao stood still for a moment before retrieving a drop of the essence of the nine-tailed fox and began to absorb it, as per Su Heng's instructions. Chapter 72. I shall go as well the next day. Su Heng bid farewell to the Fox tribe and set forth on his journey to the Wolf tribe. His purpose in visiting the Wolf tribe was not only to check in, but also to discern why the Wolf King had been so courteous to him. Of course, he had an inkling that it might be related to another aspect of his identity. "Brother, I've noticed that the Fox tribe, once they transform into human forms, are far more beautiful than us humans." Beside him, Yuling nibbled on a chicken leg, taking small steps to keep pace with Su Heng. "Really? Have you taken a liking to some little fox from the tribe?" Su Heng continued walking without missing a beat. This remark nearly caused Yuling to choke. She rolled her eyes. "Brother, I'm not exaggerating. Each of those Fox tribe members is more than worthy of me." Su Heng chuckled softly, remarking, "I see you are not much stronger than the rest." With a playful grin, she replied, "Hee hee, brother, do not try to pry into my past. In due time, you shall learn of it." Su Heng shook his head, recognizing her sharp wits. No matter his efforts, he could not extract her origins from her lips. At one point, he even contemplated employing soul-searching techniques in secrecy. Yet, considering the prowess of Yuling, who could assist a post-natal realm warrior to break through to the innate realm within mere hours, he realized that even if he attempted soul-searching, it would likely end in failure. Such actions would only diminish his standing. However, Su Heng had come to terms with it. Through their interactions over the past few days, he discerned that despite her peculiar background and somewhat brash demeanor, she possessed a fundamentally kind heart, not resembling a villain in any way. "We are about to enter the territory of the Wolf clan, where the Wolf King possesses the cultivation of a sage. Be mindful of your words and actions. Should you offend him, your skills may not suffice to escape his grasp," Su Heng cautioned. "Why fear?" Yuling tossed aside the remaining chicken bone nonchalantly. "Brother, do not deceive me. The Wolf King treats you with such courtesy, indicating there is something about you that he respects. If a sage-level Wolf King holds such regard, as long as we do not cross any lines, we shall be safe. Suit yourself. If the Wolf King turns against you, I cannot intervene," Su Heng shrugged. The audacity of Yuling, a mere postnatal warrior, to show no fear of a sage-level expert, suggested either confidence in her abilities or sheer folly. Given their time together, it was evident that she was no fool. Thus, she must possess the assurance to navigate a confrontation with a sage-level adversary unscathed. All right, I will be cautious." Yuling grinned as she skipped to Su Heng's side. "But brother, when will you find me a sister-in-law? Why the sudden interest?" Heng found himself perplexed by her thought process. Moreover, she was not truly his sister. Such concerns were misplaced. Brother, that is where you are mistaken. You promised me that as long as I followed you, you would remain my brother. Are you planning to go back on your word? I shall honor my promise. But you must understand that our relationship is merely a fade of siblingship. And what of it? If we pretend to be siblings for a lifetime, does it not become real? Did you not say that if one can pretend to be a good person throughout their life without doing wrong, then they are indeed a good person? The circumstances are different now. One cannot generalize. They bickered while walking. Thus, by the following evening, they arrived at the territory of the Wolf clan. A sentinel from the Wolf tribe, upon spotting Heng, immediately rushed over and, in wolf form, spoke with human words. Lord Heng, our esteemed Wolf King has been awaiting you for some time. Please, follow me. Heng and Ling exchanged glances, surprised by the Wolf King's thoughtful preparations. Very well, lead the way, Heng replied. Under the guidance of the young wolf, Heng encountered the Wolf King. However, within the chamber of the Wolf King, several other figures were present. Although these figures all appeared humanoid, Heng could sense that they were all members of the demon clan. Apart from the Wolf King, 2 among them possessed the cultivation of the Saint realm, while the remaining 8 were of the innate realm, among whom was Yin Xiao. Upon seeing Heng, Yin Xiao smiled bashfully and nodded. Ah, young friend, you have arrived. The Wolf King exclaimed with evident delight. Please, take a seat. Heng made himself comfortable in an empty seat nearby, with Ling settling beside him. Haha, young friend, your timing is impeccable. We were just discussing a visit to the Witch God Temple. The Witch God Temple? Heng recalled that Chuixian Qiao had previously bestowed upon him a Witch God token, granting him access to the temple. Indeed, the Witch God Temple is a splendid opportunity for our demon kin. The next occasion is precisely 1 month hence, and I have reserved a spot specifically for you. You reserved a spot for me? Heng was momentarily taken aback. Yes, the bearer of the Witch God token can bring 3 additional individuals into the temple. The Wolf King patiently elucidated. If you are interested, you are welcome to join us on our visit. I have heard that the Witch God Temple can be rather perilous for those of the innate realm, Heng remarked. Haha, while that may hold some truth, having a Saint Realm guardian nearby makes it feasible even for those of the postnatal realm to enter without concern, the Wolf King chuckled nonchalantly. The Witch God Temple is incredibly unique. Should you choose to enter, it is bound to be a fortuitous experience. Heng nodded. For many years, the Fox clan had not produced a Saint Realm individual, and naturally, the powerful saints of other clans would protect their own kin, leaving the Fox clan unable to access the temple. Furthermore, as the Wolf King indicated, the 8 innate realm demons before him were likely disciples brought in by the 3 Saint Realm demons. The vacant spot was evidently reserved for him. As Heng contemplated how to respond, Ling tugged at his arm. Brother, I want to go too. Her voice was audible enough for everyone in the room to hear. The expression on the Wolf King's face became quite animated. Initially, he intended to bring along Yin Xiao and the current young master of the Wolf clan, Yin Chuan, in addition to Heng. However, if he were to include the girl besides Heng, then either Yin Xiao or Yin Chuan would inevitably be left behind. Haha, it seems that brother Yin Feng, this little one from your clan, may not be able to join after all, remarked another Saint Realm demon with a mischievous grin. He was aware of Heng's identity. Otherwise, he would not have patiently awaited the Wolf King's audience. Now, faced with this situation, he could not resist teasing to discern the Wolf King's intentions, knowing that offending this esteemed individual could lead to amusing consequences. However, the Wolf King, with a swift motion of his hand, proclaimed, since this young lady wishes to join, our Wolf clan can certainly allocate another spot. Yet, are your 2 clans not considering relinquishing that opportunity, which is closely related to Su Xiaoyu? Upon hearing the Wolf King's words, the expressions of the other 2 saint-level demon clans shifted slightly. The Wolf King's statement had effectively placed them in a dilemma. If they agreed, one of their own would miss the chance to train in the Witch God Temple. If they declined, it would reflect poorly on their regard for Heng. They found themselves ensnared in a quandary, and the atmosphere grew tense. Observing their predicament, Heng interjected. Concerning our spots, you need not worry. I possess a Witch God token, and we can enter on our own. At this revelation, the 3 saint-level demons collectively sighed in relief, albeit with a hint of curiosity about how a mere human like Heng had come to possess such a token. The Wolf King had an inkling that this token originated from the Fox clan, yet he was concerned that without the protection of a saint, both Heng and his companion could easily fall into peril within the Witch God Temple. Should disaster strike, not only would they be unable to survive, but the token would also be lost. My young friend, many demon clans possess Witch God tokens. Yet none dare to enter the witch god temple while still in the innate realm. Perhaps you should reconsider, the Wolf King advised. Rest assured, my Lord Wolf King, we are quite confident in our ability to protect ourselves. You need not concern yourselves with us, Su Heng replied with a calm smile. Given his strength, entering the witch god temple posed no challenge for him. As for Yu Ling, under his protection, she too had no cause for alarm. In fact, he saw this as an opportunity to gauge Yu Ling's true abilities, whether she could navigate the dangers of the witch god temple and survive unscathed. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further discussion, the Wolf King remarked, his heart secretly astonished. The confidence displayed by Su Heng and his companion in the face of such peril suggested their prowess had reached an impressive level. Nonetheless, this was advantageous, as it allowed him to take an additional disciple from the Wolf clan to the witch god temple for training. Since my young friend has a means of self-preservation, we need not worry, stated a saint-level demon with a mane of fur. However, I assume you are not yet familiar with the specific circumstances within the witch god temple. Are you? I would like to know more, Su Heng smiled, recognizing that although he was not afraid due to his strength, the witch god was a formidable being of the venerable realm, and his legacies should not be underestimated. Gaining some prior knowledge would undoubtedly be beneficial. Let me explain the workings of the witch god temple, began the saint-level demon. Within the temple, a toxic mist pervades the air. Without sufficient elemental energy to fend it off, even some of our demon clans, known for their physical resilience, would succumb to its corrosive effects. Furthermore, one's elemental energy is severely restricted within the temple. Those below the innate realm cannot externalize their elemental energy, and even for those at the saint level, it can only extend a few feet away. Generally, this means we can only protect 3 individuals. Certainly, we have conducted an analysis indicating that if one's innate abilities are sufficiently profound, it should be possible to erect a layer of primordial energy on the surface of the body to ward off the toxic mist. Unfortunately, our demon clan is not particularly adept in the arts of cultivation, resulting in no innate beings among us having achieved this feat thus far. Su Heng nodded, realizing that there were indeed intricacies within the witch god temple. He glanced at Yu Ling, who appeared entirely unfazed. In that instant, Su Heng comprehended that Yu Ling possessed a means to contend with the toxic mist. Rest assured, we have our own methods to address this matter, so there is no need for your concerns, he assured them. The Wolf King, resting his chin on his hand, added, in addition to that, there are various mechanisms and other foes within. However, these threats pale in comparison to the toxic mist, and through our extensive explorations over the years, we have largely cleared the enemies within and dismantled most of the traps. With a modicum of caution, they should pose no significant hindrance to us. Indeed, Su Heng mused, now grasping the nature of the witch god temple. Beyond the peril, it housed numerous treasures. The Wolf King continued, our primary objective in venturing into the witch god temple is the treasures it holds. There are many small chambers within, devoid of toxic mist, but filled with challenges. By overcoming these trials, one can acquire corresponding treasures. If fortune favors you, young friend, you may even stumble upon an opportunity to ascend to the sage realm. As the Wolf King spoke, he keenly observed Su Heng's reaction. Remarkably, upon hearing the mention of an opportunity related to the sage realm, Su Heng's expression remained as still as a placid lake, devoid of any discernible emotion. This left the Wolf King slightly unnerved. Typically, discussions of breakthrough opportunities would incite excitement. Yet Su Heng displayed an uncharacteristic calmness. Did he harbor disdain for such prospects? If that were the case, it would imply that the enigmatic Zhang master had already prepared a breakthrough opportunity for his beloved disciple Jiang Yuchan and her friend Su Heng. This realization elevated the Wolf King's regard for Su Heng. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to present another revelation. Of course, most of these treasures hold little value for us sages, the Wolf King continued. Our persistence in exploring the witch god temple is primarily due to the core inheritance of the witch god. Based on our accumulated experiences, it is believed that the witch god inheritance can assist in breakthroughs to the sage realm. At this revelation, Su Heng's demeanor finally shifted. The notion that the witch god inheritance could facilitate a breakthrough to the sage realm was indeed momentous news, offering immense benefits for his current pursuits. Initially, he had approached the witch god temple with a casual mindset, but now he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Securing the witch god inheritance would bring him a step closer to the exalted realm. Observing the change in Su Heng's expression, the Wolf King exhaled in relief, realizing that there were indeed matters capable of stirring this young man's interest. Regardless of whether he desires to possess the witch goddess legacy for himself or intends to present it to Master Zhang after acquiring it, it is evident that he has a pressing need. It seems, my Lord Wolf King, that obtaining the witch goddess legacy is quite a formidable challenge, Su Heng inquired. The legacy of the witch god is undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, a sage of the demon race would not have failed to acquire it over the years. Indeed, retrieving the witch goddess legacy is exceedingly difficult. Firstly, the locations where the legacy manifests within the witch god temple are not fixed, making it arduous to locate. Secondly, even if one were to find the legacy, formidable guardians protect it. I have had the fortune of encountering one such guardian. Its methods of attack are peculiar. Although it exudes no discernible elemental energy, it is impervious to toxic mists and moves with lightning speed. We remain uncertain about how to defeat it. It may take numerous attempts to discern any patterns. At this moment, Su Heng grasped a fundamental understanding of the internal structure of the witch god temple and the pertinent information regarding the legacy. He grew curious about this guardian, pondering whether his current strength could overcome such a unique foe. Chapter 74. The Witch God Temple. That is all regarding the Witch God Temple. Now, let us deliberate on how to confront the Southern Alliance, the Wolf King stated, his demeanor turning solemn. It appears that the Southern Alliance is led by 4 formidable sages, one more than our side. Therefore, once we enter the Witch God Temple, we must proceed with utmost caution to avoid giving them the opportunity to eliminate us one by one. Another sage of the demon race remarked. Indeed, we must also be wary of that old cat. He excels in stealth and assassination. We must ensure he does not find an opportunity, the sages discussed amongst themselves. While Su Heng listened attentively, gleaning much information. Although the demon race boasts around 10 sages, aside from the prophet, Qiao Man, and Kuei-ing, the 3 sages attacking the Bright Church, the remaining sages have divided into 2 rival factions. One faction comprises the 3 present, belonging to tribes in the northern reaches of the demon race, forming the Northern Alliance. Conversely, the other sages have united to form the Southern Alliance. While there is some minor rivalry between the Northern and Southern Alliances, primarily over territorial disputes, the relationship between the 2 factions becomes one of life and death once they enter the Witch God Temple. Both alliances are eager to secure the Witch God's legacy before the other. After years of conflict, both sides are acutely aware of each other's strengths, ultimate techniques, and will devise appropriate countermeasures. In the days that followed, Su Heng was a guest of the Wolf Clan, engaging in regular sign-ins. During this time, the Wolf Clan treated him as an esteemed guest, providing him with abundant food and drink. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao, the esteemed leader of the Wolf Clan, regarded Su Heng with a subtle sense of junior status. Soon, the day to enter the Witch God Temple arrived. On that day, Su Heng and Yuling, accompanied by the Wolf King and a dozen others, arrived at the outskirts of the Wolf Tribe's territory. Young friend, the journey to the Temple of the Witch God is quite distant. We must utilize the Witch God Order for transportation. Does the Witch God Order possess such capabilities? Su Heng inquired, recalling that the only other item he had encountered with transportation functionality was the 1,000-mile sound transmission he had given to Jiang Yuchan. Now, this Witch God Order represented the second item he had come across with such a feature. Indeed, in approximately 3/4 of an hour, the Witch God Order will illuminate. At that point, you can infuse it with your own primordial energy, and it will transport you to the Temple of the Witch God, the Wolf King elucidated. Where exactly is this Temple of the Witch God? Su Heng suddenly asked. We do not know its precise location, but we can ascertain that it lies an immense distance from here, as every time we teleport there, we can sense that the essence of heaven and earth differs from that of our current surroundings. The essence of heaven and earth differs? Su Heng pondered this statement. The essence of heaven and earth, as understood by cultivators, encompasses various attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. For instance, the energy within a volcanic region is far more intense than that found on the regular ground they currently occupied, making it an ideal locale for cultivating fire-based techniques. Having traversed many places, Su Heng had primarily remained within the realms of humans and demons, where the essence of heaven and earth bore little distinction. However, if the essence surrounding the Temple of the Witch God was indeed different, it suggested that the temple's location was extraordinary. Based on our conjecture, the Temple of the Witch God is likely situated over the endless sea, as we can perceive a more concentrated water essence in its vicinity compared to other attributes. The Wolf King continued. Conjecture? Su Heng queried, puzzled, for the endless sea was an expansive body of water surrounding their continent. If the temple was upon the sea, they should be able to observe the boundless waters. Why resort to conjecture? The Wolf King chuckled, explaining. Because a layer of restrictions envelopes the area around the Temple of the Witch God, allowing entry solely through the Witch God Order. Otherwise, Those who have not attained the Emperor realm cannot breach this barrier. Understanding dawned upon Su Heng. The witch god had likely employed these restrictions to safeguard the temple from unwarranted intrusions. Consequently, even if they entered through the witch god order, they would be unable to depart from the temple's confines. So, when we return, shall we also use the witch god order for our journey back? Yes. The temple of the witch god opens only for a month at a time. After a month, we will be expelled from the temple, at which point the witch god order will activate once more, allowing us to return in the same manner. The temple records our original location, and we will be transported back to that very spot. Understood, Su Heng acknowledged, now fully enlightened. Soon, the anticipated moment arrived, and indeed, the witch god order in Su Heng's possession emitted a faint glow. Young friend, it is time. Infuse your essence into this, and we shall be transported to the temple of the witch god. Anyone holding on to you will be conveyed alongside. With that, the Wolf King radiated a brilliant light, enveloping himself and his 3 wolf disciples, who vanished in an instant. The 2 other demon beings of the Saint realm experienced a similar fate. Observing this, Su Heng also endeavored to channel his essence, and Yuling instinctively grasped his arm. Moments later, he was greeted by a dazzling spectacle, and when clarity returned, he found himself and Yuling standing before a splendid plaza. The flora in the plaza blossomed in vibrant hues, resembling a paradise untouched by the outside world. A glance around revealed, in addition to the Wolf King and his companions, 16 other individuals. The Wolf King's expression was noticeably grim. In that instant, Su Heng comprehended the situation. The additional 16 must undoubtedly be the Southern Alliance mentioned by the Wolf King. Moreover, it appeared they had an extra powerful entity of the Saint realm, placing the Wolf King's side at a disadvantage. No wonder their countenance was so sour. However, Su Heng remained indifferent. He had come solely for the inheritance of the witch god, and as long as these individuals did not provoke him, he cared little for their conflicts. Beside him, Yuling seemed equally unconcerned, releasing her grip on Su Heng to frolic amid the nearby blossoms. Haha, my Lord Wolf King, it has been quite some time. Oh, you have even allowed a mere innate realm child to join. Do you wish for him to meet his demise sooner? Haha, a discordant voice emerged. Humph, Scorpion King, my affairs are of no concern to you. Yet, it appears you have brought the illustrious Flame King. It seems you are determined to secure the witch god's inheritance this time. Though the Wolf King feigned bravado, a tinge of anxiety lurked within him. The Southern Alliance had arrived with 4 demon beings of the Saint realm. Even if each could be held at bay, the opposing side possessed an additional saint, which would likely render their position precarious within the temple of the witch god. Chapter 75. The Flame King. Despite the palpable tension between the 2 factions, they exercised restraint, refraining from escalating to violence. After all, both recognized that the paramount objective of their visit was the inheritance within the temple of the witch god. Although the Northern Alliance boasted only 3 demon beings of the Saint realm, a desperate clash would undoubtedly result in losses on both sides, rendering such a confrontation imprudent. Should hostilities arise, it would likely occur within the temple itself. At that juncture, utilizing the oppressive toxic mists and various traps, along with acquiring treasures, the Southern Alliance could leverage their numerical superiority among the saints to gradually erode the Northern Alliance's strength, ultimately ensnaring them entirely. Naturally, if they were to seize the witch god's inheritance first, they would find it far easier to contend with the Northern Alliance thereafter. The Scorpion King of the Southern Alliance cast a cold glance at the Wolf King and his companions before stepping into the temple of the witch god. As they entered the temple of the witch god, the last to arrive was a man clad in a fiery crimson hue, with hair and eyebrows that blazed like flames, as if painted with vivid colors. The crimson figure cast a glance at the Wolf King and his companions, flashed a grin, and then turned to step into the temple. Once all members of the Southern Alliance had entered, the Wolf King spoke in a low, grave tone. It appears we may have encountered some complications this time. The individuals from the Southern Alliance were already formidable, and now they have summoned the Flame King, which complicates matters further. Is there anything particularly special about the Flame King? Su Heng inquired suddenly, sensing the unease among the Wolf King and his companions regarding this entity. My young friend, you should have deduced it by now. The last person to enter the temple was none other than the Flame King, the Wolf King responded. Su Heng nodded, acknowledging that the fiery crimson appearance indeed aligned with the name of the Flame King. With a sigh, the Wolf King continued. Although the Flame King is one of our demon kin, his essence is neither animal nor plant. To be precise, he is not a life form at all. Su Heng's pupils narrowed slightly. Not a life form. Such a being exists among our kind. This notion was entirely foreign to him. Originally, he was merely a flame within a volcano in our territory, but for reasons unknown, he acquired the ability to absorb the elemental energies of heaven and earth. Rapidly advancing to the stage of a saint, the Wolf King explained, "As you may know, for our kind, those who face greater challenges in cultivation often emerge far more powerful upon success. For instance, a prophet whose essence is plant-based, once achieving the saint stage, surpasses most of us whose essence is animal." Heng nodded in understanding. Therefore, a being that was once nearly incapable of cultivation, devoid of life, achieving the saint stage would undoubtedly possess immense power. The Wolf King continued, "I have even heard that the Flame King can transform his essence into an endless sea of fire, as long as the flames are not entirely extinguished. He cannot be vanquished." A transformation into a sea of fire, Heng murmured, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. After mastering the 72 transformations, he had been able to metamorphose into various forms of demon kin. Initially, his transformations were limited to animate creatures, such as taking the shape of birds for flight. He had scarcely considered plants, as transforming into something immobile held little allure for him. Yet now, inspired by the Flame King, he began to ponder whether he could also transform into the rare form of a sea of fire. If he could, perhaps he could also assume the shapes of mountains, seas, or lightning. For instance, if he transformed into water in the ocean, who could possibly detect him? This realization would provide him with yet another means of safeguarding his life. "My young friend, should you feel any sense of peril, wait for about an hour. The Witch Goddess order can be invoked once more, allowing you to proceed ahead. However, should you wish to return after entering the Witch God Temple, you will have to wait a month. Rest assured, it is unnecessary," Heng replied with a confident smile. "Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further discussion." The Wolf King nodded, his esteem for Heng rising yet again. In his mind, while Heng's earlier courage to approach the Witch God Temple might have stemmed from youthful ignorance, his calm demeanor in the presence of the true Flame King revealed genuine prowess. "Very well, let us enter," the Wolf King said, taking a deep breath. "Once inside, we may not materialize at the same location. We must each navigate to the core area of the Witch God Temple and convene there. Upon entering, maps and directions will be available throughout the premises," he instructed, clearly addressing Heng, who was visiting for the first time. With that, he and the other two saints of the demon race proceeded into the temple. At that moment, Heng turned to Yuling. "If you are afraid now, it is too late." "I am not afraid. It is you, a mere first-tier innate realm, daring to venture into a place meant for saints," Yuling retorted, shaking her head. "Yet you are merely at the acquired realm yourself. How can you criticize me?" Heng chuckled. "Now, hold on tight to me. Otherwise, once we enter, we may not find ourselves in the same place." The Wolf King had previously informed them that upon entering the Witch God Temple, they would be enveloped by an endless miasma, necessitating that they remain together, with the saints protecting their innate realm disciples. Similar to their transportation, if they did not cling together upon entering, they would be scattered to different locations. With a playful smirk, Yuling suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around Heng's arm. "All right, I'm holding on to you now. Let us go." Heng understood her intentions to tease him, but merely smiled as they stepped into the Witch God Temple. Upon entering, Heng was greeted by a rapidly shifting panorama. Soon, he found himself in a vast hall. "Is it really this spacious inside?" Yuling exclaimed in surprise. Heng shared her astonishment. From the outside, the Witch God Temple did not appear grand, yet within, it unveiled a wondrous expanse. Quickly, Heng enveloped himself in a layer of elemental energy to fend off the toxic mist. He glanced at Yuling. Although she claimed to have means to resist the miasma, he felt a protective instinct to ensure her safety. At that moment, a faint black aura enveloped Yuling, shielding her from the noxious vapors. Only then did Heng feel reassured enough to begin exploring the Witch God Temple. It appears that the domain of the Witch God is likely related to space. Heng surveyed his surroundings, deep in thought. Whether the Witch God directly transported them here, or the vast expanse within the Witch Temple indicates that the Witch God's realm indeed pertains to spatial manipulation. As Heng glanced around, he immediately noticed a standing plaque depicting a map of the Witch Temple. "Let us follow the Wolf King's suggestion and gather in the core area for our actions," he proposed. Chapter 76. Curious objects. The two advanced slowly along the corridors of the temple. At that moment, Heng felt as though he were not in a grand hall, but rather within a bustling city. The surrounding chambers resembled individual houses. "Brother," as the Wolf King indicated, "these rooms should contain various trials and opportunities," Yuling remarked, pausing curiously at the entrance of a chamber. However, although the rooms lacked doors, their interiors remained obscured by an invisible membrane that separated the inside from the outside, while simultaneously blocking the toxic mist. Indeed, each room presents distinct challenges, varying in difficulty. Su Heng observed, casting a meaningful glance at Yuling. What? Do you wish to venture in and explore now? Hee, I am quite curious about what lies within. Yuling replied with a playful smile. I advise you to exercise restraint. It would be prudent to wait until we regroup with the Wolf King and act together. Some of the trials within may prove quite formidable, even for those of the Saint Realm. Acting impulsively could be perilous, Su Heng cautioned, relieved that Yuling was still composed and had not rushed inside. All right, I understand, Yuling said, closely following Su Heng. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the mysterious rooms. As they turned a corner, their steps faltered. Before them lay a skeletal remains on the ground beside a nearby chamber, its bones marred by greenish stains, as if molded. Indeed, the Wolf King's words ring true. The toxic mist here is indeed formidable, likely insurmountable for an average innate being. Su Heng acknowledged, nodding. This skeleton was evidently a victim of the poisonous mist from a previous expedition. Yet, Su Heng felt a tinge of confusion. He had initially believed that the witch temple was established by the witch god to seek a successor for his legacy. The trials within were meant to select a suitable heir. However, it seemed that deeper motives were at play. After all, if the witch god merely sought to choose a successor, how could the toxic mist repel 99% of innate beings, allowing only those of the Saint Realm to enter? The presence of those in the Saint Realm, who had already grasped true meaning and whose talents and future paths were largely predetermined, could hardly represent the ideal candidates to inherit the witch god's legacy. Furthermore, as the Wolf King had mentioned, the guardians of the witch goddess inheritance employed peculiar methods of action, making it exceedingly difficult for even those in the Saint Realm to prevail. So, could it be that anyone truly manages to acquire the witch goddess legacy? Thus, from these two perspectives, the existence of the witchcraft legacy left him somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Su Heng cast his gaze towards a nearby room, his brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, he pointed at the room and said to Yuling, "Aren't you curious? Would you like to venture inside? Did you not just mention that it was dangerous within?" Yuling inquired, her interest piqued. "It is not perilous inside." "Really?" she asked, skepticism evident in her tone. "Indeed, why would I deceive you? If you do not believe me, we need not enter." Su Heng replied with a smile, having discerned the situation inside the room through his keen hearing. "Let us go, who is afraid?" Yuling declared boldly, striding into the room. Su Heng shook his head and followed suit. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a surprising expanse. The space appeared considerably larger than it did from the outside. Simple wooden figures stood upon the floor, and at the far end of the room, there rested an iron box. "Brother, it states here that if we can topple these wooden figures within the span of a single incense stick, we shall obtain the treasures within the iron box." Yuling exclaimed as she stood beside a plaque, her excitement palpable. "It seems there truly is no danger." After speaking, she glanced at the wooden figures, confident that defeating them within the time limit would not be a challenge. With that, she unsheathed a short sword and swiftly cleaved one of the wooden figures in two. Just as she was about to strike the next figure, the one she had just shattered instantly reverted to its original form, as if it had never been damaged at all. What is happening here? Yuling wondered, observing the wooden figures, which numbered over 100. With their rapid recovery, how could one possibly defeat all of them within the time of a single incense stick? At that moment, Su Heng approached a wooden figure, swinging his sword with greater precision than Yuling, reducing the figure to numerous splintered pieces. Now, the wooden figure took several breaths to gradually reconstitute itself. The greater the extent of your destruction, the slower the wooden figure will recover. Therefore, this challenge demands that we inflict as much damage as possible in a short span of time, Su Heng elucidated. Yuling nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Subsequently, she extended her hand and pressed it against a wooden figure. A flicker of ethereal light danced across her palm, and the figure was utterly obliterated into powder. This caused Su Heng's eyelids to twitch in surprise. What precisely was this dark power wielded by Yuling? Initially, this dark glow enhanced her speed and physical capabilities. Then it allowed her to resist the poisonous mists of the witch goddess temple, and now it could instantaneously reduce a wooden figure to dust. Su Heng even speculated that with this power, Yuling could contend with typical saint-level experts. While he pondered these thoughts, Yuling had already begun to flit between the wooden figures like a delicate butterfly. As her form danced gracefully, the wooden figures disintegrated into dust, one after another. By the time she had completely obliterated all the wooden figures, the first one she had destroyed was just beginning to recover. At that moment, a metallic box at the far end of the room emitted a crisp sound as it opened, and a humanoid shadow materialized above it. gazing at Su Heng and his companion as it began to speak. Congratulations, you have passed my trial. You are now entitled to this extraordinary artifact, which I discovered during my explorations in another realm. Its power is formidable. Even a mortal can easily slay certain innate realm warriors. When infused with elemental power, it allows innate realm fighters to contend against weaker Saint Realm beings. Su Heng's expression shifted as he pondered the existence of such a marvel in the world. If this artifact were to circulate in the outside world, it would undoubtedly create an immense stir. Currently, there are only a handful of Saint Realm beings among both humans and demons, and the emergence of an item enabling innate realm warriors to challenge them would certainly cause a significant uproar. Su Heng turned his gaze towards the box beside him, peering inside. However, upon doing so, he was instantly struck with a profound sense of astonishment. This was the first time in many years that he had experienced such a psychological upheaval since arriving in this world. For within the box lay a pitch-black sniper rifle. Chapter 77. Seeking One's Own Fortune. Su Heng could hardly believe that he had encountered a sniper rifle here, one that belonged to the world he had traversed before. Brother, do you think this thing is truly as formidable as the witch god claimed? Yuling had already picked up the rifle and was examining it meticulously. I don't know. Perhaps, Su Heng replied dismissively, his thoughts already drifting towards the guardians of the witch god's legacy. According to the previous words of the Wolf King, these guardians employed bizarre attack methods, exuding no elemental energy, impervious to toxic mists, and moving with lightning speed. This made Su Heng wonder if the guardians might be related to some entities he had encountered in his past life. Perhaps they were robots? If they were indeed robots, they would lack elemental energy and, provided the materials were of good quality, would also be immune to toxic mists. After contemplating for a while, Su Heng remained uncertain. He realized he could only make a judgment after witnessing the guardian with his own eyes. All right, you should keep this item safe. Let us first seek out the Wolf King and the others. Understood. After Yuling secured the sniper rifle, the two departed the room. Remarkably, their journey back to the Wolf King was devoid of any unexpected incidents, much to Su Heng's surprise. Haha, little brothers, you've finally arrived. The Wolf King exclaimed with a smile. Aside from Su Heng and his companion, the other three Saint Realm beings had already gathered there. Wolf King, what are our next steps? Su Heng inquired. For now, we must patiently await the emergence of the witch god's legacy. Typically, its appearance coincides with the opening of the witch god's temple. The further we progress, the higher the likelihood of its emergence. The Wolf King stood beside the map of the core area, observing intently as he spoke. Let us first explore the witch god temple, where we may encounter various trials and acquire some treasures. For those of you in the innate realm, items that enhance cultivation will be most beneficial. We shall proceed eastward. A fellow member of the Saint Realm from the Demon Clan interjected. Eastward? Does the variety of treasures correlate with their locations? Indeed, Su Heng replied. In the eastern section of the witch god temple, the likelihood of obtaining elixirs that enhance cultivation is the highest. The south is replete with weapons and artifacts, while the west predominantly features unusual techniques. The north contains various items beyond techniques, weapons, and elixirs. I see, Su Heng nodded, recalling their recent acquisition of a sniper rifle from the south, which could be classified as a weapon. Clearly, the Wolf King intended to provide their three disciples with an opportunity for experience, as the trials were suitably challenging and the rewards would be fitting. Very well. Let us depart, and may we not encounter those from the Southern Alliance, the Wolf King remarked. However, immediately after, his expression shifted as several figures materialized around the corner ahead. The Southern Alliance. This is dire. The Wolf King thought to himself. How had they discovered their presence here? Seemingly anticipating his confusion, the Scorpion King laughed heartily. Wolf King, every time you venture to the Witch God Temple, you congregate in this core area. To confront you, we need only come here. The Wolf King's countenance darkened. It seemed their habits had been discerned by the enemy. This revelation plunged them into a precarious situation. Outside the Witch God Temple, they could at least engage in a struggle, but within, enveloped by toxic fog. Each Saint Realm individual was compelled to shield their younger companions with their essence. Logically, the Southern Alliance would not act recklessly. Over the years, they had encountered numerous confrontations, yet they typically maintained a policy of non-interference. However, the emergence of the Flame King changed everything. His overwhelming strength, combined with the ability to manifest his true form, could sap the essence of the Wolf King's three companions simultaneously. For the Wolf King's faction, the only way to contend with the Flame King would be to abandon their innate disciples, allowing the saints a chance to either battle or flee. After all, while the Flame King was undeniably formidable, his fiery nature rendered him relatively slow. Otherwise, burdened with dependence, they would be ensnared, leading to an exhausting depletion of their essence. If they had brought along merely ordinary juniors from their clan, a few saints abandoning them would not be too grievous. After all, most demon clans are inherently imbued with a bloodthirsty nature. Yet this time, they had brought forth their elite, such as the current leader of the Wolf clan, Yin Xiao. Should Yin Xiao fall here, not only would they lose a talented individual, but they would also have to select a new clan leader upon their return, potentially destabilizing the clan's affairs profoundly. At this moment, the Scorpion King realized that completely confronting the Wolf King and his companions was unrealistic, should they wish to flee. Escape would be effortlessly achievable for them. However, he could ensnare the elite warriors accompanying the Wolf King. After all, amidst the encircling toxic mist, it was impossible for the Wolf King and his allies to retreat with these elites unscathed. As they exerted themselves to escape, fluctuations in their elemental energy would render them incapable of fully shielding these younger ones from the corrosive miasma. Even if they managed to escape, it would only result in the addition of a few more corpses to their ranks. Scorpion King, we belong to the same demon clan. Do you truly intend to take action against us? Do not forget, in a few decades, the demon lord will emerge. Are you not afraid that our internal strife will lead to your clan's annihilation when the time comes? A few saints from the Northern Alliance began to grow anxious. Yet the Scorpion King waved his hand nonchalantly, dismissing their concerns. You few, contend with the demon lord? Surely, that would be a source of laughter. To confront the demon lord, we must rely on the young geniuses. Although the Scorpion King spoke thus, it was merely a fade. As a member of the demon clan, he was acutely aware that apart from their bloodthirsty instincts, there resided a selfish trait within nearly all demonkind. When faced with life-threatening danger, these saints would undoubtedly abandon their younger companions to save themselves. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the potential losses of the Wolf King's group. His actions were merely a consequence of his long-standing grievances with the Northern Alliance. With that, the Scorpion King turned to the crimson-clad man beside him and declared, Brother Yan, let us proceed. Do not be courteous with them. The Flame King responded in a deep voice, and flames erupted around him. The three individuals he brought along were simultaneously shielded by three other saints from the Southern Alliance. Although typically, a single saint could protect only three individuals in a stationary position, it was feasible to safeguard a few more. Just as a mortal holding an umbrella could only shield 2 or 3 people while walking, they could accommodate 4 or 5 when standing still. Seeing the Flame King's actions, the expressions of the Wolf King and his companions turned grave. Suddenly, the Flame King radiated an immense light, transforming himself into a sea of fire. The Wolf King cast a glance at Su Heng and shouted, Brother Su, who would have thought we would encounter the Flame King now? We are no match for him. Let us each fend for ourselves. With that, he turned without a backward glance, abandoning the 3 he had brought and swiftly fleeing alongside the other 2 saints. As he escaped, he shouted a harsh warning, Scorpion King, just wait. Once I am free, your clan shall reap the consequences. The Wolf King's flight was entirely anticipated by the Scorpion King. He then turned his gaze to the remaining individuals, lacking the protection of the Wolf King and others. Their disciples were now being ravaged by the toxic mist, their bodies swelling, oozing pus, and becoming ghastly to behold. It was evident that, in a short while, they would all succumb to the corrosive effects, reduced to mere skeletons. Neither Su Heng nor Yu Ling exhibited any signs of distress, which piqued the interest of the Scorpion King. He gazed at Su Heng and Yu Ling, chuckling to himself, You 2 little ones can withstand the toxic mist here. Do you possess some sort of treasure? He was acutely aware that both Su Heng and Yu Ling were merely at the innate stage of cultivation. Thus, in his eyes, they were nothing more than slightly sturdier insects, playthings to be toyed with at will. Unfazed, Su Heng turned to Yu Ling and said, What shall we do now? We are facing a formidable being of the Sage Realm. Do you have a means of escape? Yu Ling's expression grew slightly serious. It shouldn't be too difficult. Then let us split up and rendezvous outside the chamber where we first completed that task, Su Heng suggested, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Once again, he and Yu Ling were forced to part ways to flee. All right, let us see who can escape faster, Yu Ling declared with a defiant expression. Initially, the Scorpion King intended to toy with these 2 juniors, but their fearless demeanor perplexed him. They seemed utterly unfazed, even exchanging banter as if they did not regard him with any seriousness. This incited a surge of fury within the Scorpion King. These little creatures are courting death. Undeterred, Su Heng exchanged a glance with Yu Ling before they swiftly darted in opposite directions. The Scorpion King quickly regained his composure. While it was expected that the Wolf King would flee, the thought of these 2 youngsters attempting to escape his grasp was intolerable. Like a cat toying with a mouse, The mouse's attempt to flee was an affront that the cat could not endure. He entrusted his subordinates to other demon tribes of the Sage Realm and took off in pursuit of Su Heng. The two engaged in a relentless game of chase, weaving through 3 alleys in no time. Suddenly, Su Heng came to a halt. The Scorpion King, hot on his heels, was taken aback by this unexpected pause. He had sensed that Su Heng's speed was nearly on par with his own, and had he continued his flight, catching him would have required considerable effort. Now that Su Heng had stopped, the naturally suspicious Scorpion King became more cautious. Yet, he soon found himself chuckling at his own apprehension. Why should he worry about an innate human in the face of his Sage Realm prowess? Standing there, he could effortlessly manipulate this innate human with just his true essence. His curiosity piqued. He crossed his arms, eager to discover what this human intended to do next. Su Heng, having heard that Yuling had distanced herself, turned to face the Scorpion King, grinning. You actually followed me. Ah, young one. Even in such dire circumstances, you managed to remain composed. I must admit, I admire your mindset, the Scorpion King remarked, genuinely impressed. The Scorpion King remarked with keen interest. It seems that you humans possess unique insights in the realms of cultivation and mental fortitude. Would you care to try? Su Heng responded with a knowing smile. Ah. Once I capture you, I shall interrogate you thoroughly, and you will naturally divulge the secrets of your cultivation. Ah, so that is your intention, Su Heng said, shaking his head in disappointment. I had hoped to keep you as a pet. That would have been quite a twist of fate for you. Upon hearing Su Heng's words, the Scorpion King's gaze turned icy. To be kept as a pet? That is the gravest insult to a being of the Saint Realm. Young man, you seek death. Who is truly courting death? That remains uncertain, Su Heng replied calmly, flashing a smile before snapping his fingers, causing 3 small blades to materialize in his hand. These blades were the famed flying daggers he had acquired earlier. As a creature of the Saint Realm, the Scorpion King possessed remarkable abilities. Previously, the Wolf King had briefed him on the Saint Realm beings of the Southern Alliance. And the Scorpion King, in addition to his formidable strength, was particularly adept with poisons. Notably, he wielded a scorpion tail, saturated with deadly venom that rivaled the toxic mists of the witch god's temple. This poison not only corroded flesh, but also eroded ordinary weapons. And the speed of the scorpion tail was astonishing, making it difficult for even Saint Realm beings to evade. A single strike from the tail could potentially obliterate any opponent. Although Su Heng harbored no fear of the scorpion tail, he chose not to risk a close confrontation. Thus, he opted for the disposable flying daggers, knowing that even if they were corroded, he would not lament their loss. With a chilling glare, the Scorpion King sprang forward, launching himself at Su Heng. In response, Su Heng deftly flicked his wrist, sending the 3 daggers hurtling toward the Scorpion King from 3 different angles. The Scorpion King was taken aback, for the speed of the daggers was astonishingly rapid, leaving him no time to evade. With no other choice, he forced his internal energy to coalesce around his body in an attempt to withstand the force of the daggers. However, to his astonishment, one dagger sliced through his protective energy as though it were mere parchment, piercing straight through his form. In agony, the Scorpion King felt his internal energy surge uncontrollably from the wounds, akin to water escaping from a punctured vessel. What is happening? He thought, his eyes wide with disbelief. Given his physical resilience, he could typically endure minor injuries, but if this wound continued to drain his energy, he would be in grave peril. Before he could contemplate further, the other 2 daggers struck, each creating a gaping wound in his abdomen and shoulder. The Scorpion King's form halted abruptly, revealing his true form as he collapsed to the ground. Throughout this encounter, Su Heng remained utterly motionless. Who are you? The Scorpion King managed to utter, now certain that Su Heng was no mere innate human. Such power was seldom matched, even among those of the Saint Realm. Who I am is of little importance. What truly matters is that to minimize future troubles within the witch's temple, I must ensure your disappearance, stated Su Heng. Initially, he harbored no animosity towards the saint-level demon clans of the Southern Alliance. However, since they intended to employ underhanded tactics within the temple, he felt compelled to eliminate this threat to prevent any interference when he and Yuling sought the inheritance of the witch. Thus, he resolved to deal with them first. The Scorpion King gave a wry smile, feeling his vital energy rapidly deplete, leaving him nearly incapable of shielding his body from the encroaching toxic mists. Although he was adept in the art of poison, it did not exempt him from its dangers. Aware that the Scorpion King was now facing an inevitable demise, Su Heng shook his head, disregarding him, and turned to leave. His current objective was to resolve the remaining saint-level demon clans of the Southern Alliance. Naturally, he would spare those who willingly became his subordinates or spirit beasts. Chapter 79. The Peril of Death at this moment. The Wolf King and his companions had fled several dozen kilometers away. In a secluded grand hall, 3 saint-level demon clans of the Northern Alliance gathered, their expressions grim. They had brought their finest elites, all of whom had the potential to ascend to the saint level, and now their ranks lay decimated, fueling their resentment. This has been a tremendous loss for us. Had I known, I would not have brought the clan's disciples along. The situation was dire. Who could have anticipated that they would summon the Flame King? We fared better, but Old Wolf brought the leader of his clan, which was indeed a grave miscalculation. The Wolf King remained silent, fully aware that his losses were the heaviest among the 3 clans. Yet, apart from his anger, he did not feel despondent. He understood that the mysterious Zhang, the mentor of the human race's prominent disciple, would undoubtedly retaliate against the Southern Alliance for the death of his friend's ally. When that time came, even the saint-level demon clans of the Southern Alliance might be decimated. In comparison, their Northern Alliance's loss of a few innate-level elites seemed trivial. Now that this has transpired, we should cease our discussions. With nearly a month remaining before the Witch's Temple opens and the inheritance unlikely to manifest in these initial days, let us each undertake our trials. While the spoils may not benefit us directly, they can be returned to our younger kin. Indeed, well said. I had intended to bring some younger ones to train, yet we encountered this calamity. Let us search the eastern region for more elixirs, as they are particularly beneficial for our kind. Very well. We shall reconvene here in 15 days, and then venture forth together to seek the witch's inheritance. After reaching an agreement, the group dispersed. Meanwhile, the Flame King and his companions remained in place, engaged in their own discussions. The Scorpion King, why is he so slow? Just 2 innate realm youngsters. Does it really take this long? When those 2 fled, they seemed to move with remarkable speed. If they possess other means of survival, capturing them will indeed require some time. Let us remain patient for now. It is true. Those 2 human youths must have some tricks up their sleeves to withstand the toxic mist here. Regardless, we have achieved our purpose for coming here. The Northern Alliance must be seething with rage right now, haha. Among the little ones that the Wolf King brought earlier, if I am not mistaken. One of them is the current leader of their wolf clan. Once he returns, he will have to select a new leader. He will be quite busy. However, those 2 humans seemed quite impressive. It would indeed be a pity for them to perish here. As they chatted, their expressions suddenly shifted. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged around the corner. It was Su Heng. Upon seeing him, they were all puzzled. How did he manage to evade the Scorpion King's pursuit? Yet, having escaped, what was he doing here? Ah, young man, rather impressive. To have evaded a saint-level pursuit. Remarked a demon clan saint with piercing eyes and an elegant demeanor. He was the Cat King. The Cat King was exceptionally skilled in stealth and assassination, making him the most formidable among the 3 remaining demon clan saints, in Su Heng's eyes. Conversely, the widely recognized strongest, the Flame King, posed the least threat to Su Heng. Could this fellow be lost? Another demon clan saint pondered. Or perhaps he thought that evading the Scorpion King's pursuit granted him the audacity to provoke us. How about it, Cat King? Should you teach this lad a lesson? The Cat King cracked his knuckles and licked his lips, grinning. Since this boy has come to us, I shall seize him. It has been ages since I savored human flesh. Ha. But alas, he appears far too small. There would be barely enough for you alone. Otherwise, I would be tempted to sample him as well. The Flame King, however, gazed at Su Heng with a serious expression, as if he sensed something. At this moment, the Cat King had already transferred the innate realm disciples he was protecting to the other 2. As the Cat King approached, Su Heng raised his hand and gently waved it, unleashing the Holy Fire Order. For a swift-moving demon like the Cat King, utilizing a wide-reaching attack like the Holy Fire Order was effective not only for inflicting damage, but also for preventing the opponent's escape. Impossible. The Cat King instantly discerned Su Heng's true cultivation level from his action. He was certainly not an ordinary innate realm human warrior. Such might could only be attained by a saint-level powerhouse. The remaining 2 demon clan saints were left in shock, and the Flame King wore a solemn expression. For he sensed that Su Heng's cultivation was likely on par with his own. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Among all the saints of the demon race, none could firmly surpass him. Most adversaries could hardly endure a few exchanges in his presence. Yet now, without even engaging in combat, he felt a subtle sense of inferiority against this human. Realizing he had no avenue for retreat, the Cat King sprang into action, intent on targeting Su Heng directly. Though his combat experience was commendable, it proved futile. A smirk appeared at the corner of Su Heng's mouth as he discerned the Cat King's intentions. The Cat King believed that by deploying the Sacred Fire command, such a formidable technique would inevitably drain vast amounts of his energy and focus, rendering him vulnerable. If he could shatter Su Heng's essence, the technique would collapse on its own. However, for Su Heng at this moment, such tactics were utterly ineffective. Foolish. With a light chuckle, Su Heng summoned 36 sacred fire commands, which intertwined before him to form a colossal shield of flames. The Cat King, taken aback by this spectacle, hastily retreated. Although this shield, composed of the sacred fire commands, lacked the durability of a true defensive artifact, it was enveloped in raging flames. Should he make contact, his diminutive frame would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Yet, this retreat signified his loss of all opportunities. Behind him, dozens of additional sacred fire commands materialized, sealing off every route of escape. Panic gripped the Cat King as he found himself suspended in midair, unable to execute precise, evasive maneuvers despite harnessing his energy. With a swift motion, the sacred fire commands ensnared him, shredding his body into fragments that fell to the ground, hissing under the corrosive effects of toxic mist. At that moment, the remaining 2 saints of the Southern Alliance fixated their gaze on Su Heng, acutely sensing the imminent threat of death. Chapter 80. A familiar strategy. One am not one to indulge in senseless slaughter. Should you two be willing to serve under me, I may spare your lives. Su Heng stated, arms crossed. The 2 demon race saints remained silent, contemplating Su Heng's display of formidable power. If they refused, it was clear that dealing with him would not be a daunting task for him. After a moment of deliberation, the Flame King spoke slowly, I acknowledge your strength. But to think I would serve you? A mere fantasy. Unless you provide a compelling reason for us to submit, such as being a sovereign-level powerhouse capable of offering us a chance to ascend, we shall have to test your prowess. The other demon race saint pondered Su Heng's words. Even if Su Heng could effortlessly handle them, surrender was not their only option. If they could not win, could they not flee? Just as the previous 2 humans had done, he could also separate from the Flame King and escape. Confident in his superior speed, he believed he could outpace the Flame King, who, being stronger, would inevitably draw the attention of this human. Thus, he was safe. Naturally, the innate disciples brought here could only be left to their own devices. Su Heng nodded. Although the demon race inherently retained some beastly instincts, if their freedom were to be stripped away, they would undoubtedly refuse to submit. Previously, when he had reclaimed the demon prophet, it was by leveraging the formidable presence of the divine beast Zhuque that the prophet had yielded. Otherwise, he harbored no doubt that the prophet would have fought him to the bitter end. Contemplating this, he smiled faintly and waved his hand, summoning a magnificent crimson bird that soared forth, the divine beast Zhuque. Upon its arrival, the surrounding poisonous mist dissipated entirely under its fiery influence. Both the Deer King and the Flame King gazed at Zhuque with astonished expressions, feeling an overwhelming pressure that resonated with their very souls. Even the previously composed Flame King could not help but murmur, is it truly a divine beast? If 2 beings of the saint realm were so profoundly affected, the other innate demons would be utterly incapable of withstanding it, and at that moment, they all prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear. With a casual gesture, Su Heng returned Zhuque to his system space. Once this was accomplished, he spoke nonchalantly, what do you think? The Deer King swallowed hard. Your Excellency's ability to reclaim a divine beast is indeed remarkable. I am willing to serve under you. Beside him, the Flame King's expression shifted, revealing an inner turmoil. Su Heng remained patient, arms crossed, awaiting his response. After a moment, the Flame King gritted his teeth and asked, might I have the opportunity to converse with the esteemed Zhuque in the future? His essence was fire, and Zhuque was exceptionally adept at fire manipulation. The prospect of such an exchange could significantly enhance his chances of breakthrough. Of course, Su Heng replied with a smile. However, that will only be feasible once I can fully control Zhuque. In that case, I am also willing to acknowledge you as my master. Please, do not reveal my identity. Without your command, when we next meet, my demeanor must remain as it was before. Su Heng instructed, wishing to keep his identity concealed from the Wolf King and others, as well as from Yuling. Rest assured, my master, the Deer King readily acquiesced. Very well. Now, only the 2 of you remain. Proceed according to your original plan, seek treasures where necessary, and engage in trials as needed. After issuing his commands, Su Heng departed swiftly. Left behind, the Flame King and Deer King exchanged glances, discarding the tribesmen brought by the Scorpion King and Cat King, and continued their endeavors with their own kin. Before long, Su Heng successfully located Yuling. Brother, why are you so tardy? Were you entangled by those rascals? Yuling teased. I had no choice. I was pursued for several streets by that Scorpion King before I managed to escape. Su Heng replied, shaking his head. Yuling's expression brightened. Haha, it seems your escape skills need some improvement. Why not learn from me? Never mind, My current skills suffice. Su Heng waved his hand dismissively. Had it not been for his recruitment of several Saint Realm demons as subordinates, he would not have delayed for so long. What shall we do now? Those fellows are likely searching for us everywhere, Su Heng remarked. Previously, they mentioned that in the Witch Temple, the western side is filled with techniques, while the eastern side is predominantly occupied by elixirs. Most of these demon tribes will be seeking elixirs, thus concentrating their efforts in the east. We should head west. This way, they will find it more challenging to locate us. Huh, you certainly think ahead, brother. Let us make our way to the west, replied his companion. After reaching a decision, the two set off towards the western side of the Witch Temple. Upon arrival, they undertook various tasks while acquiring an array of techniques left behind by the witch. Given their capabilities, venturing into certain chambers could have posed perilous trials. However, with Su Heng's exceptional perception aiding them, luck was on their side. They found themselves entering rooms that were largely devoid of danger, resulting in considerable gains. Days passed, and one day, Su Heng and Yu Ling found themselves before yet another chamber. Su Heng listened intently and discerned that there was little threat within. Typically, rooms that harbored danger were characterized by significant noise, indicating the presence of formidable adversaries. Conversely, rooms that posed minimal risk were generally quite secure, containing only fixed targets. Reminiscent of the wooden dummies they had encountered previously, or challenges that tested attributes like speed and reaction time. Given the rooms we've encountered over these days, I can't help but wonder if the Wolf King and his group were deceiving us, Su Heng chuckled. I too suspect that they might not have fortuitously stumbled upon an exceedingly perilous trial that left them so frightened. Yu Ling expressed her confusion. Yet, no matter how astute she was, she could not attribute their streak of good fortune to Su Heng. Even with her imagination running wild, she could not fathom his extraordinary perception. Hence, she merely concluded that there was a flaw in the information provided by the Wolf King. As they conversed, they stepped into the chamber. As anticipated, it was relatively quiet. Only dozens of floating wooden spheres hovered in the air, circling the center in a slow dance. It appears we have encountered another time destruction trial, Yu Ling remarked. The so-called time destruction trial was akin to the wooden dummy challenge they had first faced. Within a limited time frame, one was required to shatter all objects present. Having encountered similar challenges before, they had dubbed it the time destruction test. Indeed, however, this one seems more challenging. These wooden spheres are continuously floating, and we can only utilize ranged attacks, Su Heng stated as he turned to Yu Ling throughout their journey. He had grown accustomed to the enigmatic black energy emanating from Yu Ling, regardless of its functions. Thus, even as she prepared to deploy her innate abilities to launch black energy at the wooden spheres, he was not taken aback. Chapter 81. The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Yu Ling gazed at the suspended wooden spheres, scratching her head. I can't seem to handle these wooden spheres. Do you have any ideas? Su Heng expressed mild surprise. The dark energy emanating from Yu Ling proved ineffective for long-range attacks. Previously, whether Yu Ling utilized the dark energy to enhance her speed, shield herself from poisonous mists, or obliterate the wooden figures, this dark energy had never left her corporeal form. It appears that this formidable dark energy can only be wielded in close proximity. With this realization, Su Heng lifted his gaze toward the floating wooden orbs and withdrew a longbow. Yu Ling, taken aback, exclaimed, Brother, do you truly believe that merely shooting arrows will suffice to shatter these wooden spheres? Based on their prior experiences with the destruction trials, the greater the damage inflicted upon these orbs, the slower their restoration, thus facilitating the dismantling of additional wooden spheres. Presently, with Su Heng's archery skills and his innate cultivation at the first level, he would be fortunate to pierce a single hole in these orbs, and they would likely be fully restored within mere breaths. This prompted Yu Ling's inquiry. Su Heng, unconcerned, chuckled, then I shall simply pierce them all simultaneously. Simultaneously pierce them? While Yu Ling pondered this, Su Heng produced a quiver containing around 10 arrows. Realization dawned upon Yu Ling, her expression momentarily blank. Brother, do you intend to shoot that many arrows at once? Indeed, I have practiced archery before. This is but a trifling matter. Su Heng beamed with pride. This proficiency in archery was a gift from his training, and with the system's assistance, his skill had reached the pinnacle among humanity. He drew the bowstring and released, sending 10 arrows soaring through the air. The sound of impacts resonated as Su Heng swiftly retrieved another set of 10 arrows and drew the bow once more. After repeating this process thrice, he came to a halt. At that moment, 36 wooden spheres hovered in the air, each adorned with an arrow, and the orbs initially struck boreholes that were just shy of complete restoration. A sense of relief washed over Su Heng. It was not merely the successful completion of the trial that brought him solace. but the realization that controlling his strength through archery was significantly more demanding than wielding the sacred fire token. With the latter, he could obliterate the 36 wooden orbs in an instant. It was akin to asking a mighty giant to perform delicate needlework, when it would be far easier for him to chop firewood. Nonetheless, Yuling could not suppress her admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable skills." "Enough of this. Let us discover what the reward entails," Su Heng replied, waving his hand as he approached the iron chest at the center of the hall. Upon opening the chest, he was unsurprised to find a manual. However, the title of this manual left him momentarily stunned: the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Was this not the technique of the Beggar clan's leader, Qiao? How could it possibly appear in the Witch God Temple as a reward for a trial? A frown creased Su Heng's brow. He had previously sensed something amiss about the Temple of the Witch God, and now that feeling had intensified. Furthermore, it seemed that rumors suggested that the revered Master Qiao had departed from the Beggar Sect due to a particular incident, journeying to the endless southern wilderness, which was none other than the territory of the Demon Clan. Su Heng's mind began to connect the dots with the information he had acquired earlier. "Brother, what's wrong?" Yuling inquired curiously upon noticing Su Heng's silence. "Nothing. This martial art appears quite formidable," Su Heng replied as he took out the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms and began to peruse it. He had not previously needed to employ this technique and was uncertain whether it was the most refined version. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he inwardly communicated with the system. "System, sign in." "Congratulations, host. Sign in successful, obtaining the martial art 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms." Indeed, a wave of joy surged through Su Heng. This place was undeniably linked to Master Qiao. Had Master Qiao met with misfortune here? He glanced around, finding no remnants of bones or anything of the sort. Although the toxic mist was potent, it corroded flesh but left bones intact, which is why skeletal remains were scattered outside. As he compared the martial arts he held with the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms he had just acquired, he observed that while the two techniques bore significant similarities, there were subtle discrepancies. Su Heng speculated that the system must have made some enhancements. Realizing this, he concluded that the version in his possession held little value for him. "Here, since you were so intrigued by various martial arts, I shall gift this to you." He extended the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms to Yuling previously. She had always shown keen interest whenever he obtained a new technique. With a tilt of her head and a smile, Yuling accepted the martial art. "All right, let us depart from this place," she said. "Indeed," he affirmed. And the two exited the chamber. Nonetheless, Su Heng's thoughts remained entangled with the Temple of the Witch God and Master Qiao. He had formulated numerous hypotheses, yet none were substantiated, and many questions lingered. For instance, Master Qiao had ventured into the Demon Clan territory and, much like him, had stumbled upon the Temple of the Witch God, ultimately leaving behind his martial art there. Why would Master Qiao choose to inscribe his technique within these walls? Where was he now? Furthermore, what if Master Qiao had been discovered by the Witch God, who then appropriated his technique and placed it within the temple? Why would Master Qiao bestow his martial art upon the Witch God? The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms was the hallmark technique of the Beggar Sect and would never be shared with outsiders. Moreover, given Master Qiao's character, he was not the type to relinquish such a crucial technique for a trivial opportunity for advancement. Su Heng even entertained a bold notion. Could the Witch God be none other than Master Qiao himself? Had Master Qiao, during his exploits in the southern wilderness, ultimately achieved the realm of the Emperor? Yet, the likelihood of such a scenario seemed exceedingly slim. For many years, the human race has seen only a handful of individuals achieve the sacred sage realm, making the leap to the Emperor realm a formidable challenge. What secrets lie within this Temple of the Witch God? As Su Heng pondered, he walked alongside Yuling. "Brother, we haven't encountered any of those demon tribes in days. Shall we explore a few other locations? We have acquired a substantial amount of techniques, and it seems redundant to gather more," Yuling suddenly suggested. Su Heng smirked. This girl simply could not remain idle. Was it not preferable to stay at the western side of the Temple of the Witch God? "What do you desire?" "Weapons." Yuling's eyes sparkled. "For instance, I would love a bow, just like the one you wielded earlier." "How magnificent." Su Heng sighed, regretting his earlier display of skill. "Very well, let us return to the southern side of the temple, where the abundance of weapons and treasures awaits."